Chapter 1: The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Ah, Xiaoming. No, that's the place for urination. It's so filthy. Don't bite. A female student, clad in a uniform and adorned with translucent white stockings, her figure exquisite and features delicate, let out a piercing scream. She trembled with terror, her stunning visage paling in horror. Her boyfriend seemed to have lost his sanity, fervently gnawing at a toilet as if it were an exquisite delicacy, indifferent even to the loss of several teeth in the process. Upon hearing her shriek, her boyfriend suddenly turned, his eyes devoid of color, fixated on her, causing Tang Mingting to freeze in shock. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, with a wild expression, lunged toward her. Just as he was about to leap onto Tang Mingting, a figure rushed in, delivering a kick that sent Zhao Ming sprawling. Subsequently, a baton struck Zhao Ming's head. Despite his skull caving in, Zhao Ming attempted to rise, but Liu Yang continued to rain blows upon him with the baton until his head was a bloody mess, finally ceasing his assault. Ah, you've killed him, Tang Mingting exclaimed, pointing at Liu Yang in terror. Open your eyes. Is your wealthy boyfriend even human anymore? If he had bitten you, you would have turned into a zombie instantly, you fool, Liu Yang retorted coldly. He hurriedly secured and locked all the doors and windows of the villa. The girl who was rescued is named Tang Mingting, a freshman at Donghai University and the class monitor. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, who is transformed into a zombie, serves as the academic representative of their school. The one who saved her is Liu Yang, a fellow student from their class. The sole distinction between them is that Tang Mingting and her boyfriend Zhao Ming are homeowners in a particular villa community, whereas Liu Yang works as a part-time security guard in the same area. As an orphan, Liu Yang dedicates his days to diligent study and labor, earning a modest income as a security guard in this luxurious neighborhood to pay for his tuition fees. Each day after school, he must report to this community, working late into the night before returning home to rest, earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month. Many of his wealthy classmates reside in this community, and whenever they see Liu Yang, they often respond with disdainful sneers, a reaction to which he has grown accustomed. Some individuals are born into privilege, while others are destined for servitude. This is the harsh reality. It is unjust, yet immutable. On this particular day, Liu Yang was performing his usual duties when he was suddenly met with screams and chaos erupting within the community. Almost immediately, he witnessed a bloodied middle-aged man charging towards him, emitting frenzied roars reminiscent of a zombie from a horror film. Without hesitation, Liu Yang drew his collapsible baton and struck the assailant down. He then prepared to take refuge within the villa. Upon entering the villa, he found Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mingting. Without a moment's pause, Liu Yang eliminated Zhao Ming as well. Witnessing this unfold, Tang Mingting was left in a state of shock, her complexion pale and her body trembling, unable to restrain herself as she clutched Liu Yang's arm. What shall we do? What will Liu Yang do? You must protect me. I am so frightened. The outside is terrifying. You are the security guard of this community. You receive the salary we provide. In the face of danger, you must stand at the forefront. Stand at the forefront? Are you out of your mind? Who told you that a security guard can ensure safety? Class monitor, you wouldn't expect me to risk my life for a mere 3,000 yuan, would you? Weren't you the ones who mocked me as a mere watchdog? Since I am just a doorman, how could I possibly safeguard your safety? Liu Yang replied with a cold laugh. Liu Yang, along with Tang Mingting and Zhao Ming, were classmates. Tang Mingting was the class monitor and also the belle of the class, while Zhao Ming served as the academic representative. Having taken on the role of a security guard in this community, he had often faced their disdain. Now the class beauty was frightened. Tang Mingting fell silent at Liu Yang's retort. Liu Yang could not be bothered to engage in further conversation with this so-called aloof class monitor. He simply walked over to the refrigerator to inspect the contents within. To his dismay, he found little food, only 2 lonely bottles of milk. Liu Yang frowned. Do you not keep any food at home? We don't know how to cook. We usually eat out at lavish restaurants. So we have no food, Tang Mingting stammered. Without food, you might as well await death. The outside is swarming with zombies. Attempting to rush out is practically impossible. Without food, if we only drink water, we would last at most 7 days before starving. Liu Yang shook his head. In the villa district, the inhabitants are predominantly affluent second-generation individuals, rarely engaging in the act of cooking for themselves. The prospect of venturing to other villas in search of sustenance is fraught with peril. Aside from the uncertainty of available provisions, the multitude of zombies along the route presents a formidable obstacle. The risks are exceedingly high. Just as Liu Yang found himself in a state of despair, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Detection of the apocalypse imminent. With a drastic decline in global human population, the host has been bound to the multitude and prosperity system. By rescuing a beautiful girl and securing her consent to become your partner, you shall receive system rewards. For the continuation of human civilization, the host is encouraged to procreate abundantly. Chapter 2 Fighting? A single slap can send one flying. The more children, more blessings system? As long as the other party agrees to become his woman, one can grow stronger? Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight appeared on his face. Initially, upon entering the villa and observing the scant provisions, he had contemplated using Tang Mengting as a source of sustenance. In a dire situation, on the verge of starvation, he would not have minded indulging in a feast for the eyes. However, it now seemed unnecessary. With the support of the system, survival should not pose a problem. This aloof-class beauty had previously looked down upon him, often deriding him as a mere watchdog, and had even led the charge to ostracize him at school. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, had also orchestrated several assaults against Liu Yang. He had often been a victim of school bullying, tormented by the wealthy second-generation students who, out of boredom, found amusement in tormenting him. Classmates, particularly female ones, regarded him with disdain. We live in an era where wealth reigns supreme. It is often said that the only affliction in this world is the malady of poverty. Being poor is considered original sin. And Liu Yang happened to be the most impoverished individual in the entire school. Thus, he became the object of scorn and derision from all his peers. After all, they believed that someone who had to work as a security guard just to survive during their student years would have no future prospects. Now, this haughty school belle would likely never accept him as her own, even after he had just rescued her from a zombie. She would only think of having him protect her safety. The lofty young lady had yet to comprehend her current predicament. How could she ever regard a mere security guard as worthy of consideration? Liu Yang shook his head, deciding to set these matters aside for the moment. He would postpone thoughts of the system and prioritize the pressing issue of food. Approaching the refrigerator, he removed all the milk within. Tang Mingting, witnessing this scene, immediately protested. Liu Yang, what are you doing? You've taken all the food. What am I supposed to eat? All the provisions in this room belong to me. Give them back. As she spoke, she rushed over and attempted to snatch them away. Slap. Liu Yang delivered a resounding blow to Tang Mingting's face, sending her crashing to the ground. Stunned, she looked up at him in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and indignation. You dare hit me? You, a filthy security guard, have the audacity to strike me. I am the class monitor. Do you believe I could have the school expel you on the spot? Oh, dear class monitor, are you all right? And what about the school? Everyone there has turned into zombies. What do you mean by school? We are in an apocalypse. Do you understand? Whether you can survive 3 days is still uncertain, and yet you cling to your pathetic class monitor identity. Liu Yang retorted, looking down upon her. People like you wouldn't last 3 episodes in a TV drama, you know? Well, that doesn't mean you can take my food. Tang Mingting protested, covering her reddened face, her voice tinged with tears. What do you mean, your food? If it weren't for me saving you, you would have already been bitten by Zhao Ming and turned into a zombie. Not only do you fail to thank me, but you also dare to fight me for food? You dare to claim a right to it? Liu Yang snapped fiercely. Woo. You jerk. You're being unreasonable. The villa undoubtedly belongs to Zhao Ming, my boyfriend. Aren't these provisions mine as well? Woe is me. Tang Mingting burst into tears. Speaking of reason, did you ever invoke reason when you led the isolation against me at school? Did your boyfriend, Zhao Ming, invoke reason when he assaulted me? I shall speak of your mother's reasoning. Liu Yang exclaimed with indignation. The mere recollection of his suffocating life at school ignited his ire. I admit I was at fault in the past, but I am a woman, and you are a man. Can you not exhibit a modicum of grace? Such petty grievances. Do you not possess any semblance of masculinity? Setting aside the facts, even if I were to bear 99 of the blame, does that absolve you of the one? Is your poverty not a reflection of your own shortcomings? It is precisely because of your lack of effort that you find yourselves in such destitution, thus inviting disdain. With a resounding slap, Liu Yang struck Tang Mingting's other cheek, rendering both faces swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, finally achieving symmetry. How dare you come at me with your fists? Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to employ that tactic against me. I am no coward and will not be your sycophant. I possess no moral compass that you can manipulate. Should you continue your incessant prattling, I shall cast you out to feed the zombies. Do you still dare to look down upon the impoverished? Without exploiting us, Would you be wealthy? Your affluence does not stem from the prowess of your ignorant, privileged lineage, but rather from the fortunate circumstances of your birth. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, all this food belongs to me. Should you dare touch it, I shall strike you down. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's furious demeanor, Tang Mingting finally ceased her words. She had never encountered Liu Yang in such a manner before. She had assumed him merely a submissive, weak-hearted coward. Little did she know that the current Liu Yang not only dispatched Zhao Ming, but was also quick to resort to violence. He showed not a shred of tenderness. How could she dare provoke him further? She could only sit on the floor, covering her face and sobbing incessantly. Liu Yang, uninterested in her plight, gathered the food and sought refuge in a room. He locked the door behind him, leaving Tang Mingting outside to suffer hunger. After a harrowing day of being pursued by zombies and having vanquished one, Liu Yang was utterly exhausted after dispatching Zhao Ming upon entering the villa. Reclining on the soft bed, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. It must be said, the bed in this luxurious villa is exceptionally plush. Once earning a mere 3,000 a month, he thought he would never experience such comfort. Now, thanks to the apocalypse, he found himself in this paradise. Before long, Liu Yang slipped into slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 10 on the second day, and his stomach growled with hunger. The first thing he did upon rising was to drink a bottle of milk. Only then did he venture out to freshen up, hearing commotion outside. Tang Mingting emerged from her room, her face having returned to its former beauty, though she clutched her stomach with a look of yearning as she gazed at Liu Yang. Liu Yang, we were wrong in the past. I apologize sincerely. Please, grant me a morsel to eat. I am truly starving. It has been a full day and night since I last ate, and I feel as though I might perish from hunger if I do not consume something soon. The outbreak of zombies occurred yesterday morning, and since then, Tang Mingting has not had a morsel of food. It has now been 24 hours without sustenance, and the gnawing sensation in her stomach has become unbearable. So, you realize your mistake now? Liu Yang remarked with a cold smirk. Indeed, I truly comprehend my error. Please forgive me. I shall never again look down upon the impoverished nor speak ill of you, Tang Mingting replied, her expression earnest. Very well, bring me a bowl. I can spare you some milk. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Tang Mingting's eyes as she hastily rushed to the kitchen to retrieve a bowl. Liu Yang indeed poured some milk into the bowl. As she gazed at the milk, Tang Mingting could not help but lick her lips in anticipation. Liu Yang then placed the bowl on the table, and Tang Mingting looked at him with confusion. Liu Yang chuckled and said, "Kneel down and beg me." Liu Yang, you. Anger flashed across Tang Mingting's face. You are being excessively cruel. Oh, what is wrong? In the past, when you paid me a monthly salary of 3,000, you treated me like a dog. Now that I offer you life-saving sustenance, I cannot demand a little obedience? Liu Yang exclaimed as he prepared to take the bowl away. Tang Mingting, alarmed, quickly responded, Wait, I never said I wouldn't kneel. She immediately knelt on the floor. Observing this once haughty class beauty, who had previously scorned him and referred to him as a dog, now on her knees begging, Liu Yang could not suppress a derisive laugh. Is wealth truly so impressive? When the apocalypse descends, no matter how affluent one still finds oneself begging for food on the ground. Chapter 3. Successfully obtaining system rewards. After Tang Mingting finished the food in her bowl, a lingering desire still graced her face. With an expression full of yearning, she addressed Liu Yang, saying, Liu Yang, is there more? I can eat lying down like I did before. Could you please give me a bit more food? As for dignity, it had long been cast aside. Following her initial experience, the feeling of being unable to lower herself was no longer present. What was wrong with eating in such a manner? As long as there was food to satiate her hunger, the method of consumption was of little consequence. After enduring a night of hunger, Tang Mingting came to realize that the status and wealth she once possessed in the world before the apocalypse were but illusions. Dignity had become the least valuable of all. Only food held true importance, for it was the means to survive. However, the reply she received left her disheartened. Liu Yang shook his head and said, There is no more food. That last bottle of milk was the final sustenance. I plan to venture out in search of food now. You should stay in this room and starve. No, I must accompany you in the search for food. You have to protect me. I have done as you said. I just lay on the ground like a dog, wagging my tail in supplication. Is that not enough? Tang Mingting exclaimed in a rush. In this post-apocalyptic world, should she leave Liu Yang's protection, she would either starve to death in this villa or be forced out in search of food, only to be devoured by zombies. There was simply no third option. Thus, clinging to Lu Yang's leg seemed the most prudent choice. You were begging on the ground, and I granted you food. That is already an act of kindness. If you wish to follow me and seek my protection, it is not entirely impossible. Lu Yang mused, stroking his chin while appraising Tang Mingting. As the class beauty, she possessed exquisite features and a figure to match, undoubtedly a rare gem among women. It was precisely for this reason that she had become the object of affection for numerous affluent young men. Aside from her official boyfriend, Zhao Ming, she had at least a dozen admirers in waiting. To claim that he harbored no thoughts about her would be disingenuous. In the class, who could resist the allure of such beauty? Who did not yearn to possess her? Upon noticing Lu Yang's gaze, Tang Mingting immediately reacted. She was all too familiar with that greedy look. As a stunning beauty who turned heads wherever she went, she had encountered many men whose eyes shone with similar veracity. No, it cannot be. You are merely a security guard. What are you thinking? Tang Mingting retreated a few steps, covering her chest with her hand. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, was a super-rich heir with billions in assets, arriving at school in a BMW and residing in a luxurious villa. Even so, she had not easily succumbed to his advances. After 6 months of dating, they had barely progressed beyond holding hands. Now, this lowly security guard, despised by all at school, dared to entertain such thoughts about her. How could Tang Mingting possibly agree? Indeed, it seems impossible. You disdain me as merely a security guard, unworthy of your company, do you? Very well, then starve here. When the zombies break in, you shall be devoured alive. In that moment, will those zombies refrain from feasting on you simply because you are a wealthy young lady? Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Tang Mingting was immediately gripped by fear. She recalled the scenes of Zhao Ming, transformed into a zombie, frantically gnawing at the toilet. The thought was utterly terrifying. To have the flesh bitten away piece by a zombie, would that not be more agonizing than death by 1,000 cuts? At this thought, a shiver coursed through her. Fine, I accept your request. I agree to be your woman. Tang Mingting clenched her teeth, as if making an exceedingly difficult decision within her heart. With her extraordinary beauty, she had dated numerous boyfriends, each of whom was utterly captivated by her charm, showering her with precious gifts. She navigated effortlessly among the wealthy second-generation elites, yet had never truly succumbed to any of them. Now, however, she had encountered a stubborn security guard and had fallen headlong. Tang Mingting felt a profound sense of grievance, her eyes instantly reddening. Lu Yang received a system notification. Detection indicates that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a novice reward. Rewards: 1. Future prediction ability. 2. Virus immunity ability. 3. All basic attributes increased by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. What a stroke of luck. 4 rewards at once. Lu Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly examined the detailed descriptions of these rewards. 1. Future prediction. Level 1. Allows you to simulate and predict the future within 1 hour. 3 times daily. 2. Virus immunity. Level 1. Grants immunity to the virus from ordinary zombies. Even if bitten, you will not be infected. 3. Attribute enhancement. All your basic attributes increase by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. The system has fortified your genetic code, ensuring that you can successfully reproduce with your partner each time, including but not limited to ordinary humans. Note: rescuing a young woman and securing her agreement to be your partner can grant new abilities or enhance existing ones. For every 10 zombies killed, you earn 1 attribute point, which can be used to augment your attributes. Upon reading the detailed descriptions, Lu Yang was filled with immense joy. These abilities were astonishing. The future prediction skill would allow him to foresee the trajectory of events, avoiding danger. With this skill, he could continue to survive and grow stronger. The virus immunity skill would ensure he remained uninfected, while others would turn into zombies from a mere scratch or bite. As long as he avoided a fatal bite, he would be safe. In the apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, this skill was truly a lifesaver. The genetic enhancement ability particularly captivated Lu Yang's attention, as it guaranteed successful reproduction each time, truly a remarkable advantage. However, what does it mean to include but not be limited to ordinary human subjects? Is it to suggest that there exist extraordinary human beings in this world? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Once the excitement subsided, Lu Yang glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 18 years. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 70. Speed: 70. Stamina, 70. Mentality, 70. Possessing extraordinary abilities, 1. Future prediction, 2. Virus immunity. After the system augmented his fundamental attributes by 20 points, all his basic attributes reached the score of 70, indicating that the average adult male's fundamental attributes should be around 50. Thus, I have surpassed them by 40. Excellent. At this juncture, I should at least be capable of taking on 3 opponents simultaneously. Ordinary zombies pose no threat to me, as long as I avoid being surrounded. Chapter 4. Attributes Ascendant. The quest for sustenance begins. Seeing his newfound strength, Liu Yang brimmed with confidence. On the second day following the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had already acquired such formidable abilities and a remarkable enhancement of 40 to his fundamental attributes. In comparison to the average person, he had long since surged ahead. This advancement would undoubtedly aid him in navigating the perils of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Tang Mingting remained curled up in bed, her expression one of vulnerability. To be frank, Liu Yang was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Tang Mingting had yet to experience the pleasures of intimacy. He was, astonishingly, her first man. Despite Zhao Ming having courted her for several months and frequently inviting her to the villa, had they merely engaged in innocent games? Or perhaps Zhao Ming was simply inept? This realization presented a rather fortuitous opportunity for Liu Yang. Casting a glance at her, he urged, "All right, rise quickly. We must set off in search of food. What else with the sulking? Just moments ago, you seemed quite spirited." With a dazed expression, Tang Mingting climbed to her feet and followed Liu Yang. Due to the earlier encounter, she felt discomfort in certain areas, making her movements somewhat cumbersome. Before their departure, Liu Yang envisioned the possible trajectories of their journey. His mind conjured vivid images, akin to a film reel, strikingly lifelike. In this mental projection, they encountered no unforeseen events, successfully acquiring sustenance, thereby preparing for their expedition. Prior to leaving, Liu Yang cautioned Tang Mingting, "You must adhere to my instructions from here on out. Do not utter a sound, or we risk attracting the undead. When foraging for food, prioritize items that will satiate our hunger. Avoid unnecessary acquisitions. Do you understand?" Understood, Tang Mingting nodded. The pair each donned a backpack and stepped outside. The villa had returned to a haunting silence, devoid of screams or sounds, resembling a desolate wasteland where no life stirred. Outside, no zombies remained. Only a few gnawed skeletons littered the ground, their stench wafting through the air. Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of zombies before he ventured forth towards the mini fire station. As the security guard of the community, he knew it intimately. Inside the mini fire station lay a fire axe, a formidable weapon capable of cleaving through a zombie's skull with a single strike. Soon, Liu Yang arrived at the fire station, retrieved the axe, and proceeded towards the convenience store nestled within the neighborhood. It was the sole food shop in the villa area, stocked with a variety of provisions. If they could fill a backpack with supplies, it could sustain them for at least a week. Upon reaching the convenience store, they noticed several zombies meandering outside, alongside a few carcasses that had been thoroughly devoured. Liu Yang, wielding the fire axe, charged forward. With his enhanced attributes, he regarded these few zombies as inconsequential. The undead, upon spotting Liu Yang, emitted a furious roar and lunged toward him, baring their teeth. Liu Yang swung his axe decisively, cleaving through the skull of the foremost zombie, instantly penetrating its head. With a swift withdrawal of his weapon, he struck again, toppling another undead creature to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he dispatched 3 zombies. Tang Mingting, witnessing this spectacle, stood in astonishment. Such ferocity! Liu Yang's prowess in slaying zombies surpassed even his vigor in more tranquil moments. Was this fellow born to vanquish the undead? Initially, Tang Mingting felt a sense of indignation, perceiving her encounter with a mere security guard as an affront to her dignity. However, observing Liu Yang's formidable strength, her grievances began to dissipate. In this apocalyptic world, a figure of such extraordinary capability, who could dispatch zombies with unwavering resolve, was indeed a prime ally. Clinging to Liu Yang's strength offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Let us proceed to scavenge for food. Do not linger. The sounds of our battle may attract more zombies. We must act swiftly, Liu Yang urged, noticing Tang Mingting still frozen in awe. "Oh, I understand now," she replied, and together they entered the convenience store. Inside, a zombie loitered at the counter. It was the store's proprietor, a man Liu Yang had often greeted during his visits for refreshments. To his dismay, the outbreak had claimed him too. Liu Yang swung his axe, liberating the man from his torment, then began hastily stowing food into his backpack. Only gather high-calorie items that are filling and easily portable, like sugar, milk, sausages, and vacuum-packed chicken legs, he instructed. Understood, Tang Minging nodded. Within a minute, their backpacks were brimming with supplies. As they prepared to leave the convenience store, they noticed a horde of zombies converging from the distance, at least a dozen. Run. With so many zombies. Even I cannot handle this. Tang Mingting gasped, jolted by the sight, and quickly took off. In the frantic chase, they dashed into the nearest villa, slamming the door shut behind them. The zombies, thwarted by the barrier, ceased their pursuit, unable to see their quarry. Inside the villa, its former inhabitant had become a zombie. Lu Yang, with his axe, quickly dispatched him. Lu Yang, why don't we just hide in the convenience store and secure the door? Wouldn't tea that provide us with an endless supply of food? Tang Mingting inquired, puzzled. The survivors in this villa community are not just us. The convenience store is the only source of sustenance. They may currently fear the zombies and hesitate to venture out for food. Yet hunger will ultimately drive them to risk a trip to the convenience store. If we remain there, we might attract the attention of other survivors who could pose a threat to us, Lu Yang explained. Though his abilities had grown, he did not delude himself into believing he was invincible. Staying within the confines of a convenience store, surrounded by an abundance of food, would inevitably attract the attention of other survivors. In the face of hunger, even the most timid individuals may resort to desperate measures. Lu Yang's current capabilities, however, are insufficient to make him a common target for hostility. Thus, it would be wiser to seek a villa in close proximity to the convenience store. After all, making a few additional foraging trips for sustenance is certainly safer than remaining in the store itself. He emptied the contents of his backpack, addressing Tang Mingting. From now on, we must distribute the food uniformly. We can only consume a limited amount each day, or we won't last long. The recent skirmish has drawn a dozen or so zombies to gather outside both the convenience store and our villa, making future food expeditions increasingly perilous. Therefore, we must be frugal with our supplies. Tang Mingting nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Lu Yang's prowess, she no longer dared to voice any objections. Chapter 5. The school bell comes knocking. He Yusher referenced the illustration. Lu Yang ascended to the upper floor, opened the window, and surveyed the horde of zombies outside. They stood aimlessly around the villa, waiting for their next prey to appear. Despite having witnessed Lu Yang and Tang Mingting retreat into the villa, these creatures did not launch another assault, indicating their remarkably low intelligence. As long as they remained unheard and unseen, they would not initiate an attack. The zombies' diminished intellect was indeed a fortunate revelation. While Lu Yang observed the zombies, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. He shifted his gaze to the opposite villa and discovered a stunning girl at the window, energetically waving to him. A beautiful survivor? Lu Yang squinted, attempting to discern her features from afar. Though he could not clearly see her face, it was evident that this survivor possessed exquisite features and porcelain skin, likely making her a breathtaking beauty. Upon realizing Lu Yang had noticed her, the girl's face brightened with joy. She then turned away from the window, only to return moments later, holding a large drawing board. Oh, is she an art student? What does she intend to do? Lu Yang stroked his chin, intrigued by this captivating artist. Soon, the drawing board was turned towards him, revealing 3 words. I am so hungry. Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I'm hungry too. He exaggeratedly mouthed back at the beauty. The girl resumed her writing on the board. I saw you got food earlier. Could you spare me some? Ah, so she noticed. It seemed she had witnessed his earlier excursion to the convenience store for supplies. However, Lu Yang shook his head in response, mouthing, no. A pitiful crying face emoji appeared on the board. Ha ha ha, this girl is quite amusing. Lu Yang was entertained by her self-drawn emoji. He gestured towards her, then pointed to his room, mouthing, if you can come over, I'll give you food. At this, the girl instantly perked up. She leaned out of the window to assess the situation outside, observing that the zombies had entirely surrounded the entrance of Lu Yang's villa. Entering through the front door was impossible, but the windows presented an opportunity, given that the villa area was inhabited by the affluent. Security measures such as burglar bars were non-existent. They were deemed too unsightly. The side window on the first floor provided a direct route into Lu Yang's villa. As long as Lu Yang opened the window beforehand, she could easily slip inside. With this potential route in mind, the girl hastily began writing on her board once more. You opened the window on the first floor, and I slipped inside through it. Upon noticing this, Lu Yang leaned out to observe and confirmed that indeed both villas had windows on the ground floor. approximately 50 meters apart. There were no zombies obstructing the path between these two windows. If one remained silent, the zombies stationed at the villa's entrance would remain undisturbed. This girl exhibited remarkable intelligence, and her swift decision-making indicated that she was both calm and resolute, a rare quality in a girl. Lu Yang descended to the first floor and stood beside the window, waving through the glass. Seeing Lu Yang prepared, the girl quickly made her way downstairs. Tang Mengting, observing Lu Yang's position at the window, asked with a hint of confusion, "Lu Yang, what are you doing?" "Waiting to welcome a fleeing lamb," Lu Yang replied with a smile, not bothering to turn around. One could not help but find this art studentess' actions quite intriguing. It was indeed admirable for a girl to make such decisive choices in a post-apocalyptic world rather than resign herself to waiting for death indoors. Unlike Tang Mengting, who would never dare to take such risks. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Tang Mengting leaned over to glance outside and saw a girl racing towards them. Despite the 50-meter distance between the two villas, the girl reached Lu Yang's window in mere seconds. Lu Yang swiftly opened the window, allowing her to climb in before shutting it once more. Once inside Lu Yang's villa, he finally got a clear look at the girl. She was stunningly exquisite. This beauty surpassed even Tang Mengting in attractiveness. With large, expressive eyes that conveyed innocence and spirit, a high, elegant nose suggesting a hint of mixed heritage, and a tall, curvaceous figure, she possessed both an angelic face and a devilish physique, truly a paragon of beauty. Tang Mengting instantly recognized her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, You are the goddess of Class 2, and one of the 4 campus flowers, Hiyushir, aren't you?" Hiyushir was an art student, renowned as one of the 4 campus beauties, pursued by countless male students who showered her with love letters and declarations of affection. Over 1,000 suitors, at the very least. While Tang Mengting had dozens of admirers, Hiyushir had hundreds. "Thank you both," Hiyushir gasped, her ample chest heaving as she caught her breath. "Yes, I am Hiyushir, and I appreciate your recognition." Although the distance was merely a few dozen meters, the anxiety and fear had compelled her to summon every ounce of strength, propelling her forward with unprecedented speed. That short sprint had seemingly drained her of all energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. After recovering for a moment, she remarked, "I'm so tired and thirsty, I need to drink some water." After speaking, she directly strode towards the kitchen, tilting her mouth towards the faucet, filling her cup with water in a rather ungraceful manner, utterly devoid of any divine aura. Lu Yang observed her actions with a hint of amusement. In the past, he had heard of the illustrious names of the 4 campus beauties, including Hiyushir, during his school days. However, back then, he was mired in poverty and self-doubt, too intimidated to entertain such thoughts, and thus he paid little heed to the so-called beauties, merely casting a distant glance at them. Additionally, he had heard whispers about Hiyushir's icy demeanor and lofty standards. To date, no one had managed to win her affection. Not even the most affluent scions of society. The male students at school spoke of her in almost divine terms, comparing her to a goddess from the heavens. One to be admired from afar, but never approached. Just speaking a word with a beauty like Hiyushir was regarded as a tremendous blessing. Yet now, Lu Yang found these rumors to be unfounded. This Hiyushir appeared quite carefree, seemingly indifferent to her image, exhibiting a decisiveness in her actions that stood in stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of other girls. Her tone and demeanor were surprisingly approachable, revealing a personality that was far less sanctified than the legend suggested. Chapter 6, Can You Read Minds? After finishing her drink, Hiyushir approached Lu Yang and Tang Mengting. She tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and gazed at Lu Yang while extending her delicate, fair hand. "Hello, my fellow security guard. I'm Hiyushir. It is a pleasure to meet you. I remember you. Your name is Lu Yang, right? The school has dubbed you a notable figure, suggesting you've avoided 30 years of detours by becoming a security guard while still studying, thus leading a life of early retirement." Noticing the sly smile on Lu Yang's face, Hiyushir understood he was attempting to bridge the gap between them with humor. He reciprocated her handshake, lingering for a moment before holding her hand firmly. "I never imagined that even one of the 4 campus beauties, the goddess Hiyushir, would have heard of my name. What an honor." As he felt the silky smoothness of her skin, Lu Yang couldn't help but marvel internally at its jade-like warmth and flawless whiteness. How remarkable it would have been to hold the goddess's hand before the zombie apocalypse. It would have been a tale to boast about from freshman year to graduation. Moreover, anyone lucky enough to hold Hiyushir's hand might refrain from washing it for an entire year. Feeling slightly flustered as Lu Yang held her hand, Hiyushir's cheeks flushed, She quickly withdrew her hand and smiled brightly, saying, "Since we are both alumni and aware of each other's names, we might as well consider ourselves friends, right? Friends can share a bit of food with each other, can't they?" Liu Yang's expression turned knowing. The beautiful campus flower had indeed sought to draw closer, ultimately revealing her true intention, food. However, Liu Yang's provisions were not so easily given away. He shook his head. "I'm afraid not. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, food is scarce, and every morsel could mean survival. I can't just give it away, even to you, the campus belle. Oh, dear brother, please, I am truly starving. If you don't give me something to eat, I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Surely, you can't bear to see me suffer like that?" He sure pleaded, utilizing her charm, a tactic that had never failed her before. Even the most aloof of heartthrobs could hardly resist her call of dear brother. Yet, Liu Yang remained steadfast. "No, this is a matter of life and death. Your coaxing is of no use. What must I do to receive food from you?" He sure asked, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Quite simple. You must first take a shower, and then come to my room, and I shall tell you." Liu Yang replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze scanning He sure from head to toe. Not only did she possess the ethereal beauty of a mixed-race goddess, but her figure was also devilishly alluring, long, straight, and fair legs, a waist that could be clasped with a single hand, boasting an extraordinary waist-to-hip ratio. Such a perfect physique was undeniably a weapon of allure. Before the apocalypse, anyone fortunate enough to have a moment of intimacy with He sure would surely find their ancestors celebrating in their graves. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, He sure's face registered disbelief. This fellow speaks of such matters with remarkable nonchalance. How utterly shameless he is. Ah, this seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? We have only just met on the first day, and did you not share food with her as well? He sure pointed towards Tang Mingting. "Because she became my woman yesterday," Liu Yang replied calmly. Ah, He sure's expression reflected her astonishment. "Tang Mingting is the class monitor and a beauty of the first class. How could she so swiftly yield to become this little security guard's woman?" He sure found it hard to believe. "I will be waiting for you in the room. Think it over," Liu Yang concluded, retreating upstairs to rest upon his bed. Lying there, he began to contemplate the future. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at his door. As expected, a smile spread across Liu Yang's face. The mere thought of He sure's ethereal beauty and stunning figure ignited a fervor within him, as if a blaze of passion were alight in his heart. "Please enter." Liu Yang steadied his breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and called out to the door. He sure gently pushed the door open, her face still bearing a hint of tension. Clearly, she had just emerged from a shower. Her long, dark hair, still damp, cascaded over her delicate shoulders, exuding an irresistible allure. She hesitantly addressed Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, could we possibly discuss this? We are both classmates at the same university. Must we be so unyielding? Perhaps, if you provide me with something to eat, I could draw for you. My artwork is quite lovely. I could create a portrait that makes you look handsome." He sure's stomach genuinely growled with hunger. Yet, to cater to Liu Yang's whims merely for the sake of food seemed beneath her dignity. Once, she had been regarded as a goddess, with numerous exceptional men vying for her affection, yet she had rebuffed them all, including top scholars, strikingly handsome individuals, and elite heirs. Now, to consider submitting to a mere security guard was simply unacceptable. "That cannot be. You are so beautiful, one of the 4 campus beauties, a goddess revered by all. Any normal man would wish to claim you as his own. If I lacked such thoughts, would I still be a man? Unless I were a eunuch, I would certainly have such desires." Liu Yang chuckled. But, actions devoid of emotion lack a soul," He sure asserted earnestly. Liu Yang stroked his chin. "You make a valid point. Indeed, you must think so as well, yes? So, why not accept my offer for a portrait?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, He sure's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet she was taken aback when Liu Yang continued, "Then you simply need to cultivate some feelings for me." Right now? He sure fell silent, utterly speechless. She had not anticipated Liu Yang's audacity and his twisted reasoning. Can feelings truly be cultivated in such a brief span? Moreover, it is truly challenging for me to develop any feelings for a mere security guard. Is this not an unreasonable predicament? He sure felt on the verge of a breakdown. Observing the expression on the other's face, Liu Yang squeezed her voice into a high pitch, exclaiming, "Yet, to cultivate affection for a security guard is exceedingly difficult." Huh? He sure widened her eyes in disbelief. Liu Yang continued, her expression exaggerated. "In the past, I have been pursued by countless wealthy heirs, dashing gentlemen, and top scholars, yet I never acquiesced. How could I possibly consent to a mere security guard? Huh? Yusher was left in a state of bewilderment. She gazed at Lu Yang in astonishment, exclaiming, Can you read minds? How could you possibly know my innermost thoughts? Lu Yang, with a triumphant smile, retorted, Not only can I read minds, but I also possess X-ray vision. On your chest. To the left, there is a faintly red birthmark shaped like a heart. Yusher's eyes widened in shock, her expression akin to encountering a ghost, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands. Chapter 7. The Art of Seduction. Captivating the campus belle, Yusher gazed at Lu Yang as if she had seen a ghost. She could hardly fathom how Lu Yang had come to know her innermost thoughts and the existence of the birthmark on her body, an incredibly private detail known only to her parents. How could Lu Yang possibly be aware of it? Observing her bewildered expression, Lu Yang wore a look of triumph. Prior to Yusher's arrival in this room, he had already envisioned the events that would transpire. In that foresight, he had coerced Yusher into experiencing indescribable occurrences within these confines, culminating in her complete submission. They had conversed extensively thereafter, and he had gleaned a wealth of information. Now, by revealing these insights, it was only natural for her to assume he possessed the ability to read minds. The power of future foresight, aside from evading impending dangers, proved remarkably effective in the art of wooing. With a confident smile, Lu Yang addressed Yusher, stating, Since yesterday, I have vanquished several zombies and even discerned your thoughts and personal secrets. Do you still perceive me as merely an ordinary individual? Yusher remained in shock. After hearing Lu Yang's words, her perception of him indeed underwent a transformation. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, he had exhibited unparalleled bravery, confronting the undead head-on. On the second day, he became the first to scavenge for food at a convenience store, showcasing his superior courage and strategic mindset compared to other survivors. Now, not only could he seemingly read her thoughts, but he could also unveil her bodily secrets. All of this indicated that Lu Yang, despite his previous role as a mere security guard, was undeniably an exceptionally reliable man in this apocalypse, far more useful than the so-called academic elites or wealthy heirs. Even Yusher found herself increasingly impressed by Lu Yang. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Lu Yang's current demeanor embodied that of a true powerhouse. If she considered it from this perspective, perhaps it wasn't so difficult to accept after all. Her resolve began to waver, and it seemed they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Yang, too, recognized this pivotal moment. Was there a power greater than mind reading and X-ray vision? What secrets lay hidden within this seemingly unassuming security guard? He appeared to be an enigma waiting for her to unravel, each word he uttered igniting her curiosity further. Her interest in Lu Yang deepened. Lu Yang inquired, Do you agree to be my girlfriend now? Yusher nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. New ability acquired. Ice control. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Yang was filled with elation. Had he awakened an ice-based power? He had often watched movies, and even among the mutants depicted in films, ice manipulators were formidable beings. Thus, this ice attribute ability must be at least an A level or higher. He quickly glanced at the description. Ice control, level 1. The host can condense water into ice and manipulate ice shards to attack adversaries. Lu Yang tested this ability. With a mere thought, the moisture in the air instantly crystallized into an ice needle. He then launched the ice needle forth. Bang! A deep crater appeared on the wall beside the window. Lu Yang was taken aback by this scene. Such formidable power. If it could create a dent in a concrete wall, wouldn't it simply obliterate a person's head? He continued to experiment, discovering that at this moment, he could conjure a maximum of 5 ice needles. His mental energy was nearly exhausted, resulting in a subsequent cooldown period of 15 minutes. It was akin to having 5 bullets with a loading time of 15 minutes. It seemed this skill could not be used indefinitely and should be reserved for critical moments. Nonetheless, even with a 15-minute reload time, it was already quite powerful, a guaranteed headshot skill that would prove invaluable against both zombies and other humans. After reviewing the skill description, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Yusher, who lay beside him, resolved to reward her appropriately. An hour later, the tempest had subsided. Cradling this stunning campus beauty, Lu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. In times of peace, merely exchanging a word with one of the 4 campus goddesses, Yusher, was a dream for every boy. Yet now, this goddess in the eyes of others lay in his embrace like a docile kitten, having uttered her consent to be his woman. Lu Yong found this sensation utterly exhilarating. It was as if he could awaken from a dream with a smile. Chapter 8. Rescuing a woman today marks the third day since the apocalypse commenced. Lu Yong took stock of the remaining provisions: 15 bottles of 250 milliliters of milk, 70 sausages weighing 20 grams each, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-sealed chicken legs. If rationed judiciously, these supplies should suffice for the three of them for a week. However, Lu Yong was a man imbued with a profound sense of urgency. Despite the food lasting for 7 days, it was imperative to expedite the collection of more supplies. The longer time passed, the hungrier the other survivors became, increasing the likelihood of them daring to venture into the convenience store, the sole source of sustenance for the entire community. Delaying could result in others claiming the provisions before them, yet to continue gathering food. The horde of a dozen zombies at the entrance posed an unavoidable obstacle that needed to be addressed first. Lu Yong positioned himself at the window on the third floor, surveying the zombies below. With a flicker of thought, an icicle formed instantaneously in the air. He aimed for the head of one of the zombies and launched the projectile. To his dismay, the zombie remained unscathed. Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? This ice needle, while formidable, has a range that is far too limited. The zombie was merely 20 meters away, yet he had failed to strike it. He deduced that with his current mental strength and the first tier of his freezing abilities, the effective range of his ice needle attack was approximately 10 meters. Beyond that, he could not maintain control. Unlike a bullet, the ice needle was incredibly light, and once it lost its directed force, its inertial energy was insufficient to inflict damage. It appeared that this skill was not invincible after all. He would have to take the risk of opening the door and attacking through the narrow opening. Lu Yong shook his head. Fortunately, the intelligence of the zombies was quite limited. If he were to attack through a small gap, perhaps the creatures would remain oblivious. He calculated that he could eliminate up to 5 zombies with a maximum of 5 ice needles. The reloading time was 15 minutes per round. With 15 zombies outside, he would need to reload 2 more times, totaling half an hour. Thus, in just 30 minutes, he could dispatch all the zombies outside and safely proceed to the convenience store to gather food. With the timing meticulously planned, Lu Yong began his execution. In his mental simulation, he found himself behind the villa's front door. He opened a narrow gap and cautiously observed the outside. The zombies had not yet detected him, continuing their aimless wandering at the entrance. Without hesitation, Lu Yong fired an ice needle. Crack! The ice needle struck true, shattering the skull of one zombie into a myriad of icy shards. Instantaneously, it fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Yong felt a surge of exhilaration. The power of the ice needle exceeded his expectations. He swiftly launched a second, then a third, a fourth, and finally a 5th ice needle. 5 zombies crumpled to the ground, all felled by the explosive impact to their heads. The remaining zombies, oblivious to the fate of their companions, stood idly by, entirely unaware. Indeed, the intelligence of the zombies was remarkably deficient. At this moment, Lu Yong found himself ensnared in a 15-minute cooldown period, concealed behind the door. A triumphant expression graced his face. With this freezing ability, my encounters with zombies have become significantly safer and more efficient. There is no longer a need for close combat. Otherwise, even with enhanced attributes, facing a dozen zombies simultaneously might not guarantee my escape unscathed. Furthermore, in close quarters, the sight of a living person incites the zombies, causing them to roar and attract even more of their kind. Utilizing ice needles for a stealthy ambush allows me to eliminate them silently. Just as Lu Yong was immersed in the cooldown, preparing to re-engage once his mental energy was replenished, a woman stealthily emerged from a nearby villa. Clearly, by the third day of the apocalypse, she was driven by insatiable hunger to venture out in search of fortune. Observing that the entrance to the convenience store was devoid of zombies, she crouched low and cautiously advanced. However, halfway there, as she neared the store's entrance, the zombies at Lu Yang's villa suddenly spotted her. They unleashed a furious roar and charged forward. The sound sent a jolt of fear through the woman. "Ah!" she screamed, turning to escape back to the villa. Alas, a woman who had gone 3 days without sustenance could hardly outrun the frenzied zombies. She was swiftly overtaken by the first zombie, which pounced and began to tear at her flesh. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. In the distance, countless zombies were drawn to the commotion. The woman was soon devoured, leaving nothing but a skeletal remains. Meanwhile, at the convenience store's entrance, dozens of zombies had gathered. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yong could not help but exclaim a curse. That foolish woman. In this dire situation, she dared to scream and attracted so many zombies. Even I dare not seek food now. Initially, there were only 15 zombies at the entrance of Liu Yang's villa, and he had already dispatched 5. If he had waited just half an hour longer, the remaining zombies would have met the same fate, allowing him to search for food unimpeded. Now, however, that woman had lured dozens of zombies to the convenience store's entrance. Liu Yang's ice needle skill had a mere 10-meter attack range. Hidden within the villa, he could not reach the zombies congregated far at the entrance. This predicament deprived him of the opportunity to eliminate the zombies from the shadows. To vanquish those dozens of zombies, he would have to confront them head-on, a perilous endeavor. Even Liu Yang did not possess 100% certainty of victory in the face of so many zombies. Should he be overwhelmed, his demise was all but assured. It was all that foolish woman's fault. Liu Yang concluded this simulation and immediately commenced a second one. In the second simulation, Liu Yang, having dispatched 5 zombies while hiding behind the door, did not linger to await the cooldown. Instead, he seized a fire axe and charged forth. At this moment, both his strength and speed had been augmented, and with the skill of immunity to the zombie virus, even when faced with 10 zombies. Employing a hit-and-run strategy would still yield a high probability of success. Even if he suffered minor injuries, it mattered little. After all, he would not transform into a zombie. Thus, wielding a fire axe, he charged forth like a warrior, cleaving at the undead with fervor. In less than a minute, he dispatched 10 zombies. However, the clamor of battle could potentially attract more zombies from afar, prompting Liu Yang to hasten towards the woman who sought nourishment at a convenience store. Upon seeing a robust man drenched in the dark blood of the deceased, brandishing an axe, she froze in terror. Trembling, she inquired, "Who are you? What do you want? I am your worst nightmare. Hurry up and follow me, you foolish woman." Liu Yang retorted fiercely, "If it weren't for the fear that your screams might summon more zombies, would I have engaged those 10 in close combat? Now I am covered in the foul stench of their blood. It's utterly revolting." Stunned into silence by Liu Yang's rebuke, the woman complied and was dragged back to his villa. Meanwhile, the noise attracted 20 more zombies, converging at the entrance of Liu Yang's abode. Chapter 9. Experiencing the joy of directing the second reenactment was a success. At last, that woman did not ruin everything. However, it ultimately attracted 20 zombies congregating at the door, complicating future outings. Nonetheless, it was preferable to dealing with 50 zombies at the convenience store entrance. Thus, Liu Yang commenced his actions according to the second attempt. Upon successfully bringing the woman back to the villa, she immediately forcefully shook off Liu Yang's hand as soon as she entered. "Release your filthy hands. How disgusting," she exclaimed, incessantly wiping the zombie blood clinging to her wrist, her face contorted in disdain. Liu Yang chuckled coldly. "Do you dare to complain about dirt? Do you not realize that if it weren't for me saving you, you would have been devoured by zombies, reduced to a pile of bones, with not a shred of flesh left? Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. If you hadn't dragged me away, I would have found food in the convenience store already. What are you planning, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I walk through the main gate, you look at me with those lecherous eyes. Don't think I don't notice. Men like you from the lower class are the most vile. Perhaps at night, you secretly fantasize about me and engage in, you know what?" "Humph," the woman shouted, her expression dripping with disdain. Listening to her words and observing her lofty demeanor, Liu Yang finally recognized her. Wasn't she Su Xiao, the third-rate actress residing in Building 12? Every time he passed by, he would greet the residents as per company policy, yet this particular actress would always respond with a look of contempt, sneering derisively. Liu Yang conceded that the actress was undeniably beautiful. In terms of looks, she rivaled He Yushi, yet she exuded a more mature and alluring presence, along with an air of superiority. One could tell her expressions, demeanor, smiles, and even her gait had been meticulously cultivated, essential lessons for an actress. The charisma and grace she possessed were things a mere student could never attain. Though Liu Yang occasionally stole glances at beautiful women, it was never to the point of being lewd. Yet, he was astonished to learn that he was perceived as such by this actress. Regardless of her opinion of him, Liu Yang remained indifferent. This was the apocalypse, not a time of peace. What of a celebrity? Did she not feel hunger? Are you silenced by the truth I speak? Perverted security guard, hurry and bring me something to eat. I am a resident of this community, and is this how you treat the residents? Su Xiao said aggressively. Liu Yang frowned, responding coldly. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? I rescued you, and while your lack of gratitude is one thing, To look at me with disdain and demand food as if you were ordering me around. Who do you think you are? I am your savior. Your salary is provided by us, the property owners. Do you not understand this? Is your mind clouded? How dare a mere security guard speak back? Su Xiao was taken aback by Lu Yang's audacity, her anger escalating as she pointed a finger at him, berating him vehemently. Nearby, Tang Mingting observed the scene, letting out a derisive laugh. She was well aware of the impending events, having experienced them herself. Sure enough, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang delivered a resounding slap across Su Xiao's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her face flushed crimson, swelling from the impact. Tang Mingting's smirk deepened. Her curiosity piqued. What was happening? Why did witnessing someone else suffer the same fate as her elicit such a sense of satisfaction? You hit me. How dare you strike me, you filthy security guard? Do you not know who I am? I am a resident of this community, a star with millions of fans. How could you lay a hand on me? Su Xiao screamed in a frenzy, the stinging pain on her face bringing tears to her eyes. She could not fathom that a mere security guard would dare to assault her. As a female celebrity, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went, surrounded by adoring fans willing to spend thousands just for a photo opportunity. Her appearance fees for public events were in the hundreds of thousands. Everywhere she went, she was treated like a goddess. Yet, who could have anticipated that a lowly security guard would strike her? Celebrity? We are in an apocalypse. Who cares about your status? What of the security guard? Since I saved you, you will obey me, or I will toss you outside where 20 zombies await, eager for a taste of your flesh. Lu Yang's words, accompanied by a menacing expression, struck fear into Su Xiao's heart. She had witnessed the terrifying sight of the pursuing zombies when she escaped with Lu Yang. If they were to capture her, she would be devoured piece by piece, enduring a fate worse than death. Then, at least provide me with some food. I am nearly starving. I can pay you. How much do you want? 100,000? 200,000? I can afford it. Money is not an issue for me. Su Xiao resigned herself to reality. Attempting to leverage her status to intimidate the security guard was clearly futile. Thus, she resorted to bribery. 200,000 was a considerable sum for a security guard, she thought. Money is also of little consequence to me. We are in the end times now. And what use is money? You cannot even buy a loaf of bread with it. It's merely a stack of worthless paper. Do you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, my esteemed celebrity? If you continue to act so recklessly, you will find yourself in grave danger. Lu Yang remarked coldly. Upon hearing these words, the actress Su Xiao was utterly overwhelmed. Woe is me. I do not wish to perish. My stomach aches with hunger. Had it not been for my gnawing hunger, I would never have dared to venture out of the villa. I can no longer endure this torment. It is all my assistant's fault for saying I have gained weight and appear unflattering on camera, urging me to lose weight. I have not eaten a morsel since the day before the zombie outbreak. Thus I have endured an entire day longer without sustenance than others. Woe is me. I am truly on the brink of starvation. What must I do to procure food? I need not offer you money once this calamity passes. I can introduce you to the director, facilitating your ascent to stardom. You could portray a hero in a film. What do you think? Lu Yang shook his head. Do not be naive. Over 70% of the global population has been transformed into zombies. How could this catastrophe possibly subside? This is the end of days. Do you not comprehend? If you desire food, you may cleanse yourself thoroughly and then seek me out in my room. You are a star. Such actions are commonplace, are they not? For a celebrity, the unspoken rules are hardly surprising, right? No matter how beautiful a star may be, to ascend to the role of the leading lady, she must toil relentlessly, climbing into the beds of numerous esteemed directors to achieve her dreams of becoming a celebrated icon. Surely, Su Xiao has traversed the beds of many directors in the past. Thus, what is improper about seeking a moment with a mere security guard like myself? This actress was exceedingly beautiful. Although Lu Yang had previously dated class beauties, he had yet to experience the allure of a star. He yearned to savor the pleasure of mingling with these celebrities and discern what truly set them apart from ordinary women. Suddenly, Su Xiao froze, then quickly regained her composure, her expression transforming into one of indignation. You wish to exploit me? How could that be? I am a star, and you are merely a lowly security guard. In the past, I wouldn't have even spared you a glance. Would I truly barter my body for a meager morsel? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Lu Yang responded with a cold smirk. Ah, how impressive you are. I eagerly await your performance. Ponder this deeply. However, I grant you but this one opportunity tonight. Once the night has passed, Should you seek me out in desperation, I shall not acquiesce. At that point, do not expect to receive even a crumb of food. Every woman makes such declarations, yet ultimately, they find themselves knocking on their own doors in compliance. It is unsurprising that this actress looks down upon me. But I firmly believe she shall soon capitulate. Chapter 10. Has someone entered the convenience store? Subsequently, Lu Yong paid no heed to the so-called celebrity, instead joining Tang Mingting and He Yusher at the dining table, where they began to distribute the food. Each received a sausage, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. This was their modest lunch for the day. Given the current scarcity of food, they had to be frugal. However, despite the limited provisions, both Tang Mingting and He Yusher displayed expressions of immense anticipation. As they carefully unwrapped the bread and took a bite of its soft texture, satisfaction radiated from their faces. It was delicious, truly exquisite. In a post-apocalyptic world, even an ordinary loaf of bread seemed like a rare delicacy. The aroma of the bread wafted through the air and reached Su Zhao's nostrils. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply. Ah, how fragrant! I long to taste it. Gurgle. Her stomach audibly protested. As a renowned actress, her diet was strictly regulated and meticulously planned, particularly since she had recently taken on a new drama. She had been diligently controlling her weight and dieting. Consequently, she felt hungrier than the others, with her body storing less fat. Now, overwhelmed by the scent of the bread, she felt her resolve weakening. It was as if countless ants were biting her insides, causing unbearable discomfort. She gazed longingly at the group enjoying their meal, only to find that none paid her any attention. Here was a prominent star, neglected and cast aside. Su Zhao found it difficult to accept such an abrupt shift, and a sense of grievance welled within her, causing her eyes to brim with tears. Yet, Lu Yong remained oblivious to the quietly weeping star. After finishing their meal, he resumed his simulations. This was his final opportunity for the day. He needed to make the most of it. Once successful, he would seek out food. If he failed again, he would be unable to procure sustenance for the entire day. Lu Yong was a cautious individual. Without having conducted a simulation, he would never venture outside the villa. After all, with the system at his disposal, he was destined to rise to greatness and become a formidable force. Surrounded by several beautiful women, he had yet to fully enjoy their company. What if an unforeseen event occurred, leading to his demise in its infancy? That would be a considerable loss. The simulation commenced. Lu Yong arrived once more at the villa's entrance, stealthily opening a crack in the door, and utilized ice needles to eliminate 5 zombies. After a cooling period of 15 minutes, he dispatched another 5. By the time he had vanquished all 20 zombies, 45 minutes had elapsed. As the simulation could only project 1 hour into the future, Lu Yong had a mere 15 minutes remaining to gather food and return to the villa. Fortunately, the convenience store was in close proximity. Under normal circumstances, barring any mishaps, 15 minutes would be more than sufficient, perhaps even requiring less than 5. Lu Yong dashed from the villa, crouching low and sprinting towards the convenience store with utmost speed. Without encountering any mishaps along the way, he successfully entered the convenience store. However, once inside, Lu Yong sensed something amiss. It was evident that the food within the store had significantly diminished. He and Tang Mingting had previously visited this convenience store, where the shelves were abundantly stocked, untouched by anyone. Lu Yong distinctly remembered how much food they had taken. Now, the scarcity of provisions indicated that other survivors had also arrived at the store. The thought made Lu Yong furrow his brow in concern. Clearly, driven by hunger, some individuals had begun to venture out in search of sustenance. It was likely that this convenience store would soon attract an increasing number of survivors, and he needed to devise a strategy to acquire more food. Without delay, Lu Yong began to stuff his backpack with readily accessible, high-calorie items from the shelves. After a minute of gathering, his backpack was filled to the brim, the zipper struggling to close. Only then did he step outside. After walking a dozen meters away from the store, he turned back, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the convenience store's window. The sharp sound instantly drew the attention of nearby zombies, 3 of them rushing towards the store. Satisfied with his diversion, Lu Yong made his way back to his villa. With 3 zombies now preoccupying the store, other survivors would likely hesitate to enter and take food. For Lu Yong, dealing with those 3 zombies was a trivial task. Given his current strength, he could easily dispatch them. Thus, he was effectively increasing the difficulty for any potential scavengers. The food in the convenience store belonged to him. Anyone wishing to take it would first have to contend with those 3 zombies. After successfully procuring the food, Lu Yong concluded this exercise. He then commenced his actions according to the simulation's progression. Upon completing his search for provisions at the convenience store and returning to the villa, he emptied his backpack onto the floor. He, Huisher, and the others were instantly captivated by the abundance of food that spilled out. With wide eyes, he, Huisher, exclaimed, "What? Lu Yang, did you go looking for food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside? How did you manage to get out? Just take care of them, and then you can go out." Lu Yang replied matter-of-factly. "Take care of them? There are a dozen zombies." Tang Mingting and he, Huisher, gasped in astonishment. Even the nearby actress, Su Xiao, displayed a look of incredulity. "Is it that difficult?" Lu Yang responded confidently, dismissing the astonished and admiring gazes of the women as he began to tally the food. Once he had finished counting, he addressed the group. "This time, I collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packets of beef jerky. In the future, each meal can include an additional packet of beef jerky for each of you." "Wow, we can have extra meals? That's fantastic." Huishi's face lit up with joy and surprise. "Thank you, Lu Yang. You are truly wonderful to us," Tang Mingting added, equally delighted. Once, she was the lofty class monitor, looking down upon Lu Yang at every turn. However, she has now come to realize that Lu Yang is entirely different from her previous imaginings. He is a formidable individual, possessing a keen intellect and a courageous spirit. In this apocalyptic world, he undoubtedly stands out as an exceptional man. Consequently, her disdain has gradually transformed into admiration and adoration. In the distance, Su Xiao gazes at the scene with a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. Am I truly destined to submit to this mere security guard? No. He is just a guard. I am a celebrated star. Yet, if this hunger continues, I will inevitably perish from starvation. Alas, what am I to do? Sob. Su Xiao once again covers her mouth and begins to weep. Chapter 11. The starlet compromised and gained a new ability after meticulously counting the supplies. Lu Yang once again returned everything to his room. He then took a refreshing shower and settled down to rest. Today, he had conducted 3 simulations and even engaged in close combat with 10 zombies to rescue a seemingly useless starlet, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Lying on his bed, Lu Yang soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, night had already fallen. At that moment, he heard a knock at the door. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yang couldn't help but smirk derisively. A high and mighty starlet? Hardly. Had it only been a few hours, and she was already so ravenous? "Come in." Lu Yang called out to the door. The actress, Su Xiao, slowly pushed the door open and entered. Her eyes were red and puffy, clearly having cried for quite some time. Upon seeing Lu Yang resting on the bed, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. At the age of 25, she had spent a full 7 years in the entertainment industry, with extraordinary beauty that rivaled even top-tier stars. The reason she had only starred in low-budget dramas and had not yet ascended to stardom was her unwillingness to compromise. To this day, she could not accept the unspoken rules of the industry. In terms of acting skills, appearance, and figure, she had already met, and even surpassed, the standards of first-tier actresses. Yet, what good was it? Unless she was willing to climb into the director's bed, she would forever remain obscure, relegated to the role of a third-rate star, playing supporting characters. But Su Xiao refused to capitulate. She believed that with her talent, success was merely a matter of time. Who said that within the murky waters of the entertainment industry, a pure and unblemished lotus could not bloom? Su Xiao aspired to be that singular flower. However, despite enduring immense pressure and resisting the temptations of the industry, she found herself unable to withstand hunger any longer and had to knock on the door of Lu Yang. A mere security guard. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Observing her tear-streaked face, Lu Yang frowned slightly and addressed the starlet. "What troubles you? Are you here to mourn? If you haven't thought it through, then perhaps you should reconsider. Just remember, there is no free lunch in this world. If you become my woman, I will provide you with food. That is only natural. Otherwise, why would I share my precious supplies with a stranger?" Su Xiao, taken aback by Lu Yang's words, immediately ceased her weeping. I understand. I've thought it through, which is why I knocked on your door. It's just..." Su Xiao choked on her words. "It's just that I'm still somewhat unwilling. After years of struggle in the entertainment industry to become a star, how could she suddenly accept being subordinate to a security guard earning a meager salary of 3,000? Such a disparity was far too difficult for her to accept in an instant." Lu Yang gazed at her stunning beauty and alluring figure, particularly her unique aura as a starlet, unable to suppress the urge to lick his lips. Although Su Xiao is merely a third-tier celebrity, She boasts millions of devoted fans. Countless men idolize her, willing to forsake everything for just one night of passion. At this moment, the star herself has opened her door, igniting a spark of excitement in Lu Yang. Don't just stand there. Come here quickly. Once we're done, I'll treat you to something delicious. And as long as you become my woman, food will never be a concern, Lu Yang confidently proclaimed. At this juncture, he possessed formidable abilities alongside attributes that surpassed even the strongest of individuals. In this apocalyptic world, while he may not be the most formidable, he could at least ensure an unending supply of sustenance. Moreover, his strength would continue to grow. Ascending to the pinnacle of life was merely a matter of time. All right, I understand. I agree to become your woman. Su Xiao bit her lip, ultimately making a decision in her heart. Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully persuaded the other party to become your woman, gaining a new ability, Dark Space. Due to 3 consecutive successful attempts, you have earned the title of Master of Expansion, which grants a boost of 30 points to all attributes and elevates all abilities by 1 level. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was overwhelmed with elation. Not only had he acquired a new ability, but he had also gained the title of Master of Expansion, along with enhanced attributes and ability levels. This was simply exhilarating. Lu Yang quickly checked his attributes. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 100. Speed: 100. Stamina: 100. Spirit: 100. Abilities: 1. Future prediction level 2, 2. Virus immunity level 2, 3. Ice control level 2, 4. Dark space level 2. Gazing at this attribute panel, Lu Yang was filled with excitement. His base attributes had reached 100 points, effectively doubling his capabilities compared to an ordinary person. The enhancement in strength and speed particularly empowered Lu Yang in battles against zombies, granting him formidable prowess. Currently, his speed was twice that of an ordinary person, while a typical individual would take approximately 12 seconds to run 100 meters. Lu Yang could accomplish the same feat in merely 6 seconds. Such speed surpassed even world records. Not only could zombies not catch him, but even sprint champions would struggle to keep up. The increase in strength was of paramount importance as well. Even without a weapon, Lu Yang could easily send a zombie flying with a single punch. The elevation of his abilities would undoubtedly bolster his power further. Lu Yang hastily examined the descriptions of each ability. Future prediction, level 2. You can predict the future within 2 hours, with 4 predictions allowed daily. Excellent. The duration has doubled, and the frequency has increased, providing Lu Yang with more opportunities for trial and error. Virus immunity. Level 2. You are immune to the viruses of level 2 zombies. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback upon reading this description. Level 2 zombies? What are those? Could it be that zombies can evolve? Ultimately, he shook his head, setting aside these uncertainties, and turned his gaze to the 3rd skill. Ice control at level 2 allowed him to more swiftly condense moisture into ice, wielding ice shards to assault his foes. Upon reading this description, Lu Yang shook his head. There was no indication of any extraordinary effect, merely a heightened ability to generate ice. He tested it and discovered that while he could initially conjure 5 ice needles, this had now increased to 10 upon leveling up. Moreover, the speed at which he could condense these needles had also improved. This meant his magazine now held 10 projectiles, and the range of his control had been enhanced, extending to 20 meters. Astounded by this newfound strength, Lu Yang was filled with exhilaration. Clearly, the upgrade of this ice skill was of paramount importance. Not only had the number of projectiles doubled, but the attack range had also seen a 2-fold enhancement. This skill was indeed the most significant improvement. Next, Lu Yang turned his attention to the final skill, the most recently acquired one, Dark Space, also at level 2. Within him resided a cubic space measuring 20 by 20 by 20 meters, allowing him to freely store and retrieve any items. This skill was remarkably powerful. It represented a spatial ability, likely among the highest echelons of such powers. Eagerly, Lu Yang produced a sausage to experiment. With a mere thought, the sausage instantly vanished from his hand, entering the dark space. Almost immediately, he willed it back, and the sausage reappeared in his grasp. Witnessing the formidable convenience of this ability, Lu Yang's spirits soared. How powerful! With this ability, I shall no longer require a backpack to collect food. I could clear out an entire convenience store in one go. Chapter 12. Foraging for food and encountering survivors. Lu Yang never anticipated that after successfully branching out for 3 consecutive days, he would receive an additional reward. Was this a commendation for achieving a triple kill? If he were to attain 4 or 5 kills, would there be further rewards? What if he managed a continuous 7 kills, reaching a state of invincibility? Would the rewards be even greater? Contemplating this, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, the system was encouraging him to expand his endeavors, ideally achieving success daily without interruption. To maintain a streak of consecutive kills, he would need to relentlessly search for female survivors. Liu Yang resolved firmly in his heart. He would venture out the next day, not only to scour the convenience store for all available food, but also to explore the villa area for other female inhabitants to rescue. After all, engaging with female survivors was the swiftest path to his own empowerment. Liu Yang refocused his thoughts. He decided to reward the female star. An hour later, a satisfied smile graced Liu Yang's face. At that moment, the actress Su Xiao lay on the bed, her expression vacant. Having endured hunger for several days and now having been subjected to Liu Yang's relentless pursuits, she was on the verge of exhaustion. Observing her condition, Liu Yang hurriedly presented her with a bottle of milk and a piece of bread, saying, "Have something to eat. I'm genuinely worried you'll perish on the bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." Upon seeing the food, Su Xiao's face brightened instantly, her previously dull eyes sparkling with life. She eagerly grabbed the bread and began to devour it. "Take your time. No one is competing with you. Besides, after joining me, you'll never run out of food." Liu Yang chuckled at her ravenous demeanor. Once she finished eating, Su Xiao regained some strength, and the two embraced, drifting off to sleep. Cradling a stunning actress in his arms, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Previously, such a star would not have spared him a glance. Yet now she had willingly climbed into his bed, resting peacefully in his embrace. He finally savored the feeling of being a prominent director. It was an indescribably delightful sensation. The following day, Liu Yang awoke refreshed and invigorated. He resolved to visit the convenience store and procure all the food available, for he had awakened his spatial abilities, enabling him to store an abundance of food within his dark dimension. After completing his morning routine, Liu Yang approached the dining table, where Tang Mengting and the others had already gathered. Possessing the authority to distribute the food, Liu Yang ensured that, despite their hunger, no one could eat until he had allocated provisions. This time, each person received a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a piece of bread, and a packet of beef jerky. Upon witnessing this, He Yusher's face lit up with delight. "Wow, another sausage? We're getting more food. Liu Yang, you are incredible and so generous." Tang Mingting expressed her gratitude. Echoing He Yusher's sentiments, "Indeed, you've added another sausage. Liu Yang, you are truly wonderful. Eat up," Liu Yang confidently declared. "I assure you, following my lead, food will never be a concern again. There will be an abundance of sustenance." He was poised to scour the entire convenience store, and once he had gathered everything, there would be no need to ration. Full bellies would be the order of the day. "Thank you," He Yusher replied eagerly, her nod reflecting her relief. Tang Mengting and Su Xiao also exhibited expressions of gratitude. After their meal, Liu Yang commenced his preparations for the day's expedition, intent on thoroughly searching for supplies, emptying the convenience store, and subsequently seeking out survivors. Female survivors could be brought back, but male survivors? They would be promptly expelled from the community. The simulation began. Utilizing his ice needles, Liu Yang swiftly dispatched the 20 zombies at the entrance in a mere 15 minutes. With his current ammunition count at 10 rounds, he only needed to reload once to eliminate all 20 undead. Having vanquished the zombies, Liu Yang brandished his fire axe and charged towards the convenience store. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The 3 zombies he had previously lured had already been dealt with, their skulls crushed, clearly the work of a fire axe. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Those seeking food here had not been deterred by the presence of the 3 zombies. Evidently, they possessed both strength and courage. It must have been one or several adult males. This realization heightened Liu Yang's vigilance. These were his competitors. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had acquired his dark space ability early on. Otherwise, the convenience store might have been stripped bare by now. Entering the store, he immediately began to collect resources. Previously, his limited backpack could scarcely accommodate much, forcing him to select only nutrient-rich foods that could fill their stomachs. But now, that was no longer an issue. He could carry away everything the store had to offer. Bread, milk, sausages, bottled water, all taken. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, fine liquor, all taken. Pots, plates, household items, all taken. Rice, noodles, cooking oil. All taken. Knives, pots, kitchen utensils. All taken. Condoms. I'll pass. In no time, Lu Yong had cleared out the entire convenience store and prepared to leave. However, as he stepped outside, he was unexpectedly confronted by 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Each bore a large backpack, and the leader, a man, was wielding a fire axe identical to Lu Yong's. Upon seeing Lu Yong, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Lu Yong, you're still alive? Are you here for food as well? Lu Yong recognized them with equal surprise. It was none other than their security team leader, Zhang Jinfeng, accompanied by 2 other security personnel and a beautiful female resident. I came to search for food, but it appears everything has already been cleared out. I found nothing to eat, Lu Yong remarked casually. He had no desire for these individuals to discover that he had plundered the entire convenience store, for such knowledge would undoubtedly arouse their envy. Although Lu Yong claimed to be unafraid of them, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, despite his assertions, the security personnel remained skeptical. Captain Zhang Jinfeng entered the convenience store and took a glance, only to find it indeed stripped bare, his face immediately displaying disbelief. Simultaneously, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yong. The convenience store has been emptied? When we came to collect food yesterday, there was still an abundance of items here. How could it possibly vanish so suddenly? Speak up. Was it you who orchestrated this? Young man, I am your superior. It would be wise not to lie to me. Chapter 13. Eliminate the security captain and retrieve the female owner. Security Captain Zhang Jinfeng, lacking in education, had served as the head of security in this community for a full 5 years. From the moment Lu Yong began his part-time job here, Zhang harbored a disdain for him. Young and seemingly directionless, Lu's role as a security guard was, in Zhang's eyes, indicative of a bleak future. He frequently complained about the human resources department of the community, lamenting that they had hired a mere child. Most notably, Lu was a university student at Donghai University, while Zhang had only completed middle school. The presence of educated individuals irked him the most. They were more educated, more handsome, and younger, which left Zhang feeling quite displeased. He often expressed derogatory remarks about Lu when conversing with other guards, referring to him as a fool. He would boastfully declare, "So what if he is a university student? Isn't he still reduced to being a security guard, under my command as a mere middle school graduate? If I tell him to head east, does he dare go west?" The other guards echoed his sentiments, asserting, "Exactly. What good is a university degree? What is the point of education? It's all about what our brother Feng says." They would comment on Lu's submissiveness, noting that he wouldn't dare to retort when asked to perform tasks, lest they collectively teach him a lesson. Lu had heard such remarks firsthand. In the past, he had chosen to overlook them to retain his job, feigning indifference. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, the value of this job had diminished significantly. Zhang Jinfeng, audaciously employing his old tactics, spoke to Lu with the same condescension, prompting Lu to furrow his brow. He coldly addressed the group, stating, "Your disbelief is your own issue. The food from the convenience store has vanished, and you may search as you wish, just do not trouble me." Upon hearing these words, Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. How dare this young guard speak to him in such a manner? He was the security captain, an authoritative figure within the security team. The entirety of the community fell under his jurisdiction, especially now, with the apocalypse unfolding. He had reunited with a few comrades and had even rekindled a relationship with his favored tenant, Xiao Dan. Things were progressing well, and he envisioned a promising future. Yet, Lu Yong's appearance not only disrupted the food supply from the convenience store, but also dared to speak back to him in front of Xiao Dan. Was this not a direct affront to his authority? Without delivering a lesson, how could he maintain his standing before Xiao Dan? Zhang's anger flared, and he stepped forward, pointing at Lu Yong, declaring, "You insolent boy! How dare you speak to me like that? I am the security captain, your superior. Do I not have the right to inquire about your actions? The food was plentiful yesterday, yet today it has disappeared. You reappear here, if it is not your doing. Then who else could it be? Take me to your residence. If I do not find the food there, we shall leave it at that. But if I discover you have taken the food and deceived us, you will regret it." Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Lu Yong erupted into laughter, gazing at him with a look of incredulity. "Zhang Jinfeng, has your brain been muddled?" He retorted. "Who do you think you are? In the past, you wielded a modicum of power and strutted about like a peacock, but now that the apocalypse has descended, you still fancy yourself a leader? I warn you, do not trouble me again, or you shall not know how you met your end." Zhang Jinfeng, unable to fathom Lu Yang's audacity, could scarcely believe his ears. The previously docile security guard, who had always kept his head bowed and refrained from retorting, now dared to insult him, especially in front of the female resident, Xiao Dan. Overcome with indignation, he shot back, "Lu Yang, how dare you address me in such a manner? Even amidst this catastrophe, we must protect the residents. Produce the food at once. Let this matter rest. Otherwise, I will not let you off lightly." The other two security guards echoed his sentiments, shouting, "Lu Yang, what do you mean by that? How dare you speak to our brother Zhang like this? Do you wish for death? We never noticed your treachery before. But now that the world has collapsed, you still dare to be arrogant. Do you believe we wouldn't dispose of your body without a second thought?" Lu Yang, with a cold chuckle, replied, "Oh, the residents? In this apocalypse, where nearly everyone has perished, you still cling to that title? Have you been on your knees for so long that you cannot rise? Who in the security team does not know you are merely a sycophant to Resident Chindan? In times of peace, your flattery was somewhat excusable, but now, in the midst of chaos, you still grovel? Such a splendid opportunity. And you cannot even approach this woman. What use are you? You worthless fool. Women are not mere objects for adoration, understand? In this apocalypse, you still pursue flattery? A sycophant deserves no mercy. And you think you can kill me? Do you possess the capability?" As Lu Yang began to insult Chindan, Zhang Jinfeng's face contorted with fury. "You scoundrel! If I do not slay you today, I shall not bear the Zhang surname." He charged at Lu Yang, brandishing a fire axe. Yet, after only a few strides, a resounding bang reverberated through the air as his head exploded, showering blood in a gruesome display. Lu Yang had dispatched him with an ice needle, fulfilling Zhang's desire for a death wish. Zhang Jinfeng's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Resident Chindan screamed. Horrified by the bloody spectacle, the other two security guards stood frozen in disbelief. "What the hell, Brother Zhang? What has happened?" They had failed to perceive Lu Yang's actions, for the ice needles were exceedingly fine and transparent, nearly invisible in the air. They had not noticed the launch of Lu Yang's deadly projectiles. All it took was a glance, and their leader was dead. The two guards, now paralyzed with fear, pointed shakily at Lu Yang, stammering, "What? What have you done? Is it necessary for you to know?" Lu Yang responded with another piercing gaze, and in an instant, the two junior guards met the same fate. The security guards, while performing their duties, often harbor a disdain for themselves, frequently targeting their own kind, yet adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards the property owners, a quintessential display of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It seems as if their monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is indeed a mere act of charity from the owners. Are they oblivious to the fact that their wages are earned through labor, and they need not bow to anyone? Lu Yang feels no sympathy for them. At this moment, the property owner, Chun Dan, was utterly petrified, crouching on the ground with her head clutched in her hands, trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, get up, stop playing dead on the ground." The sound of Lu Yang's voice startled Xiao Dan even further, rendering the three security guards lifeless in an instant. This young guard seemed utterly remorseless. She feared she might be the next victim. Thus, she began to plead incessantly to Lu Yang, "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I can be your woman. I will obey you without question." In Chun Dan's eyes, Lu Yang appeared to be a heartless monster, capable of taking lives without a second thought. The brutal execution of the three guards, all with a single shot to the head, was exceedingly ruthless. She had no desire to meet such a fate. As long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything. Lu Yang gazed at her, somewhat speechless. How could this woman be so self-aware? I haven't even begun to suggest anything to her, and she is already offering to be my woman? Truly, there is potential here. Lu Yang addressed her, "Get up and come with me. I want to kill you. You haven't done anything to provoke me." "Huh? You're not going to kill me? Then, where do you intend to take me?" A look of fear crossed Xiao Dan's face. This security guard named Lu Yang was undoubtedly a formidable character, having dispatched 3 burly men without a word, employing an unknown method to execute them with chilling efficiency. "Rest assured, I will take you to a safe place. Did you not just declare your willingness to be my woman? Now is your time to prove it." With that, Lu Yang grasped Chun Dan's arm and led her towards the villa. Chapter 14. Dare to have an opinion? According to the progression of events, Lu Yang successfully brought back the owner, Chun Dan. Previously, the security captain, Zhang Jinfeng, often proclaimed, "I am merely a security guard, working to clock out," fond of teddy bear biscuits, and enamored with the owner, Xiao Dan. However, he could no longer indulge in such treats, for he had met a grisly fate. His head blown apart, leaving his remains hanging from a tree. The owner, Xiao Dan, was also taken away by Lu Yang. I shall care for your wife. Do not worry, he assured. Upon arriving at Lu Yang's dormitory, a look of terror spread across Qindan's face. Witnessing three men meet their gruesome end before her, she found herself still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, within the villa, Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao, three women, reacted with various expressions upon seeing Lu Yang return with another female survivor. Particularly, the illustrious star Su Xiao displayed a scornful demeanor. The other two women had arrived before her, a fact she could overlook. After all, she was merely the third. Yet, the significance of this fourth woman vexed her. Inevitably, she confronted Lu Yang, her annoyance palpable. I thought you were out searching for food, yet here you are, bringing back another woman. Is your mind solely occupied with women? We already have 3 enchanting beauties here. Is that not enough for your indulgence? Are you a creature of sheer lust? With our limited provisions, why would you bring back another mouth to feed? Are you intent on starving us? Her pride as a star clashed with the reality of the situation, as she recalled their intimate night together, now overshadowed by the arrival of a new woman. Am I not sufficiently satisfying for you? She could hardly contain herself. Tang Mingting furrowed her brow in agreement. Indeed, you already have us 3, yet you still seek other women. What is your intention? Are your thoughts consumed by such matters? Truly, it seems men think with their lower halves. Instead of prioritizing our food supply, you bring back another person to share our meager rations, hastening our demise. Their displeasure was compounded by Lu Yang's empty-handed return, and the addition of another woman only intensified their frustration. An extra person equated to an additional mouth, further straining their scarce resources. Observing the two women confront Lu Yang in such a manner, He Yushi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Clearly, they were oblivious to their precarious situation. Abandoning Lu Yang would seal their fates. He could easily find another woman without significant loss. Thus, to Lu Yang, these women were entirely dispensable. Yet, these dispensable women failed to recognize their position, daring to speak to Lu Yang with such audacity. Both in intellect and emotional intelligence, they fell woefully short. A sense of relief washed over He Yushi's features. If Lu Yang is surrounded by such intellectually challenged women, then he is undoubtedly destined to thrive and perhaps even earn his exclusive favor. As anticipated, upon hearing the words of Su Xiao and Tang Mingting, Lu Yang furrowed his brow, and his icy gaze swept over their faces. Subsequently, he delivered 2 resounding slaps across their cheeks. In the midst of their astonished and fearful expressions, Lu Yang coldly declared, "Who granted you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Do you genuinely believe that having shared my bed elevates you to the status of mistress here? Providing you with sustenance is merely a demonstration of my benevolence, not a privilege for you to exploit. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to leave this place immediately. I shall not hinder you." Realizing the gravity of their missteps in light of Lu Yang's frigid gaze, Tang Mingting and Su Xiao came to understand that their assumptions were utterly misguided. They had mistakenly thought that their intimacy with Lu Yang conferred upon them a sense of authority, a notion that was profoundly erroneous. They were, in truth, mere burdens, clinging to Lu Yang's coattails for survival. Their sole contribution to Lu Yang was the satisfaction of his desires. Beyond that, they were nothing more than idle consumers, offering him no assistance whatsoever. Hence, should Lu Yang choose to part ways with them, he would suffer minimal loss, easily able to find new companions. Conversely, should they lose his protection, they would swiftly face starvation, or worse, be devoured by the undead. Upon this realization, Tang Mingting glanced at He Yushi. Among the 3, only He Yushi had remained unscathed, and at that moment, a barely concealed smirk of triumph graced her face. Tang Mingting, upon witnessing this expression, instantly comprehended the situation. It was indeed this campus belle who overshadowed her in both beauty and intellect. At that juncture, Lu Yang also noticed He Yushi and inquired, "Why don't you say something?" "Me?" He Yushi responded, somewhat taken aback, then flashed a sweet smile, playfully stating, "I happen to be free tonight." "Oh, I've brought home a new woman. You don't mind, do you?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "What could I possibly object to? This secure villa is yours, the food is yours, everything here belongs to you. Is it not your prerogative to bring whomever you desire?" He Yushi replied with an air of nonchalance. She had never considered herself Lu Yang's girlfriend, nor did she entertain thoughts of monopolizing him. In this apocalyptic era, romantic pursuits were a mere exchange of interests. These women were merely Lu Yang's subordinates. They should not aspire to be mistresses. Yusher was remarkably astute. She had grasped this concept long ago. Lu Yang, taken aback by her response, remarked, "You truly are a clever campus belle." "Clever? Even with such intellect, I still fell into your trap." "Humph." Yusher pouted her cherry-like lips and said unhappily, "Huh. That means I am smarter than you." Lu Yang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the head of this campus beauty. One must admit that conversing with intelligent individuals is a delightful experience, particularly with someone like Yusher, who excels in both emotional intelligence and intellect among the three women. At that moment, Lu Yang turned to the newly introduced female owner, Chindan, and reassured her. "You need not be so fearful. I will not harm you, for you have not provoked me. The reason I eliminated those 3 security guards was simply that they sought to kill me. Therefore, I shall ensure your safety and provide you with sustenance. All I ask in return is your submission. Become my woman. And no problem. I will certainly obey you. Whatever you command, I shall do, as long as you do not kill me." The female owner, Xiaodan, quickly responded. Chapter 15. Is the landlady a ballet teacher? After taking a shower, the landlady, Xiaodan, arrived at Lu Yang's room, where he had been waiting for quite some time. The reason Xiaodan was able to attract Zhang Zhengfeng, the devoted admirer, was her stunning beauty and flawless figure. It was rumored she was a ballet instructor. The mere thought of her graceful form sent waves of excitement through Lu Yang. Moreover, despite Zhang Jingfeng's relentless pursuit, he had failed to win her affection, while Xiaodan had come to seek Lu Yang within a day. This clearly illustrated the folly of those who blindly worship. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, such behavior was utterly absurd. At that moment, Xiaodan appeared quite nervous. Observing her demeanor, Lu Yang found it somewhat amusing. "Why are you so tense? Surely, you've had boyfriends before?" To his surprise, she nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I have never had a boyfriend, and I am quite unsure how these matters are conducted." "What? Is that true? How old are you that you have never had a boyfriend?" Lu Yang was incredulous. Xiaodan, with her fair complexion, striking looks, and the distinctive grace of a dance instructor, was undeniably captivating. It was hard to believe that even someone as infatuated as Zhang Zhengfeng could not win her over. "Truly, for these past years, I have been entirely devoted to my dance career, leaving no time for romantic pursuits. Additionally, I have yet to encounter a man who stirs my heart," Xiaodan confessed shyly. "Ah, you are fortunate. You have encountered me today. I am certainly no ordinary man, and when you met me, your heart must have raced quite rapidly. Does that count as being moved?" Lu Yang teased with a mischievous grin. Xiaodan recalled their initial meeting, where Lu Yang's fierce presence had caused her heart to race beyond 250 beats per minute. It was more than mere infatuation. Her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. His playful banter drew a smile from her. Noticing her reaction, Lu Yang beamed with satisfaction. "There you go. No need to be overly anxious. Although you've never had a boyfriend, I have plenty of experience with girlfriends. I can guide you, especially for someone like you who is yet to experience romance. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. So, do you agree to be my woman?" With that, Lu Yang placed his hand on Xiaodan's shoulder, gently caressing her to ease her tension. Xiaodan nodded in response. In that moment, Lu Yang received a system notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully garnered the agreement of the other party to become your woman. Reward: all basic attributes enhanced by 10. Another reward?" Lu Yang felt elated. Although this reward did not grant him supernatural abilities or elevate his powers, it did provide a substantial boost to all his attributes. This reward was indeed commendable. Initially, Lu Yang's 4 fundamental attributes had all reached a remarkable score of 100. Now, with an additional 10 points, he had surpassed the ordinary human threshold by an impressive 120. Even without the use of extraordinary abilities, he could effortlessly confront 30 to 50 robust men. When it came to dealing with ordinary zombies, it was a trivial task. The pace at which his attributes were improving was astonishing. It seemed that rescuing female survivors was indeed a wise choice. Tomorrow, the search for survivors would continue. Today, Lu Yang had made significant gains. Not only had he stored all the food from the convenience store in his shadowy space, but he had also acquired the survivor, Chindan, which further enhanced his attributes by an additional 10 points. Lu Yang was thoroughly satisfied. He decided to take a moment's rest before resuming his endeavors the following day. Before resting, he cast a glance at Chindan, who lay beside him, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Observing her, Lu Yang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He pulled out some food and offered it to her. "Here. Have something to eat and regain your strength. I'll take a short nap. Upon seeing the food, Chundan regained some vitality and eagerly began to consume it. After finishing all the provisions, she looked at the slumbering Lu Yong, her heart filled with complex emotions. She never imagined that her first man would be a mere security guard. Yet, this guard was unlike any other. He was resolute and formidable, even in a post-apocalyptic world. He managed to gather such an abundance of food and showed no mercy when confronting foes, striking down with unwavering resolve. Setting aside his identity as a guard, it didn't seem so difficult to accept following him. Well, in that case, she resolved to accompany him from now on. Lost in her thoughts, the young proprietor, Xiaodan, gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 16. The dance instructor can also cook. By the time the two individuals awakened, darkness had enveloped the sky. Lu Yong rose, stretching his weary limbs. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he resolved to prepare a meal. At that moment, the owner, Xiaodan, also stirred from her slumber. Together, they ventured outside. Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had long awaited their arrival on the ground floor. All the food had been allocated by Lu Yong. The girls had refrained from dining until he had awakened. Upon seeing Lu Yong descend the stairs, He Yushi greeted him with a bright smile. Lu Yong, you're awake. We are quite famished. Isn't it time for dinner? Indeed, I overslept. My apologies, Lu Yong replied with a grin. A mischievous glint appeared on He Yushi's face as she teased. It seems you have grown stronger. Your intimate moments appear to last longer than when you were with me. Does this lady owner possess some extraordinary qualities? Do you find her more exhilarating than I? Upon hearing these words, Xiaodan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze. Overwhelmed with shyness, wishing to vanish into the ground, Lu Yong was aware that He Yushi and the others had overheard their exchange. However, he remained unfazed. Instead, he affectionately ruffled He Yushi's hair, beaming with pride. She is indeed a ballet instructor. What special attributes do you expect? Her shoulders can serve as a pillow for her knees. What is the matter? Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? Fear not. I shall strive for 2 hours next time. Ah, the last time, I nearly perished in bed. 2 hours? Forget it. He Yushi hastily retreated, shivering at the recollection of that harrowing night when she had pleaded for mercy, only to find it futile. Observing her escape, Lu Yong chuckled softly. He then began to unpack the food, preparing for that evening's dinner. This time, he revealed a packet of noodles, a bag of rice, a jug of cooking oil, along with chicken essence, MSG, salt, and a selection of fresh vegetables, items he had scavenged from the convenience store. The others were astounded by the bounty Lu Yong produced. Where did you procure all these items? He Yushi exclaimed, disbelief evident on her face. It was clear that when Lu Yong had returned, he had brought back only the lady owner, devoid of any provisions. How was it possible that he could now produce such an abundance? Moreover, where could he have concealed these items? He had no apparent means of storing them, particularly the bag of rice, which must have weighed at least 100 pounds. Surely, there was no way to hide that. Of course, there is a way. As for where I concealed them, that shall remain a mystery. Lu Yong replied with a playful grin before addressing the group. Does anyone know how to cook? Both Tang Mingting and He Yushi shook their heads. Like Lu Yong, they were freshmen, and being pampered daughters of affluent families, they had never learned the art of cooking. Su Xiao echoed their response with a nod. As a star, albeit a third-tier one, cooking was an activity that had little to do with her. The food she consumed was typically managed by her assistant. Not only was Su Xiao incapable of cooking, but she had never even set foot in a kitchen. At that moment, Chundan nodded, saying, I can cook, though I am uncertain whether it will suit everyone's taste. He Yushi's eyes brightened instantly. Wow, Sister Dan, you can cook? That is truly remarkable. After so many days since the apocalypse, we've been subsisting on nothing but bread and sausages. My palate is nearly numb. It's wonderful that you can cook. No matter how it turns out, we will surely appreciate it. At least it must be better than sausages and bread, right? Indeed, indeed. Sister Dan, we can assist you. Just let us know what you need us to do. Tang Mingting hurriedly chimed in. Even the prominent star Su Xiao added, I can also try to help, although my skills may not be up to par. Consuming the likes of sausage, bread, and vacuum-packed chicken legs as daily fare was tolerable as a snack, but having them as main courses day in and day out could become tiresome. They had grown weary of it after just a few days. The prospect of enjoying freshly cooked rice, paired with any dish, was tantalizingly exquisite. Very well, let us commence. You sure? You wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Mingting, you two will chop them. Today, I will stir-fry some noodles for you. Chen Dan instructed the other three women. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves to begin. Initially, due to the outbreak, they were confined within the villa surrounded by zombies, which rendered their days monotonous, filled only with playing cards. Now, the opportunity to assist in cooking provided a welcome distraction, marking the first time the three of them would engage in culinary endeavors together. They felt a mix of curiosity and excitement. Before long, the kitchen was bustling with organized activity. Soon after, Su Xiao began frying the noodles, and the enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen into the living room. Lu Yang could not help but inhale deeply. It smells delightful. Today marked the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and the prospect of relishing a long-missed home-cooked meal was immensely satisfying. No longer would they have to endure the taste of preservatives from packaged foods. In a short while, Chen Dan emerged with the first bowl of fried noodles, presenting it to Lu Yang with a beaming smile. Lu Yang, give it a try. All right, Lu Yang replied, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite. The delicious flavor caused his eyes to widen in surprise. He had not anticipated that the first meal in the apocalypse would be so delectable. Lu Yang praised Chen Dan. This is truly impressive, Chen Dan. Were you not only a dance instructor but also a chef? Oh no, I merely enjoy cooking, Chen Dan replied modestly, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness at Lu Yang's compliment. Tomorrow, I shall prepare something else for you all. Observing Lu Yang's delight in savoring the noodles, she prepared herself. She suddenly felt a flicker of self-worth, realizing she possessed some merit after all. The prospect of cooking other dishes was indeed splendid. From now on, the matter of meals would be entrusted entirely to you, Lu Yang cheerfully declared. In this era, it is rare to encounter a young woman who is not coddled, and discovering one with a passion for cooking is truly a treasure. Chen Dan, not only strikingly beautiful and possessing remarkable flexibility, is also a skilled cook. She embodies a multitude of virtues. It is no wonder that Zhang Zhenfeng was so captivated by her. Alas, the one who has won this beauty now is herself. One wonders if Zhang Zhenfeng would be so furious upon learning of this that he could not be contained by his own coffin. Chapter 17. It's decided. It's Yu Su Xiao, Haiyushi, and Tang Mengting, three young ladies, savored their fried noodles, their faces illuminated with expressions of delight. Having consumed an abundance of vacuum-sealed and packaged foods, they had long grown weary of the taste of preservatives. A simple bowl of fried noodles, in times of peace, would hardly have captured their attention, as these affluent young women would typically shun such unhealthy street food laden with grease and salt. Yet now, this ordinary bowl of fried noodles surpassed any delicacy they had previously tasted. The three beauties could not contain their admiration. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Who would have thought we could enjoy steaming fried noodles in the apocalypse? I'm utterly moved. Nothing I've eaten before compares to this. Thank you, Sister Dan. Oh, this tastes just like my mother's cooking. I'm on the verge of tears. Seeing the joy her dish brought to everyone, Chen Dan wore a radiant smile. It was heartwarming to know they appreciated her effort. It made her feel somewhat useful and not utterly inconsequential. Once they finished their meal, Haiyushi and the others eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes and tidy up, feeling a sense of obligation to contribute after enjoying Chen Dan's cooking. Simultaneously, each of them harbored their own thoughts. Chen Dan, the fourth to arrive at the villa, had quickly impressed even Lu Yang with her culinary skills. In truth, she was the most capable among them. The newcomers felt a twinge of insecurity, realizing they were being overshadowed. If this continued, would they not risk becoming obsolete? It seemed imperative to devise a plan and make a meaningful contribution. Soon, they completed their chores and cleared the dining table. Lu Yang sat contentedly, digesting his meal. And addressed the group. Now that we are well fed, it's time to rest. Who would like to join me upstairs for a break? Any volunteers? Lu Yang's room was upstairs, while the quarters of the four women were located below. The following day, when Lu Yang awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky, and he noted it was past 10 in the morning. Haiyushi lay beside him, still deep in slumber. Observing her flawless figure and charming visage, he couldn't resist pinching her soft, unblemished cheeks, adorned with a hint of baby fat. Hey, Yushi, it's time to wake up. Haiyushi murmured, still with her eyes closed. Exhausted, she was reluctant to rise. In a muffled tone, she replied, I haven't slept enough. I don't want to get up. Last night nearly exhausted me. Please let me sleep a little longer. Haha, you're too funny. Lu Yang chuckled, amused by the beautiful campus queen. His plan for the day was to thoroughly scour the entire community, rescuing survivors, and dispatching any lurking zombies. If possible, it would be ideal to clear the entire community, transforming it into a sanctuary. Once the main gate is secured, the undead outside shall be unable to breach it. At that point, all residents within the community would be free to move about, and this place would become their inaugural safe haven. Chapter 18. The Pitiful Survivors. Thus, the investigation commenced. This time, Lu Yang took the initiative to scour the entire community. The neighborhood comprised 45 villas and 10 high-rise buildings. Among the villas, which were situated in a vast expanse with sparse population, it was unlikely that many survivors remained, nor were there expected to be numerous zombies. However, the 10 high-rise buildings housed at least several hundred households, with a minimum of 1,000 residents. At least 700 of these had succumbed to zombification. The remaining individuals, even if they were alive, had likely fallen prey to the zombies. The probability of infection leading to zombification was alarmingly high, exceeding 2/3. This suggested that in a family of 3, 2 members could easily become zombies, leaving the one remaining as the sole survivor, who would stand little chance against 2 zombies. The inevitable outcome would simply be their demise. Consequently, it was feared that survivors among the high-rises were few and far between. Thus, Lu Yang concentrated his efforts on the villas. Each villa consisted of 4 stories. Even if 2 members of a family transformed into zombies, as long as they were not on the same floor, the individual on the upper levels would remain safe, enhancing the likelihood of finding survivors. Therefore, Lu Yang resolved to locate the survivors within the villa area and subsequently lock the entrance to the high-rise buildings, effectively trapping the zombies inside. Lu Yang commenced his search with the first villa. His investigation was not primarily aimed at immediate rescue, but rather to ascertain which villas harbored survivors and which were infested with zombies, allowing for a clear and efficient plan of action when the time came. Upon entering the first villa, he found it devoid of life. The door stood ajar, indicating that it had not been closed during the outbreak, or perhaps the survivors had fled in haste when the zombies emerged. The villa was empty, no zombies, no survivors, and no food to be found. He proceeded to the second villa, where he encountered 2 zombies and a gruesomely mangled body on the floor. It was evident that this villa had once housed a family of 3. 2 had transformed into zombies while the third was devoured by them. The body appeared to be that of a young girl, likely the unfortunate victim of her zombified parents. Though she had not succumbed to the infection, she met a tragic fate at the hands of those who were meant to love and protect her. Witnessing this scene stirred Lu Yang's emotions. Parents, who should be the epitome of love and guardianship, became devoid of humanity upon transformation, even turning against their own flesh and blood. The virus had, in essence, transformed these individuals into soulless monsters, stripped of thought and emotion. The moment they were infected, they had already met their demise. Lu Yang grasped the fire axe and dispatched the 2 zombies, granting them a merciful release. He then moved on to the next villa. The third villa revealed no survivors and no zombies. Lu Yang continued his search, advancing to the 4th villa. In the 4th building, he encountered neither zombies nor survivors. However, on his way to the 5th building, he came across 2 zombies. Without hesitation, Lu Yang employed his ice needles to eliminate them. At that moment, he wished to avoid close combat with the undead, as making noise might attract other zombies. The 5th villa was devoid of survivors, and Lu Yang subsequently proceeded to the 6th building. The door of the 6th villa was firmly shut, evidently locked from within. This piqued Lu Yang's interest. He nimbly vaulted over the 3-meter-high wall. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. This odor was distinctly that of fresh human blood, contrasting sharply with the fetid stench of zombies. Lu Yang furrowed his brow. Could it be that there were still zombies inside? Had they just feasted upon humans? He pressed onward. Before him lay the bodies of a man and a woman, both transformed into zombies with their skulls crushed. It appeared they had met their end by blunt force, and the blood on their heads had long since dried, indicating they had perished quite some time ago, likely at the very onset of the apocalypse. As Lu Yang ventured deeper, he detected movement in the kitchen and cautiously approached. The scene that greeted him left him in shock. 2 men were mercilessly hacking at a woman with kitchen knives. The woman, pinned to the ground with her hands and feet bound, bled profusely, her voice reduced to faint cries for help. They were butchering a living being. Even a person as ruthless as Lu Yang could not help but feel a pang of astonishment. The woman shook her head desperately, pleading with them. Help. Help. Don't kill me. Ah, it hurts. Please stop. For the past few days, I have done everything you asked. Why are you treating me like this? The two young men wore expressions of madness. Shut up. Just endure a little longer. After all we've done to you, draining our energy for days. It's time for you to repay us, isn't it? Exactly. We haven't eaten in days. We're about to faint from hunger. Since you are mine, I can do as I please. The men raved on, their hands never ceasing in their gruesome task. Ah! The woman screamed in agony. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lu Yang brandished his fire axe and addressed the two men. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Startled by Lu Yang's voice, the two men whipped around, their expressions shifting to wary alertness. One of them exclaimed, You, when did you get here? You're that security guard at the entrance and a student from our school, Lu Yang, right? The other man's face twisted into a menacing scowl as he warned. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and scram. Otherwise, we'll deal with you too. Don't think we'll go easy on you just because we're from the same school. Oh, you think threatening me is impressive? Lu Yang retorted. I remember you. You're Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan from Class 3, aren't you? Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze imbued with an icy chill. Li Zihao seemed to sense the murderous intent emanating from Lu Yang, and the fierce expression on his face morphed into one of fear. Zhou Zixuan hastily interjected, Lu Yang. We are all from the same school, fellow classmates. Let us maintain harmony, shall we? How about we share a little? He gestured towards the girl on the ground, barely clinging to life. In his eyes, she was once his possession, a woman he believed he could command. He had never regarded these women as anything more than mere playthings. The 3 men and 3 women had initially gathered in this villa for a raucous party. But when the apocalypse struck, 2 women and 1 man had succumbed to the fate of the undead. After they had finally vanquished the zombies, they found themselves devoid of sustenance and too fearful to venture out in search of food. Their gaze inevitably turned towards the women. Now that Lu Yang had uncovered their nefarious intentions, realizing their threats bore no weight, they devised a plan to appease him with a portion of their spoils, hoping to distract this young security guard. After all, they had endured days of hunger and were utterly weakened, while Lu Yang appeared robust and invigorated. They surmised that even in a 2-against-1 scenario, they would still fall short against Lu Yang's strength. Chapter 19. Did he save another campus beauty? The 2 affluent heirs realized that they were unlikely to match Lu Yang's prowess, prompting them to resort to a strategy of flattery. As Lu Yang gazed upon the woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and then at the 2 wealthy young men wearing insincere smiles, he expressed his regret. What a pity, such a beautiful woman, wasted by you. She could have been a splendid opportunity for growth. Regrettably, these privileged youths showed no appreciation for her delicate beauty. They were treating her as mere sustenance. Observing Lu Yang's expression of disappointment, the 2 heirs seemed to have an epiphany and hastily remarked, Bro, are you interested in her? No worries, she's merely my plaything, as long as she still breathes. Why don't we take our leave, and you can make use of her? Upon hearing this, the woman's already dimmed gaze sank deeper into despair. Faced with imminent death, rather than contemplating her salvation, these individuals were fixated on taking advantage of her predicament. Truly, hell is devoid of solace, and demons roam among us. In that moment, the woman yearned solely for death. She felt engulfed by agony. Each additional second of existence was a torment beyond measure. Lu Yang, taken aback by the words of the affluent heirs, reflected on his own nature. He had always considered himself inherently indifferent, believing that if the world had not treated him kindly, he had no obligation to reciprocate. He thought he had been sufficiently detached from ordinary people, yet he found that these heirs surpassed him in their callousness. Despite being born into wealth and enjoying privileges unattainable to many, they displayed a complete lack of respect for life. To them, others seemed merely objects to be toyed with, dismantled, discarded, or even tortured at will. Though Lu Yang was indeed cold-hearted, he had not descended to such depths of malicious amusement. He addressed the 2 with a frigid tone. Frankly, you are unworthy of existence in this world, and I shall grant you passage. The faces of the 2 affluent heirs shifted dramatically, but before they could retaliate, Lu Yang's fire axe had already cleaved into one of their skulls. The other, brandishing a kitchen knife, attempted to strike Lu Yang, but before the blade could descend, his head erupted violently. In less than 2 seconds, Lu Yang had dispatched both adversaries with his fire axe and ice needles. He turned his gaze to the woman, who, witnessing Lu Yang slay the 2 demons, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her weary eyes. Although she had previously been engulfed in despair, now, with those 2 malevolent figures vanquished, Lu Yang appeared as a savior before her. Clinging to the thread of hope, she implored weakly, Save me, please, I beg you. Save me. Lu Yang regarded the other party with an unfaltering gaze, devoid of emotion, only tranquility. He spoke, your legs have been severed. Under the dire medical conditions of this apocalypse, survival is impossible. You are merely prolonging the inevitable. Soon, you will feel your life ebb away. And I am powerless to assist you. The only thing I can offer is a merciful passage, allowing you to depart without suffering. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words and observing his frigid expression, the woman regained her composure. Indeed, without legs and with substantial blood loss, even in peaceful times, a delay in reaching the hospital could result in death. How much more so in this chaotic world? It was inconceivable for her to be saved. She closed her eyes. Lu Yang unleashed an icy needle, bringing an end to the tragic existence of this suffering woman. After this, Lu Yang commenced his search for the next villa. Along his path, he dispatched numerous zombies. However, within the villas, no survivors were found until he reached the final one, where he noticed something unusual. A zombie was relentlessly assaulting a bedroom door. This piqued Lu Yang's curiosity. Ordinarily, zombies cease their attacks when they can no longer perceive survivors, wandering aimlessly instead. Yet this particular zombie exhibited a singular purpose, relentlessly battering the door, its head already dented from the impact. Had the zombies begun to develop intelligence? Lu Yang brandished his axe and called out, "Hey!" The zombie, upon hearing the voice, turned abruptly, revealing a grotesque visage smeared with dark blood. It charged directly at Lu Yang, who swiftly retreated into a room and secured the door. As anticipated, the zombie commenced a frenzied assault against the door. Lu Yang arrived at a definitive conclusion. Indeed, the zombie's aggressiveness had intensified, not due to any peculiarity of the door. Now, on the 6th day of the outbreak, their desire to attack had escalated remarkably. At this rate, the zombies might evolve to possess intelligence. The experiment concluded, and Lu Yang opened the door, swiftly dispatching the zombie with a single blow of his axe. He then approached the door that had been under siege. As he slowly opened it, 2 female survivors emerged within. Upon seeing Lu Yang enter, the pallid faces of the women displayed astonishment, followed by a glimmer of hope as they inquired, "Are you the security guard from outside? Have you come to rescue us? Has the apocalypse ended?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse has not concluded, and I am no longer a security guard. I am merely here to seek survivors. I can provide you with sustenance, but you must submit to me." Upon hearing his words, the light of hope in the girl's eyes dimmed at an observable pace. So, the calamity had not yet come to an end. The security guard's intentions were not purely to rescue, but rather to compel our submission. The 2 women hesitated for a mere instant, but that moment of uncertainty was fleeting. Lu Yang's subsequent remark, which offered sustenance, stirred their hearts even more profoundly. They had gone 5 entire days without food. The prospect of nourishment made the notion of submission seem trivial. Resolutely, they chose to accompany Lu Yang. After rescuing these last 2 survivors, Lu Yang concluded his search for survivors. He had no intention of venturing into the high-rise apartments. The density of inhabitants there was overwhelming, predominantly families. Unlike the villas, which housed affluent young individuals, a single transformation into a zombie within a family unit would jeopardize the survival of the rest. Their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Lu Yang decided to seal the doors, allowing the zombies within to perish on their own. With the scenario played out, Lu Yang commenced his actions. Following the anticipated course, he successfully returned with the 2 young women. Upon his arrival at the villa with the new female survivors, Tang Mingting and Su Xiao, among others, refrained from voicing any further opinions, resorting instead to hushed whispers. Tang Mingting turned to He Yushi and remarked, "Did I not see incorrectly? One of those 2 seems to be Zhao Lina, the academic flower among the 4 prestigious campus beauties." He Yushi nodded in agreement, confirming, "Indeed, it is Zhao Lina." Being one of the 4 campus beauties, He Yushi was well aware of the identities of the others. Tang Mingting, with a mischievous grin, proposed to He Yushi, "Shall we place a wager? Let us bet on whether Zhao Lina will receive a slap from Lu Yang." Among all the women present, Tang Mingting had endured the most slaps from Lu Yang, a source of lingering resentment for her. She secretly hoped that Zhao Lina would maintain her aloof demeanor from before the disaster and would be swiftly subdued by Lu Yang. He Yushi's expression shifted, and she quickly shook her head. "A wager? I shall not partake in that." Having fallen into Lu Yang's trap once before, she had developed an aversion to gambling. She continued, "Although I refuse to wager, I can draw a conclusion. Zhao Lina will not be slapped. As an academic prodigy, she is far too astute for that." I refused to believe she would submit without at least one slap. Zhao Lina consistently ranked first in her class. Her haughty demeanor has deterred countless wealthy suitors. I cannot believe she would yield so easily. She must receive at least one slap from Lu Yang. Tang Mingting asserted confidently. Chapter 20. Is she the top scholar and campus beauty? Lu Yang paid no heed to the whispers of the girls around him. Instead, he addressed Zhao Lina and her close friend, Zhou Qiuping, directly. You may go take a shower. If you desire food, feel free to come to my room later. The two lowered their heads in silence, merely nodding before finding an empty room to settle down and then proceeding to bathe. After their showers, they reclined on the bed. Zhou Qiuping displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. What does that little security guard have to be so arrogant about? He used to depend on the wages we provided. And now he dares to boss us around, even demanding our submission. It's utterly infuriating. Enough, don't say any more. Be cautious of being overheard. Zhao Lina advised Zhou Qiuping. So what if we are overheard? What is the big deal? Zhou Qiuping scoffed, a look of disdain on her face. Oh, so you wish to remain trapped in that bedroom, starving to the point of desperation? Zhao Lina retorted. At her words, Zhou Qiuping shivered involuntarily. They had been confined in that room for a full 5 days, and from the 3rd day onward, the zombie had relentlessly battered the door for a continuous 2 days. During those 2 days, they had no food and could hardly sleep, enduring a dual torment of body and spirit. Just the thought of that experience made her tremble all over. See, you're scared now, aren't you? If we hadn't arrived at this villa, do you think we could have slept soundly? Zhao Lina continued. Though he is merely a security guard, we must cast aside our previous occupations and identities. We are no longer the pampered young ladies we once were. Our homes are gone, along with any semblance of wealth. You must understand this. Zhao Lina had been trapped for so many days, her mind incessantly contemplating their escape. While confined to the room, she pondered how they might break free, where they could go, and how they could survive. Ultimately, she concluded that even if they managed to escape, 2 frail women would struggle to endure. If they encountered malicious survivors, they could face assault, death, or worse, becoming prey themselves. Zhao Lina had long since prepared for the worst. Yet, now Lu Yang presented himself in a manner that was not imposing, far exceeding Zhao Lina's expectations. In a lawless apocalypse, what could a strong man do to weak women? The implications were not difficult to fathom. After hearing Zhao Lina's words, Zhou Qiuping's face reflected a deeper sense of helplessness. I understand that, but I simply cannot comprehend. Just a few days ago, we lived a life of privilege. Everything was handed to us, and we were well liked at school. I even had dozens of admirers, let alone your thousands of suitors. Whatever we desired could be met with a simple post, and a swarm of eager followers would respond. But now, Sai, the disparity is overwhelming. Zhou Qiuping was at a loss, grappling with her circumstances, acutely aware that her family background, appearance, and even academic performance paled in comparison to Zhao Lina's. Yet, despite this, she found herself surrounded by dozens of admirers. Basking in the overwhelming adulation of those who fawned over her, a sense of satisfaction that was almost ineffable. Now, she was being threatened by a mere security guard, demanding her submission. It was a reality she found difficult to accept, and it was only natural for her to harbor some complaints. However, what perplexed her most was the seemingly untroubled demeanor of Zhao Lina, who, despite her own substantial setbacks, appeared remarkably calm and devoid of grievances. Lina, do you truly intend to yield in such a manner? In the past, when wealthy heirs offered you luxury cars worth millions, you declined. Now, you are contemplating acquiescence to a lowly security guard? Zhou Qiuping remarked, her confusion evident. That was then, the present is different. Previously, I had my own aspirations and a vision for my life that remained unshaken by the allure of affluent suitors. Gifts, handbags, and luxury vehicles are mere trinkets that do nothing to advance my dreams or plans. Hence, I was not swayed by them. But now, the stark reality is that without sustenance, we face death. This is a pressing issue. Once life is extinguished, all else ceases to matter. From a biological standpoint, even the humblest of organisms, like bacteria, resist death. All living beings strive for survival, and I am no exception. First, we must ensure our existence. And only then can we contemplate ideals and futures, Zhao Lina stated with a calm conviction. Zhou Qiuping, taken aback by Zhao Lina's insight, expressed her admiration. Lina, I truly admire you. No matter the circumstances, you maintain an unparalleled clarity of thought, unshackled by the tumult of emotions. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a truly exceptional individual. Zhao Lina's composure inspired her. It seemed to stem from the rationality possessed by a scholarly girl in the sciences. Transcending the ordinary. Your feelings are merely those of an average person. Do not dwell on them too much. You will come to terms with it after one more night of hunger. I must go find him now, Zhao Lina consoled Zhou Qiuping. However, this reassurance struck Zhou Qiuping as somewhat awkward. One more night of hunger to gain clarity? Can I not choose to avoid hunger? She thought. But before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Lina had already exited the room and ascended to the second floor. Zhou Qiuping opened her mouth, ultimately remaining silent. It seemed that tonight, hunger was inevitable. Zhao Lina had beaten her to it. This scholarly friend of hers was indeed always a step ahead. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Lu Yang lay resting on his bed. After clearing out the entire villa area, he felt utterly exhausted. However, rescuing 2 female survivors made it all worthwhile. Soon, a knock echoed at his door. Oh, have you come to a decision so swiftly? It appears hunger truly sharpens the mind. I wonder which of the 2 it is. He called out, inviting the visitor in. Upon seeing the person who entered, his eyes widened in delight. How beautiful, truly breathtaking. Lu Yang never anticipated that the survivor he casually rescued would possess such striking beauty. In terms of appearance and figure, she was even comparable to He Yushi. As he gazed at her, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon closer inspection, he finally recognized her. With a hint of astonishment, he addressed her, You. You're the one known as the academic goddess. What was your name again? Ah, Zhao something. It's Zhao Lina. The academic goddess replied, her cheeks flushed. Oh, yes. Zhao Lina, I remember you now. Not only are you exceptionally beautiful, but you also consistently rank first in your year. The students at school often extol your virtues, claiming you are the most unattainable girl in the entire institution. I can hardly believe that the person I saved is you. Chapter 21. The scholar's prestige. It can be said without exaggeration that Zhao Lina has more admirers in school than even the other 3 campus beauties, such as He Yushi. This is not solely due to her looks, which, while stunning, do not surpass those of the other beauties, but rather because of her esteemed status as a top scholar. Frequently ranking first in her grade, she is not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possesses striking beauty and an alluring figure. Many affluent heirs, eager to showcase their superiority and prove their worth, aspire to win her affection. Wealthy individuals often seek validation for what they lack, despite their financial advantages. Most of these heirs perform poorly academically. After all, those with wealth are often distracted by indulgences, leaving little room for scholarly pursuits. Ironically, the worse their academic performance, the more they yearn for a girlfriend with outstanding grades. Imagine the prestige of securing Zhao Lina, the top scholar in beauty. It would elevate one's status significantly. As some may say, one may not attend university, yet can still date a university student. Similarly, one may not achieve the top rank, yet can date the top scholar. Does that not hold equal weight? Thus, Zhao Lina stands as the most sought-after goddess in the school, unmatched by any other, including the 3 other beauties. Yet now, this top scholar, who has garnered so much attention, has unexpectedly opened her door and entered her room. The thrill this brings Lu Yang is indescribable. Those wealthy heirs may have looked down upon him, a mere security guard. But now he finds himself in the company of 2 campus beauties that they could scarcely hope to attract. Not only He Yushi, but also the elusive Zhao Lina. This exhilarates Lu Yang immensely. Come, let me see what distinguishes you, this scholarly beauty, from other women, he said, patting his bed. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Lina's face flushed with embarrassment. This guy, how brazen he is, to speak so casually of such things. How utterly shy. With a slow, deliberate motion, she settled onto the bed and said to Lu Yang, I require sustenance. As you know, I have gone several days without food and currently possess no strength. Please provide me with something to eat. Only then can I serve you better. This was Zhao Lina's subtle ploy. Upon arriving at the villa, she noticed several women surrounding Lu Yang. Given the scarcity of resources in this post-apocalyptic world, sustaining so many women would prove challenging. Her request for food before engaging in any intimate activities was a strategic move to discreetly assess the abundance of provisions Lu Yang possessed. If his supplies were ample, she might indeed consider yielding to him. However, if his resources were scant, then submitting to him would not ensure her survival for long. What would be the point of prolonging her existence for a mere few days? In that case, she would have no need to sacrifice her body. Lu Yang was taken aback by the request from the other party. It was the first time a woman had asked to eat before proceeding with business. However, Lu Yang would certainly not decline. Hadn't he heard the academically gifted campus bell mention that eating was merely to restore energy, thus enabling one to serve better, ultimately leading to one's own satisfaction? With a flicker of thought, he retrieved a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the dark void. Zhao Lina was utterly astonished by the spectacle. How did you do that? My heavens, are you a magician? Producing food out of thin air? No, that defies the law of conservation of mass. As a top student, Zhao Lina held a profound belief in science. What Lu Yang demonstrated was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Was it possible that he truly possessed magical abilities? Even a scholar like you finds it hard to fathom the underlying principles, doesn't he? Lu Yang remarked proudly, observing her astonishment. The dark void is a spatial anomaly. Ordinary physical laws cannot elucidate it. Suddenly, Zhao Lina appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with realization as she inquired. Could it be that you possess extraordinary abilities akin to those in movies? Or are you a mutant, perhaps even a superhuman? Yes, one could say that. Lu Yang nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing Lu Yang's acknowledgement, Zhao Lina's eyes gleamed even brighter. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Rest assured, I shall attend to you diligently from now on. I shall be your woman. Whatever you command, I shall obey, as long as you protect me, she exclaimed joyfully. If Lu Yang were merely an ordinary survivor, the chances of enduring alongside him would be slim. However, if he was indeed a superhuman, the situation would be vastly different. With such formidable powers and a post-apocalyptic world, he could thrive remarkably. Clinging to such a powerful ally would alleviate any concerns regarding her safety. You're quite a quick-witted scholar, aren't you? I heard you were rather aloof. Why the sudden change? Lu Yang inquired curiously. Aloofness is reserved for those foolish rich heirs who rely on their family's wealth, thinking every girl should fawn over them. How absurd. They should take a good look at themselves. Zhao Lina replied, munching on her bread, her cheeks puffed adorably. I, Zhao Lina, not only possess unparalleled beauty, but am also an exceptional scholar. The man I seek may not need to be the pinnacle of the world, but he must at least excel in a particular domain. If those wealthy heirs were the richest in the world, I might consider it. Alas, they merely put on airs in our city, far from true elite status. Lu Yang inquired, and what about me? But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a superhuman. Perhaps you are the sole possessor of extraordinary abilities in the entire world. Does that not indicate your status as a paragon of excellence? Your previous identity as a struggling student is but a fleeting shadow. Do not allow it to diminish your self-worth. You are, in this moment, a noble wielder of superpowers. It is not merely that you surpass ordinary girls. You are indeed worthy of a queen, Zhao Lina expressed with admiration. As Lu Yang listened to her words and beheld her gaze brimming with reverence, he shyly caressed his chin. No one had ever lauded him in such a manner before. The praise made him feel somewhat bashful. This academically gifted school beauty was indeed unlike anyone else. Her eloquence was remarkable, and every word she spoke resonated with truth. Lu Yang had always held a fondness for those who candidly expressed themselves, especially beautiful women. This evening, he resolved to engage in a profound conversation with her. Chapter 22. Quintuple Kill. Attributes enhanced. Once more, this top student and campus beauty is not only academically gifted, but also extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin is as fair and delicate as that of a porcelain doll, and she possesses a statuesque figure with a pair of straight, pristine thighs that are quite eye-catching. Her slender waist, barely graspable, incites a powerful desire for conquest. Lu Yang inquired, would you be willing to be my woman? Zhao Lina nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, the host has successfully convinced the other party to become your girlfriend. New ability acquired, zombie control. Basic attributes increased by 50 points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was filled with elation. Indeed, a quintuple kill comes with additional rewards. This time, Lu Yang's basic attributes surged by 50 points. An increment of 50 points in basic attributes equates to double that of an ordinary person. Initially possessing 110 points, he now boasts 160, surpassing the capabilities of an average individual by threefold. His strength now exceeds that of 3 robust men combined. His speed has also significantly accelerated, allowing him to cover 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Lu Yang clenched his fists, reveling in the increasing power coursing through him. Setting aside the extraordinary abilities, the enhancement of basic attributes alone is enough to transform him into a minor superhero. He eagerly anticipated whether the rewards for a 7-kill super divine achievement would be even more substantial. He then examined his newly acquired ability, Zombie Control, Level 1. The host can manipulate ordinary Level 1 zombies, controlling their actions and gaining access to their line of sight. This attribute is remarkable. Liu Yang was utterly astonished. The ability to directly control zombies and capture their perspective, directing their movements? This means he could send zombies to scout paths for him, or even to search for survivors and food. With this skill, many perilous tasks can be delegated to zombies, sparing him from direct involvement. Coupled with future simulations, it is akin to possessing two vital skills for survival. Should Liu Yang wish, he could effortlessly employ this extraordinary ability to have zombies forage for food while he remains sheltered in the Villa district, enduring until the end. As long as no large-scale indiscriminate weapons appear, he need not worry about his safety. At the same time, Liu Yang reviewed his current attributes. While searching for survivors today, he had eliminated 120 zombies, earning himself 12 attribute points. Although these points are fewer than those granted by the system, every bit counts. Thus, Liu Yang resolved in his mind. Today, he would locate all survivors in the Villa district, and tomorrow, he would commence clearing out the zombies, striving to eliminate as many as possible to accumulate attribute points. After all, rescuing survivors in the apocalypse is a noble endeavor, and aiding female survivors in bearing children contributes to the perpetuation of humanity. After all, we have arrived at the apocalyptic realm, a parallel world devoid of legal constraints. Who would still care about such trivialities? Therefore, the search for supplies and survivors must continue tomorrow, with a preference for female survivors. Having perused his own rewards, it is time to bestow a reward upon Zhaolina. After more than an hour, Liu Yang exhibited a look of profound satisfaction. Subsequently, he embraced Zhaolina, the campus belle, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Liu Yang returned to his room to strategize for today's mission of eradicating zombies. Zhaolina joined them for breakfast as well, though she was deliberately left a sausage and half a loaf of bread untouched. Liu Yang noted this, but chose not to intervene. When Liu Yang was engrossed in his preparations, Zhaolina stealthily returned to her in Zhou Qiuping's room, carrying the leftover food. Upon seeing Zhaolina, Zhou Qiuping's face illuminated with excitement. "Lina, you have finally returned." Zhaolina produced the food. "Qiuping, this is the food I saved for you." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qiuping's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Ah, food? Lina, you saved food for me. You are truly wonderful. You are indeed my cherished best friend. Thank you. I am immensely grateful." Zhou Qiuping, having endured hunger for several days, eagerly seized the food and devoured it ravenously. Chapter 23. Clearing the community. Upon hearing Zhaolina's words, Zhou Qiuping's face displayed a look of astonishment as she inquired, "Is he truly that formidable?" "Indeed," Zhaolina affirmed. "Every word I utter is the truth. Last night, I consumed my meal in advance before engaging with him, and I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. That is why I saved some food for you. I was genuinely concerned you might be overwhelmed tonight." Zhou Qiuping's expression revealed a mixture of apprehension and anticipation upon hearing Zhaolina's account. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was contemplating the events that lay ahead. Today, he intended to eradicate all the zombies inhabiting the Villa district. During the previous day's search for survivors, he had already eliminated a significant number, and now his objective was to dispose of the scattered zombies wandering in various corners of the community. By accomplishing this, the entire Villa district would transform into a secure zone, allowing his companions to roam freely. The amenities within the Villa district were exceptionally luxurious, featuring a stadium, swimming pool, gymnasium, and an array of sports equipment. A vast artificial lake graced the center of the community, offering opportunities for boating and fishing. Once the area was cleared, they would be able to relish the conveniences provided by the Villa district, engaging in any activity they desired. After wandering through the district for a while, Liu Yang had yet to encounter any zombies. The Villa district, after all, was expansive and sparsely populated. Additionally, Liu Yang had already dispatched a considerable number during his rescue efforts, leaving only a few scattered zombies remaining. The zombies within the 10 high-rise buildings were confined, unable to escape. After a few minutes, the first zombie finally appeared. At this moment, Liu Yang's physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary individual by more than twofold. He did not employ his abilities, but instead charged at the zombie wielding an axe, effortlessly dispatching it. The fire axe cleaved into the creature's skull, becoming lodged within its cranium. Liu Yang stepped upon the zombie's head and forcefully extracted the axe. Shaking his head, Liu Yang remarked, while the fire axe delivers powerful blows. Capable of even penetrating armor, its lack of sharpness is a drawback. The thickness of the blade often causes it to become ensnared in bone, necessitating time and effort to retrieve it, significantly diminishing my efficiency. At present, Liu Yang's fundamental attributes had already exceeded those of an ordinary human by more than double. His close combat capabilities were formidable, allowing him to single-handedly dispatch dozens of zombies even without his abilities. However, the inadequacy of his weapon hampered his effectiveness, as each strike risked becoming lodged in the opponent's head, requiring additional effort to remove. If confronted by a greater number of zombies, such delays could potentially jeopardize his safety. If only I had a superior weapon, he mused. In that case, even if surrounded by 100 zombies, I would remain unfazed. Despite these thoughts, Liu Yang's hands did not falter, continuing to fell zombie after zombie with his axe. Within less than an hour, he had successfully eradicated all the zombies within the villa district. The swift cleansing of the area can be attributed to two factors: Liu Yang's prior experience as a security guard in this community, which rendered him intimately familiar with the surroundings, and the expansive, sparsely populated nature of the villa district. The entrances of the 10 high-rise residential buildings have been securely locked by him, preventing the zombies within from escaping. After eliminating all the zombies, as Liu Yang passed by the high-rise area, he was suddenly startled by a loud banging emanating from one of the building's doors. Upon investigation, he discovered a zombie relentlessly battering its head against the iron gate. The cacophony attracted the attention of other zombies, and soon dozens surrounded the gate, effectively barricading it. When the zombies caught sight of Liu Yang through the wrought iron gate, they became even more frenzied, crashing against the door with wild abandon, their furious growls filling the air. Some even resorted to gnawing at the gate with their teeth, continuing undeterred despite losing their dentition in the process. The scene was utterly chaotic. However, Liu Yang remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable composure. These ordinary zombies posed no real threat to him. Even if the iron gate were not there, he could effortlessly dispatch the horde that might surge forth. Nonetheless, this phenomenon sparked contemplation within him. Under normal circumstances, when the gate is secured, the zombies, unable to perceive any living beings, should refrain from attacking. Yet, it was evident that one zombie had discerned the gate's significance as the key to freedom, indicating a troubling rise in their cognitive abilities. Initially, Liu Yang had no intention of intervening in the high-rise situation. His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 buildings, allowing the zombies inside to perish on their own. However, this strategy now appeared to be ineffective. With the increasing intelligence of the zombies, there loomed the possibility that the gate could eventually be breached, unleashing the horde within. That would spell trouble. The villa district may be expansive and sparsely populated, but the high-rise area was densely packed. Each building housed at least 100 families, totaling nearly 10,000 residents across the 10 structures. The number of those transformed into zombies could easily reach several thousand. Liu Yang, despite his enhanced abilities, doubted his capacity to eliminate such a multitude should they all emerge simultaneously. Thus, he realized a more effective solution was necessary to eradicate the zombies in the high-rise buildings completely. At that moment, a robust zombie suddenly charged at the iron gate, issuing a furious roar directed at Liu Yang. Its eyes were filled with madness, as if it yearned to break free and devour him. Unfortunately for them, their intelligence remained insufficient. They could not even manage the simple act of opening a door. However, in a few days, that might change. Damn, you startled me, Liu Yang exclaimed, swiftly dispatching the strong zombie with a well-aimed ice needle that shattered its skull. He then proceeded towards a luxury vehicle parked outside the villa, retrieving a basin from his shadowy realm and siphoning the gasoline from the car's tank into it. After filling a basin, Liu Yang carried it outside the door and hurled the gasoline at the horde of zombies. Instantly, they were drenched in the flammable liquid. Liu Yang then produced a lighter and ignited the gasoline. With a whoosh, the flames erupted into a fierce blaze. The zombies, oblivious to pain, continued to exhibit their frenzied expressions as they relentlessly battered against the iron gate. The fire quickly engulfed them, spreading upward through the building with alarming swiftness. Before long, the entire structure was ablaze. The results were promising. Within a day, the entire building would be reduced to ashes, and all the zombies within would be incinerated into charred remains. It appeared necessary to set all 10 buildings ablaze to eradicate the zombies entirely. Otherwise, as their intelligence evolved, they might eventually breach the iron gate. Chapter 24. Unexpected gains subsequently, Liu Yang employed this method to ignite all 9 other buildings. Flames roared fiercely, and the 10 high-rise residential structures crackled ominously under the intense heat. At that moment, from the top floor of one building, a survivor leapt from the heights, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, instantly splattering their brain matter. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yang felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that there were still survivors within the high-rise. Had they managed to endure several days besieged by zombies, only to take their own lives in the ensuing inferno? Liu Yang's eyes betrayed no pity or guilt. While they had been ensnared within the building, their lives had already entered a countdown, merely clinging to existence. Starvation was a foregone conclusion, and they were utterly incapable of breaking free. The eventual outcome would have been a slow death by hunger or a gruesome end at the hands of the zombies while searching for sustenance. By igniting the blaze that compelled them to leap, he had inadvertently granted them an earlier release. Truly, an act of immense merit. As the flames continued to engulf the structures, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated a total of 600 zombies, earning 660 attribute points. The announcement filled Liu Yang with exhilaration. He had vanquished over 600 zombies. In the villa area, he had barely dispatched 300. After incinerating the residential buildings, the count had skyrocketed to 600. This indicated that the number of zombies within the high-rises exceeded 600, with 660 attribute points. He could evenly distribute the increase among 4 fundamental attributes, augmenting them by 165 each. This effectively doubled his attribute points. It was noteworthy that he had only received an increase of 30 for a triple kill reward and 50 for a quintuple kill reward, cumulatively raising his points to 160. However, after setting ablaze 10 residential buildings, he had gained an astonishing 165 points. Once successfully allocated, his 4 primary attributes would reach 325. This represented a staggering 5 times the baseline of an ordinary human at 50 points. What did this signify? An average person could run 100 meters in 12 seconds. Liu Yang would accomplish it in under 2 seconds. He was nothing short of a true superhuman. Without hesitation, he opted to allocate his attribute points. Notification: congratulations, host. Attribute points successfully allocated. Current attributes: strength 325, speed 325, stamina 325, spirit 325. Upon receiving this message, Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. With his current strength, he believed he could shatter a zombie's skull with a single punch, even without relying on his special abilities. Having merely set a fire, he had reaped such a bounty of attribute points. The rewards were undeniably exhilarating. Liu Yang pondered to himself, "It seems I must eliminate even more zombies." The prospect of gaining an attribute point for every 10 zombies slain is simply too enticing. The university is in close proximity to the villa district, separated only by a mere wall. This is the reason why many affluent second-generation individuals reside in this area. It appears that I shall soon scale the wall to enter the campus, perhaps igniting a fire of my own within the institution. Additionally, I plan to raid the campus convenience store and cafeteria, claiming all the provisions for myself. Liu Yang had already vanquished over 600 zombies in the 10 towering residential buildings, which filled him with great exhilaration. Within the university, there are approximately 30,000 students. Aside from those privileged enough to rent accommodations off-campus, most students remain within the university confines. The outbreak of the catastrophe coincided with a weekend morning, and many students may still be languishing in their dormitories, enjoying a leisurely sleep. This indicates that the majority of zombies within the campus are concentrated in the 10 dormitory buildings, 5 designated for male students and 5 for female students. If I were to set ablaze these 10 dormitories, I might eliminate around 20,000 zombies. The prospect of acquiring 2,000 attribute points is thrilling. With this thought, Liu Yang could hardly contain his excitement. He then initiated his next strategic projection. In the simulation, he found himself beside the wall, just a stone's throw away from the university. Crouching down, he leaped with vigor, effortlessly vaulting the 3-meter-high wall and landing gracefully within the campus grounds. Nearby, a handful of zombies caught sight of Liu Yang's arrival and instantly displayed expressions of fervor, lunging toward him in a frenzy. Liu Yang brandished his fire axe, dispatching them with precision, 1 swing per zombie. Within mere seconds, he had eradicated the undead threat. He then charged toward the cafeteria. Upon reaching the cafeteria, he noted the absence of students, as the outbreak had not coincided with meal times. Only a few staff members had succumbed to zombification, numbering in the dozens at most. Liu Yang raised his axe once more, swiftly eliminating all the zombies in his path. He subsequently ventured into the kitchen storage area. Upon witnessing the vast array of provisions, his exhilaration surged. To his astonishment, there were over 50 bags each of 50-kilogram rice and flour. He would take it all. There were also numerous 10-liter barrels of cooking oil. He would claim those as well. A plethora of fruits and vegetables. All of it was to be taken. An assortment of fresh meats and prepared delicacies. He would not leave behind a single morsel. Induction stoves, gas burners, and gas canisters, all were to be collected. In critical moments, the gas canisters might serve as effective weapons against the zombies. Liu Yang thoroughly raided the cafeteria, filling his expansive dark space with both useful and seemingly useless items. Though some may not serve a purpose now, who could say what might be needed in the future? After meticulously gathering supplies from the cafeteria, he proceeded to the convenience store, which boasted an abundance of packaged foods, bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-sealed chicken legs, milk, and beverages. Liu Yang ensured that all of these provisions were securely stored in his space. Such an abundance of food would sustain him and his companions, such as Su Xiao. For years, having completed this undertaking, he departed, setting his sights on the dormitory buildings, intent on incinerating all 10 structures. Before entering the school, he had filled several bottles with gasoline and stored them in his personal space. All he needed to do was to arrive at the dormitory building and pour out the gasoline. Just as Liu Yang was preparing to head to the dormitory, he passed by the infirmary and discovered several zombies loitering outside. One of the zombies was repeatedly ramming its head against the infirmary door. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. This was clearly troubling. Zombies typically only resort to such behavior when they intend to attack survivors. And only those with a modicum of intelligence would employ their heads in such a manner. The wooden door of the infirmary was already beginning to splinter, and if the assault continued, it would likely be breached. Upon noticing Liu Yang's presence, the zombies swiftly redirected their attention toward him and charged forward. Without hesitation, Liu Yang brandished his axe and struck at the zombies. In short order, 5 of them were dispatched. Liu Yang approached the window of the infirmary to take a closer look. Indeed, there was a terrified female student trembling inside. He opened the door and stepped in. The woman, upon seeing Liu Yang enter, immediately displayed an expression of fear, shrinking into a corner. Liu Yang reassured her, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am not a zombie. I can take you to safety. Just follow me." Are you part of the rescue team? Have you come to save us?" The girl asked, her face brightening with hope at Liu Yang's arrival. "No, I am merely here to find food. However, if I can rescue you in the process, that would be fine as well," Liu Yang replied. The light of hope in her eyes dimmed instantly upon hearing this. Noticing her expression of disappointment, Liu Yang added, "I do have food." At the mention of this, her eyes sparkled once more with anticipation. Liu Yang felt fortunate. He had originally come to the school to set the dormitory ablaze and gain additional attribute points, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful woman. This was indeed an unforeseen boon. Chapter 25. Encountering the athlete. I still have matters to attend to, so just follow closely behind me. Remain silent, for any noise may attract the attention of the zombies. I trust you do not wish to be besieged by them, Liu Yang cautioned the woman. He took a moment to assess her, noting her tall and voluptuous figure, her curves exquisitely defined. Although her face bore signs of fatigue and pallor, it did little to obscure her delicate features, which radiated undeniable beauty. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman. Particularly striking were her long, captivating legs, straight, fair, and proportioned to perfection. They surpassed the legs of any other woman Liu Yang had encountered. Truly, she possessed a pair of exquisitely proportioned feet. Understood, the woman nodded in acknowledgement. During these past few days, she had taken refuge in the infirmary, while the zombies outside relentlessly battered the door, instilling considerable fear within her. "Very well, let us proceed to the dormitory building," Liu Yang declared. The dormitory building? It must be swarming with zombies now. Perhaps we should reconsider," the woman exclaimed, startled. The outbreak had coincided with the weekend, when nearly all students and teachers were in their dormitories. Consequently, the dormitory buildings, both student and faculty accommodations, had become epicenters of the undead. There were at least tens of thousands of zombies inside. Wasn't venturing there tantamount to courting death? I am precisely seeking the zombies. Fear not. You will be safe with me. Let us go, Liu Yang replied confidently. Observing the unwavering confidence etched upon Liu Yang's face, the woman ultimately acquiesced. The 5 zombies at the entrance had already fallen to Liu Yang's prowess, a testament to his strength. He was unafraid of the undead and capable of dispatching 5 simultaneously. Thus, her only option was to place her trust in him. Very well, she nodded. And together they set off toward the dormitory. As they walked, the woman addressed Liu Yang. Hello, I have yet to learn your name. I am Zhao Yuding. I am Liu Yang, a student at this school, he replied. Ah, a student? The woman expressed surprise, then continued, I am Zhao Yuding, a teacher at this school. It is the duty of teachers to protect students, yet here you are, safeguarding me. How embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang scrutinized her once more. This female teacher appeared remarkably youthful. Initially, he had mistaken her for a student. Now, upon hearing her identification, he noticed her attire, a crisp white blouse and a form-fitting pencil skirt, complemented by a pair of semi-transparent black stockings, which, though torn during her escape, exuded an alluring charm. This was a quintessential office lady ensemble. Now that he learned she was a teacher, her attire made perfect sense. I did not expect you to be a teacher. You appear so young, Liu Yang remarked. Thank you. Zhao Yuding's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. At just 23 years of age and newly employed, her skin was flawless and delicate, often leading others to mistake her for a student. Each time she was regarded as a student, she felt a surge of joy, a testament to her youth. The two were strolling along the path, engaged in light-hearted conversation when, unexpectedly, a group of burly men emerged from the shadows, obstructing their way. These individuals brandished weapons such as baseball bats, spears, and makeshift long poles. Liu Yang squinted at them, noting their dark skin and muscular physiques. A clear indication that they were athletes from school. During the onset of the apocalypse, these sportsmen had been practicing on the field rather than hiding in the dormitories, which had allowed them to survive. Indeed, some of their fellow athletes had succumbed to the undead, but they had been swiftly dealt with by this group. The open expanse of the playground provided ample room for maneuvering, unlike the dorms, where encountering zombies would have left no avenue for escape. Upon spotting Liu Yang and the enchanting woman beside him, the athletes exchanged mischievous glances, their faces breaking into wicked smiles. One of them called out, Aren't you that fellow? What was his name again? The one who became a security guard while still in college. Liu Yang, right? Who would have thought a mere security guard like you would still be alive? Ha ha ha. This is what we call a disaster surviving through the ages. Look at this poor wretch, and he is still hanging on. The laughter directed at Liu Yang echoed around them. Even in more peaceful times, his part-time job as a security guard had made him a figure of ridicule throughout the school. Nearly everyone recognized him. And there were even photographs of him standing duty at the community gate circulating on the school forum for public mockery. Liu Yang found it baffling. During his studies, he had worked hard and supported himself. What was wrong with that? Was it not better than those wealthy heirs who relied solely on their families for money? What shame was there in being a security guard? Wasn't he also a means of earning a living through one's own efforts? Did professions truly need to be stratified by superiority or inferiority? As he observed the scornful smiles on their faces, Liu Yang's expression turned icy. He warned them, You fools. Are you tired of living? These individuals were merely students at the school. Had they crossed paths in his upscale neighborhood, he would have dealt with them without hesitation. However, Liu Yang had no intention of making a stand at the school, hence he chose to ignore them. Yet, his words incited immediate fury among the group. For strong athletes, each armed, could hardly tolerate the audacity of a mere security guard to speak such bravado. What did you just say? One of them sneered. Did I hear you correctly? You want us to die? Ha ha ha. Have you lost your mind to the zombies? How dare a worthless individual speak to us like that? You're asking for trouble. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws to bind us. We could kill you without consequence. Do you understand? Kneel and apologize. Give us all the food you have. Leave behind that weapon and hand over this woman to us. Then you may leave. The leader of the athletes spoke menacingly to Liu Yang. Indeed, in this lawless environment, one could eliminate you without consequence. Liu Yang let out a chilling laugh. Since they were seeking their own demise, he felt no need for courtesy. With his attributes enhanced and having only battled zombies thus far, he was eager to test his mettle against these 4 athletes, who were slightly more formidable than the average person. How long could they withstand him? What do you intend to do? One of them stammered. We are all classmates. Can't we converse amicably? Why must there be conflict? Do not bully others simply because you outnumber them. At that moment, the female teacher positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Yang. To her, these athletes were merely leveraging their numbers to intimidate him, and as a teacher, it was her duty to intervene. Though terror coursed through her, causing her body to tremble, she resolutely shielded Lu Yang. Moved by her actions, Lu Yang felt a surge of gratitude. The athletes, upon hearing Zhao Yuding's words, sneered, "Ha! In the face of an apocalypse, you still cling to the notion of classmates? How naive. Zhao is it? I've heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school. My friends and I have had our fun with numerous female students. But we have yet to entertain a teacher. Come, accompany us to the equipment room. We would like to enjoy some time with you. Do not end up like those girls who were easily toyed with." The female teacher, upon hearing their lewd remarks and witnessing their lascivious expressions, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she stood her ground. At that moment, Lu Yang could no longer bear the scene. Gripping a fire axe, he charged toward them with remarkable speed. The athlete's expressions shifted drastically. What incredible speed! What is wrong with this guy? A scream pierced the air. One athlete's arm was severed by Lu Yang's axe, blood gushing forth instantaneously. My arm! My arm! He cried, collapsing to the ground. Curse it, this guy is strong. Tiger, take action. The leader of the athletes shouted. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere. A sneak attack. Lu Yang, with lightning reflexes, snatched an arrow from the air. Turning around, he discovered another athlete hiding behind a large tree, bow in hand. However, the expression on the archer's face turned to one of disbelief. Trembling, he stammered. What the hell? You caught an arrow with your bare hands? Are you even human? Lu Yang replied with a cold smirk. Whether I am human or not is unclear, but you are about to become ghosts. With that, Lu Yang surged toward them like a deity of death, swiftly eliminating all the athletes in his path. Chapter 26. Damn, the simulation has concluded. And this iteration proved remarkably successful. However, the actions of the female teacher left Lu Yang somewhat astonished. When she witnessed him being besieged by the athletes, she boldly stepped forward to shield him. Although she was no match for the 5 sports students, in that moment, she did not cower or flee. She stood her ground, contemplating his protection. Such courage in her character is indeed rare. Though this event was but a projection of the future and not a reality, Lu Yang etched her kindness into his memory. In his earlier days of poverty, he had never experienced anyone's goodwill. It is often said that once you achieve success, those around you appear as paragons of virtue, treating you with utmost benevolence. Yet, upon failure, one becomes akin to a speck of dust, subjected to the disdain of others. Surrounded by palpable malice, Lu Yang had previously known no kindness. This teacher was the first to show it to him. This rarity of goodwill struck him deeply, leaving an indelible impression. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yang resolved to act according to the simulation strategy. This time, he was determined to eliminate the athletes the moment he laid eyes upon them. As the simulation commenced, he successfully gathered all provisions and rescued the teacher, only to encounter the 4 athletes again as they approached the dormitory. ISNT that the little security guard, Lu Yang? Who would have thought he'd? The contemptuous smiles on their faces elicited no response from Lu Yang. With a swift motion, he struck, producing 5 sharp cracks as he dispatched the athletes in an instant. Even in their final moments, they remained oblivious to their fate. Zhao Yuding let out a shriek, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, recalling Lu Yang's warning against making noise, lest they attract the undead. Why did you kill them all? She asked, her voice trembling. If I do not kill them, they will kill me, Lu Yang replied. That's impossible. They are students of this school. How could they kill so casually? Zhao Yuding responded in disbelief. With a faint smile, Lu Yang coldly asserted, not only will they kill me, but they will also abduct you, turning you into their outlet for release. Within 3 days, they could easily bring about your demise. No, that can't be. Zhao Yuding shook her head vigorously, unable to accept such a grim view of humanity. She steadfastly believed that within the school, teachers had a duty to educate and protect students, and that classmates should support one another, even amidst an impending apocalypse. Only through mutual assistance could they triumph over calamity. Yet, she remained oblivious to the harshness of reality. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, one must prioritize self-preservation. If you do not take the life of another, you risk losing your own. In a time of scarce resources, every individual becomes a competitor. The more people there are searching for food, the greater the challenge becomes for you to find sustenance. It matters not if you do not believe me. I shall take you to their stronghold. After Lu Yang spoke, he led Zhao Yuding directly to the equipment room. During a previous simulation, he had overheard the athletes discussing their intent to bring Zhao Yuding there. It was clear that their base of operations lay within the equipment room. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Upon entering, they were met with a harrowing sight. A female student, entirely unclothed, was shackled by a chain around her neck, bound to the security bars. Her arms had been severed, and the stumps were tightly bound with rope to staunch the bleeding. The pallor of her face revealed her dire condition, and she was barely clinging to life. Her skin bore numerous scratches, bite marks, and scars from cigarette burns. At this ghastly scene, Zhao Yuding instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. She could hardly fathom that fellow students could inflict such horrors upon one another. How could this be? They are monsters. The tormented girl, upon seeing Lu Yang and Zhao Yuding, opened her despairing eyes and weakly uttered, "Kill me. Just kill me for days." She had endured relentless torment at the hands of 5 male athletes. Initially, they merely assaulted and degraded her, deriving pleasure from her suffering. In those moments, she had clung to the hope of survival, believing that enduring their cruelty was preferable to being devoured by zombies. However, as hunger gnawed at her and food became elusive, the athletes, too fearful to venture into the cafeteria teeming with zombies, turned their gaze upon her. They devoured her arms. In that moment, she realized that the true monstrosity lay not with the undead, but within the hearts of men. Thus, she fervently yearned for death. Yet, despite her pleas, the athletes showed no mercy, and their excitement only grew after they had mutilated her. It was as if her disfigurement awakened their long-buried curiosity. Their sadism intensified as they continued to torment her. This female student had long since descended into a living hell. "We can save her. We can take her with us." "Can we not, Lu Yang?" Zhao Yuding implored through her tears. Lu Yang merely shook his head, saying, "Do not be foolish. She has lost both her arms and cannot survive. All I can do is grant her a merciful end." "No, she is still alive. We can surely save her." Zhao Yuding cried, overwhelmed with sorrow. As a teacher, witnessing a student in such a grievous state left her with a profound sense of guilt and helplessness. She felt burdened by her own failings. "Kill me, please, in my suffering. I understand that I cannot survive," the female student implored weakly, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yang. "Could you grant me a swift release?" Lu Yang nodded in response. "Thank you." A look of relief finally washed over her face as she closed her eyes. With a sudden crack, Lu Yang shot her in the head. "Ah! Oh!" The sound of Zhao Yuding's anguished cries echoed through the equipment room. Chapter 27. Bringing the beautiful teacher back to the villa before her eyes. A female student was brutally executed by Lu Yang. Although the girl had requested it, Zhao Yuding could not fathom such despair unfolding before her as a teacher. Those individuals were demons. They were not human. She sobbed and cursed, unable to comprehend how her fellow students could commit such horrifying and inhumane acts, far more terrifying than any zombie. Lu Yang turned to the teacher and admonished her, "Zhao, you must understand that in this apocalypse, everyone's previous identity has become nothing more than a fleeting memory. Teachers are no longer teachers, and students are no longer students. Everyone exists solely as survivors. In this state of survival, there are no constraints, and individuals are capable of unimaginable actions. Had you encountered someone else instead of me, your fate could have mirrored that of this unfortunate student. Therefore, please safeguard yourself and abandon any notions of naive altruism. Otherwise, you will descend into an endless abyss. Those people deserve to die, 1,000 deaths." Zhao Yuding wept softly. "Let us depart. There is no time to linger here. I have my own tasks to attend to," Lu Yang stated as he exited the equipment room. Despite her sorrow, Zhao Yuding obediently followed in his wake. In the aftermath of this incident, she realized the world was fraught with dangers, not only from zombies, but also from humanity itself. Initially, she believed they were all classmates. And when Lu Yang warned her about the potential threat from the athletic students, she had dismissed it entirely. However, the horrific scene in the equipment room shattered her disbelief. Had Lu Yang not dealt with those athletes, it could very well have been he who fell victim, with her captured by them, facing a fate even more pitiable than that of the female student. She finally recognized the harshness of this world. Surviving in such a brutal environment was a formidable challenge, and Lu Yang was now her sole support for survival. Soon, they arrived at the base of the dormitory building. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. There are tens of thousands of zombies within these dormitories, so I intend to set ablaze all 10 buildings, Lu Yang replied calmly. Ah, Zhao Yuding gasped in shock. But there may still be surviving students inside. If you burn the dormitories, won't you be condemning them as well? Lu Yang responded with an unwavering demeanor. Whether in the male or female dormitories, most are shared rooms housing 4 to 6 individuals, with approximately a 70 chance of having turned into zombies. You can assume that at least half of the occupants have succumbed. Do you truly believe the remaining individuals can still survive? Even if they do, that is not within my purview. You should have already witnessed the brutality of this apocalypse. If these tens of thousands of zombies are not incinerated, once they evolve into beings of intelligence, it is likely that even more survivors will perish at their hands. However, Zhao Yuding wished to articulate further, yet the grim scene she recalled from the equipment room silenced her. What significance does the existence of survivors hold if they are akin to those athletes, inflicting harm upon their own kind? Thus, she retracted her compassionate sentiments. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. Upon seeing him, the zombies within erupted in excitement, incessantly battering the door. Lu Yang, emerging from the shadows, retrieved gasoline and began to douse them with it. He then ignited a flame. The fierce fire engulfed the zombies, yet they remained oblivious to the pain, continuing their relentless assault on the door. Despite the inferno raging upon them, they displayed no sign of distress. Lu Yang chose to disregard them, proceeding to the next dormitory to continue his task of spreading gasoline. Before long, all 10 dormitory buildings were ablaze. Observing the flames consuming the structures, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to Zhao Yuding and stated, "Let us depart. The dormitories are vast. It may burn for an entire day and night. We should return to a place of safety." A place of safety? Where could that possibly be? Is there truly a safe haven in this apocalypse? Zhao Yuding inquired, astonished. After witnessing the devastation in the equipment room, doubts began to creep into her mind about the very fabric of their world. Was this still the world she recognized? In this ravaged existence, could a sanctuary truly exist for fragile survivors like them? Lu Yang, exuding confidence, replied, "The place where I reside is the safe haven." With that, he grasped Zhao Yuding's hand and began leading her toward the villa. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words and witnessing the assurance in his gaze, Zhao Yuding found herself momentarily taken aback. How could he be so certain? He radiated an almost blinding brilliance. In the face of the apocalypse, he stood as a beacon of hope, dazzling and resplendent. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Yuding perceived Lu Yang as the most outstanding and handsome man she had ever encountered. He was a pillar of reliability, a source of profound security. Lu Yang successfully escorted Zhao Yuding back to the villa, concluding their mission. Fortunately, this operation unfolded without any unforeseen incidents. Lu Yang had effectively set the school dormitories ablaze and returned with Zhao Yuding. Upon entering the villa, He Yusher promptly approached, and upon recognizing Zhao Yuding, her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Yuding was indeed their mathematics instructor. To encounter her amidst the apocalypse was a delightful surprise for He Yusher. Excitedly, she grasped Zhao Yuding's hand and exclaimed, "It truly is you, Teacher Zhao. What a joy it is to see you." Lu Yang, where did you come across Teacher Zhao? As far as I know, doesn't he reside in this villa? I found myself hidden in the infirmary of the school, where I was rescued by Lu Yang. Rain poetry, I never anticipated seeing you here. My joy knows no bounds. Alas, this apocalyptic world is truly terrifying. I feared I would never lay eyes on you students again. Zhao Yuding immediately began to weep once more. The harrowing scene in the sports equipment room was indelibly etched in her mind. At that moment, she pondered whether the students in her class were also facing such horrors. The mere thought of that image filled her with nausea and distress. Now, seeing He Yusher alive and exuberantly bouncing before her, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and happiness. Chapter 28. The unrefined remarks. As Lu Yang returned with Zhao Yuding, the timing coincided perfectly with mealtime. The table was set with delicious dishes prepared by Xiao Dan. The aroma wafting through the air was utterly enticing. Zhao Yuding, having endured days of hunger in the infirmary, had survived solely on glucose water. Now, with the scent of fresh food filling her senses, her stomach could not help but audibly protest. Gurgle, gurgle. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head, attempting to muffle the sound of her betraying belly. Lu Yang remarked, "Teacher Zhao, please go ahead and eat. I've set aside my portion for you. I'll head to my room for a shower. I'm covered in zombie blood, and it's quite filthy." Zhao Yuding was taken aback, then shyly replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it?" Aren't you hungry? If you are, then eat. I've assured you that this place is safe, and you needn't worry about food. With that, Lu Yang ascended the stairs. He Sure then pulled Zhao Yuding to sit at the dining table, beaming as she began to introduce the others. This is Su Xiao, a major celebrity. And this is Sister Xiao Dan, the best cook. You'll love the meals she prepares. This is Tang Meng Ting, the class monitor of Class 1. And this is Zhao Lina. There's also Zhou Qiuping, who hasn't come out of her room yet. Oh, I didn't realize so many people lived here. How did you all end up here? Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. Just like you, Lu Yang rescued us. He Sure replied with a smile, serving Zhao Yuding a bowl of rice. They had initially prepared a meal for Lu Yang, awaiting his return. And now it was perfectly timed to serve Zhao Yuding instead. Seeing the fragrant bowl of rice before her, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Just before she began eating, she asked, "Didn't you mention a Zhou Qiuping? Why isn't she joining us for dinner?" "Oh, she hasn't done anything with Lu Yang yet, so how could she possibly eat?" He Sure answered nonchalantly. Done anything? Zhao Yuding was momentarily stunned. Come on, teacher, don't play coy. That is what I mean. You must be quite impressive. Lu Yang couldn't wait to have you as his partner upon your arrival, right? Truly, you are Zhao Laosher. He Sure exclaimed, giving Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. Zhao Yuding's mouth fell open in astonishment, as she observed He Sure's tone and the mischievous grin on her face. She began to realize the implications of what they were discussing. Tang Meng Ting, Su Xiao, Chen Dan, and the others gazed at Zhao Yuding with curious eyes, appraising their teacher from head to toe. Tall and voluptuous, with skin as fair as snow, Zhao Yuding suddenly felt self-conscious under their scrutiny. Her face turned as red as a charming apple, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Having only recently graduated and begun her career, she had never had a boyfriend, let alone engaged in any intimate encounters. Now, these students were brazenly addressing such topics. Goodness, are you not all college students? How utterly scandalous. Observing the expressions on their faces, one would think that inquiring about such matters was merely routine, akin to asking what one had for lunch. How could they discuss such an intimate topic with such calmness and ease? Oh dear, someone save me. I am on the brink of embarrassment. He Sure, noticing Zhao Yuding's bashful demeanor, exclaimed, "Oh, dear teacher, there's no need to be shy. Each of us has had our experiences with Lu Yang. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sharing a meal together. For instance, Zhou Qiuping has yet to visit Lu Yang's room, so she has nothing to eat. We are all in the same boat, so why be shy? Do share with us." Yes, Zhao teacher, do enlighten us. They chimed in unrestrained laughter. Zhao Yuding, however, wished fervently to disappear into the ground. Tang Mengting remarked, "Goodness, Zhao teacher, you are quite remarkable." Zhao Lina added, "Could it be that Lu Yang prefers the more mature type?" The star Su Xiao interjected, "That is certainly not the case. Am I not mature enough?" With her face flushed with embarrassment, Zhao Yuding listened to the ongoing discussion, her head bowed as she continued to eat. The gossiping of girls truly is a formidable force. Once the meal concluded, Zhao Yuding hastily sought an excuse to take a shower and dashed into the bathroom. After completing her bath, she swiftly found a room to hide in. Continuing to converse with this group of girls only made her feel increasingly sullied. Despite the fact that she had never even dated, their chatter had transformed her into someone who had battled with Lu Yang for hours. How utterly mortifying. Chapter 29. My first experience as a war correspondent. At this moment, Lu Yang had just bathed and was reclining on his bed, seeking solace. After dispatching numerous zombies and a few athletic students earlier in the day, he felt a certain fatigue settling in. He retrieved bread and milk from the dark space, consuming them thoughtfully as he contemplated his forthcoming plans. The provisions from the community convenience store and the school cafeteria would suffice for the sustenance of his small group for quite some time. However, one must always maintain a sense of urgency in this apocalyptic world. What if fortune smiled upon him and he stumbled upon hundreds of female survivors? Such meager rations would be utterly insufficient. Moreover, the expanse of the 202020 dark space felt overwhelmingly vast, still largely unfilled, with only about a third of it occupied, which irked him. It was imperative that he filled it to the brim. Therefore, he resolved to venture outside the community to scavenge for food. A large supermarket, located just over a kilometer away, promised a far greater abundance of supplies than the cafeteria or convenience store. If he could gather everything available there, it might very well fill his dark space completely. Given his current capabilities, even if he were to encounter dozens of zombies outside the community, He possessed the strength to fight back. Even in the face of hundreds or thousands of zombies, he had the means to escape. His speed was 6 times that of an ordinary person, a fact not to be trifled with. Even if he could not prevail in combat, he could certainly flee. Those zombies would never catch up to him. With this resolve firmly planted in his heart, Lu Yang pledged to commence his scavenging expedition to the supermarket the following day. Soon, he would find himself inundated with an abundance of food. Suddenly, as Lu Yang was lost in thought, a knock resonated at his door. He was momentarily taken aback. Who could be knocking at this hour? Could it be the female teacher, Zhao Yuding? Yet, he had never hinted to her that he wished for her to visit his room. After all, in the simulation, Zhao Yuding had shielded him during an assault, which deeply touched Lu Yang. This teacher had extended him considerable kindness, and he felt compelled to reciprocate that goodwill. Those with pure hearts should indeed be treated kindly by the world. Hence, he had invited Zhao Yuding to dine with Su Xiao and He Yushi, without imposing any material obligation upon her. Come in. Lu Yang called out to the door. If it were Zhao Yuding, he would clarify matters with her. However, the figure that entered was not Zhao Yuding, but rather Shou Qiuping, whom Lu Yang had long forgotten. Ah, so it was her. Lu Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. Shou Qiuping, rescued alongside Zhao Lina, was indeed a beauty of class, possessing fair skin and a tall, voluptuous figure. She had been the object of affection for many boys at school. Yet, compared to the academically gifted Zhao Lina, Shou Qiuping's beauty paled slightly. Consequently, after his encounter with Zhao Lina, Lu Yang had inadvertently overlooked Shou Qiuping. Now, seeing her at his door, he realized she must have been starving for several days. She was likely on the brink of desperation from hunger. It must be said that Zhao Lina is undoubtedly an astute individual. On the very first day of her return, she knocked on her own door, thereby avoiding further hunger. In contrast, Shou Qiuping displayed a certain naivety, enduring an unnecessary day of starvation. The disparity in intelligence between individuals becomes evident in such circumstances. Lu Yang, with a smile, remarked to Shou Qiuping, "So, have you finally come to a realization? Are you willing to be my woman?" Yes, I am willing." Shou Qiuping's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze and nodded twice. Chapter 30. You were truly remarkable 2 hours later. Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully persuading the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. The dark space ability has leveled up. What a surprise. The spatial skill has indeed increased by another level. Lu Yang glanced at the description of this skill. Dark space, now at level 3, holds within it a dark expanse of 30,303,030. Originally, it was 20,202,080, now transformed into 30,303,027, exhibiting an impressive nearly fourfold increase in size. Lu Yang had already scavenged a convenience store and collected supplies from the school cafeteria, barely filling 1/3 of the space. With the volume now expanded fourfold, the items occupied even less room, reducing to merely 1/12. It appeared rather pitiful, the entire space feeling quite desolate. Shou Qiuping had long since exhausted herself, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. When the two awoke, night had already fallen. After refreshing himself, Lu Yang took Zhou to the hall, where Chun Dan and He Yushi had begun preparing dinner. Even the new teacher, Zhao Yuding, was lending a hand, washing vegetables in the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Yang emerge, smiles brightened everyone's faces as they cheerfully exclaimed, "Lu Yang, please take a seat and rest. The meal will be ready shortly." "I'll take a look at how you're cooking," Lu Yang replied, heading straight to the kitchen. The women were bustling about in an orderly manner. Lu Yang noticed that the rice and dishes brought from the convenience store were nearly finished. They had been subsisting on quite a simple diet these days, as the store lacked fresh meat. Thus, he retrieved 2 bags of 100 pounds of rice from the dark space, along with some fresh meat scavenged from the school cafeteria's kitchen. He placed them in the refrigerator and said, "I've brought some more ingredients. Everyone can eat without reservation, and just let me know when you're finished." Seeing Lu Yang's actions, astonishment illuminated the faces of the women. He Yushi exclaimed, "My goodness, am I seeing correctly? Is that beef?" Tang Mingting remarked, "It's been so many days since the apocalypse began. Where did you manage to find beef?" The celebrity, Su Xiao, chimed in. "There seem to be spare ribs as well. Tomorrow we can have braised ribs. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Chun Dan said, "Lu Yang, you are truly impressive. Where on earth did you procure all this food?" Zhao Lina added, "To still enjoy fresh meat in this apocalypse is incredibly touching. It feels as though we have returned to a peaceful era, residing in a villa and savoring delicious meals. It's simply wonderful. Thank you, Lu Yang. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Yang. He smiled gently. No need for thanks. I've already stated that with me. The issue of food will no longer be a concern. Moreover, I have cleared all the zombies from the entire villa community, and the gates are securely locked. In other words, the entire villa complex has been designated a safe zone. Starting today, you may roam freely within the premises. However, it is imperative to avoid approaching the gates and walls, for should the zombies outside catch sight of you, they may launch an attack. What? The whole area has become a sanctuary, and we can move about freely? My goodness. There must be thousands of zombies within the community. How did you manage this? Lu Yang, you are truly remarkable. The expressions on the women's faces reflected disbelief, their gazes towards Lu Yang brimming with admiration. In just a single day, Lu Yang not only procured fresh meat, but also eliminated all the zombies. This was no small feat, considering it involved the entire horde within the complex. How astonishing. Is he even human? Lu Yang beamed with pride, stating, "You have all witnessed my prowess before, so why the astonishment? In any case, you need not be confined to this villa any longer." He you sure was the first to display a joyful expression, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I can hardly believe we can escape this villa so soon. I am overjoyed." Amidst the collective laughter and smiles, the meal was finally prepared. Everyone gathered around the dining table to eat. Zhao Yuting, initially unfazed, found herself shy ever since the students misinterpreted her relationship with Lu Yang. Now unable to meet his gaze, while everyone else engaged in lively conversation, she kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, and continued to eat in silence. Chapter 31. Have the plants mutated as well? The following morning, Lu Yang awoke to find it was already past 10 o'clock, with the sun shining high in the sky. He stretched his limbs, relishing the delightful luxury of waking naturally every day. In his school days, he had to rise early for classes, and even on weekends. He was often up early to serve as a security guard in the community. Rarely could he indulge in a leisurely slumber. How different it was now, where each day offered the bliss of unhurried rest. Moreover, several stunning beauties resided below, a delight surpassing even the joys of ancient emperors selecting their favorites. After freshening up and having breakfast, Lu Yang began to outline his plans for the day. Just then, a notification from the system caught his attention. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a total of 22,000 zombies, earning 200 attribute points. Lu Yang gasped in astonishment. What? 200 attribute points. He quickly deduced that the 10 dormitory buildings at the school had likely burned through the night, incinerating over 20,000 zombies. What a delightful turn of events. At that moment, Lu Yang's foundational attributes totaled 325 points. Dividing 200 by 4, each attribute could be enhanced by 550 points. Adding this to his existing total brought his attribute points to an impressive 875. His foundational attributes had now reached an astonishing 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person, truly a superhuman among superhumans. The dark space had also been upgraded. Such an expansive area was a treasure not to be squandered. Thus, it was imperative to gather provisions from the large supermarket without delay. As time passed, the survivors' hunger would intensify, prompting them to search for food. If he delayed, the supermarket might be stripped bare of supplies. With his attributes being 16, 5 times that of an average individual, it was indeed the perfect moment to venture out of the community and test his combat prowess. Thus, Lu Yang commenced his first simulation of the day. This marked his inaugural venture beyond the confines of the villa district onto the bustling streets, necessitating a cautious approach. After all, the 5 athletic students at school had nearly led him to disaster. The streets could indeed prove even more perilous. The simulation began. Lu Yang leaped gracefully, vaulting over the 3-meter-high villa gate. The road outside was choked with vehicles, creating a complete blockade. Some cars had careened into the roadside, even igniting in flames, reduced to charred remnants. The unfortunate drivers had become mere blackened skeletons, while others, unable to escape in time, had perished within their vehicles, devoured by zombies until only bones remained. Observing these grim scenes, Lu Yang felt a pang of reflection. The luxury cars, worth hundreds of thousands, had been the aspirations of countless individuals who worked their entire lives to afford them. Once symbols of opulence, they had now transformed into mobile coffins, marking the final resting place for their owners. Continuing onward, Lu Yang pressed ahead. The supermarket lay roughly a kilometer from the villa district. Along the way, he noticed an absence of zombies. However, As he approached the supermarket, the number of zombie corpses littering the roadside began to increase. As Liu Yang approached, he discovered that these zombies had all been severed in two. Some had their heads completely chopped off, while others had been bisected at the waist, with their upper bodies still writhing on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth. There were even instances where the zombies had been vertically cleaved, their heads and bodies split evenly in half. The sight left Liu Yang utterly astonished. Who could have done this? Could it be another ability user? He had barely ventured far when he encountered the corpses of more than a dozen zombies. This individual was remarkably formidable. What astonished Liu Yang the most was the weapon employed by this mysterious figure. Each zombie had been effortlessly bisected, whether the strike was horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, as if they were mere tofu. Liu Yang glanced at his own battle-worn fire axe and felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. Although his axe had the capacity to penetrate armor, each strike against a zombie's skull seemed to get stuck. How did this person's weapon manage to cleave so cleanly? Thus, Liu Yang grew increasingly vigilant. If this individual truly possessed supernatural abilities, they would be the first such person he had encountered, and he could not ascertain the extent of their power. Consequently, he resolved to tread carefully. As Liu Yang continued onward, he noticed that the closer he drew to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses littered the ground. Finally, beneath a large tree in front of the supermarket, he came across several decapitated zombies. A dark katana was embedded in the earth beside them. Staring at the scene, Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The corpses ended here, and the weapon was smeared with zombie blood. Surely this was the tool used to slay them, yet why had it been left on the ground? Had some unforeseen event occurred? Approaching cautiously, Liu Yang intended to inspect the katana, eager to retrieve such a remarkably sharp blade. Just then, he heard a faint voice pleading for help. "Help, save me." Startled, Liu Yang quickly scanned his surroundings, but saw no survivors. "Help!" The weak cry rang out again, and this time, Liu Yang discerned the direction from which it came. He looked up sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. A woman was suspended in midair, her hands and feet bound, and beside her lay an unconscious man. Surrounding them were dozens of zombies, also bound and hanging in the air. Some had already become desiccated corpses, while others were still struggling, indicating that they had been restrained for varying lengths of time. Instantly on high alert, Liu Yang stepped forward and asked the woman, "Who has tied you up like this?" However, before he could finish his question, a vine shot out swiftly, ensnaring his foot and hurling him into the air. Liu Yang felt a dizzying spin, and by the time he regained his senses, both his hands and feet were bound, leaving him suspended as well. Liu Yang's heart raced. What a formidable adversary! He had no awareness of his surroundings and was swiftly ensnared by the other party. This was undoubtedly a formidable super ability user. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a woman nearby spoke in a feeble voice. "This great tree has undergone mutation. It has learned to ensnare its prey with vines to extract nutrients. I apologize. It is entirely my fault. Had I not sought your assistance, you would not have been captured." A tree? Upon hearing the woman's words, Liu Yang was taken aback. He had initially believed that the apocalypse would only transform humans into zombies, never anticipating that plants could mutate as well. Moreover, this tree not only captured humans, but even zombies. How astonishing! Just as Liu Yang pondered this, a more delicate vine, resembling a tentacle, extended from the tree, aiming directly for his heart and lunging toward him. Chapter 32. Acquiring a precious blade, the vines surged toward Liu Yang's chest in an instant. However, at that moment, Liu Yang had enveloped himself in a layer of frozen shield, preventing the vines from penetrating his icy barrier. Instead, they collided against the thick, formidable ice wall, causing the entire tree to shudder as if in pain, its leaves cascading to the ground. The dark red, delicate vines instantly recoiled, deterred from further assaulting Liu Yang. Subsequently, the four vines ensnaring Liu Yang were also eroded by the frost, becoming rigid and fragile. With a swift motion, Liu Yang pulled at them. Crack! In an instant, he severed the four vines, executing a flawless backflip to land gracefully on the ground. Upon witnessing Liu Yang break free from his restraints, the female survivor's eyes widened in disbelief. You did it? Quickly save us. Save him first." "He-yes, on the brink." "Understood." Liu Yang, having landed, promptly drew the katana embedded in the ground and leapt once more, swiftly slicing through the man's vines. The man fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liu Yang then leapt again, severing the vines binding the woman. She plummeted but was caught in Liu Yang's embrace. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful. As Liu Yang held her, he felt her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh, presenting a figure of perfection. A close inspection revealed her skin to be flawless, her features exquisite and unblemished. By mere appearance, she could rival Zhaolina. She was undoubtedly a rare beauty. One in a million. Having rescued both individuals, Lu Yang swung his blade once more, striking a tree trunk as thick as two people embracing. Boom! The massive mutated tree toppled to the ground. Dark, viscous blood oozed from the smooth cut. Lu Yang was taken aback. This blade is remarkable. He had expected to chop through the thick trunk with numerous strikes, yet it had been severed as easily as slicing through tofu. What an extraordinary sword this is. A good blade deserves a hero. In ancient times, it would surely befit a great general to unleash its full potential. He is not going to make it. Sob, please save him. The woman cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the unconscious man on the ground. Her plea interrupted Lu Yang's thoughts. He redirected his focus from the sword. Who is he? Lu Yang inquired. If he were the woman's boyfriend, there would be no chance of rescue. Saving him would only complicate matters further. He is my brother. Sob. We relied on each other in this apocalypse. And we never expected to be ensnared by this mutated tree. The girl wept, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Oh, so he is your brother. You should have said so earlier. Lu Yang hastened to the man's side, noticing that he had regained some consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. A dark crimson vine had pierced his heart, and now Lu Yang severed it, causing scarlet blood to flow relentlessly from the wound. I can't hold on much longer, brother. Please take care of my sister. This knife is my last and most cherished possession. I entrust it to you. You must protect her. Brother. No. The woman erupted into tears. Jingyu, do not weep. In this apocalyptic world, I have long contemplated this day. I fear not death. My only regret is that I can no longer shield you. Cough. As he spoke, the man coughed up a copious amount of blood. Ultimately, his hand fell heavily, and he succumbed to silence. Brother. Zhang Jingyu clutched her brother's hand, calling out incessantly, but there was no response. He had departed. Do not grieve too deeply. The most important thing now is to survive. Lu Yang consoled Zhang Jingyu. Wah, he was my only remaining family, my brother, my true brother. Zhang Jingyu wept uncontrollably, heartbroken. Seeing her in such despair, Lu Yang enveloped her in an embrace, patting her back to soothe her. Then, Lu Yang's gaze shifted to the dark crimson vine protruding from Zhang Jingyu's chest. A look of confusion crossed Lu Yang's face. How peculiar. Your brother was pierced by this dark crimson vine, and even after rescuing him from the tree, it was of no avail. Yet you were also stabbed by the vine. Yet you seem unharmed? Huh? Me? Zhang Jingyu finally registered, noticing another vine dangling from her chest. However, the severed vine now lay limp and powerless. She pulled aside her clothing to inspect it. Suddenly, a glimpse of spring revealed itself, catching Lu Yang's attention. Wow, much more impressive than Zhaolina. If she were to become a mother, her child would never go hungry. At least 5 could be nourished at once. Zhang Jingyu, oblivious to Lu Yang's gaze, realized that although the vine had pierced her outer garment, it had been thwarted by the thick bra beneath, and before it could penetrate further, Lu Yang had saved her. Observing this scene, Lu Yang felt somewhat speechless. If only her brother had worn a bra, perhaps he would have survived. Long live the crossdresser. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu noticed Lu Yang's expression. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She grasped the vine and pulled it out, hastily fastening her clothing. After this brief interlude, her sorrow lessened somewhat. Hello. My name is Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name? I am Lu Yang. I was out searching for food and happened to see you. It was merely a small act of kindness. Now, let us bury your brother's body to prevent it from being seen by zombies, lest there be nothing left of him, Lu Yang replied. Although Zhang Jingyu was heartbroken, she could only nod through her tears. The two found a spot to dig a grave and buried her brother's remains. Although Zhang Jingyu felt sorrowful, she understood that in the apocalyptic world, there was little time for lamentation. Now follow me. Since your brother has entrusted me with such a fine sword, I shall take good care of you, Lu Yang said, wielding the katana towards Zhang Jingyu. All right, Zhang Jingyu nodded, trailing behind Lu Yang as they made their way to the supermarket. As they walked, a conversation ensued. Lu Yang inquired, where do you and your brother come from? And where are you headed? My brother and I emerged from the Black Tiger survivor base, seeking a new sanctuary. Who would have known that we would encounter misfortune along the way? Zhang Jingyu sobbed once more. Black Tiger base? Is it far from here? What are your and your brother's backgrounds? How did your brother acquire such an exceptional weapon? Liu Yang furrowed his brow. If the so-called Black Tiger base produced survivors as formidable as Zhang Jingyu's brother, it was certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, the weapon her brother possessed was evidently no ordinary armament. Even in the peaceful era of the 21st century, crafting such a sharp blade would be a challenge, let alone in the midst of an apocalypse. Chapter 33. Scavenging the supermarket. The Black Tiger base lies approximately 20 kilometers from our current location, a distance not too far. Yet it took us 3 days to arrive here. I am a first-year female student at a police academy, and my brother is a retired Special Forces soldier. We were originally survivors within the confines of the Black Tiger base, but due to circumstances surrounding me, we had no choice but to depart from it. Zhang Jingyu turned to Liu Yang and declared, "A female student from the police academy? A beauty like you will surely become a stunning police officer upon graduation." Liu Yang responded with enthusiasm, a broad smile gracing his face. Although he was already acquainted with several beautiful women, he had yet to encounter a breathtaking police officer. And no, that's not true. Zhang Jingyu stammered, her cheeks flushing at Liu Yang's compliment. Why did you feel the need to leave the base? If you had remained there, surely you would have been safe? Liu Yang inquired further. It's all because of me. The leader of the Black Tiger base, known as Black Tiger, took an interest in me and wanted me to submit to him. However, he is old, ugly, and has 13 wives already, so I could never agree to that. My brother was even angrier than I was and confronted them, leading us to leave the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, my brother, he wouldn't have had to. Sob, I wish I had simply submitted to Black Tiger. Zhang Jingyu lamented, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the past. Who is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother? Liu Yang pressed on, seeking clarity. Most likely, the leader is stronger. His ranking on the yellow list surpasses that of my brother. However, in a life-and-death struggle, even if my brother were to be killed, the leader would not escape unscathed. He would surely suffer severe injuries. Once he is wounded, others would certainly seek to usurp his position, causing him even greater loss. Thus, when we left the Black Tiger base, he did not dare to impede our departure. Zhang Jingyu replied candidly. The yellow list? What is that? Liu Yang asked, perplexed. It is a ranking of supernatural abilities. It is said that only those with powers who have passed the test of the stone monument can be listed. I am neither an ability wielder nor particularly knowledgeable about this. I only know that each time a supernatural being passes the test, they receive a reward from the stone monument. This knife is a reward my brother obtained through his testing, Zhang Jingyu explained. Liu Yang felt a sense of shock upon hearing her words. He had never encountered such concepts before. To think that mere days after the outbreak of zombies, a ranking of supernatural abilities had already emerged. Moreover, the idea that one could receive rewards for passing tests at a stone monument was astonishing. It was no wonder he felt that the knife seemed not to be man-made. It was a product of this so-called stone monument. Where can one find this stone monument? Liu Yang asked eagerly. If passing a test could yield rewards, he yearned to try for himself. Reports indicate that stone monuments have appeared globally. The Black Tiger base was constructed around one such monument, and there is a prominent one right in the center of the base. However, I would not recommend you venture there. The people within the Black Tiger base are treacherous and powerful. It would be wiser to seek out a new stone monument and establish your own base, Zhang Jingyu cautioned. Zhang Jingyu addressed Liu Yang, who nodded in understanding. I see. Never mind that for now. Let us first gather supplies. As they conversed, the two arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Before entering, Liu Yang cautioned Zhang Jingyu. During a disaster, there are likely many shoppers inside, and consequently, a significant number of zombies may be present. Once we step in, remain calm and refrain from shouting, understood? Yes, no problem. My brother and I have encountered numerous zombies these past few days, so I've grown less fearful, Zhang Jingyu replied, nodding vigorously. That is good to hear. With Liu Yang's reassurance, he stepped forward, brandishing his blade as they entered the supermarket. Inside, they were indeed met by a throng of zombies. However, Liu Yang, transformed from his previous self, now possessed strength and speed several times that of an average human. Armed with an exceptional blade, he charged into the horde like an invincible war deity. With a swift slash of his dark katana, the nearest zombie was cleaved in two. What a magnificent weapon! Liu Yang's excitement grew as he dispatched dozens of zombies in mere minutes. It turned out his speed and strength were a dozen times that of an ordinary person. What he had lacked was a weapon of extraordinary caliber. Now, this blade was like wings to him, and he felt an unbreakable bond with it. Truly, It was a treasure. This sword suited him perfectly. So powerful, so formidable. Even more so than my brother. Zhang Jingyu observed Liu Yang's prowess with wide eyes. It was worth noting that her elder brother was a retired special forces soldier, possessing a robust foundation far superior to that of an average person. Following the apocalypse, he had awakened as a supernatural being, further augmenting his strength. Yet, in comparison to Liu Yang's current capability, he fell short. Despite being an ordinary person, Zhang Jingyu could discern who was stronger and faster. Clearly, Liu Yang outclassed her brother in both respects. After a mere 10 minutes, Liu Yang had eliminated over 300 zombies, nearly clearing the supermarket of threats. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as if he had not yet fully quenched his thirst for battle. With this extraordinary blade, dispatching zombies felt as effortless as slicing through fruit, akin to a game of Fruit Ninja. These zombies are insufficient for my appetite. However, once they are cleared, I can begin to gather resources. Liu Yang thought to himself, swiftly transferring the food from the nearby shelves into his shadowy realm. So many chocolates, countless candies, a plethora of biscuits and delectable treats. All taken. Milk, beverages, cigarettes. Fine liquor. All taken. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes. All taken. Packaged foods, various breads, an array of vacuum-sealed products. All taken. Fresh meats, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. All taken. Various dried goods, cured meats, dried fish. All taken. Soon, Liu Yang had nearly cleared out everything from the supermarket. Zhang Jingyu, witnessing Liu Yang's actions, gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes. How did you manage that? The food seemed to vanish at his mere gesture, almost as if by magic. Where did he place all this food? That is my secret, Liu Yang replied with a smile. Although Zhang Jingyu was unaware of the mechanics behind Liu Yang's abilities, she was increasingly convinced that he was indeed a formidable supernatural being, far more powerful than her own brother. Before long, Liu Yang had almost completely emptied the supermarket shelves, leaving no items untouched, not even toilet paper, clothing, towels, or various utensils and daily necessities. After all, his dark space boasted an immense capacity of 30,303,027 cubic meters. If entirely filled with water, it could hold 27,000 tons. Likewise, if it were filled with rice, it could also accommodate a similar amount. Should there truly be 27,000 tons of rice, even if Liu Yang rescued 1,000 surviving women, they could feast for at least a century. Even if he filled the entirety of the supermarket stock, it would hardly saturate his space. Moreover, he did not need to organize or neatly arrange the items within the dark space. Simply piling them together sufficed. When he needed something, he merely focused his thoughts, and it would materialize without the hassle of sifting through items one by one as one would in the physical world. Thus, he could simply stack everything high within. In no time, Liu Yang had virtually looted the supermarket shelves, and his attention soon turned to the supermarket's warehouse. The warehouse likely contained even more goods than the shelves. However, he was uncertain of its location and needed to search for it. Let us go. Next we shall seek out the supermarket's warehouse, Liu Yang stated to the future police officer, Zhang Jingyu. MHM. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently, following closely behind Liu Yang. Having witnessed his immense power, she was resolutely determined to stay by his side, believing that this was the only way to survive better. Thus, she dutifully complied with whatever Liu Yang instructed, demonstrating her unwavering obedience. Chapter 34. Have the superhumans arrived? The two ventured through the supermarket, during which Liu Yang dispatched several stray zombies. With the enhancement of this magnificent blade, he found immense pleasure in cleaving through the undead. However, for the zombies, it was nothing short of a calamity. To Liu Yang, their movements appeared almost languid, as if in slow motion. Before they could even approach him, they were effortlessly sliced in two. The smoothness of the act resembled slicing through tofu, providing an extraordinary sense of relief. He would willingly exchange half of his current resources for this knife. This conviction further solidified his desire to test himself at the monument. Zhang Jingyu's brother had acquired such a formidable weapon after a single test. Surely, there was a chance he might receive even greater rewards upon his own trial? With this thought, Liu Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Together, they scoured the supermarket for half an hour before finally uncovering the storeroom hidden in a rear passage. Inside the storeroom lay a plethora of resources, categorized into sections for clothing, perishables, grains, and frozen goods. The clothing section boasted an array of garments for both men and women, including undergarments, sleepwear, and swimwear. Lu Yang unhesitatingly seized them all. The perishable section overflowed with an abundance of fruits and vegetables, all of which Lu Yang collected. However, it was the grain section that truly exhilarated him. Neatly stacked within were thousands of bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds, amounting to a staggering 50 tons. Such a bounty could sustain him and Su Xiao for a decade, not to mention the various legumes, which collectively weighed several tons as well. Wealth had come his way. This vast array of resources was sufficient to support an entire community of survivors. Lu Yang's face beamed with excitement. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, food was paramount, and this was merely one large supermarket. If he were to plunder several more, he could amass thousands of tons of sustenance. Food was capital, the cornerstone of his strength in this desolate era. It is no exaggeration to declare that in the wake of the zombie outbreak, 100 pounds of grain could secure 10 beautiful maidens. And should those 10 maidens flourish, the rewards they would yield could not be matched even by 10 tons of grain. This dynamic created an explosion of resource conversion and growth. With an exhilarated expression, Lu Yang began to transfer all his newfound treasures into his dark space. As he observed the space becoming increasingly filled, now occupying 1/5 of its capacity, his joy was palpable. However, outside the supermarket, near the mutated tree Lu Yang had just felled, a group of over a dozen individuals had emerged. Each one appeared weary and menacing, their eyes brimming with hostility, unmistakably indicating that they were not of benevolent intent. It appears to be a mutated tree, its cut smooth and severed cleanly, likely the handiwork of that individual. One among them, possessing a prominent nose, its tip flushed crimson, incessantly sniffed as if filtering the scents in the air. The blood here is undoubtedly that of the aforementioned entity. Having lost such a copious amount of blood, it seems that the battle against the mutated tree has not been easy for him, and he must be grievously injured. This bodes well for us. Following the trail of blood, he continued to inhale deeply, acutely attuned to the scents surrounding him. After several attempts, he turned to a towering man beside him, strong as a bear, exceeding 6 feet in height, and declared, "Brother Giant Bear, that fellow is hiding over there." The group, guided by his indication, arrived at a mound of earth. Gazing at the mound, everyone exchanged glances. Huanggo nodded and whispered, "Based on the scent, he is indeed inside." The robust man's expression turned grave. What could that individual be doing buried in the mud? Nevertheless, he commanded his subordinates to commence digging. Soon, the corpse of Zhang Jingyu's brother was unearthed. Dead, the rugged face of the giant displayed astonishment. Zhang Jinglin's prowess was among the top ranks even within the Black Tiger survivor base, at least within the top 3. It was unimaginable that he had succumbed to the mutated tree. Another individual rummaged through Zhang Jinglin's belongings. "Where has his knife gone? That was a fine blade I had coveted for quite some time. Perhaps his sister took it," remarked another, scarred individual. "Could it be that his sister buried him here? That seems improbable. Zhang Jinglin was an ability user, and his sister is merely an ordinary person. How could she have escaped? It is likely he perished while protecting her. Otherwise, with his strength, self-preservation should not have been insurmountable," another posited. "This is for the best. With Zhang Jinglin dead and Zhang Jingyu fled. If we can merely capture Zhang Jingyu, we can report back and avoid a fierce battle," the big-nosed man remarked nonchalantly. "I hope Zhang Jingyu is unharmed. The Black Tiger himself has entrusted us with bringing her back." The giant expressed his concerns. With Zhang Jinglin's demise, Zhang Jingyu lacked the means for self-defense and could easily fall prey to zombies. Should she indeed be taken by the undead? They would have no explanation for the Black Tiger. The giant turned to the big-nosed man and instructed, "Huanggo, quickly sniff out Zhang Jingyu's location." I know. Do not rush me, I am concentrating," Huanggo replied, inhaling deeply. His expression suddenly turned serious. "There are many scents of the sea besides Zhang Jingyu. Another man has been present, or perhaps it is a woman, or maybe the man carries the scent of other women." Confusion flickered across Huanggo's face. "Regardless of gender, let us locate them. The man should be dealt with directly, and as for the woman, we can engage first and then eliminate her," the giant stated impatiently. He was wholly responsible for this operation and wished to avoid unnecessary complications, eager to find Zhang Jingyu and return to report to the Black Tiger. "All right, they have moved in that direction." The yellow dog followed the scent, leading the way until a group of people arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. As they entered, the yellow dog gestured towards the supermarket's grand entrance. "All right, let us proceed inside. Yellow dog, you shall lead the way," Scarred Rat. "Stay behind," and remain vigilant to the movements within. The rest of you, follow closely behind me, commanded the burly man. Understood, Brother Giant Bear. The others nodded in agreement. The yellow dog ventured ahead, and as soon as he stepped into the supermarket, a foul stench invaded his nostrils, the unmistakable odor of zombie blood. Upon surveying the scene before him, he felt a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. The supermarket was littered with the lifeless bodies of zombies, each one gruesomely severed in twain. He inhaled sharply, realizing that this method of slaughter bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Jinglin's style. But wasn't he that man already dead? Giant Bear furrowed his brow. No, this is different. There must be another skilled hand at work. Someone has acquired Zhang Jinglin's blade and brought his sister, Zhang Jingyu, to the supermarket, where they have dispatched hundreds of zombies. This individual may very well surpass Zhang Jinglin in prowess. Everyone, remain cautious. Chapter 35. Elimination upon witnessing the scene within the supermarket. A wave of shock swept over everyone, their faces betraying a palpable sense of vigilance. The supermarket resembled a veritable battlefield, strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies. Initially, the small group of 10 felt confident in confronting Zhang Jinglin alone. However, now it appeared that the individual wielding Zhang Jinglin's katana was even more formidable than Zhang himself. This warranted their utmost attention. As they ventured deeper into the supermarket, the emptiness of the shelves left them increasingly baffled. Huang Go was the first to voice his confusion. What on earth happened here? The entire supermarket is completely bare. This is unfathomable. Even basic necessities like clothing and utensils have been stripped away. How many survivors are in this vicinity? In search of supplies, even with a large backpack. One can only carry enough provisions for a week at most. To empty an entire supermarket would require a significant number of survivors working together. Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground is still fresh. These creatures must have been slain recently. Is it possible that someone came to loot before the zombies were dispatched? This seems implausible. The situation was undeniably eerie. Zhu Xiong shook his head, deciding to set aside these concerns for the moment. His primary objective was to locate Zhang Jingyu and assist Heihu, leaving other matters aside. Huang Go nodded in agreement, continuing to sniff the air until he followed the scent to the supermarket's storage room. At that moment, Liu Yang's keen hearing detected the approach of someone nearby. He furrowed his brow. Having dealt with the zombies outside, could it be that someone had ventured into the supermarket, drawn by the absence of zombies, in search of food? He had no desire to share his supplies. Fortunately, he had already scavenged everything from the storage room, and he was prepared to confront these survivors. Liu Yang, brandishing the katana and leading Zhang Jingyu, stepped out of the storage room, and the two parties collided. The instant Zhu Xiong laid eyes on Zhang Jingyu, his eyes widened in astonishment, quickly transforming into an expression of exhilaration. Zhang Jingyu, wonderful. You're still alive. Now I can report back. Zhang Jingyu let out a startled gasp, her face paling in terror. What is happening? Who are they? Liu Yang regarded the strangers warily, quietly inquiring of Zhang Jingyu. They are from the Heihu survivor base. That burly man is the third in command, known as Zhu Xiong. He is an ability user of considerable strength, only slightly inferior to my brother. The two beside him are Huang Go and Dao Ba Shu, also ability users. The others are individuals of formidable prowess from the Heihu base. Before the catastrophe, some were mercenaries, others professional assassins, each possessing remarkable skills. I never anticipated that the Heihu survivor base would deploy 3 ability users along with a dozen elite fighters to capture us. Fear was etched across Zhang Jingyu's face. 3 superpowered individuals moved simultaneously. Even if his brother were alive, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. 3 superpowered beings, indeed. Liu Yang tightened his grip on the katana. This marked his first encounter with such beings. However, judging by their appearances, they did not seem particularly formidable. A mere 3 ice needles should suffice to eliminate them. Yet, Liu Yang was not eager to dispatch them so swiftly. He desired to gauge the extent of his prowess in comparison to ordinary superpowered individuals. Such an assessment would enable him to estimate his potential ranking in the trials at the Stone Tablet. Thus, he resolved to refrain from utilizing his powers, relying solely on his katana and close combat skills to vanquish them. As Liu Yang observed the giant bear and his companions, they too scrutinized him intently. Both parties were unfamiliar with one another, leading the giant bear and his associates to exercise caution. Huang Go, however, took note of the weapon Liu Yang wielded. Kid, we are from the Black Tiger survivor base. Which base do you hail from? It is ill-advised to wield another's possession. Leave that woman and the katana behind, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Oh, and what if I refuse? Lu Yang replied with a sardonic smile. Then do not blame us for being ungracious. Huang Gou's face contorted with rage as he brandished a gleaming large machete from behind him. Very well, let us see how ungracious you can be, Lu Yang declared, as he swiftly charged towards Huang Gou. Before his opponent could react, the katana sliced through the air. In an instant, Huang Gou's fierce expression remained etched upon his face. Yet his head had already fallen to the ground, a fountain of blood erupting from his neck. Lu Yang continued his assault, dispatching several of the burly men nearby with a flurry of strikes. What astonishing speed! The giant bear's face bore an expression of shock, and the group quickly retreated, their gazes towards Lu Yang filled with terror. Why are you running away? I have yet to tire of this. Lu Yang mocked, his blood-stained katana gleaming ominously. The supermarket was suffused with the scent of blood, and 4 headless corpses lay on the floor. After this brief encounter, Lu Yang gleaned a rough understanding of the superpowered individual's capabilities. Their fundamental attributes, strength and speed, were approximately double that of an ordinary person. In contrast, Lu Yang's strength and speed exceeded that of a typical human by a staggering 16-fold. The disparity was colossal. In Lu Yang's estimation, his opponent's movements appeared sluggish. As for their powers, he was uncertain, but he surmised that they were not particularly potent. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so easily without demonstrating their abilities. A cold sweat broke out on the giant bear's brow, while the faces of the other base members reflected sheer horror. This man was formidable. His strength was such that they could scarcely perceive his movements. It was evident that even Black Tiger, the leader of the Black Tiger base, would not stand a chance against him. The giant bear's heart raced with anxiety. If he assessed his own combat power at 800, then Black Tiger's would be 1,000. This man before him possessed a power level of at least 5,000. They were simply not on the same tier. How could they possibly confront him? Unless the entire Black Tiger base mobilized, there was not a shred of hope for victory. He spoke to Lu Yang with a face full of vigilance. Brother, let us speak amicably. It is merely a misunderstanding. Take away the women and weapons. Let us leave now, what do you say? As long as you allow us to depart, we shall never cross paths with you again in this lifetime. That simply won't do. I have yet to fully indulge in the thrill. Lu Yang retorted, swiftly charging at the bear and his companions. The bear bellowed, run. Return to the base, summon reinforcements. I will hold them off. With a surge of power, the bear's physique expanded, and a multitude of fur erupted from his body, transforming him into a genuine grizzly bear. Oh, your ability is merely to transform into a bear? How utterly feeble. Why forsake your humanity to become a beast? Lu Yang advanced with his blade, swiftly severing the bear's head before he could even react. Then he plunged into the throng of fleeing individuals, reveling in the carnage. These mercenaries and professional assassins were akin to lambs to the slaughter in Lu Yang's presence, utterly powerless to defend themselves. In less than a minute, he had dispatched them all. Chapter 36. Returning to the villa, the pungent scent of blood made Zhang Jingyu retch uncontrollably. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of survivors from the Black Tiger base. Simultaneously, Zhang Jingyu was astounded by Lu Yang's prowess. The formidable bear-like figure, who ranked third in the base, had been obliterated in an instant, unable to even react. Was this man a reincarnation of a war god? Lu Yang was not only her savior, but also exuded an overwhelming sense of security and strength. He was undeniably powerful and strikingly handsome. Zhang Jingyu resolutely vowed to follow Lu Yang, hoping to become his woman. Upon noticing that there were no living souls left, Lu Yang wiped the blood from his katana and turned to Zhang Jingyu, saying, "Let us go. We've gathered all the supplies, and it's time to return." Zhang Jingyu nodded, obediently trailing behind Lu Yang. As they exited the supermarket, they remained oblivious to a large hole on the ground behind a shelf. The pair returned to the villa at school. The simulation had concluded. Lu Yang had reaped tremendous rewards from this endeavor. Not only had he acquired a melee artifact, a katana, but he had also secured the resources of an entire large supermarket. Most importantly, he had gained a stunningly beautiful policewoman, with fair skin and long legs, whose appearance rivaled that of Zhao Lina. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. To be honest, Zhang Jingyu's looks perfectly aligned with Lu Yang's aesthetic. He had been captivated by her at first sight. This type truly appealed to him. He resolved in his heart to swiftly bring this goddess of the police academy to his bed and propagate their lineage. Lu Yang immediately began to act according to the simulation-esque progression. Everything unfolded exceptionally smoothly. Upon returning to the villa, he had indeed acquired a treasured blade and brought back the exquisite Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yong was elated. It seemed he would soon experience the thrill of being with a future police flower. "You're back, Lu Yong. Come and eat." Chun Dan and the others greeted Lu Yang's return with cheerful smiles, inviting him to the dining room. Lu Yong nodded and said to Zhang Jingyu, "Let us have something to eat first. I believe you're hungry too." "All right." Zhang Jingyu nodded, somewhat shyly. She glanced at Chun Dan and the others inside the villa, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Initially, she had thought Lu Yong was alone. She had firmly resolved to become his woman. But now, she discovered that he seemed to have several female companions, each possessing unique beauty. Although she was confident in her appearance, the thought of becoming one among several of Lu Yang's women made her feel uneasy. Would these women accept her? Would they target her? Would they make things difficult for her? Zhang Jingyu silently ate her meal, her heart a tumult of emotions, anxiety mingled with fear. Across from her, Chen Dan, Tang Mengting, Zhao Yuding, and Zhao Lina observed Zhang Jingyu intently. Tang Mengting felt a deep-seated resentment bubbling within her. What a stunning young woman! In terms of appearance, she could easily rival the renowned beauties He Yushi and Zhao Lina. Where on earth did Lu Yong manage to find yet another extraordinary beauty? Within the sanctuary, there were 4 individuals more beautiful than herself: the starlet Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding, the aloof campus queen He Yushi, and the academic darling Zhao Lina. Alongside this newly arrived voluptuous woman, she possessed a striking beauty, with a figure even more ample than Chun Dan's. It was a figure that could only be described as devilishly alluring. How could one possibly endure such a situation? Tang Mengting was on the verge of a breakdown. Unable to compete in terms of looks or figure, what was the point? Nevertheless, despite her internal turmoil, she dared not reveal her feelings outwardly. The fact that this beauty was brought back to the villa and could dine with them indicated Lu Yang's special regard for her. Even Zhao Lina, the academic flower, had to serve Lu Yong in his room before she could eat, while Zhang Jingyu had the privilege of dining without any obligation. Such treatment was unparalleled. Chen Dan was acutely aware of this disparity. With a bright smile, she served Zhang Jingyu a piece of meat, saying, "Dear sister, please eat more. Look how slender you are. Aside from your ample bosom, you're quite petite. I prepared these dishes myself. Do let me know if they suit your palate." Oh, it's delicious, truly delicious. "Thank you," Zhang Jingyu replied nervously, taken aback by the warm reception. She had not anticipated such kindness from these individuals. Back at the Black Tiger base, the relationships among survivors had been far from cordial. They were always on guard against one another. Despite their alliance, they were also competitors for limited resources, and conflicts could easily arise. "Please do eat more. It brings me joy to know my cooking pleases you. May I ask your name and where you hail from?" "I am Chen Dan, the former owner of this villa area, also a dance instructor," Chen Dan said, her demeanor warm and approachable. I'm Zhang Jingyu, a former police academy student. I encountered Lu Yong on the road, and he saved me. I am immensely grateful to him," Zhang Jingyu replied candidly. "Oh, a police academy student. In truth, we are all saved by Lu Yong, and we each hold deep gratitude for him. You are now part of our family, and I assure you, we shall coexist harmoniously." Chen Dan nodded in agreement. Yes. Thank you, Chen Dan." Zhang Jingyu smiled, feeling a surge of happiness. She found Chen Dan to be incredibly approachable, exuding warmth and gentleness. Observing the interaction between Chen Dan and Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting and the others displayed a complex expression. Internally, they mused, "Truly, Chen Dan knows how to connect with people. With just a few words, she has united the newcomer Zhang Jingyu onto our side. Experience has its merits." Thus, Tang Mengting, Zhao Lina, and the others also wore enthusiastic smiles. Addressing Zhang Jingyu, she remarked, Indeed, dear sister, do indulge yourself. There is no need for formality with us. We are all quite amiable here, and our conversations are always pleasant. Consider this place your home, and feel free to relax and be at ease." "Oh, thank you all so much. I am truly delighted that everyone has so readily accepted me," Zhang Jingyu expressed sincerely. Seeing the harmonious interactions among the group brought a sense of comfort to Lu Yong, who nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, the elegant Ms. Zhao Yuding, with a complex expression, sat nearby, consumed by her meal. After a day of internal conflict, she had resolved to visit Lu Yang's room that very night, hoping to engage in a more intimate connection as the rumors suggested, ideally lasting several hours. Yet now, Lu Yong had returned with a beautiful young lady. and it seemed highly probable that he would spend the night with her, causing her meticulously crafted plans to be postponed once more. When would it be her turn? Sighing, she felt akin to a fragile sprout in the desert, on the verge of withering away, desperately in need of the nourishing rain. If this waiting continued, she feared she might perish. Chapter 37. Thank you. After dinner, the new police officer, Zhang Jingyu, settled into a room on the first floor, while Lu Yang returned to his own quarters. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, he gazed lovingly at his long, dark katana, unable to tear his eyes away. His foundational strength had been enhanced, and his close combat abilities had surged. All he lacked was a melee weapon. To his astonishment, having lamented the absence of weaponry yesterday, he acquired a prized sword today. Such fortuitous luck. He retrieved a new towel from the dark space and diligently polished the exquisite weapon. The blade, dark and powerful, emanated a chilling glow. Its rigid form exuded sharpness and resilience, seemingly capable of piercing through any adversary. Having dispatched hundreds of zombies and a dozen survivors today, the blade remained razor-sharp, able to slice through hair with ease. Lu Yang looked at it, his eyes brimming with affection. A master once remarked that one should treat a weapon as one would a lover, for a weapon may accompany you longer than a lover. And while a weapon can preserve your life, a lover may only drain your vitality. Just as Lu Yang reveled in the polishing of his sword, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Lu Yang unhurriedly sheathed the blade. He had admired it enough. It was time to reveal his prowess. Yet, he wondered who was knocking today. Perhaps it was Officer Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yang licked his lips in anticipation and called out, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal none other than Zhang Jingyu. Having just finished her shower, her long, dark hair was still damp, cascading smoothly over her pristine shoulders. Her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure were undeniably captivating. Upon seeing Lu Yang's beaming expression, Zhang Jingyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, I came to thank you for saving me today. I know. Come here, let us have a good talk about the future, about aspirations." Lu Yang replied with a mischievous smile. "All right, let us discuss the future then." "And to be your girlfriend?" Zhang Jingyu's expression turned puzzled. Once she comprehended his words, her face grew even warmer. I thought we were just ordinary friends. I only intended to express my gratitude. Isn't it a bit too soon to start dating? What friends? Your brother entrusted you to me. How could I merely regard you as a friend? At the very least, I must be your boyfriend," Lu Yang declared as he pulled Zhang Jingyu into his embrace. Zhang Jingyu shyly emitted a soft sound. What is so good about being friends? There's a saying, a friend might lend you a hand, but a girlfriend will lend you several. So if we're to be something, let it be as girlfriend and boyfriend. Outside the door, as Zhang Jingyu entered Lu Yang's room, a group of women including Su Xiao, Tang Mingting, Chen Dan, and Zhao Yuding began to whisper among themselves in the corridor. She's gone in again. This woman, and she thought she was so innocent. I overheard voices in the room, and it seemed Lu Yang was asking her to be his girlfriend? My goodness. Among the several girls here, who could possibly be recognized as Lu Yang's girlfriend? Only Zhang Jingyu has achieved that. Moreover, it was Lu Yang who took the initiative. Indeed. My heavens. He treats Zhang Jingyu exceptionally well. From now on, we must be more cordial towards Zhang Jingyu. She has now become the sole favorite. As I listened to the discussions around me, Tang Mingting's expression darkened considerably. The one who yearned to be Lu Yang's girlfriend the most was undoubtedly her. And she had placed herself in that role more than once, only to be met with harsh rejection each time. Lu Yang had never shown her any kindness. Yet, this Zhang Jingyu, on her very first day, had managed to elicit Lu Yang's initiative to be his girlfriend. Such treatment was unprecedented among all the girls. Previously, Tang Mingting viewed He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential rivals, but now she realized the true adversary was this newcomer, the formidable Zhang Jingyu, who stood in an unassailable position. A sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts, mingled with a deep envy towards Zhang Jingyu. However, Zhao Yuding, the tall teacher, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She was indifferent to the hierarchy among them or who received Lu Yang's affection. Her only concern was when she might capture Lu Yang's attention. Her face flushed crimson as she returned to the room, overwhelmed by her emotions. Chapter 38. Is the teacher becoming a zombie? 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to willingly become your girlfriend. The dark space has advanced to the next level. as the host has secured a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days. An additional reward of increasing all ability levels by 1 has been granted. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was overjoyed. He inspected the details. The dark space had ascended to level 5, expanding from a volume of 30,303,027,000 cubic meters to 50,505,012, 500 cubic meters. An impressive increase of nearly 4-fold. The items he had hoarded from the supermarket, which had begun to accumulate, now seemed like a mere trifle in the vastness of the space. Lu Yang shook his head, realizing that his resource-gathering pace could not keep up with the expansion of the dark space. It was simply too expansive, necessitating further collection of resources. Zhang Jingyu, despite her exhaustion, found no desire to sleep. As she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Lu Yang beside her, her fondness for him deepened. Her brother, Zhang Jinglin, had tragically perished at the hands of a mutated tree. Had she not encountered Lu Yang, she would have undoubtedly faced the fate of being captured by the enormous bears and taken back to the Black Tiger base. Even if she had survived the tree's attack, the mere thought of the Black Tiger survivor base's leader, with his yellowed teeth and corpulent figure, filled her with revulsion. In comparison, Lu Yang was nothing short of a blessing. She felt immensely fortunate to have met him and to be able to be his partner. It was truly a divine favor. Even amidst the apocalypse, Zhang Jingyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at that moment. With a gentle smile, she leaned over and planted a soft kiss on the sleeping Lu Yang before drifting off to sleep herself. The next day, Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu awoke to find it was already noon. Su Xiao and the others had prepared lunch, and upon seeing Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu emerge, they greeted them with beaming smiles. Lu Yang, Jingyu, come for lunch. We just finished preparing the meal just as you woke up. What perfect timing. All right. Lu Yang nodded in response. He and Zhang Jingyu made their way to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was nearly filled with girls. The moment they caught sight of Zhang Jingyu, expressions of envy lit up their faces. Zhao Yuding, in particular, flushed crimson at the sight of Lu Yang, her gaze evasive. However, Lu Yang noticed Zhao Yuding's unusual demeanor, her flushed face, averted gaze, bowed head, and somewhat rapid breathing. This felt eerily reminiscent of the prelude to becoming a zombie. He furrowed his brow, concerned, and inquired, Yuding, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The others ceased their activities, directing their attention toward Zhao Yuding, and the room fell into an abrupt silence. Zhao Yuding had not anticipated Lu Yang would speak to her directly, and she was taken aback. Startled, she lifted her head, only to be met by Lu Yang's caring gaze. In that instant, her heart fluttered. The most unsettling moment is when silence envelopes the air unexpectedly, and the most disconcerting is when a friend suddenly expresses concern. At this moment, Zhao Yuding feels her desires tumultuously churning within her, causing an unbearable ache that refuses to subside. The yearning in her heart gapes wide, longing for the nourishing embrace of rain. How she wishes to utter the words, I want to be your woman. Alas, she is a shy and traditional lady, left only to blush and shake her head. No, it's nothing. Oh, as long as it's nothing, Lu Yang replied, relieved. He had already cleared the campus of zombies, so there was no way Zhao Yuding could be infected. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Perhaps the saying concern causes disorder was indeed applicable to him. Lu Yang felt immense gratitude towards Zhao Yuding for protecting him during his injury, and thus he wished for her to encounter no misfortunes. Hearing her dismissive words brought him peace of mind. Zhao Yuding's gaze shifted from Lu Yang, easing her tension, yet she felt a tinge of disappointment. She feared his scrutiny, yet yearned for his attention. Caught in this emotional conflict, her focus on the meal waned. Even though Chun Dan's cooking was exquisitely delicious, it tasted bland to her. Soon, Lu Yang finished his meal and returned to the dormitory, preparing to continue his strategy and raid a few more large supermarkets. There were 3 large supermarkets nearby, albeit a bit farther from the first. However, with his newfound strength, he was unperturbed by the distance. After all, following his fruitful escapade with Zhang Jingyu the previous night, his dark space had been fortified, expanding to a staggering 5,050 meters. The items from a single supermarket barely filled 1/10 of the space, rendering it overwhelmingly empty. This displeased him. He would not allow his dark space to remain so desolate. It was utterly inconsistent with his style. Therefore, he resolved to fill it to the brim. Chapter 39. The Abilities of the Black Tiger. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face returned, breathless. As soon as he entered the base, He rushed directly to the residence of Black Tiger. Upon reaching the door of Black Tiger's room, he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Boss Black Tiger! Boss Black Tiger! Something terrible has happened. They've all been eliminated. All of them. What is going on in such a frenzy? Did Zhang Jingyu return? Where is that brute? The giant bear?" A corpulent, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a greasy, handlebar mustache emerged, observing the scene of the scar-faced man crumpled on the floor with astonishment. What could have transpired to render the typically composed Scarface in such a state? "Boss, the giant bear is dead. Huang Go is also dead. They are all gone. If I hadn't burrowed away quickly, I would have met the same fate." As he recalled the incident, fear washed over Scarface's features. "What? The giant bear has been slain." Upon hearing this, disbelief surged across Black Tiger's face, swiftly replaced by seething rage. With a voice brimming with menace, he demanded, "Is Zhang Jinglin truly that formidable? You more than a dozen men stealthily tracked them down, and yet you failed to ambush them? And you let him eliminate all of you? Are you utterly useless? Was there some unforeseen circumstance?" And no, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. By the time we arrived, he was already dead. It was another young man, immensely powerful. He wielded Zhang Jinglin's blade and swiftly dispatched over a dozen of us without utilizing any abilities, relying solely on close combat to eliminate everyone. Even the giant bear didn't stand a chance and was instantly killed. Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have perished. Scarface recounted, still trembling from the ordeal. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In hand-to-hand combat, my brother the giant bear is unrivaled, without the use of abilities. Even I might not match him. How could anyone possibly defeat him without abilities?" Black Tiger's skepticism was palpable. The giant bear, once a professional mercenary in peaceful times, possessed formidable strength, and in this apocalyptic era, he had awakened the power of his bear form, making him a top-tier presence among first-level ability users. Even without utilizing any powers, how could he be killed so swiftly? Doubt flickered in Black Tiger's eyes. Could it be that Scarface, fearing retribution for his failure, was exaggerating the enemy's prowess? "Yes, it is true, brother. I am not deceiving you. Zhang Jingyu was also taken by that man. He killed hundreds of zombies. All with his blade. His strength is terrifying. Until the end, we never even discovered his ability." Scarface insisted passionately. Upon hearing that Zhang Jingyu had been taken by that individual, Black Tiger's fury escalated. "Damn it. A dozen men couldn't even handle one. You can't even bring back a woman. What use are you now?" Awaiting the return of the Falcon, I instructed him to first assess the situation. "When the time comes, I shall personally confront this so-called ability user to gauge his strength. Should I discover that you have exaggerated your claims, you will surely regret it." Black Tiger spoke fiercely. "I am not speaking in vain. Brother, what I say is the truth. If you do not believe me, send the Falcon to investigate. He is undeniably powerful. If you doubt my words, that is your loss." After expressing his frustration, Scarred Mouse angrily departed from the scene. He had just escaped death, and fearing pursuit, he had traversed a treacherous route, utilizing his abilities to burrow underground for over 20 kilometers. This exertion had greatly drained his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. Upon returning, he was met with Black Tiger's wrath, which only soured his mood further. As he left Black Tiger's residence, Scarred Mouse muttered curses under his breath. "For the sake of a woman, I have lost more than a dozen brothers." Not a single word of concern. Yet he berates me. Damn it. If I could contend with him, I would have disposed of him long ago. Why, oh why, did I awaken this burrowing ability? Had I manifested a combat-oriented power, I would not be in such a predicament. After venting his frustrations internally, Scarred Mouse gradually calmed himself, contemplating his future escape routes. With Black Tiger having suffered the loss of two key allies, the formidable bear and the crafty yellow dog, his strength had significantly waned. It was likely that the combined might of all the survivors in the base would not match that of the young man. Black Tiger, in his pursuit of Zhang Jingyu, would undoubtedly clash with the young man, making my presence here tantamount to awaiting death. Damn it, rather than waiting for demise, it would be wiser to depart ahead of time. Black Tiger does not regard his brothers as human beings. Following him offers no prospects. Thus, Scarred Mouse resolved to return to his dwelling, gather his belongings, and make a discreet exit. Although his power was not combat-oriented, it proved invaluable for fleeing. His diminutive stature allowed him to create small tunnels that others could not navigate, making him nearly impossible to pursue when he chose to escape. As he navigated through the survivor base, the civilians greeted Scarred Mouse warmly. "Hello, Mouse Grandpa. Have you had a bountiful day?" "Not too bad, not too bad." Scarred Mouse smiled in response. A dirty, frail little girl approached him, lifting her chin and gazing up with wide, innocent eyes, asking, "Mouse Grandpa, where did you venture today? Did you encounter any terrifying zombies?" The sight of the adorable girl softened Scarred Mouse's heart. Despite being an ability user, his burrowing power made him feel somewhat ineffectual. Among the ability users, he was regarded as insignificant, looked down upon by all. Each mission forced him to take the lead into perilous territories. Yet, the civilians held him in high esteem. While the ability users referred to him as Scarred Mouse, the civilians honored him with the title of Mouse Grandpa. Consequently, Scarred Mouse treated these civilians with more kindness than other ability users typically afforded. Other extraordinary individuals often present themselves with an air of superiority, and should a commoner dare to provoke them, they would be swiftly dispatched with a single kick, leaving no room for dialogue. Scarred Mouse crouched down and addressed the little girl, saying, "I journeyed to a faraway land. I, Scarred Mouse, vanquished dozens of zombies. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Here, allow me to offer you a piece of candy." With that, he pulled a sweet from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if an infinite radiance had suddenly illuminated her gaze. In the apocalyptic world, even the caloric value of a single candy is a treasure of great worth. The little girl accepted the candy, cradling it in her palm as if it were a precious gem, continuously expressing her gratitude to Scarred Mouse. "Thank you, Scarred Mouse. Thank you." Observing the girl with her newfound treat, the other children quickly gathered around. "Scarred Mouse, you are so handsome. You are the most handsome person in this base. Scarred Mouse, do you have more candy?" "Ha! I truly adore children who speak their minds. Yes, yes, yes. Each of you shall have one." As the children complimented him, Scarred Mouse beamed with a maternal smile, distributing a piece of candy to each child. Their joy was palpable. "Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I got candy again. Wah." The children wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "Scarred Mouse is truly wonderful. Long live Scarred Mouse." The children bounded away with exuberance. In the distance, their parents cast grateful glances toward Scarred Mouse. A piece of candy may seem trivial to the extraordinary, yet for the common folk, merely surviving each day is a daunting challenge, let alone indulging in such a luxury as candy. Witnessing the survivors gaze at him with eyes reminiscent of a savior, Scarred Mouse clenched his teeth, ultimately resolving within his heart. Chapter 40: Encountering the School Bell. As the children jubilantly reveled in their sugary treasures, a weary group of survivors entered the sanctuary of the base through its grand entrance. At the forefront stood a robust survivor, with a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. Upon their arrival, the children fell silent, their faces betraying a palpable fear as they hastily concealed their sweets behind them and scurried back to the safety of their parents. As this band of survivors passed by the infamous Scarred Rat, the leader, a brawny man, wore a sardonic expression and spoke in a derisive tone. "Scarred Rat, what's this? You look like you've just crawled out of the dirt. Have you completed the task assigned by the boss? Where's the giant bear? Haven't you seen him around? Surely you didn't sneak back while the fighting was still underway." "Ha! It seems so. This Scarred Rat, hiding in his burrow during a skirmish, only to emerge when victory is assured. A tunneling ability, and you actually managed to awaken it. What a mystery, what use it serves. Ha! No different from those commoners. It's no wonder you mingle with them. Truly a rat among men." The comrades of the burly leader joined in the mockery of Scarred Rat. He had grown accustomed to such ridicule. Facing jeers from these individuals was a familiar ordeal. In the past, he would brush it off with a smile, but today, his mood was far from jovial. Moreover, he was on the verge of departing this space. Why should he continue to tolerate their taunts like a coward? Enough of your nonsense. The boss has summoned you. Hurry along, and stop lingering here. You'll find out soon enough. Scarred Rat retorted with irritation. As an equal-tier ability user, why should he be subjected to such derision simply because his talent lay in tunneling? What right did they have? "A bunch of trash. Your days are numbered. Black Tiger is about to lead you to provoke a killing machine. Brace yourselves for your demise." "Oh, you dare speak to me in such a manner?" The brawny man's expression darkened with menace. "I shall speak as I please. What of it? Fool." Scarred Rat straightened his diminutive frame, his eyes gleaming with defiance. "You dare." The burly man was poised to retaliate when one of his subordinates intervened, urging him, "Let it go, Brother Eagle. This fellow usually shrinks back in fear. Yet today he dares to retort. Something feels off? Let us first report to Black Tiger and discern the situation." The brawny man reconsidered. His subordinate had a point. Scarred Rat's demeanor was indeed unusual today. In the past, They would always find some way to belittle him. Yet, he had never before shown such boldness. Now, he was standing his ground, unyielding and aggressive, clearly an indication that something was amiss. Had he perhaps achieved something significant, earning a promise from Black Tiger? If that were the case, it would be prudent not to provoke him further. Just you wait. Once I reach Black Tiger and ascertain the situation, I shall deal with you. The falcon let out a cold snort before leading his underlings to the residence of the Black Tiger. Observing their departing figures, Scarred Mouse couldn't help but sneer, a bunch of short-lived fools. Await your demise. I shan't indulge you any longer. I am leaving now. Scarred Mouse returned to his own dwelling and immediately began to pack his belongings. Originally, he had tunneled his way here, having excavated over 20 kilometers of passage. Now, as he departed, he merely needed to continue into the tunnel without the need for further digging, allowing him to travel even faster than before. In less than an hour, he would reach the supermarket where the giant bear had been dispatched. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was deep in thought. He was en route to another supermarket located approximately 2 kilometers from the school. Armed with a treasured blade, he encountered zombies along the way, dispatching them effortlessly with a single stroke. In less than 10 minutes, he had arrived outside the supermarket. However, there he came across a male and a female survivor, familiar faces from his school. Although Lu Yang had little interaction with his peers, he recognized the notable figures within the institution. The two were none other than the student council president, Chen Hao, and one of the 4 campus beauties, known as the goddess of sports, Zhou Qiki. Upon witnessing Lu Yang wielding his formidable weapon and effortlessly eliminating the zombies, they cautiously emerged from their hiding place, eager to follow Lu Yang and scavenge for supplies. Yet, upon noticing them, Lu Yang's countenance hardened. What do you two want? Do not follow me. Lu Yang? Chen Hao exclaimed, a look of astonishment spreading across his face as he recognized Lu Yang. Once a prominent figure in school, Lu Yang had even been the target of Chen Hao's disdainful antics. However, in this apocalyptic world, who cared for the past? Seeing Lu Yang's current prowess, Chen Hao knew they were old acquaintances and that it would be wise to cling to Lu Yang for survival. What do you want? Can't you comprehend my words? I told you not to follow me, Lu Yang reiterated sternly. He had expended considerable effort in fending off the zombies, and these two seemed intent on reaping the rewards of his labor without contributing. Lu Yang, it's me, Chen Hao, the student council president. You don't recognize us? Your weapon is astonishing. I've seen you take down zombies with a single blow. How about this? You protect me and Zhou Qiki, and when I return home, I will give you money, 1 million. What do you say? Chen Hao proposed with a face full of ingratiating smiles. Lu Yang regarded him with incredulity. In this apocalypse, to think one could still barter with currency seemed utterly foolish. Get lost, he replied coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chen Hao pressed, gritting his teeth. Are you out of your mind? What use is money in this world where you can't even buy a loaf of bread? Not leaving, are you? Fine, then stay. I shall directly escort Zhou Qiki back to the base, for as the goddess of athletics, she engages in daily running and exercise, making her quite suitable for motherhood. Lu Yang stroked his chin, revealing a playful expression. Zhou Qiki is not only one of the 4 renowned campus beauties, but also an athlete. She possesses striking beauty, with exquisite features and a slender figure, complemented by long legs that exhibit healthy muscle definition, radiating an undeniable vigor. Her sun-kissed skin and the pronounced contours of her waist create an aura of vitality and allure. Furthermore, it is said that women who are fond of physical activity tend to bear healthier children. The athletic goddess also boasts superior stamina. While other girls might struggle to endure a 2-hour battle, Zhou Qiki would undoubtedly thrive. When the time comes, she could effortlessly expand her lineage. Chapter 41. A chicken leg for a campus beauty. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Chen Hao's expression immediately shifted, and he cautiously positioned himself to shield Zhou Qiki behind him. With a hint of panic, he addressed Lu Yang. Lu Yang, what are you planning? You mustn't act recklessly. Zhou Qiki is my girlfriend. She would never be with you. Just a girlfriend, not a wife. Besides, even if she were married, what of it? Cao Cao had an affinity for married women too. Chen Hao, you may leave now. Zhou Qiki will stay with me, Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. In no way. She is my girlfriend. You wish to steal her from me? I am the student council president. My family possesses assets worth over 100 million. How dare you think you can compete with me? What do you have that is better than me? Qiki would never look your way. Chen Hao retorted, his face flushed with anger. Though he was wary of the knife in Lu Yang's hand, The thought of Lu Yang attempting to take his girlfriend ignited a fire within him. As the student council president, he had always been a figure of authority in school, greeted with respect by every student. Moreover, his family owned a company valued in the hundreds of millions, making him a quintessential rich heir. He would arrive at school in a BMW, reveling in the admiration of his peers. Now, this useless Lu Yang had the audacity to confront him for his girlfriend? Chen Hao could hardly tolerate it. Were it not for the knife, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Lu Yang directly. Impossible? What is impossible? The woman I desire. Do you believe you can obstruct me? Oh, how impressive, with assets worth over 100 million. Yet, I see you looking pale and weak, probably unable to even lift your subordinate spirits. What use is it to have such a beautiful girlfriend if you cannot satisfy her? You appear as though you haven't eaten in days. Since the apocalypse began, you must still be searching for food, aren't you? Lu Yang remarked with a hint of amusement. Confronted with Lu Yang's words, which struck at his vulnerabilities, Chen Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Stammering, he replied, "So what if I haven't found food? In any case, my girlfriend will not be with you. Our relationship is strong. You can forget about it. Is that so? Well, originally, I intended to take her by force, but hearing your words, I have changed my mind. I wish to see just how strong your bond truly is. Look, what is this?" Lu Yang pulled out a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his pocket and, upon opening the packaging, revealed it. Instantly, the enticing aroma wafted into the noses of Chen Hao and Zhou Qiki. Both inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the long-forgotten scent of food, unable to suppress their incessant swallowing. They were starving, having gone without food for 4 days at school. Ultimately, they could endure no longer and had ventured outside in search of sustenance, only to find nothing after 2 days of fruitless searching. They had resorted to hunting 2 rats in the sewers, which they had cooked and consumed entirely. Yet, those 2 meager rats were hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. During the quest for sustenance elsewhere, they narrowly escaped the clutches of a zombie, expending considerable energy in their frantic flight. Now, both individuals found their stomachs painfully empty. The tantalizing aroma of a chicken leg wafted through the air, eliciting sharp pangs from their bellies. "1 chicken leg for your girlfriend. Do you agree?" Lu Yang remarked with a hint of mischief. Just moments ago, Chen Hao had fervently declared the strength of his bond with his girlfriend, vowing they would never part. Lu Yang was eager to test the validity of this so-called unbreakable love against the value of food. As anticipated, hesitation flickered in Chen Hao's eyes upon hearing Lu Yang's proposition. However, he quickly shook his head. "Impossible. My relationship with Kiki has lasted a full year. How could my girlfriend be exchanged for a mere chicken leg? Do you think I am that kind of person? My family possesses assets worth hundreds of millions. What haven't I seen?" Determination etched itself across Chen Hao's face. Hearing his words, Zhou Qiki felt a swell of emotion. Initially, she had assumed that this wealthy boyfriend was merely playing around, treating their year-long relationship as a trial period, and had never allowed him to have his way with her. Yet now, it was evident that Chen Hao's feelings were sincere. In such dire hunger, he would not trade a precious chicken leg. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the sight and scent of that chicken leg made even Zhou Qiki contemplate aligning herself with Lu Yang. However, upon witnessing Chen Hao's resolute expression, she suddenly realized how humiliating her thoughts were. How could she betray herself for a mere chicken leg? She resolved to learn from Chen Hao, vowing never to succumb to the allure of food. Just as Zhou Qiki cemented her determination to remain steadfast with Chen Hao, he unexpectedly extended 5 fingers toward Lu Yang, stating, "If you desire my girlfriend, you must increase the offer, 5 legs, unless 5 chicken legs." Lu Yang stood dumbfounded at this proclamation. Initially, he believed Chen Hao's steadfastness indicated refusal, only to discover he merely sought additional chicken legs. Truly, Chen Hao was a master negotiator. 3. Otherwise, it's a no-go, Lu Yang asserted without room for debate. "Deal," Chen Hao hurriedly replied. Fearing Lu Yang might retract his offer, Lu Yang promptly retrieved 2 chicken legs from his possession and tossed them at Chen Hao's feet. Chen Hao quickly bent down to collect the chicken legs, stowing them away in his clothing. The entire sequence left Zhou Qiki in a state of astonishment. 3 chicken legs. And this boyfriend had effectively sold himself? She had just been moved by his earlier declaration, only to realize now that her sentiments had been premature. Angrily, she confronted Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, you. What do you mean, you? If I don't eat soon, I might starve to death. Do you intend to watch me perish?" He retorted. "Women in the apocalypse are simply here for men's indulgence, aren't they? Who cares for whom? I have been in a relationship with you for a year, and I have gifted you items worth at least 1 million. Yet, you refuse to accompany me to a hotel, pretending to be pure. I have long found you displeasing. Just days before the apocalypse erupted, I intended to take advantage of you, but to my surprise, you proved stronger than I. As hunger gnawed at me in the following days, I found myself contemplating the unthinkable. If it weren't for your athletic prowess, I doubt I could have kept you around. The fact that you could now be exchanged for 3 chicken legs speaks to your worth. Do you not understand? Hide your delight. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he hurriedly ran towards the safety zone, fearing Lu Yang might change his mind. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Zhou Qiki was utterly heartbroken. She had never imagined that in her boyfriend's eyes, she was merely a disposable object. Yet, she felt a flicker of relief that throughout their year together, she had preserved her virtue, denying Chun Hao any advances. Had she succumbed, she would likely have been abandoned long ago. This wealthy second-generation boyfriend was merely toying with her. Zhou Qiki finally saw through Chun Hao's character. Disappointment washed over her, her face ashen as she slowly approached Lu Yang. Look, this is your boyfriend. He sold you for 3 chicken legs, Lu Yang remarked with a smile. Such is the apocalypse, such is reality. One moment, vows of everlasting devotion. The next, a girlfriend traded for mere morsels. Give me 3 chicken legs, and I shall sell myself to you. I will do whatever you ask, Zhou Qiki said, her gaze hollow. Having been sold by her boyfriend, she had lost the light within her. She no longer cared what fate awaited her. Survival took precedence. Dying was the worst that could happen, and at least she would perish with a full stomach. Here, take this. Lu Yang offered her a chicken leg, adding, do not worry. With me, you will never run out of chicken legs. I would never casually part with my woman. Let us raid the supermarket together. With that, Lu Yang prepared to lead Zhou Qiki into the store, having first ensured a zombie was stationed at the entrance to deter any unwelcome intrusions. Chapter 42. The messenger. Upon entering the supermarket, Lu Yang encountered hundreds of zombies. With no place to hide within the store, an ordinary person would likely be quickly overwhelmed and meet a grim fate. However, Lu Yang moved among the throng of the undead as a wolf would among sheep, effortlessly encircling the horde. With his longsword in hand, he swung with precision, each strike severing a zombie in twain. Witnessing Lu Yang's prowess, the previously despondent and ashen-faced sports goddess, Zhou Qiki, was instantly taken aback by astonishment. How remarkable, how swift, how powerful, how formidable. How was he capable of such feats? The multitude of zombies before him appeared akin to ripe chives awaiting harvest. His athleticism was astonishing. Even the mightiest athletes would struggle to compare to him. His speed and strength transcended the limits of humanity. Was he a superhuman? As an athlete herself, Zhou Qiki possessed a profound understanding of human limitations. At that moment, Lu Yang's speed in wielding the sword, his reflexes, and his mobility had undoubtedly surpassed the boundaries of human capability. Observing his movements, a hint of admiration flickered across Zhou Qiki's face. As a fellow sports enthusiast, she naturally harbored a deeper appreciation for a man of such extraordinary athleticism. Lu Yang had transcended mere physical prowess. He had surpassed the very limits of humanity, a feat worthy of reverence. What woman does not harbor admiration for the strong? At that moment, Zhou Qiki felt a surge of fortune. Had she continued to follow Chun Hao, starvation would have inevitably awaited her. Only by aligning herself with someone as powerful as Lu Yang could she hope to survive. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yang had dispatched every last zombie, a look of insatiable delight gracing his features. Utilizing the sword to fell the undead was an exquisite form of enjoyment, a release, a thrill. Lu Yang, how are you so strong? Zhou Qiki could not help but voice her curiosity. Because I am inherently strong, and I possess even greater abilities, which you shall witness later tonight. Lu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Zhou Qiki caught the implication, her cheeks flushing with a mix of shyness and anticipation. After teasing Zhou Qiki, Lu Yang proceeded to scour the resources, gathering every item within the supermarket into his dark space. Once this task was accomplished, he guided Zhou Qiki to the next supermarket, employing the same strategy to clear it out. After both supermarkets had been thoroughly looted, Lu Yang returned to the villa area with Zhou Qiki. The operation had unfolded flawlessly, devoid of any mishaps, and Zhou Qiki's presence was an unexpected boon. A goddess of athletics such as her was a rare find indeed. Even Lu Yang looked forward to the prospect of nurturing a future with Zhou Qiki. Thus, upon the completion of their endeavor, he immediately set forth to act in accordance with the plan, successfully bringing this goddess back with him. When he returned to the villa district with the goddess, Su Xiao and the others had already gone inside to engage in some physical activities. The entire villa area had been cleared, transforming it into a safe haven. Typically, after their meals, they enjoyed playing in the villa district, indulging in basketball and volleyball. Thus, at this moment, the entire villa was devoid of any presence. You may select any room on the first floor to settle in and take a shower to freshen up. Tonight, come to my room. I wish to reveal another of my talents, Lu Yang said with a mischievous grin directed at Zhou Kiki. Understood. Zhou Kiki replied bashfully, nodding her head, though she had mentally prepared herself for such an encounter upon returning with Lu Yang. A sense of anxiety still crept into her heart. Despite having been in a relationship with Chunhao for a year, she had never even held his hand. Now, she was on the brink of engaging in intimate closeness with someone else, which made her feel a mixture of nervousness and delightful anticipation. Meanwhile, on the volleyball court of the villa district, Hiyusher and her companions were engrossed in a spirited game, each one perspiring profusely and reveling in the joy of the sport. In this apocalyptic world, basking in the sun while playing volleyball was truly a rare pleasure. Unbeknownst to them, a majestic eagle circled above in the sky. Far more than 20 kilometers away at the Black Tiger base, the falcon reported to Black Tiger, "Boss, we have located them." In a villa district over 20 kilometers away, Zhang Jingyu has been spotted, along with several other girls. They must be the female students from that villa area. Each one is a beauty. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's lecherous face lit up like a blooming flower, a grin spreading across his face to reveal a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Several female students? This is a windfall. I not only intend to capture Zhang Jingyu, but also to seize those lovely girls. All of them shall become my little wives. Falcon, you may choose one first." "Thank you, boss," Falcon replied, licking his lips in a similarly lascivious manner as he began to survey the scene from the eagle's vantage point, contemplating which girl to select. At that moment, Scarred Rat had also navigated through the underground tunnel and arrived at the supermarket where the giant bear had been defeated. Upon emerging from the hole, he discovered the giant bear's corpse lying nearby, already decomposing and infested with maggots. He hastily exited the supermarket, following the trail of slain zombies until he reached the villa district where Lu Yang resided. Since Lu Yang had fought his way through the zombies on his journey to the supermarket, following the corpses led him directly to Lu Yang's residence. The entrance to the villa district was tightly secured. Inside the guardhouse, two individuals donned in suits, sunglasses, and masks sat vigilantly. These were the zombies Lu Yang had controlled with his manipulation skills. Now that his zombie control ability had advanced to level 2, he could command second-level zombies, increasing the number he could control to 2. The two zombies stationed in the guardhouse were specifically placed there by him for security purposes, to avoid drawing attention. He had even dressed them in suits and equipped them with masks and sunglasses. If one does not observe closely, one might truly believe it to be a living person. Even Scarred Rat was deceived. He called out to the zombie, "Brother, open the door. I come bearing news." The zombie remained unresponsive. Yet the sound managed to reach Lu Yang's ears. Turning his gaze towards the source, Lu Yang spotted Scarred Rat and felt a twinge of curiosity. Wait a moment. This person seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he one of those few survivors? Did I not eliminate all of them? Is there still one that escaped? Lu Yang was momentarily bewildered. He had swiftly dispatched every one of them, convinced that he had eradicated all threats, only to discover a survivor had evaded his grasp. Yet, he pondered the purpose of their visit. Could it be an act of revenge? With remarkable speed, he grasped his knife and dashed from the villa area to the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Scarred Rat immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, fully aware that if Lu Yang intended to kill him, it would be done in an instant. Thus, he quickly proclaimed, "Young hero, I come not to cause trouble, but to deliver a warning. Black Tiger has discovered your location and is preparing to retaliate." "Oh." Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. He then opened the door, allowing Scarred Rat to enter. With a cold voice, he instructed, "Inform me about the situation at the Black Tiger survivor base, and explain your reasons for delivering this message. Be thorough in your account. Should you fail to convince me of your sincerity, I shall not hesitate to end your life." Chapter 43. Not a second to wait. Upon entering the villa area, Scarred Mouse beheld the majestic eagle soaring above the volleyball court. He pointed skyward, declaring, "That is one of the sentinels from Black Tiger base, an ability user known as Falcon. He employs the eagle's keen vision to surveil this vicinity. You have all been targeted, particularly the female students. As Black Tiger possesses a notorious lust, Falcon has likely reported the situation here to him. Had it merely been a matter of vengeance, he might have refrained from coming, considering the perilous journey. However, with so many female students present, and his insatiable cravings, he will certainly come. Is that so? Lu Yang furrowed his brow. Then with a swift gesture, conjured an ice needle that struck the eagle down in an instant. To Scarred Mouse, it appeared as though Lu Yang merely waved his hand, causing the eagle to plummet, leaving him utterly bewildered. His face displayed shock. Such formidable power. The eagle soared at an altitude of at least 100 meters. Yet Lu Yang dispatched it with but a flick of his wrist, rendering the method of his attack indistinct. This ability must be at least S-rank in combat prowess. Scarred Mouse felt a surge of relief at his decision to come here with this warning. It was undoubtedly the correct choice. Otherwise, had he followed Black Tiger and his crew to confront Lu Yang, he might not have even made it to the encounter before being eliminated. At Black Tiger Base, Falcon, who had been monitoring the situation, suddenly experienced a piercing headache and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony. "What's wrong, Falcon? Are you all right?" Black Tiger exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. "Damn, my sentinel has been taken out. Shot through the head. I couldn't retract my consciousness in time. The pain has surged to my mind." Falcon's pallor deepened, his lips trembling. The visceral sensation of a fatal shot filled him with dread. Your eagle could soar hundreds of meters high. Even a sniper rifle would struggle to hit it. How could it have been taken down? Black Tiger's expression grew grave. "I have no idea. I was merely observing those female students when it was suddenly dispatched. I couldn't see the assailant, nor discern the method employed," Falcon replied, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Black Tiger recalled Scarred Mouse's words. He had mentioned that this ability user was exceedingly powerful, that a dozen elites were no match for him, and that he had dispatched one with a mere glance. It now appeared that those claims were not unfounded. We must summon him immediately to clarify the situation. He promptly instructed one of his underlings, "Go fetch Scarred Mouse. I have urgent inquiries to make." The underling hurried to find Scarred Mouse, only to discover an empty room. He swiftly returned to report, "Boss, Scarred Mouse's room is vacant. His belongings have all been taken." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? Has he fled? Has he betrayed our base?" The underling's back glistened with cold sweat as he stammered. It seems that way. That fellow has truly become so formidable as to induce Scarred Mouse to betray us?" Black Tiger furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. A grave expression settled upon his face, leaving him momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, within Lu Yang's villa enclave, Lu Yang inquired of Scarred Mouse, "Is it true that Black Tiger is lecherous and covets women? Yet, in this apocalypse, women abound. He need not take such risks." Scarred Mouse nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. There is no need for such peril. However, Zhang Jingyu is the woman he desires, and the entire base is cognizant of this fact. He is determined to possess her. This matter transcends mere attraction. It pertains to his pride and authority. If he fails to claim Zhang Jingyu, how can he maintain his status as the leader of the base? Thus, while he may forego other women, he must have Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu is now my woman," Lu Yang declared coldly. "Should he dare to covet what belongs to me, he shall not see the morrow." How far is Black Tiger's base from here? If he intends to launch an assault, how long will it take him? Black Tiger's base lies over 20 kilometers away. I have informed him that you are quite formidable. Should he wish to confront you, he would undoubtedly need to rally all the elites from his base, which would require at least a day's time. Some of the ability users have ventured out to scavenge for supplies and may not return until nightfall, so if he comes, it would likely be tomorrow, Scarred Mouse analyzed. Tomorrow? I cannot afford to wait until then. Allowing him to live until tomorrow, after daring to target my woman, is an affront to me. I shall depart for Black Tiger's base immediately to eliminate him. You will guide me, Lu Yang asserted resolutely. Originally, Black Tiger had not sought trouble with Lu Yang, nor had Lu Yang intended to trouble him. However, upon hearing that Black Tiger remained undeterred in his pursuit of Zhang Jingyu, Lu Yang could no longer restrain himself. But Black Tiger's base is over 20 kilometers away. It will take considerable time to reach there. Moreover, their defenses are formidable. An assault may prove quite challenging. It would be advantageous to await his arrival here. In familiar territory, Scarred Mouse hesitated, contemplating the audacity of the young man before him. Youth is indeed brimming with vigor. He is ready to act without hesitation. In truth, wherever the confrontation may occur, it will ultimately lead to his demise, Lu Yang proclaimed with confidence. Scarred Mouse continued. At the very least, We should devise a battle plan. I have long since formulated a plan. My strategy is to eliminate anyone who dares to resist. 20 kilometers? Even if it were 200 kilometers, I would journey overnight to eliminate him. Whoever dares to covet my woman must perish. Not even a coconut tree would remain. Lu Yong asserted as he approached the volleyball court, waving at the girls playing below. The girls immediately rushed over, surrounding Lu Yong like planets orbiting a sun. Lu Yong, are you here to watch us play? What a delightful surprise. You never come to see us before. Did you go scavenging for supplies today? The girls gathered around Lu Yong, each glistening with sweat, chattering amiably. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu noticed the scarred rat beside Lu Yong, and her expression immediately shifted. You. Aren't you the scarred rat? It's all right. There's no need to be anxious. He has come to ally with us. Lu Yong reassured the group. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the expressions of the women turned solemn. All right, let us return to the villa. Lu Yong nodded affirmatively. Yes, let us go back together. Subsequently, he instructed the scarred rat to wait outside while he escorted the women back to the villa. Once inside, he introduced them to the athletic goddess, Zhou Kiki, and advised them to remain within the villa and not wander about. Finally, he retreated to his room to commence his battle simulation. The simulation proceeded without any complications, and no unforeseen incidents occurred. He effortlessly eliminated the individuals from the Black Tiger base. Moreover, throughout the simulation, he gleaned a wealth of information. Understanding why the scarred rat had betrayed the Black Tiger, he also became acquainted with the routes and the strength of the Black Tiger base. Even without the scarred rat's guidance, he was now well aware of the path to take. Thus, he promptly exited the villa and addressed the scarred rat. Let us commence our operation. You will take the underground route, while I will proceed above ground. The scarred rat was taken aback. He had yet to mention his underground passage to Lu Yong. How did Lu Yong know? When had he discerned his unique abilities? Was it possible that Lu Yong had deliberately allowed him to escape last time? In that instant, the scarred rat perceived Lu Yong as an omniscient deity. However, he still inquired, if I take the underground route, do you know the direction? I do, Lu Yong replied with certainty. During the first simulation, he had the scarred rat lead the way, but the scarred rat's pace was far too slow. Covering a distance of over 20 kilometers took them a full hour. Lu Yong could not afford to wait that long. If he were to travel at full speed, he could reach his destination in less than 20 minutes. He did not wish to grant the Black Tiger even an extra hour of existence. Anyone who dared to cast their eyes upon Lu Yang's woman would not deserve even a second more of life. Lu Yong found such thoughts intolerable. Not to mention, even if the distance were over 20 kilometers, if it were the other side of the earth, in the empire of the White Eagle, anyone daring to covet his woman would face Lu Yang's wrath as he crossed the Pacific overnight to confront them. Hence, he resolved to proceed alone while allowing the scarred rat to take the underground route. In truth, it mattered little whether the scarred rat accompanied him or not. Lu Yang's sole concern in bringing him along was to prevent any disturbances in the villa while he was away. He had no desire for the rear to be ablaze while he ventured forth. Chapter 44. I will decide for you. After Lu Yong had settled Su Xiao and the others, he promptly set off. Scarred Rat chose to burrow into the underground tunnel alone. 20 minutes later, Lu Yong arrived at the outskirts of the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The Black Tiger Survivor Base was an expansive villa district, characterized by its vast open spaces and sparse population. The villas were distanced from one another, providing ample privacy for the affluent individuals who once resided here, which is why this area had relatively few zombies. Hence, Black Tiger and his group had chosen to establish their base here. In peaceful times, each villa here would cost no less than 50 million. Those who could afford to live here were either wealthy or aristocratic. Unfortunately, at this moment, most had transformed into zombies, and those who had already been dealt with by Black Tiger-esque group. Lu Yong arrived at the entrance and leapt effortlessly over the 4-meter-high wall, landing inside the villa district. Beside the wall, several makeshift tents had been set up, housing the ordinary survivors who had taken refuge in the Black Tiger base. As the lowest tier of survivors, they were relegated to the outermost periphery and were unable to enter the villas. Upon seeing Lu Yong leap inside, they were momentarily startled. Shoo! Lu Yong, wielding a knife in one hand and placing the other over his lips, gestured silently. Do not make a sound, or you will die. Understood? Nods of compliance followed. Anyone capable of vaulting a 4-meter wall was certainly no ordinary individual. He was undeniably an ability user. To these ordinary survivors, ability users were akin to deities, and they dared not resist. Naturally, They complied with Liu Yang's instructions without hesitation. Satisfied with their obedience, Liu Yang nodded and began to head directly towards Black Tiger's dwelling, guided by the information gleaned from the first simulation. Meanwhile, the elites of the Black Tiger base had gathered at Black Tiger's residence to deliberate on how to confront Liu Yang. At that moment, Eagle was pressing a hot towel against his head, still reeling from the pain of having lost an informant to a headshot. His pallid complexion reflected his distress as he addressed Black Tiger. "Boss, as you said, even the likes of Giant Bear fell victim so swiftly. This individual may prove difficult to handle. Perhaps we should reconsider." Other ability users chimed in agreement. Giant Bear, Yellow Dog, Scarred Rat. None stood a chance against him. Our losses have been substantial. Facing him now would be a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, we would be entering his territory, familiar with the landscape, and potentially facing traps. "Boss, as Eagle suggested, should we not let this go? After all, it's merely a woman. What kind of women do we not have in our base?" "Indeed, boss. Let us leave it be. We can venture outside to search for new survivors and bring back a few beauties. Forget about Zhang Jingyu. What do you think?" Upon hearing Black Tiger relay Scarred Rat's words, they all grew anxious. The Giant Bear is undoubtedly one of the most formidable experts within this base. If even the Giant Bear can be swiftly defeated, what chance do they stand? Observing the fearful expressions on his comrades' faces, Black Tiger found himself in a quandary. His gaze fell upon the sole female presence in the room, the second in command of the survivor base. This enchanting woman bore a mane of sleek white hair and was clad in a form-fitting tactical suit, reminiscent of a white-haired Black Widow. Her countenance exuded competence and calmness, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, setting her apart from the other terrified members. Black Tiger inquired, "White Fox, what is your perspective on this matter?" "I am indifferent. I will follow your arrangements." Frankly, based on Scarred Rat's description, I am quite curious about what this individual looks like. I wonder if he is handsome. White Fox replied, playfully licking her alluring red lips. "What is there to discuss? Don't provoke him. White Fox, please don't lead us astray. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Indeed, let us abandon the idea." The other members hastily shook their heads in agreement. Who among them was unaware of White Fox's unpredictable nature? Though she possessed immense strength, her decision-making often appeared irrational, leaving others bewildered by her thought processes. Ultimately, she acted entirely on impulse. They had no desire to accompany this reckless woman to certain doom. As the commotion escalated, Black Tiger rubbed his forehead, his expression one of resignation. "I will contemplate this further and reach a conclusion later." In truth, he himself harbored reservations about proceeding. Zhang Jingyu was merely a woman. His insistence on capturing her was not rooted in deep affection but rather a matter of pride. Discovering her formidable strength made the prospect of confrontation exceedingly perilous. His heart was reluctant, yet as the leader, he felt compelled to solicit the opinions of his subordinates. White Fox, as the second in command, held considerable influence, second only to himself. To his dismay, White Fox, lacking prudence, expressed her desire to engage. Black Tiger inwardly chastised himself. Had he anticipated her response, he would have refrained from seeking her opinion. Had she aligned with the others in opposition, he would have readily accepted their collective decision to withdraw. Now, with White Fox expressing interest, he found himself in a bind. How could he, as the leader, allow his woman to be taken without attempting to reclaim her? It was a dilemma that left him in a state of awkwardness. Thus, he resolved to postpone the matter until evening, hoping that time would diminish its significance. However, just as Black Tiger contemplated this course of action, a cold voice pierced the air from outside the door. "No need for deliberation. I shall make the decision for you." The unexpected proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Just then, a handsome young man entered through the door, wielding a jet-black katana, from which fresh crimson blood dripped. This was the blood of the two guards Liu Yang had dispatched at the entrance. Black Tiger gazed at Liu Yang's entrance with a look of astonishment. "Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards?" "They're dead, and you shall soon join them, for I am the one sent to take your life," Liu Yang replied coldly. One of the members, witnessing Liu Yang's audacity in addressing their leader, immediately sprang to his feet, brandishing a machete as he charged at Liu Yang, shouting, "What a bold claim! How dare you speak to our Black Tiger in such a manner?" With a swift motion, Liu Yang swung his katana, and in an instant, the assailant's head fell to the ground. The speed was so astonishing that none present could discern when Liu Yang had struck. In the wake of this scene, all onlookers were left in shock, their faces betraying their fear. They soon realized that the blade Lu Yang wielded belonged to Zhang Jinglin. Thus, this man must be the formidable powerhouse referred to by Scarred Rat. Black Tiger's lips began to tremble as he pointed at Lu Yang, stammering, You are the one who took down the giant bear. Chapter 45, A Love-Struck Fool? Indeed, that would be me. You must be the Black Tiger, right? Your subordinates resemble a zoo, with bears and hounds at your command. And with your pitiful appearance, you dare to covet my woman? Have you no mirror to reflect upon yourself? Lu Yang sneered at the lecherous Black Tiger before him. The man was rotund, with dark skin, short and stout, his belly protruding more than that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Even if he were to remove his trousers, he would be unable to locate his own manhood. Only a vast expanse of girth would greet his eyes. And yet, he had the audacity to take on a harem of wives? You dare to set your sights on Zhang Jingyu, my woman? Is that not courting death? At Lu Yang's scornful words, Black Tiger's countenance twisted in anger. Though he feared Lu Yang's prowess, the humiliation of being ridiculed before his subordinates was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Young brother, I advise you to temper your arrogance. While you possess some strength to act so brazenly within my territory, you may find it impossible to leave this place alive. Furthermore, Zhang Jingyu was the woman I had my eyes on first. It was you who stole her from me. And yet you dare to flaunt your power here? Lu Yang could not suppress a laugh upon hearing such absurdity. Did this man truly believe that a woman he fancied belonged to him? Who did he think he was? With a cold smirk, Lu Yang replied, The woman you fancy? Just because you desire her doesn't make her yours. Do you think you are me? You dare to covet my woman. And you believe I would leave here without dealing with you first? Moreover, I've heard you have several wives. Should you lay hands on my woman, I shall do the same with yours. If you perish, I will gladly take care of your wives. You go too far. Black Tiger was incensed by Lu Yang's words. He raised his hand to signal his men, Go, brothers, take him down. Yet, not a single person moved. Fear washed over their faces as they stood by, warily observing Lu Yang. None dared to make the first move. After all, upon his arrival, Lu Yang had swiftly dispatched a man in an instant, his speed so astonishing that none could comprehend it. They all understood that had that blade been aimed at them, they would have perished before comprehending their fate. It was evident they did not operate on the same level of combat prowess. Why would they willingly march to their own demise? Furthermore, since Lu Yang's arrival, his gaze had been fixated solely on Black Tiger, clearly targeting him. As for the others, Lu Yang did not intend to harm them. Why then would they foolishly extend their necks, inviting danger? Thus, despite Black Tiger's orders, none of his subordinates complied. Hawk. Black Tiger had not anticipated the ineffectiveness of his command, so he resorted to calling out names. Oh, my head aches. Hawk, clutching his head, remained seated. He was no fool. His ability was of a reconnaissance nature. In terms of combat capability, he could not even rival the bear, let alone Lu Yang, who had effortlessly eliminated the bear. Thus, he feigned a headache. The white fox. The Black Tiger cast a glance at the deranged woman, while others trembled in fear. This woman seemed unabated. As long as she led the charge, the others would undoubtedly follow. However, the white fox stood there with a radiant smile, gently biting her crimson lip, her gaze fixated on Lu Yang, scrutinizing him intently. She flirted with Lu Yang, her expression even betraying a starry-eyed admiration. This brazen woman dared to indulge in infatuation at such a moment. The Black Tiger was on the verge of a breakdown. As the leader, if you do not take the initiative, how can you expect others to rally? Come on, let me witness your prowess. Rest assured, your abilities are so feeble that I shall not resort to my powers. I will merely employ ordinary attacks, ensuring your demise is not swift. I will permit you to observe how I toy with your wife. Seeing that this so-called leader of the survivor base could not even command a single subordinate, Lu Yang could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed this leader was not particularly competent, with not a single follower who heeded his command. Or perhaps it was that he himself was too formidable, instilling fear in everyone? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Boy, do not overstep your balance. I, the Black Tiger, am not to be trifled with after all this time. If you dare to forego your powers, you truly underestimate me, do you not? If you possess the courage, do not backtrack. Wait, I shall see how you meet your end. The Black Tiger hissed menacingly. He deliberately employed provocation to rouse Lu Yang. The combat capabilities of an ability user employing their powers and one abstaining from them are worlds apart. An ability user, when not utilizing their powers, might only possess attributes marginally superior to those of an ordinary human. This was precisely why Scarred Rat, upon awakening a tunneling skill, was scorned by all. His ability offered him little to no advantage in combat. In a real fight, he was merely a super soldier, hence the disdain he faced. Now, Liu Yang dared to assert that he would rely solely on ordinary attacks, effectively binding his own hands and transforming himself into a super soldier? In such a scenario, despite Liu Yang's strength, the Black Tiger believed he might still have a chance. You need not resort to provocation. I have stated I shall not employ my powers. Liu Yang confidently declared. If I were to use my abilities in one fell swoop, you would all be dead. Very well. You possess spirit. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. The Black Tiger gritted his teeth, then extended his claw, raking it across his own arm, instantly drawing forth a stream of blood, which now stained his 5 fingers. Blood-blade claws. With a swift motion, 5 blood-drenched claws surged towards Liu Yang. This was the Black Tiger's ability, the capacity to utilize blood to assault his enemies. He could even execute ranged attacks. This was the very reason he stood as the most formidable ability user among the survivors. Yet, as the blood-clawed blades launched at him, Liu Yang merely sidestepped, evading with ease. His speed had reached an astonishing 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person, while the foundational attributes of a first-level ability user were merely double those of a regular human. To an ordinary level 1 ability user, the swiftly flying blood claw might seem incredibly fast, yet, to Liu Yang, it appeared to move in slow motion. With a thunderous crash, the blood claw struck the ground, instantly carving 5 deep grooves, each reaching 10 centimeters into the hard earth. The onlookers, including the falcon, were taken aback by this spectacle. Is this truly the signature move of the Black Tiger, so formidable? If it were to strike a human, it could effortlessly cleave them into 5 pieces. They had always acknowledged the might of the Black Tiger, yet had never witnessed his powers in action. The display was undeniably awe-inspiring. However, the opponent displayed remarkable skill as well, deftly evading the rapid blood claw with a mere sidestep. Chapter 46. A direct plea for mercy. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the Black Tiger's ultimate move, the expressions of his subordinates transformed into astonishment, igniting a flurry of discussions among them. Truly, the Black Tiger is a force to be reckoned with. If it were any of us, we would have likely been cleaved in twain by now. Indeed, having never witnessed the Black Tiger in action before, it is evident that he is every bit as formidable as the legends suggest. The faces of the falcon and his cohorts reflected both shock and trepidation. With the Black Tiger exhibiting such strength, their reluctance to heed his command due to their fear of Liu Yang and their subsequent assault on Liu Yang posed a grave concern. If Black Tiger emerged victorious, would there be any future for them? Thus, they secretly wished for the Black Tiger's triumph, yet simultaneously dreaded Liu Yang's success. None could predict whether Liu Yang, after vanquishing Black Tiger, might turn his aggression towards them. Their most desired outcome, therefore, was a mutual destruction. Both Black Tiger and Liu Yang rendered near death, allowing them to deal the final blow and seize control of the base thereafter. As the falcon and his companions schemed internally, the White Fox interjected, "You are utterly misguided. While Black Tiger's attack is indeed powerful, it has proven ineffective," underscoring the true strength of that young man. He has evaded it solely through his speed, without even employing his supernatural abilities. To this day, we remain ignorant of what those abilities might be. It is my belief that he has yet to exert even half of his true power. What? He may not have even utilized 50% of his strength? The falcon and his companions were rendered incredulous. If Liu Yang had not yet unleashed half of his capacity against Black Tiger's formidable strike, just how potent could he truly be? The White Fox scoffed, stating, "Mark my words, even without his supernatural powers, Black Tiger stands absolutely no chance against him. He possesses no likelihood of victory. The opponent is merely toying with him." Indeed, no sooner had the White Fox's words left his lips than Liu Yang had already darted behind Black Tiger, his blades slicing through the air. In an instant, Black Tiger's right hand was severed, blood gushing forth from the wound in a violent spray. "Aya!" A pained expression crossed Black Tiger's face as he cried out. A torrent of blood and carnage. In an instant, the blood that erupted from his severed arm coalesced in the air, transforming into a barrage of projectiles that surged toward Liu Yang. Liu Yang, caught off guard by Black Tiger's unexpected maneuver, wondered if the more blood he shed, the stronger his attacks became. He swiftly retreated, leaping several paces back to evade the onslaught. The blood projectile struck the ground, leaving deep craters that penetrated several centimeters into the earth, demonstrating a power capable of turning the hard surface into a sieve. With renewed determination, Lu Yang propelled himself forward once more, akin to a cannonball, and swung his blade again. Swish. Black Tiger's left hand met the same fate as his right. Blood gushed forth once more. The Black Tiger, having lost both arms, let out a wretched cry, his face contorted with madness, baring his teeth in a manner that suggested he yearned to devour Lu Yang whole. As he beheld the blood spraying into the air, the Black Tiger shouted once more, "Heavenly net!" With a swift motion, crimson blood formed a colossal web in the air, descending upon Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang's speed had escalated to 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Such an assault appeared to him as if it were unfolding in slow motion, rendering it utterly incapable of striking him. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the celestial net once again and charged towards the Black Tiger, brandishing his blade anew. In a swift stroke, the Black Tiger's legs were severed at the thighs, and he collapsed into a pool of blood with a resounding thud. With both hands and feet rendered useless, the Black Tiger found himself bereft of the ability to move. The torrent of blood that had surged forth from his wounds came to an abrupt halt, while he could endure the blood that flowed from his hands. The loss of his feet meant that 4 grievous wounds now bled simultaneously. It would not be long before he succumbed to death from blood loss. Simultaneously, the Black Tiger realized that his blood-based attacks were utterly ineffective against Lu Yang. Any further attempts would merely squander his energy. He resolved to staunch the flow of blood from his 4 substantial wounds, instantly halting his bleeding. The frenzied expression on his face gave way to one of despair and terror, for in that moment, he truly sensed the looming presence of death. Looking at Lu Yang, he humbly begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhang Jingyu is yours. Take everything in my base. Just don't kill me. You can have whatever you desire." Witnessing this scene, the Falcon and others were left dumbfounded. The Black Tiger's abilities had been formidable enough to suggest that no other ability user present could withstand even a single blow from him, likely being dispatched in an instant. Yet, the very Black Tiger capable of annihilating them stood before Lu Yang, utterly powerless to retaliate. Was the disparity between ability users truly so vast? They could hardly fathom that such a powerful Black Tiger could inflict not a single ounce of harm upon Lu Yang, who, in less than 10 seconds, had severed his limbs and brought him to the ground, begging for mercy. The adversary before them was indeed a godlike figure. Even if all the inhabitants of the base banded together, they would likely be unable to withstand him for 3 minutes, unless a woman were to offer herself, perhaps employing the art of seduction to buy them 2 hours. Seeing the Black Tiger relent, Lu Yang's face broke into a cold smile. "Oh, have you surrendered so swiftly? I see your power grows stronger with the more blood you shed. I thought to assist you in that regard, yet you have chosen to give in without a struggle? I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Please spare me. Truly, I offer Zhang Jingyu to you. I shall no longer trouble you. Please grant me my life." The Black Tiger continued to plead before Lu Yang. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Lu Yang furrowed his brow and retorted, "You intend to give Zhang Jingyu to me? Do you presume my woman requires your bestowal? Who do you think you are?" At the sound of Lu Yang's icy tone, Black Tiger was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Brother, I was mistaken. It was not my intention to give her to you. She was always yours. It was my error. I misspoke." Lu Yang maintained his frosty demeanor and responded, "Oh, so you acknowledge that Zhang Jingyu has always been mine, yet you still dare to covet what belongs to me?" Black Tiger, startled once more, exclaimed, "No, I did not dare to covet her. She was originally my woman, but then you took notice of her, thus she became yours." Lu Yang narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are you implying that I have claimed your discarded treasure?" Black Tiger felt his composure slipping. "Brother, that is not what I meant. Just say it. Whoever you declare her to be, she shall be theirs." Lu Yang countered, "You still dare to question me?" Black Tiger fell silent, feeling utterly perplexed. It seemed that the more he explained, the more muddled the situation became. How was he to respond correctly? Chapter 47. A different woman, care for a spar? Lu Yang placed his foot upon the face of the Black Tiger, remarking, "Look, you have no words left to argue, do you? From the very beginning, I declared that I could defeat you without any special abilities. And since you dare to covet my woman, I shall take care of your wife instead. I hear you have over a dozen wives, is that so?" The Black Tiger hastily replied, "Yes, indeed. I have more than 10, and they are all yours. As long as you spare my life." Lu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the adversary would forfeit his wives to save his own skin. He retorted, "Oh, you are quite generous, offering them without a second thought. It is only fitting. A beauty deserves a hero." A scoundrel like me has no right to possess so many beauties. The black tiger quickly added. At that moment, Baihu interjected. Those wives are merely commoners he has abducted, forcing them into his possession. There is no true affection there. His original wife perished when the apocalypse began. Though he does have a biological daughter. Upon hearing this, fury washed over the black tiger's face as he bellowed at Baihu. Baihu, you wretched harlot. You traitor. How dare you stab me in the back? Seeing the black tiger regain his audacity and hurl insults, Lu Yong pressed down forcefully, distorting the man's mouth, rendering him speechless and only capable of emitting pained sounds. Lu Yong discerned that the man cared little for his wives, yet it seemed his daughter was indeed his Achilles heel. Subsequently, Lu Yong turned his gaze towards Baihu and the others. During the skirmish, Baihu, Eagle, and the other elites from the Black Tiger's base had stood by, too intimidated to intervene. Witnessing Lu Yong dismantle the Black Tiger in under 10 seconds, leaving him limbless, they dared not even breathe audibly. They knew they could not match him in combat, nor could they escape. With the speed he possessed, they would be dispatched before they could cover 10 meters. Thus, they lingered, awaiting the judgment of fate, striving to remain inconspicuous, hoping Lu Yong would overlook their presence. Yet, Baihu's words caught Lu Yong's attention. When his gaze fell upon her, Eagle and the others felt as though they were under the scrutiny of a deity, their bodies trembling and hairs standing on end. Soon after, they crumpled to their knees with a resounding thud, while only Baihu remained standing. Lu Yong regarded her closely. Upon recognizing her features, he was taken aback. Initially, his focus had been solely on the greasy black tiger, neglecting the exquisite beauty beside him. This woman sported a chic, short white hairstyle, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. Her finely sculpted features radiated confidence, and she was clad in a form-fitting black outfit reminiscent of a cinematic Black Widow ensemble. Tall and possessing flawless, porcelain skin, she emanated a cool and haughty demeanor. However, it was a pity that, despite her many virtues, she lacked a certain fullness. In his mind, 6 words emerged. Who are you? Lu Yong asked the white fox. The enchanting red lips of the white fox curled slightly as she replied, I am the white fox, once an ability user in this survivor base and the second in command. But now, I am your woman. Lu Yong was taken aback, then chuckled, saying, Oh, have I agreed to this? You declare yourself my woman? He hadn't anticipated such directness and boldness from her, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You will agree, she continued, for you have never encountered a woman as extraordinary as I. In an instant, she darted towards the group of hunters. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmering dagger had already appeared in her hand. Like a phantom, she weaved through the crowd, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Before they could react, the white fox had already slit their throats. Hawk clutched his bleeding neck, disbelief etched across his face, as he pointed a trembling finger at the white fox, exclaiming, W.H. White Fox, you. Even in death, they could not fathom why they did not perish at Lu Yang's hands, but rather at those of their companion, the white fox. Lu Yong watched her actions in astonishment and asked, What are you doing? I never said I wanted them dead. Black Tiger is their leader. They disobeyed his orders, so they are no use to us. Thus, I took it upon myself to eliminate them. The white fox licked her red lips and remarked, But you also disregarded Black Tiger's orders? Lu Yong replied with a smirk. I am different, she retorted. How so? Lu Yong inquired. With a confident smile, the white fox replied, I can become your woman, but these worthless individuals cannot. Surely, you cannot be one to betray your own, can you? Leaders may betray, but their partners must remain loyal. So, you need not worry. Lu Yong was momentarily speechless. This woman makes a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Yet, curiosity still gnawed at him. I must ask, are you always this forward? To declare you wish to be my woman upon our first meeting? The white fox approached Lu Yong, her delicate finger resting on his chest, her tone alluring. Handsome, has no woman ever told you that you are charming and captivating? Ah. Well, no one has ever said that, Lu Yong admitted, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Those people are quite insincere. I, on the other hand, have a preference for handsome men, for the strong, and you fit my taste perfectly. So, let me be forthright. I simply wish to sleep with you. The white fox stated bluntly. Lu Yong was taken aback by her audacity and openness, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Previously, he had been the one to suggest such intimate encounters. To his astonishment, the woman boldly expressed her intentions, leaving no room for subtlety. Was she truly seeking to engage with him in such a manner? Lu Yong, with an indomitable spirit, retorted, Very well, shall we find a room now to spar? I shall showcase my esteemed golden gong ham. However, Baihu interjected, let us not engage in sparring just yet. Your foolish rival, Heihu, has been reduced to a mere shadow of himself, on the brink of death. Shouldn't you prioritize attending to his daughter in his presence? Upon hearing this, Heihu's fury escalated. Baihu, you wretched scoundrel, you vile harlot, may you meet a most untimely end. With a sardonic laugh, Baihu declared, dare to insult me? I shall promptly fetch your daughter. Coldly, she departed towards Heihu's daughter's residence. Watching her leave, Heihu's heart raced, and he shouted in desperation, no, please, don't. Baihu, if you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, I will ensure your demise is far from peaceful. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Chapter 48. Severe punishment. Not long after the departure of the white fox, the scarred rat hastily emerged from the underground lair and arrived at the scene. The moment he set foot here, he was struck dumb. The ground was saturated with blood, and there lay a dozen corpses, while their once formidable leader, the black tiger, was reduced to a mere husk, sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. In disbelief, the scarred rat gaped at Lu Yang, unable to suppress his astonishment. My heavens, what transpired here? Have I stumbled into a hellish battlefield? I rushed here with utmost speed, yet I still failed to witness this skirmish. You are far too powerful. He then approached the lifeless body of the falcon, spitting contemptuously upon it. How pathetic. You, who always flaunted your superiority before me, where is your bravado now? You could not have perished more completely. This is what you get for underestimating me. Upon seeing the scarred rat's arrival, the black tiger realized the truth. It was the scarred rat's treachery that had led Lu Yang to this place, resulting in this tragic outcome. He ground his teeth, glaring at the scarred rat. You traitor! It is your betrayal of the base that brought us to this point. Had I known you were a traitor, I would have slain you long ago. Yet the scarred rat wore a smug expression, unperturbed as he retorted, in this base, no one ever regarded me with respect. I find joy in your demise. What does it matter if I am deemed a traitor? As if you ever considered me one of your own. Besides, take a look at whom you have provoked. Even had I remained silent, you would have sought trouble with him, leading to your inevitable downfall. The black tiger spat in disdain. How dare you defend yourself, you worthless wretch? A coward like you, forever a pariah, will always be scorned. Do you think you have secured favor by clinging to power? Would anyone trust a traitor like you? That is not a concern for you, replied the scarred rat, dismissing the black tiger. He then surveyed the fallen bodies scattered around, only to soon notice one was missing. His expression shifted abruptly as he turned to Lu Yang. Brother, we are missing someone. The second in command of this base, the white fox. That madwoman possesses formidable strength and is utterly unpredictable. If we do not eliminate her, we may very well face her wrath. Within this base, while the black tiger was the strongest, the white fox was no weakling either. Moreover, her erratic thought process made her particularly dangerous. She acted without regard for consequences, improvising with abandon. One moment, she could be sharing laughter, and the next, she might draw her blade to kill. Thus, the scarred rat harbored a profound fear of the white fox, even more than he did of the black tiger. Who dares to speak ill of me? A woman's voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the scarred rat's expression transformed to one of sheer terror, and he quickly sought refuge behind Lu Yang. In a hushed tone, it was murmured, "It is the white fox. It is her voice." Shortly thereafter, the white fox entered, accompanied by the daughter of the black tiger. Witnessing this scene, the black tiger's eyes widened with fury as he spat. White fox, may you meet a wretched end. You vile woman, I shall ensure you find no rest in death. The scarred rat glanced between the black tiger and the white fox, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the black tiger lost his mind? How could he dare to insult the white fox, his second in command? After all, she was the only one still alive. She should have been his last lifeline. Why was he lashing out so recklessly? However, the white fox paid no heed to the black tiger's vitriol. Instead, she smiled at Lu Yang and said, "Handsome, I have brought you a prize. Black tiger's own daughter, just turned 18, fresh and tender." Lu Yang appraised the black tiger's daughter with keen interest. The girl possessed a delicate visage, adorned with a hint of baby fat, her skin as white as snow, seemingly so tender that it could almost drip with moisture. It was evident that the black tiger was formidable, for even amidst the apocalypse, his daughter had not suffered. She had lived a life of luxury, untouched by hardship, akin to the days of peace. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly exceptional, rivaling the likes of the campus belle, Hiyusher. Yet, upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, the black tiger's daughter trembled in fear, her face betraying terror. Curiously, however, She did not display a trace of sorrow upon witnessing her father's transformation into a mere puppet. Observing this enchanting maiden, Lu Yong nodded approvingly. Indeed, she is a fine specimen. I shall take her as my woman. Such a captivating beauty was a promising investment for future endeavors. Even if she were not the Black Tiger's daughter, had he encountered her by chance, Lu Yong would not have hesitated to claim her. After all, with the system at his disposal, every woman was a potential asset in his quest for power. To Lu Yong, the risk of mistakenly killing was far preferable to missing an opportunity to grow stronger. Upon hearing Lu Yang's intentions, the Black Tiger cried out in despair, "No, please, kill me instead, spare my daughter." In a swift motion, the white fox plunged a knife into the Black Tiger's mouth, twisting it violently and reducing his tongue to fragments. Coldly, she retorted, "Silence. Do not disturb the gentleman's enjoyment." Chapter 49. In impatience, unveiled Fong Fei gazed at Lu Yong as he prepared to take her daughter away. The atmosphere was tense. The Black Tiger attempted to speak, yet his tongue lay crushed, and as he opened his mouth, torrents of blood erupted forth, leaving him only capable of uttering incoherent sounds. His face contorted with rage as he fixed his gaze upon the white fox, seemingly determined to etch her visage into his memory, vowing that even in death, he would not forget her. Scarred Rat, seated nearby, dared not make a sound. The formidable prowess of the white fox instilled fear within him. Scarred Rat remained uncertain of White Fox's true allegiance, especially since he was the first to betray the base, leaving him anxious about his own fate. He was on high alert, ready to make a hasty escape at any moment. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally addressed the white fox, stammering, "Sister, what is the current situation? Have you betrayed the base as well?" White Fox shot him a disdainful glance, causing Scarred Rat to break into a cold sweat. He nearly succumbed to the urge to flee. "What do you mean by betrayal? Do you, little rat, even know how to speak? Besides, you should be recognizing that handsome fellow as your new leader, shouldn't you?" "Indeed," Scarred Rat proclaimed proudly, convinced that his decision to align with Lu Yong was the wisest choice of his life. Clinging to such a powerful ally promised a bright future ahead. White Fox smiled and remarked, "Then it's settled. From now on, don't call me sister. Refer to me as sister-in-law." Scarred Rat was taken aback. Sister-in-law? Lu Yong had only arrived here perhaps 10 or 20 minutes earlier. Yet he had not only defeated the Black Tiger, but also vanquished other elites, and even managed to subdue the notoriously unpredictable White Fox. This was nothing short of extraordinary. It was an understatement to say that subduing the White Fox was far more challenging than overcoming the Black Tiger. The latter's strength had its limits, whereas the White Fox's erratic mindset was unfathomable. Upon learning that White Fox willingly chose to become Lu Yang's partner, Scarred Rat's admiration for Lu Yong deepened. Any lingering fear he harbored dissipated entirely. If White Fox had been tamed by Lu Yong, how could he, as Lu Yang's new subordinate, possibly be at risk? They were all family now. Witnessing this scene, the nearly lifeless Black Tiger's eyes once again ignited with fury. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. And though words failed him, his intent was clear, likely filled with curses. Lu Yong, with a cold smirk, remarked, "What is the matter? You seem quite agitated. But before you get too worked up, I must inform you that your daughter willingly chose to come with me." The Black Tiger's agitation escalated, his eyes bulging like saucers, almost popping from their sockets as he cried out, blood spewing forth in violent bursts. "Heh, this is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter shall be taken away by me. Do you understand your mistake now?" After Lu Yong spoke, he merely cast a glance. Bang! The Black Tiger was instantly felled by an icy needle to the head, concluding his nefarious existence. Even in death, the Black Tiger never comprehended the nature of Lu Yong's extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing her father's demise before her eyes, his daughter did not exhibit sorrow. Rather, a look of liberation adorned her face. This scoundrel has finally met his end. And right before me. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had envisioned this moment daily. And now it had come to fruition. Previously, in a bid for survival, the Black Tiger had callously pushed her mother towards the zombies while she watched, transforming him into her sworn enemy, erasing any semblance of paternal affection. Now, witnessing this villain's downfall, she felt assured that her mother could finally rest in peace beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the nearby White Fox and Scarred Mouse displayed expressions of astonishment. Initially, Scarred Mouse had indeed observed Lu Yong's prowess as he dispatched an eagle soaring high in the sky. However, at that time, he was oblivious to the method employed by Lu Yong. He had imagined that Liu Yang could control lightning, even striking the eagle down with electric shocks. Now, having witnessed the demise of the Black Tiger, Scarred Mouse realized that Liu Yang must have executed a precise shot to the head from above. But what method did he employ to achieve such a feat? Was his power indeed one that could guarantee a headshot, even at close range? They could not perceive how Liu Yang executed such a skill. To them, it appeared merely as a glance from Liu Yang, and the Black Tiger's head exploded. Indeed, Liu Yang's strength was as he had proclaimed. Had he wished for the people present to perish in a mere encounter, all would have been felled. Scarred Mouse could not help but marvel at the disparity between ordinary ability users and formidable ones. It was even greater than that between ordinary users and civilians. Observing Liu Yang's actions, White Fox licked her crimson lips, a joyful expression illuminating her face. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. His power is simply overwhelming. She pointed at the Black Tiger's daughter and inquired of Liu Yang, "Do you wish to eliminate this woman?" Upon hearing White Fox's words, the daughter trembled, for she detected the chilling intent behind them. This madwoman truly intends to kill me. However, Liu Yang's demeanor relieved her. Liu Yang shook his head. She is now my woman. Why should I kill her? White Fox, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "You have already taken her virtue. What purpose does she serve now? Is she not merely a fleeting novelty? Moreover, you executed her father before her eyes. Are you not afraid of her retribution?" "I wouldn't dare. He is not my father," the girl quickly retorted. White Fox smirked coldly. "Oh, to survive, you even disown your own father? It seems your cunning runs deep, making you all the more deserving of death." With that, she drew forth her glistening dagger, as if poised to slice the girl's throat in the next breath. "Do you think I would fear the hatred of a little girl?" Liu Yang asserted with unwavering confidence. He then cast a sidelong glance at the White Fox and declared, "Put the knife away. I shall not repeat myself." "Very well. Very well. You are the boss. Your word is law," replied the White Fox, sheathing the blade. As she beheld the resolute glimmer in Liu Yang's eyes, a deeper admiration blossomed on her face. This man, both powerful and self-assured, possessed a commanding presence that was utterly captivating. His unwavering demeanor was simply irresistible. Chapter 50. Entering the monument test, Liu Yang addressed Scarred Mouse, saying, "Please have someone handle these corpses. With Black Tiger deceased, you shall be responsible for the affairs of this survivor base from now on." "What? I cannot do that. My abilities are insufficient." "It would be better to let Sister White Fox manage this base," Scarred Mouse hastily replied. Previously, he had ranked low in strength within the base, and he felt unworthy to oversee the entire establishment. With White Fox's prowess, she could easily eliminate 10 scarred mice. Liu Yang responded, "White Fox is now my woman and will leave here with me. The abilities of the other supernatural beings in this base are likely extinguished. You will be the strongest remaining. Why fear the responsibility? Furthermore, with Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, none will dare to oppose you." Scarred Mouse still bore a troubled expression. "Well, if you insist on taking charge, I shall merely assist you in management. Liu Yang is so busy every day. How can he handle such trivial matters? It is not as if I am handing over the entire base to you. What is there to fear or to decline? If it cannot be managed well, I shall be the one to answer for it." White Fox retorted sharply. She had just warned him to address her as sister-in-law rather than sister, yet he continually forgot. This little mouse was truly exasperating. However, upon hearing Liu Yang affirm her status as his woman, White Fox felt a secret joy within her heart. Liu Yang continued, "Indeed, White Fox is correct. I have also heard that there exists a testing monument within this base, capable of assessing the powers of supernatural beings, correct?" Scarred Mouse nodded. "Yes, there is such a testing monument. Among the supernatural beings in this survivor base, only Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin have made the rankings. As for myself and the others, we are far too weak to qualify." "Excellent. Lead me to it," Liu Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. His primary purpose for coming to this supernatural being base, aside from eliminating Black Tiger, was to assess his own strength and see what rewards he might acquire. Zhang Jinglin had received an exceptionally sharp katana through his test. He wondered if he might earn an even more formidable reward. Soon, under the guidance of Scarred Mouse and White Fox, Liu Yang arrived before the testing monument of this survivor base. The monument stood an impressive 4 stories tall, a massive rectangular stone. Moreover, it was densely inscribed with the names of supernatural beings. The names were divided into 4 rankings: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each ranking contained 1000 names. which meant that only those within the top 1,000 could qualify for the list. Those ranked beyond the 1,000th position had no chance of recognition. Liu Yang observed that the top 10 names in each ranking were predominantly composed of individuals from various nations. The supernatural beings from each country demonstrated remarkably balanced strengths. The top-ranked individual on the yellow list was named Li Tianba, a name that unmistakably belonged to someone from the Dragon Empire. The first on the mysterious list was Jackson, evidently hailing from the White Eagle Empire. The leading name on the Earth list was Kamaev, clearly from the Bear Empire. The top rank on the leaderboard is held by someone named Rishang Shantian, clearly a citizen of the small empire of Japan. This suggests that the ranking is indeed recognized globally. How could a mere individual from such a minor empire claim the number 1 spot? Liu Yang scoffed, waiting to demonstrate how he would trample this individual beneath his feet. What is your name? Liu Yang inquired of the White Fox. Here, the White Fox replied, pointing to one of the names. Liu Yang glanced over and discovered that the White Fox's true name was Bai Ling, positioned at the 897th rank on the yellow leaderboard. The White Fox expressed discontent, saying, "How infuriating. Just a couple of days ago, I was in the 830s, and now, only a few days later, dozens have surpassed me. It seems that more and more individuals are awakening their abilities, and the powers they possess are quite formidable. Indeed, rankings are not static. Whenever new individuals enter the test and rank above you, your position is pushed back. There's even the possibility of being entirely removed from the leaderboard." Liu Yang remarked. "Perhaps you could retake the test," he suggested to the White Fox. The White Fox shook her head, replying, "I've already tested. It was futile. The testing process is extremely draining and time-consuming. Only the first test yields rewards. Subsequent tests merely elevate your rank without any prizes, unless you advance to a higher leaderboard, such as from the yellow to the mysterious leaderboard. Otherwise, no rewards are granted." "I see," Liu Yang nodded, then inquired, "What is the nature of the test?" The White Fox explained, "Each person's test is unique, but fundamentally, it involves battling monsters. The testing stone tablet is divided into 100 levels. During my time on the yellow leaderboard, I only reached level 12. I understand. I wish to give it a try," Liu Yang expressed with eager anticipation. The White Fox continued, "Simply place your hand on the stone tablet, and it will detect you, transporting you into its realm." Liu Yang nodded affirmatively and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Immediately, he felt a subtle current coursing through his hand, enveloping his entire body with a tingling sensation. Then, in a flash of red light, he vanished from his spot, entering the stone tablet's domain. Inside the tablet was an expansive space, resembling a square hall measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. Above the hall, several lines of text appeared. Detection indicates that the ability user possesses S-class powers and meets the criteria for the Celestial Leaderboard test. Shall we commence this test? Upon reading this message, Liu Yang was taken aback. The stone tablet could directly assess his strength. It could even determine the level of the ability user. Did this imply that those capable of entering the Celestial Leaderboard test were at least S-class ability users? Was the A-class ability correspondingly linked to the earthly leaderboard? He pondered this for a moment and then decisively declared, "Begin the test." Test commencing. Soon, 10 zombies materialized out of thin air. Unlike ordinary zombies, these creatures did not possess vacant, soulless eyes. Instead, they resembled normal humans, engaging in eye contact and even displaying tactical coordination amongst themselves. Each zombie wielded a long knife. Understanding cooperation and wielding weapons, these must at least be second-tier zombies, right? The sudden appearance of 10 second-tier zombies? It must be said that ordinary ability users would likely find themselves outmatched. However, I am no ordinary ability user. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang brandished his katana and charged forward. Slash, slash, slash. In less than 10 seconds, the 10 zombies had met their demise. Liu Yang's foundational attributes were an astonishing 16, 5 times that of an average human. Meanwhile, second-tier zombies possess strength and speed that are merely double that of an ordinary person, roughly equivalent to the foundational attributes of a typical first-tier ability user. Yet, first-tier ability users maintain an advantage over second-tier zombies due to their special powers, while the latter relies solely on basic attributes and ordinary attacks. Furthermore, their intelligence is rather limited. In a one-on-one scenario, a first-tier ability user could easily dispatch them. However, a cohesive group of 10 would prove formidable for an ordinary ability user. Yet, to Liu Yang, the opponent's speed appeared painfully sluggish. He mused that even against 10,000 he would remain undeterred. The inscription on the stone tablet shifted once more. Congratulations, you have passed the first level. Would you like to proceed to the next? Indeed. Enter the next level, Lu Yang declared without hesitation. In an instant, the scene before him transformed again, revealing 22nd-tier zombies. Lu Yang let out a cold chuckle. The gap in strength is so vast that mere numbers cannot compensate. Could we have something a bit more challenging? With his long blade in hand, he charged once more at the 20 zombies, swiftly dispatching them all. Chapter 51. A desire to test the zombies. As Lu Yang embarked on his testing, Bai Hu and Scar Mouse, among others, were engaged in discussion outside. Scar Mouse remarked, "Given Lu Yang's strength, he should at least be able to enter the Xin ranking, right?" Scar Mouse himself, despite his prowess, could not even secure a position on the Huang ranking. He believed that anyone who could achieve a ranking there was already exceptionally strong, while those who could penetrate the Xian ranking were beyond imagination. Each ranking board displayed only 1,000 names. Yet this did not imply that only 1,000 individuals existed within each category. In fact, there could be tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, who remained unranked. For instance, Scar Mouse was not without a ranking. He merely occupied the 15,000th position on the Huang ranking, a status that did not warrant display on the stone tablet. Thus, the gap between the first on the Huang ranking and the 1,000th on the Xian ranking was not merely 1,000 individuals apart, but perhaps separated by tens of thousands. Consequently, Scar Mouse surmised that if Lu Yang could ascend to the Xian ranking and secure a position within the top 1,000, his name would be etched upon the tablet, marking him as a formidable powerhouse. Those on the D ranking and Tian ranking were regarded as unparalleled beings, existing beyond the realm of imagination. Bai Hu, however, chuckled lightly and stated, "I do not share your perspective. Lu Yang is undoubtedly the strongest survivor I have encountered. Thus, I believe he should be capable of entering the D ranking test. As for whether he can achieve a ranking, I cannot say for certain." Scar Mouse was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, do you hold Lu Yang's strength in such high regard?" Bai Hu replied confidently, "Of course. The man I have chosen cannot possibly fail to enter the D ranking. I believe he can even reach the Tian ranking. He is the strongest and might even claim the top spot." At that moment, a melodious voice interjected. It was Wang Feifei, the daughter of the Black Tiger. Upon hearing her words, Bai Hu replied with a smile, "What would an ordinary person like you understand? Can you even comprehend the matters of ability users?" Wang Feifei asserted, "I may indeed be an ordinary person, and I may not grasp the intricacies of ability users, but I understand Lu Yang. I have engaged in profound conversation with him, and in my eyes, he is the most powerful man in the world, destined to attain the #1 position on the Tian ranking." Bai Hu chuckled softly and said, "Ah, how typical of an ordinary person. You fail to grasp the disparities among ability users. Your confidence is merely a reflection of ignorance." "Humph, we shall see. Regardless, I believe Lu Yang is the strongest," Wang Feifei retorted defiantly. Bai Hu, with a confident smile, proposed, "You are so sure of yourself? How about we make a bet? If you lose, you will become my subordinate, and you will do as I command. If you win, I will be your follower, and I will do as you say. What do you think? Let us bet." "I certainly won't lose," Wang Feifei pouted, although she did not fully comprehend the dynamics of ability users or their capabilities. It mattered little, for her profound trust in Lu Yang remained unwavering. As long as it was Lu Yang, there was nothing he could not achieve. As the crowd outside engaged in lively discussions, Lu Yang had already reached the 10th level of his test. The zombies at this stage were no longer mere second-tier creatures. Instead, 10 third-tier zombies emerged, each commanding an army of 100 second-tier zombies, totaling over 1,000 undead. They exhibited organization, discipline, and coordination. Lu Yang was taken aback upon encountering a third-tier zombie for the first time. These zombies bore a striking resemblance to humans in appearance, their skin pale, yet eerily human-like. They no longer bared their teeth or drooled. From a distance, they appeared as ordinary people. To Lu Yang's astonishment, he observed these third-tier zombies engaging in communication, indicating that they had developed the ability to speak. Such a level of intelligence was remarkable. His gaze fell upon a particularly striking female third-tier zombie, who not only possessed the ability to converse, but also exhibited an exquisite beauty. Her snow-white complexion lent her an air of elegance and allure. Though her lips were equally pale, with a touch of lipstick, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Lu Yang found himself pondering the differences between this zombie and an ordinary human female. igniting a fleeting curiosity within him. He quickly shook his head, chastising himself for such thoughts. After all, he was in the midst of a critical challenge. With resolve, Liu Yang launched an assault against the horde of zombies. The presence of the 10 third-tier leaders had rendered the undead more organized and disciplined, even coordinating an attack against him. Surrounded by 1,000 zombies, it became clear that he needed to eliminate those 10 third-tier leaders. Once they fell, the remaining zombies would be left disoriented and vulnerable. Without hesitation, Liu Yang brandished his sword and charged toward the 10 zombies, engaging them in direct combat. The third-tier zombies possessed strength and speed 4 times that of an ordinary human, and their intelligence enabled them to wield weapons. However, in comparison to Liu Yang, they were still woefully inadequate. In less than 10 seconds, he dispatched all 10 third-tier zombies with swift, decisive strikes, each resulting in a beheading. The remaining second-tier zombies, now leaderless, fell prey to his relentless onslaught. Having successfully passed the 10th level, Liu Yang gleaned important insights. Given that the apocalypse had only recently unfolded, most ability users were still at the first tier. Even S-class first-tier ability users, when compared to lower-tier users, exhibited only marginal differences in their abilities. Their physical attributes were roughly equivalent, being about double that of an ordinary person. In scenarios devoid of their abilities, S-class users were not inherently superior to their counterparts when facing third-tier zombies. It was imperative to utilize their abilities to combat such formidable foes. However, employing these powers was mentally taxing and not sustainable indefinitely. Thus, for S-class ability users aiming to conquer the 10th level on the leaderboard, vanquishing such a multitude of zombies would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Those who can conquer the 10th level must have already ascended to the top 1,000 of the leaderboard. Hence, the increasing number of zombies in each level of this trial. For ordinary practitioners of supernatural abilities, this surge in undead constitutes a heightened challenge. However, Liu Yang is an anomaly. Empowered by the system, each zombie he slays enhances his own attributes, which currently stand at an astonishing 16, 5 times that of an average individual. Even amidst the trials of the leaderboard, he transforms the encounter into a one-sided massacre, requiring no supernatural abilities whatsoever. This renders the overwhelming hordes of zombies utterly inconsequential to Liu Yang, as he neither exhausts his mental energy nor finds difficulty in the task. Armed with a formidable blade, he can dispatch a zombie with a single stroke, making the act as effortless as slicing vegetables. What challenge is there in merely increasing the quantity of ingredients for the chef? Liu Yang is akin to a glitch within the program. Even the monument likely did not foresee that someone could achieve such extraordinary foundational attributes in the early days of the apocalypse, reaching levels far beyond that of an ordinary person. This so-called leaderboard trial is, for Liu Yang, exceedingly simple. He confidently asserts, if the subsequent levels continue to escalate the number of zombies, then even upon reaching the 100th level, I shall pass with ease. Chapter 52. The first on the heavenly ranking. Half an hour later, Liu Yang severed the head of the last level 6 zombie. Simultaneously, new text appeared within the stone tablet. Congratulations, you have completed level 100. The heavenly ranking test has concluded. You are now ranked first on the heavenly ranking and have received the reward, Dark Cloak. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. It's over? I wasn't even finished having fun. To be honest, reaching level 100 had not presented any real challenge for him. Instead, he found himself increasingly exhilarated as he progressed. Thus, upon receiving the notification that the test had concluded, he felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. After all, while others possessed attributes merely twice that of an average person, Liu Yang had achieved an astonishing 16, 5 times, rendering his endeavor remarkably effortless. He hastily examined the attributes of his reward. Dark Cloak. This equipment grants you brief flight capabilities, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. Your flight speed is double your movement speed. Upon reading this attribute, Liu Yang was utterly astonished. Such a modest cloak possessed the ability to allow flight. Well, this is incredibly impressive. No wonder it's the reward for being first on the heavenly ranking. Flight is a dream for many men. To traverse the air is an ability only celestial beings could achieve. Now, with just a cloak, he could possess the capability of flight. It was simply magnificent. Although Liu Yang's speed had already reached 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person, adding the flight speed would elevate it to an astonishing 33 times. An average person's maximum speed is approximately 89 meters per second. Thus, Liu Yang's speed would be 933, 297 meters per second. This approached the speed of sound. To fly at such velocity with a human body is an unattainable feat. This equipment is extraordinary. Moreover, regardless of the enhancement the flight ability could provide, the sheer coolness of it was paramount. To complement the dark cloak, Liu Yang rummaged through his dark space and selected a black ensemble collected from the supermarket. Pairing it with the cloak, instantly, he exuded an aura of a solitary and noble ranger. Satisfied with his striking appearance, Liu Yang nodded approvingly. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to showcase his flight capabilities and make a grand display. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of the dark cloak's ability? With this thought in mind, Liu Yang departed from the stone tablet space. In the next moment, he found himself outside the tablet. At this time, Scarred Rat and White Fox were still waiting outside. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, White Fox was taken aback and exclaimed in disbelief, "So fast." When she had participated in the yellow ranking test, she had spent a full 3 days battling to reach level 12. Why had it taken her so long? Because the mental energy of a supernatural being is limited. After clearing a level, if one utilized their powers, their mental energy would deplete. They must wait for their mental energy to fully recover before daring to enter the next level. Otherwise, without the ability to use their powers, certain defeat awaited them in the subsequent challenge. Many challengers employ this strategy. The time to advance to the next level is selectable, allowing ample opportunity for recovery of both physical and mental strength. Naturally, if both your physical and mental energies are fully restored, yet you still cannot pass the next level, it indicates that you have reached your upper limits of capability. Remarkably, Liu Yang accomplished this feat in merely half an hour. Does this not suggest that he had no time to recover his mental energy at all? Should Liu Yang become aware of Baihu's thoughts, he might dismissively retort, "For a mere clearance test, is there truly a need to utilize special abilities? If there is no depletion of mental energy, why bother with recovery?" While Baihu was in a state of astonishment, Scarred Mouse exclaimed, "What the heck? Liu Yang's name has not appeared on the celestial leaderboard. Could it be that his clearance time was too brief to qualify for a ranking?" Upon hearing this, Baihu immediately shifted his gaze to the earthly leaderboard, scanning it with urgency. Although a clearance time of half an hour might prevent an ordinary ability user from even passing the first level, Liu Yang was different. Albeit the odds were slim, what if he made it onto the earthly leaderboard? However, Baihu scoured from the 1000th position to the very first. Yet Liu Yang's name eluded her. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. Was it truly impossible? Even someone as formidable as Liu Yang, with only half an hour spent, could not secure a spot on the leaderboard. Perhaps he had exhausted all his mental energy on the first challenge and subsequently chose to forego the rest. Baihu felt a pang of regret. Had she known earlier, she would have advised Liu Yang to wait until his mental energy was fully restored before proceeding to the next level, rather than surrendering outright. Just as Baihu wallowed in her remorse, a voice of excitement from Wang Feifei broke the silence. "Hey, you all, look. Check the first position on the celestial leaderboard." Baihu and Scarred Mouse instantly shifted their attention to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. When they beheld the name at the top, they were rendered speechless. The name of the first place stood out, magnified many times larger than that of the second and all others, radiating a resplendent golden glow. At that moment, the name shining at the pinnacle was none other than Liu Yang. Baihu was left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? In just half an hour, he had secured the top position on the celestial leaderboard. This was truly beyond imagination. Every ability user in this survivor base had attempted the Stone Tablet S test. After completing the test, they would engage in discussions, from which they learned that although each person's challenges varied, the difficulty corresponded closely to their respective strengths. This meant that the Stone Tablet tailored the challenges according to individual capabilities. Generally, it would take around an hour to clear the first level, while the second level could extend to 2 hours. As one progressed to subsequent levels, the challenges became increasingly arduous, with clearance times growing longer. Ultimately, it was conceivable that one might spend an entire day without clearing even a single level. In merely half an hour, Liu Yang ascended to the pinnacle, claiming the first position. Who is he truly? What magnitude of extraordinary ability must he possess to achieve such a marvel? Baihu found herself perplexed. As a fellow possessor of extraordinary powers, having undergone the same test of the Stone Tablet, she comprehended the immense difficulty of securing the top spot on the celestial rankings. Yet, Liu Yang accomplished this feat in just 30 minutes. Does this not imply that while others attain the first rank through their own formidable prowess, Liu Yang's first place stems solely from the existence of a singular highest rank? Were there to be a divine ranking, would he not, with a tad more time, also reach the summit? After all, 30 minutes is undeniably not Liu Yang's limit. This raises the question, can the stone tablet even gauge Liu Yang's true potential? Upon realizing this, Baihu regarded Liu Yang with an almost reverential gaze, as if beholding a deity. This man is truly beyond human. To call him a god would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 53. Displaying divine grace very well, you have triumphed. Henceforth, I shall be your subordinate. The white fox remarked with a resigned expression towards Wang Feifei. Despite being a noble psychic, she upheld the principle of fair play, willing to abide by the wager made at the outset. Wang Feifei shyly replied, "Oh, how could I? Just promise you won't bully me anymore." "Oh, you little sprite. How dare you claim that I bully you? Are you trying to feign pity in front of Liu Yang? You are quite the schemer," White Fox exclaimed, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Wang Feifei's waist. "Ah, help! Liu Yang, look, she is always picking on me." Wang Feifei shrieked as she darted away, seeking refuge behind Liu Yang, clutching his dark cloak as if she were a fledgling chick escaping from a hawk. Following this wager, the bond between White Fox and Wang Feifei appeared to have deepened significantly. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, while Scarred Mouse's gaze remained fixed on Liu Yang. Unable to restrain his admiration, he remarked, "Boss, you look exceptionally dashing. Especially that cloak. The material seems so luxurious, it hardly looks man-made. Absolutely stunning." Upon hearing Scarred Mouse's words, White Fox and Wang Feifei quickly regained their composure. Initially taken aback by Liu Yang's ranking, they had overlooked the transformation of his attire. Now, upon closer inspection, they were utterly astonished. Particularly captivating was the pitch-black cloak, which transcended mere darkness. It seemed to absorb all light, exuding a profound allure. Wang Feifei could not resist grasping a corner of Liu Yang's cloak, feeling its texture against her delicate face, a look of blissful contentment spreading across her features. "In all," she exclaimed, "so silky, so comfortable. I've never encountered such a material before. Liu Yang, where did you acquire this cloak? Such a soft fabric would surely be delightful for undergarments." Liu Yang, taken aback, gently ruffled Wang Feifei's hair and replied, "This dark cloak is meant for exuding charm, not for ostentation. It is a reward I received from the heavenly ranking test. What do you think? Am I not dashing? The reward from the heavenly ranking test?" Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixating on the obsidian cloak, filled with envy. Scarred Mouse inquired, "Since it is a reward from the heavenly ranking test, it must possess more than just aesthetic appeal, right? Surely it has other functions?" Liu Yang smiled and replied, "Indeed, it does. A reward for achieving the first rank cannot be merely for looks. As for its true purpose, I shall reveal it in due course. Gather all the survivors in the base. I have something important to convey. Additionally, I would like to inquire about how this base has been operating previously." Liu Yang, despite having his own secure villa area. However, the number of inhabitants within was scant, with only a few beautiful women residing there. Consequently, he remained unfamiliar with the operations of the true survivor base. Scarred Mouse remarked, "The primary source of resources for the survivor base relies on human collection. In addition to the ability users leading the gathering efforts, ordinary survivors must also form teams to collect supplies. Moreover, to survive within this base, everyone is required to contribute resources. Essentially, this contribution could amount to a loaf of bread or 2 eggs per family each day, or other useful items of comparable value. Should one fail to provide any resources, they would be expelled. Thus, the more civilians there are in the survivor base, the wealthier it becomes. At any given time, population is an exceedingly crucial resource. Conversely, ability users must safeguard the survivor base's security, ensuring that civilians are not threatened by zombies." Understanding dawned upon Liu Yang as he nodded. The functioning of the true survivor base indeed differed from his initial perceptions. In the villa area, he had been solely responsible for resource collection while supporting numerous women. In contrast, the genuine survivor base depended on civilians for resource gathering and contributions. Liu Yang addressed Scarred Mouse. "All right, I comprehend now. Gather everyone, and once assembled, inform me. I wish to deliver a speech. Also, announce to all within the base that I, Liu Yang, have become the new master of this survivor base." "Understood, boss. I shall notify everyone immediately to convene at the gymnasium. Once they have gathered, I will escort you there." Scarred Mouse nodded eagerly and hurried off to relay the message. Before long, Scarred Mouse had assembled all the survivors in the gymnasium. Lu Yang, accompanied by the two women, White Fox and Wang Feifei, arrived shortly thereafter. He nodded to Scarred Mouse, who understood the cue and dragged out the corpse of Black Tiger, laying it before the crowd. The survivors gasped in shock. How dreadful! It is simply horrific. At that moment, Black Tiger had transformed into a lifeless body, utterly beyond salvation, his hands and feet severed, leaving only 4 bloody stumps. His eyes were wide open, unblinking in death. The top of his head had been blown apart, and his skull was nowhere to be found, leaving an empty cavity where his brain once resided. Lu Yang had deliberately spared his face from destruction to assert his dominance. The sight of Black Tiger's corpse, bloodied and with a gruesomely mangled mouth, was nothing short of tragic. Witnessing the once mighty Black Tiger reduced to such a pitiful state, the survivors exchanged glances. Too apprehensive to utter a sound, they were uncertain of what would transpire next, left to anxiously await the judgment of fate. In that moment, Lu Yang, clad in stylish black attire, stepped forward to address all present. I am Lu Yang. I am the one who killed Black Tiger, and from this day forth, I shall be the leader of this survivor base. Who stands in agreement, and who dares to oppose? The survivors exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other. Opposition. The invincible Black Tiger had been vanquished. How could these mere civilians dare to defy? Noticing the silence, Lu Yang continued, since there are no dissenters, this surviving base shall henceforth be governed by my decree. Should anyone dare to disobey or engage in covert schemes, their fate will be singular. They will meet the same end as the Black Tiger. Lu Yang's latter words were delivered with an icy tone, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. The survivors felt a shiver run down their spines, their backs unwittingly drenched in cold sweat. Then, under the watchful eyes of all present, Lu Yang began to step into the void, ascending into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in stunned disbelief. How was he able to accomplish this? He could walk upon the very air itself. Was he a man or a deity? Chapter 54, Utterly Dazzling. Lu Yang hovered in midair, casting a commanding gaze upon the crowd below. His black cloak billowed in the sky, resonating with the might of a warrior's wings. The onlookers gazed up at Lu Yang as though he were a deity, their eyes betraying an involuntary reverence. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, one survivor succumbed to Lu Yang's overwhelming presence, his knees giving way as he knelt upon the ground. In swift succession, others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Even the scarred rat nearby nearly faltered, overwhelmed by the urge to prostrate himself. Lu Yang was simply too magnificent. At that moment, it dawned upon him, the true power of Lu Yang's dark cloak. He walked upon the void, suspended in the air like a divine being. It was nothing short of breathtaking. As the crowd bowed before him, Lu Yang began to speak. From this day forth, the resources you surrender daily shall be halved. Furthermore, I shall lend each of you 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. The expansive villa district, with its sparse population, boasts ample land, including a soccer field, green belts, and lawns, which you may transform into arable land for planting. However, after 1 year, you must repay me with 200 pounds of potatoes. Additionally, all crops harvested within the villa district must yield 20% to me. Upon concluding his decree, Lu Yang began to release potatoes from the shadows. It was as if a rain of potatoes fell from the heavens, slowly accumulating into small mounds at his feet. The sight left all survivors in awe. How could he conjure such an abundance of potatoes from thin air? Could it be that he was not merely godlike, but a true deity? The divine had proclaimed the need for seeds, and thus, seeds rained from the sky. This was nothing short of a miracle. The Black Tiger, that mere exploitative brute, only sought to oppress these ordinary survivors. In stark contrast to the divine Lu Yang, he was but a wretch. Behold the magnificence of this man. Each survivor's face radiated admiration, mingled with joy. With Lu Yang's arrival, their daily resource contributions would be halved, significantly easing their future lives and sparing them from the perilous hunt for supplies. More importantly, Lu Yang had also provided them with potato seeds for cultivation. Could it be that they would no longer need to scavenge for resources and could achieve self-sufficiency? The thought brought tears of gratitude to their eyes. Each day spent searching for supplies was fraught with anxiety. Even a single ordinary zombie posed a grave threat. Encountering a horde of zombies left them with nowhere to flee. They had witnessed friends and family devoured before their very eyes. Yet, if they ceased their search for resources, they could not remain within the safety of the survivor base. Within the base, they could form teams to scavenge together, free from the fear for their safety. Alone in the outside world, their chances of survival would diminish drastically. Every day, they lived in constant trepidation, fearful of being discovered by the zombies. Even the simplest desire for a peaceful slumber eluded them. Thus, in order to remain within the safety of their base, they ventured out every few days to scavenge for supplies. However, if they could cultivate crops to alleviate their hunger, they would no longer need to risk their lives for resources. They could reside daily in the sanctuary of their base, sustained by the fruits of their labor. Would this not be akin to the tranquility of peacetime? The harbinger of hope for their return to a peaceful era was none other than Lu Yang, a celestial figure soaring through the skies. A little girl, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed at Lu Yang and exclaimed, "Mommy, why is he flying in the sky? How does he possess so much food? Is he the savior sent from above?" The woman beside her quickly grasped the girl's hand, anxiously admonishing, "Lower your head and do not point. When one encounters a deity, one must bow in reverence." From that moment on, the little girl etched those words into her memory for a lifetime. In the heavens, that dark silhouette became an everlasting beacon of hope in her heart. Once Lu Yang completed his task, he gently descended to the ground. He then addressed Scarred Mouse, stating, "On an individual basis, each person may receive 50 pounds of potatoes. Ensure you keep a record. A year from now, they must return 200 pounds, and in the future, 20% of their harvests must be surrendered." "Understood, boss." "Consider it done," Scarred Mouse promptly replied, recognizing the significance of Lu Yang's actions as tangible benefits for the people. For ordinary survivors, this was an immense boon. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food had become exceedingly precious. The act of lending food as seeds was nothing short of a monumental kindness. It is no exaggeration to say that in this desolate world, 50 pounds of potatoes could be exchanged for 5 beautiful maidens. Yet, Lu Yang, without hesitation, distributed these invaluable resources. Once the crops flourished, their harvests would stabilize, eliminating the need for perilous scavenging. Moreover, as external supplies dwindled, there would inevitably come a day of depletion. In contrast, cultivation could yield an endless bounty, even increasing with each planting. It is not an exaggeration to declare that Lu Yang was the savior of this base, the beacon of hope for all ordinary survivors. Unlike Black Tiger, who sought only to strip survivors of their possessions, Lu Yang envisioned a future where survivors could thrive and develop sustainably. The disparity between their visions was as vast as the universe itself. Leaders like Lu Yang, who truly cared for the well-being of their people, are the genuine embodiment of leadership. Joy illuminated the faces of the other survivors, each eagerly queuing to receive their 50 pounds of potatoes. A couple approached Scarred Mouse, accompanied by a little girl, the very one who had received candy from him. The girl skipped joyfully towards Scarred Mouse, beaming with happiness as she embraced him. She looked up, her innocent eyes sparkling, and asked, "Grandpa Mouse, is he the savior you found?" "Yes, he is indeed the savior I brought." Scarred Mouse spoke with pride and certainty, exclaiming, "Hooray! Indeed, I am the most handsome in this base." The little girl was overjoyed, and the other adult survivors behind her began to chuckle as well. Witnessing such happiness among the crowd brought joy to Scarred Mouse, for in the past, all the ability users had looked down upon him. It was only these ordinary survivors who held him in esteem. Now, seeing them acquire such abundant resources filled him with delight. After planting 50 pounds of potatoes, in just 45 months, they could yield a tenfold increase, amounting to 500 pounds. Even after returning 200 pounds to Lu Yang, 300 pounds remained. If these 300 pounds were further cultivated, they could transform into 3,000 pounds. This exemplifies the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era was a pivotal period in human development, allowing humanity to thrive without the peril of hunting. Now, it seemed that this survivor base was beginning to replicate that magnificent era. Meanwhile, Lu Yang departed the gymnasium with 2 beautiful young ladies, entrusting the distribution of supplies to Scarred Mouse. Along the way, the white fox turned to Lu Yang and remarked, "You were incredibly handsome just now. I nearly found myself bowing in admiration." Upon hearing her words, Lu Yang beamed mischievously. "Hold off on bowing for now. Save it for when we reach my room." The white fox licked her red lips, swallowing hard, eagerly anticipating what was to unfold next. Beside them, Wang Feifei blushed at the exchange, fully aware of Lu Yang's implication, as she had just engaged in such behavior in the privacy of their room. The mere recollection made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The audacity of discussing such matters in broad daylight was indeed quite shy-inducing. Chapter 55. A global shock as Liu Yang was preparing to find a room to engage in a spirited exchange with Bai Ling, showcasing his golden drum ham king. He remained oblivious to the fact that his remarkable achievement of securing the first position in the Tianbang test had already reverberated across the globe. The information inscribed on the monuments was universally shared. Upon Liu Yang's ascendance to the top, the name inscribed as the first in the Tianbang was altered to reflect Liu Yang's. In the White Eagle Empire, nestled within a secure refuge over 50 meters underground. The president's secretary rushed in, flustered, and exclaimed to the president, Mr. President, the first position in the Tianbang has changed hands. Oh, has General Bob succeeded in subduing Nishang Shantian? A joyful expression graced the face of the president of the White Eagle Empire. The reigning champion of the Tianbang was Nishang Shantian from the Little Sun Empire, followed by General Bob from the White Eagle Empire, Zhou Xingqian from the Divine Dragon Empire, and Mahashev from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Among these top 4 contenders, none were willing to yield to the others. Although Nishang Shantian held the first rank, the 3 following competitors were persistently testing and striving to ascend the ranks, for the title of the first position signified the most formidable ability among the superhumans. The rivalry among great nations persisted not only in times of peace, but also in the apocalypse, as they sought to assert their dominance over the world. Attaining the first position in the Tianbang served as the ultimate proof of strength. Therefore, upon hearing that the name of the first position had changed, the president's immediate thought was that General Bob had ascended to the top. The secretary shook his head. No, it is not General Bob. It is a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he should be from the Divine Dragon Empire. What? The 80-year-old president of the White Eagle Empire, whose face was once benevolent, suddenly bore a fierce expression. The Divine Dragon Empire had managed to subdue the Little Sun Empire? This meant that 2 individuals from the Divine Dragon Empire occupied the top 5 positions. He promptly made a decision. Order General Bob to continue testing. I want him to attain the first position within 10 days. Furthermore, dispatch a team of superhumans into the Divine Dragon Empire to locate this Liu Yang. I want to know all his information within a month. Also, what is the status of the biomodification and mechanical modification troops? What about the aliens in Zone 9? This was the first time after the apocalypse that the secretary witnessed such an expression on the president's face, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He nervously replied, they are still undergoing experimentation and have yet to meet operational standards. As for Zone 9, the alien weaponry is still in testing. The 80-year-old president resolutely declared, conclude the experiments within 3 days and deploy these 2 troops into active combat. Active engagement is the best form of testing. At the same time, instruct the scientists in Zone 9 to expedite their progress. Yes, sir. The secretary stood tall, saluted, and then exited the president's office to commence the distribution of the orders issued by the president. In the Little Sun Empire, within the prime minister's office, a secretary rushed in, exclaiming in distress, Prime Minister, we are in grave trouble. The prime minister, visibly displeased, chastised the secretary for his panic. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued, Prime Minister, it's serious. The top rank on the celestial leaderboard is no longer held by General Sun, but has been replaced by a new name. What? The prime minister's face contorted in disbelief. How can this be? General Sun is exceptionally gifted, unrivaled. Who could possibly surpass him? Summon General Sun at once. I must speak with him. The secretary replied, General Sun is aware of the replacement and is extremely angered. He has already entered the monument for testing. Very well, the prime minister nodded. He had intended to instruct General Sun to proceed with the testing, only to discover that he had already taken the initiative. Clearly, General Sun held his honor in high regard. Who has usurped General Sun's position? He inquired further. The secretary responded, a person named Liu Yang. Given the name, he appears to be from the Dragon Empire. With a resounding clap, the prime minister struck the table, his expression darkening with fury. So it is the Dragon Empire? Infuriating. Relay my orders. Immediately dispatch the most elite team of psychics to the Dragon Empire to locate this Liu Yang and eliminate him at all costs. Moreover, what is the status regarding the ninja village? The secretary, wiping his brow, reported, the vice prime minister is still in urgent discussions. The prime minister, frustrated, declared, the Little Sun Empire is at a critical juncture, and these ninja village individuals remain indifferent? Are they no longer loyal to the Little Sun Empire? Unacceptable. Direct the Vice Prime Minister to expedite communication. We must secure the elite from the ninja village at all costs. With that, the Prime Minister issued his final command. The secretary bowed deeply before hastily departing from the Prime Minister's office. Meanwhile, in the barbarian Bear Empire, within the presidential office, a secretary rushed and urgently, President. The top rank on the celestial leaderboard has changed. The new name is Liu Yang. He is likely a psychic from the Dragon Empire. The president, whose demeanor was typically stern, now wore a grave expression. Oh, the Dragon Empire has produced such talent? It seems we must act swiftly. What is the progress on the psychic enhancement serum? The secretary replied nervously, it is still in the animal testing phase. The president began issuing commands. Commence human trials within 3 days and reactivate the Poseidon project. Additionally, instruct General Mamashev to enter the celestial leaderboard testing immediately. Concurrently, after 3 days, dispatch a team of psychics to the Dragon Empire to investigate this Liu Yang's true nature. Furthermore, order our infiltrators in the Little Sun Empire to enter a state of silence. Henceforth, all efforts must be directed towards the Dragon Empire. Yes, President. The Poseidon Project was a program that had been halted since the era of the former Allied powers. Its revival now raises concerns. Do as I say. The President of the Bear Empire displayed a resolute expression. Yes, Mr. President. Meanwhile, within the underground sanctuary of the Dragon Empire, the Secretary's face radiated with excitement. Commander Wang. The top-ranked individual on the heavenly list has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang. Given this name, he must be one of our own from the Dragon Empire. Oh, Commander Wang's face also reflected surprise, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! Excellent. Splendid indeed. At last, the Little Sun Empire will think twice before acting arrogantly. Our Dragon Empire shall finally regain its dignity. Relay my orders. Our Hidden Dragon unit must deploy all personnel immediately to locate this Liu Yang, employing any means necessary to recruit him into our ranks. We must find Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle unit does. The Hidden Dragon and Flying Eagle are two specialized units of the Dragon Empire, working in tandem yet fiercely competing against one another, each unwilling to yield. Commander Wang leads the Hidden Dragon unit. On the other side, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle unit also received the news and promptly issued his orders. Everyone, your primary mission is to locate Liu Yang. Spare no effort to ensure he joins our Flying Eagle unit. I do not care what methods you employ. Intimidation, persuasion, even seduction will suffice. In any case, within a month, I want to see Liu Yang standing before me. We must beat old Wang to it. Originally, with the presence of the third-ranked Zhou Xingqian in the Hidden Dragon unit, they held a slight advantage, but should they acquire Liu Yang, the top-ranked individual, the Flying Eagle unit would truly face a dire future. Yes, Commander Zhang. Once his subordinates departed the office, Commander Zhang's expression turned grave. He murmured to himself, what are these fellows in the unit doing with their daily training? Day in and day out, they practice and test, yet cannot attain the top rank on the heavenly list. This Liu Yang is a name I have never heard. He is likely just an ordinary ability user, yet he has directly claimed the first position. Truly formidable are the youth of today, possessing extraordinary talents. I fear Liu Yang is likely training diligently as we speak. Chapter 56. Exploring the sensations of a supernatural being at this moment, Liu Yang was indeed preoccupied. Not with training, but rather with engaging in profound conversations with the enchanting Bai Hu, an unparalleled beauty. Hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully persuaded the other party to willingly become your girlfriend. Your freezing ability has advanced by 1 level. Another enhancement to his freezing ability? Liu Yang felt a surge of delight. The freezing power constituted his primary offensive capability, and its elevation brought about the most significant improvements. Each level gained augmented both his range and control, and seeing his freezing skill advance 2 levels beyond his other abilities filled him with joy. Bai Hu reclined beside Liu Yang, gazing at him with eyes brimming with affection and admiration, almost as if they could melt. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, Liu Yang, observing a single red plum blossom atop the white sheets, expressed his surprise. You are so open. How is it that you have never had a boyfriend before? Upon their first encounter, Bai Hu had boldly declared her desire to share a bed with him. Liu Yang perceived her to be an exceptionally liberated woman, yet he was astonished to learn she had yet to experience romantic entanglements. Bai Hu responded, of course, I have had boyfriends in the past, but ordinary men have never captured my interest. I enjoy toying with them rather than being toyed with. I prefer to make them kneel and look up at me. In interactions with typical men, I embody masculinity, while they adopt the role of women. Only a man as formidable as you can compel me to willingly ascend to your bed. Furthermore, even if I have had boyfriends, it has not affected. As she spoke, Baihu produced a dagger, swiftly drawing it across her palm. Instantly, a gory wound appeared, yet before the blood could flow, it began to coagulate. And astonishingly, the injury healed at a visible pace. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing Liu Yang's astonishment, Baihu smiled with a hint of pride and said, "This is my ability. I possess an extraordinary healing power and formidable resistance. Even the viruses of ordinary zombies cannot infect me. They label me as a madwoman, but they fail to recognize that I have the means to be mad. With this power, I can heal from any injury, no matter how severe. Therefore, everything you did to me earlier has reverted to its original state." Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. "So, does that mean every day is like the first time for you?" "Indeed." Baihu nodded affirmatively. "Impressive." Liu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The following day, Liu Yang awoke feeling invigorated. He had shown restraint, not exhausting her. Stretching his body, he heard Baihu stir and slowly open her eyes. Her typically frosty demeanor transformed into a sweet smile directed at Liu Yang. "You're up early. Do you have any plans for today?" Liu Yang replied, "I am preparing to return to my villa area. However, before that, I intend to select some young and beautiful maidens from this survivor base to accompany me." The white fox remarked, "In their eyes, you are akin to a savior. With just a word from you, all the women will follow you." "Indeed," Liu Yang nodded in agreement. Just yesterday, he had deliberately showcased his prowess. Aiming to cultivate such an effect, he desired that everyone within this survivor community perceive him as a godlike figure, instilling fear that would deter any thoughts of betrayal or malice. After Liu Yang finished his morning routine and enjoyed breakfast, he donned his attire and took a stroll around the area where ordinary survivors resided. Upon his return, he was followed by 15 beautiful maidens. Each of these young women gazed at Liu Yang with eyes brimming with admiration, gratitude, and even reverence. To be chosen by Liu Yang filled their hearts with joy and astonishment. They believed themselves to be the chosen ones. The white fox observed the lovely maidens Liu Yang had selected and couldn't help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. They are all beauties with splendid figures." Liu Yang chuckled and replied, "It's quite all right. Although their figures surpass yours, your petite frame is undeniably charming." "Oh, how annoying." The white fox's icy demeanor softened as a hint of blush appeared on her cheeks, and she playfully punched Liu Yang's arm with her small fist. She was aware that she was indeed petite, perhaps only a B cup, yet she felt it was an exaggeration to call herself adorably tiny. Not like she was an A cup. Liu Yang was truly excessive. Thus, Liu Yang, accompanied by Wang Feifei, the white fox, and the 15 maidens he had chosen, set forth towards his villa area. As for this survivor base, he entrusted its management to Scarred Rat, intending only to occasionally return for a brief visit and to exhibit his prowess from time to time. Chapter 57. The sports goddess cannot be undermined. As Liu Yang returned to his villa accompanied by Baihu, Wang Feifei, and 15 beautiful young survivors. Twilight had begun to settle. The 15 maidens, being commoners, moved at a leisurely pace, causing their journey to take several hours. Upon seeing Liu Yang's return, Yusher and the others instantly lit up with joy. Though it had merely been a single night apart, their longing for Liu Yang surged like a relentless river. The apocalypse brims with uncertainty, and danger lurks everywhere. Despite Liu Yang's formidable strength, their concern for his safety remained ever present. Now, witnessing his safe return, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Chen Dan approached with a smile. "Liu Yang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll prepare a meal right away." "Oh, and with so many more sisters joining us, it seems we'll need to make a larger feast today." Tang Mingting chimed in busily. "I'll help." Zhao added. "I will assist as well." I too, exclaimed the star Su Xiao, along with Zhou Qi and Zhang Jingyu, as they all flocked into the kitchen, busying themselves with preparations. The newly arrived survivors exhibited expressions of slight trepidation. They had held Liu Yang in utmost admiration, viewing him as a deity. Thus, encountering the women by his side naturally evoked both respect and nervousness. Observing their unease, Liu Yang reassured them, "There's no need to be anxious. Everyone here is quite amiable. Please find a place to settle nearby. The entire villa area is secure, so you need not fear. Go wash up. And feel free to take some food for yourselves." With that, Lu Yang retrieved an assortment of packaged food and fresh rice, flour, and vegetables from the dark void, presenting it all to the 15 maidens. "Oh, all right, we will go now," they exclaimed eagerly, hurrying towards the adjacent villa with their provisions. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei chose to stay in the upper level of this villa, while Lu Yang returned to his own room to prepare for a bath. As the others ascended the stairs, the young women in the kitchen began to converse. He Yusha remarked, "I never imagined that in just one day, Lu Yang would rescue so many survivors. It seems our competition will only intensify from here on." The most anxious among them was Zhou Qixi, the sports goddess whom Lu Yang had rescued last. However, shortly after her rescue, the scarred mouse had come calling, prompting Lu Yang to leave the villa. As a result, Zhou Qixi had yet to share any intimate moments with him. Having spent a day in the villa, she had instead grown quite familiar with He Yusha and the others, as they were all renowned beauties in their own right, well acquainted with one another. He Yusha was the art school belle, Zhao Lina the academic prodigy, and Zhou Qixi the sports goddess. They were all equally esteemed figures, and now, in this apocalyptic world, residing in the same villa had fostered a rapidly blossoming camaraderie. They had become like sisters. Everyone noticed the somewhat unusual expression on Zhou Qixi's face. Tang Mingting remarked, "Qixi, originally Lu Yang invited you to his room tonight, right? But due to unforeseen circumstances, he left, and now he has brought back so many girls. It's uncertain whether you will still have a chance." Zhao Lina added, "Indeed. Qixi, you, me, and Yusha are all among the 4 campus beauties. We are like sisters, and we do not wish to see you forgotten by Lu Yang." He Yusha suggested, "I have an idea. Eat quickly, be the first to finish, then hurry to take a shower, and slip into Lu Yang's room as soon as you're done, giving no opportunity for the other women." Zhang Jingyu nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. I believe this method is quite effective. We certainly do not want you to be overshadowed by those newcomers." As Zhou Qixi listened to her friend strategizing, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and gratitude. Deep down, however, she felt considerable anxiety about the possibility of being forgotten by Lu Yang. Throughout the past few days of chatting with her sisters, she had learned of Lu Yang's remarkable prowess, coupled with the memory of witnessing him vanquish zombies in the supermarket. He seemed like a veritable warrior. Hence, she had already accepted Lu Yang in her heart, viewing him as the man she wished to follow for a lifetime. The thought of being forgotten by him at this moment was indeed disheartening. Timidly, she inquired, Is this really okay? Might Lu Yang prefer a more reserved girl rather than one who is so forward?" He Yusha displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, "Nonsense. You have never been in his room. If you had, you would know. Does he really prefer women to be reserved in front of others yet open in his presence?" The celebrated star Su Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. Be bold and confident. Trust your sisters. You won't go wrong." Zhou Qixi shyly nodded, "All right. But I am still a bit nervous, a bit scared. You all say Lu Yang is formidable. Just how powerful is he? Will I be able to handle it?" Zhao Lina pondered for a moment, tilting her head, and said, "When it comes to Lu Yang, I can only describe him in 5 words. An 8th-level tempest." Zhou Qixi was taken aback. "An 8th-level tempest? Do you mean he is as fierce and powerful as a raging storm?" Zhao Lina shook her head, adding, "This phrase can also be read in reverse." Zhou Qixi paused, then murmured, "Crazy." "Ah." Realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Zhao Lina's arm. "Lina, you are truly insufferable." Observing this scene, He Yusha and the others burst into laughter, especially He Yusha, who laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face, exclaiming, "Ha! No wonder they say the top student beauty is indeed something else. Lina, you are quite the character." Tang Mingting quipped, "It's no wonder people say that a rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with culture is. Lina, you are quite the little rogue." Chen Dan remarked, "Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable." I was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of her words. It seems we have aged and fallen behind the times. Su Xiao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. The young ones certainly indulge in exquisite pleasures." Joyful sounds emanated from the kitchen, where everyone engaged in lively conversation while preparing the meal, their faces illuminated by expressions of delight. Before long, the feast was ready. At that moment, Lu Yang and Bai Hu, having finished their baths, descended the stairs. As the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, the expressions on their faces morphed into sheer bliss. Bai Hu could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have not encountered such an enticing scent of food." In their previous life at the Black Tiger base, while they were not deprived. Their meals consisted solely of packaged goods. The luxury of fresh ingredients for cooking was a rarity. Unlike Lu Yang, they lacked the spatial abilities to preserve food freshness. Indeed, it smells divine. My stomach is growling. I yearn to indulge. Wang Feifei chimed in. Then come quickly. I hope today's dishes will suit your palates. Chen Dan responded with a smile. Lu Yang nodded affirmatively, suggesting, let us all head to the dining room and enjoy our meal. Chapter 58, Invincible Attributes. I do not consume beef at the dining table, Lu Yang introduced to the group. Allow me to present to you Bai Ling, also known as the White Fox. She is an extraordinary being, a supernatural adept. This is Wang Feifei, who, like all of you, is an ordinary person. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, astonishment graced the faces of the audience. A supernatural adept? The stunning beauty before them, with her flowing white hair, was indeed a supernatural being? He Yushi and her companions immediately cast envious glances in her direction. In a post-apocalyptic world, the ability to awaken supernatural powers was a source of immense admiration. Possessing such powers signified the capability for self-preservation, enabling one to confront ordinary zombies without fear. Lu Yang proceeded to introduce Yushi and her companions to Bai Fox and Wang Feifei. Both Bai Fox and Wang Feifei greeted them with warm smiles, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. We will be living together from now on, so please take care of us." Although Bai Fox was a supernatural adept and had previously held a haughty demeanor at the Black Tiger base, she recognized the importance of maintaining respect towards Lu Yang's companions since she had only recently joined their ranks. Oh, there's no need for such formalities. You're the supernatural adept. We are merely ordinary people. It would be wonderful if we could all coexist amicably, Yushi and her friends quickly replied. Indeed, I am quite easygoing. Rest assured, should any danger arise in the villa area, I will protect you, Bai Fox declared, patting her chest confidently. Upon hearing this, the faces of Yushi and her companions lit up with delight. That is truly wonderful. With a supernatural adept to protect us, we can feel at ease, exclaimed the studious and beautiful Zhaolina. It would be best if you could share your knowledge with us, teaching us how to awaken our own abilities. We wish to awaken too. Tang Mengting and the others nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, yes. Please teach us so we can awaken our powers and gain the ability to protect ourselves. Bai Fox replied, awakening supernatural powers isn't particularly technical. It mainly depends on talent and genetics. If you wish for me to teach you, I cannot provide a definitive method. However, I can certainly share everything I know about supernatural adepts. Zhao Lina nodded in affirmation. That would be wonderful. Sharing knowledge about supernatural adepts will allow us to conduct our own research and perhaps discover techniques for awakening. As the group enjoyed their meal and engaged in lively conversation, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. However, Zhou Kiki appeared disinterested in the discussions, focusing solely on her bowl of food. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Kiki set her bowl down and announced, I am full now. I will head back to take a shower. You all enjoy your meal. Lu Yang found this somewhat peculiar, remarking, why is Zhou Kiki eating so quickly? Her complexion seems a bit off, slightly flushed. Could she be unwell? Yushi, with a mischievous smile, nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Her health is somewhat poor. It would be best for you to have a look at her. While everyone else laughed heartily, Lu Yang appeared utterly bewildered. What is the matter? What is so amusing? I cannot fathom their sense of humor at all. Never mind. Time to eat. Lu Yang, unable to comprehend the humor of the women, decided to focus on his meal. After dining, he returned to his abode. However, the moment he opened the door, his keen observational skills detected the presence of someone in the room, and he caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance. Student Council President Shen Hao had lavished over $1 million in gifts on Zhou Kiki, but to no avail. Ultimately, this athletic goddess sought out Lu Yang's room, desiring to become his woman. If Chen Hao were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated to the point of devouring 3 colossal drumsticks. Lu Yang turned to Zhou Kiki and inquired, does this mean you agree to be my woman? Zhou Kiki nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am willing. Lu Yang glanced at his system notifications. It indicated that the other party had inwardly agreed to be his woman. Reward. All basic attributes of the host elevated to 1,000 points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was elated. Originally, his basic attributes stood at 850 points, now soaring to 1,000 points, an impressive increase of 150 points. This reward was indeed extraordinary. With 1,000 basic attributes, he possessed 20 times that of an ordinary person. Previously, with 16, 5 times the attributes. He had dispatched level 6 zombies with ease during the stone tablet test. Now, having escalated to 20 times, he was on the verge of invincibility. To Liu Yang, ordinary ability users appeared no different from ants. What a thrill! Liu Yang felt a swell of confidence. With such formidable attributes, he should be able to declare that he does not consume beef. Liu Yang examined his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,000 speed, 1,000 stamina, 1,000 spirit, 1,000 possessing abilities, 1. Future prediction level 4-2. Virus immunity level 4-3. Ice control level 6-4. Dark space level 5-5. Zombie control level 2 equipped with Dark Cloak, Black Light Saber special talent. Enhanced genetic heritage. Gazing at this panel, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Not to mention his 5 abilities. His primary offensive skill, Ice Control, had reached level 6. His ice needles were virtually inexhaustible, and he could even conjure shields or icy armor to envelop himself. With such a basic attribute multiplier of 20, he could annihilate numerous ability users. 4. The basic attributes of an ordinary level 1 ability user are merely around 100 points. Liu Yang's basic attributes were 10 times that of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Such qualities are sufficient to vanquish the opponent before they even have a chance to react. Chapter 59. Observe closely. I shall demonstrate only once. After reveling in his amusement, Liu Yang arose to wash and prepare for the day's endeavors. The mission for today involved gathering a greater supply of sustenance. The potatoes collected from the supermarket had already been entirely allocated to Scarred Rat for distribution. Presently, the remaining provisions in Liu Yang's dark space consisted largely of rice, sweet potatoes, and other foodstuffs. Although the quantity was substantial, Liu Yang possessed a keen sense of urgency. He perceived that the number of survivors at their base would inevitably increase, and even an abundance of food would soon prove insufficient. Moreover, until the cultivation system was fully established, the survivors' food source would continue to rely on scavenging. Even if crops were sown now, it would be months before they could be harvested. Thus, the existing supplies must sustain them for the next few months. Once the survivors' agricultural efforts were in full swing, the need for scavenging would diminish. As the yield would require a 20 contribution from the survivors, an increase in their numbers would lead to Liu Yang's prosperity. At that point, he would merely need to enhance the survivor base's facilities to attract even more individuals seeking refuge. The nearby supermarkets within a 5-kilometer radius had already been thoroughly scavenged during his last expedition. Liu Yang resolved to expand his search to a 20-kilometer radius, intending to raid all supermarkets, convenience stores, and small shops within that area. He also recalled a wholesale market located 15 kilometers away, which he had frequented in the past when he was financially constrained, seeking cheaper goods. This wholesale market offered a variety of items, including staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and wheat flour, alongside cooking oils, various salts, monosodium glutamate, and other seasonings. It even stocked pet food for cats, dogs, and chickens. Liu Yang decided that today would be the day to thoroughly scavenge this market. In terms of the situation within the residential complex, Liu Yang felt no concern. He had a second-tier zombie under his control stationed at the entrance, providing him with shared visual access to monitor the gate. Originally, he had controlled 2 second-tier zombies. One remained in this complex while the other was assigned to Scarred Rat survivor base. This arrangement allowed him to remain informed about both locations. Additionally, the villa was guarded by the extraordinary being known as White Fox, who possessed the remarkable ability of unlimited healing. Even among those with powers, this was considered a formidable ability. It is important to note that not all awakened abilities were combat-oriented. Few possessed such powers. For instance, Huang Dog and Scarred Rat had awakened abilities that were largely inconsequential. One enhanced his sense of smell, while the other improved his burrowing capability. With base attributes only twice that of an ordinary person, their abilities were of little use in combat, rendering them no different from regular soldiers. Hence, encountering someone more potent than White Fox was likely a rare occurrence. With her presence in the villa area, few dared to provoke them. Thus, Liu Yang set forth on his mission. Although his target was the wholesale market several kilometers away, Liu Yang did not overlook the small shops, convenience stores, and mini-marts encountered along the way. After all, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. A small convenience store might still contain a plethora of beverages, snacks, and tobacco products. Liu Yang's dark space was ample enough to accommodate both useful and useless items, as he could effortlessly retrieve whatever he desired with a mere thought, without the need to search individually. Therefore, he never assessed the immediate utility of the items he collected. If there was even a slight possibility of future use, he would stow it away. While gathering supplies in a convenience store located 10 kilometers from the villa district, Liu Yang was suddenly alerted by sounds emanating from outside. Peering through the window, he noticed 3 robust men equipped with backpacks stealthily approaching. These men were tall and imposing, moving with a steadiness and agility indicative of rigorous training, likely at least former special forces. Liu Yang immediately heightened his vigilance. The trio soon dispatched a few zombies obstructing their path and entered the convenience store. Upon their entrance, the men were taken aback to find the store utterly devoid of any goods. The only occupant was a young man clad in black. Their eyes quickly fixated on Liu Yang. The leader of the group, harboring ill intentions, questioned, "What have you done? Did you take everything from here? Speak. Where have you hidden the goods? Hand them over, and I may spare your life." They were convinced that Liu Yang was responsible for the store's emptiness. However, with a dark katana in Liu Yang's possession, they hesitated to act rashly. If they could intimidate him into submission without resorting to violence, they would prefer that approach. Despite Liu Yang's youth, an unsettling aura surrounded him, particularly his pair of indifferent eyes, which bore a depth uncommon for someone of his age. In response to the leader's threats, Liu Yang merely smiled and replied, "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me?" No sooner had he finished speaking, a chilling smile still on his face, when bang, the leader's head exploded, showering the floor with blood mist. The other 2 men were instantly frozen in shock. Boss, how did you get your head blown off?" One exclaimed. "What just happened? Who are you? What have you done?" Their gazes towards Liu Yang were filled with terror, unable to comprehend that he had dispatched their leader with just a glance. Liu Yang chuckled softly, saying, "Now watch closely. I'll do it again." Bang! Another man fell, his head bursting upon impact. I was wrong. Spare me. The last remaining man immediately collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. In his eyes, Liu Yang was terrifyingly powerful, akin to the Grim Reaper. With merely a glance, he could instill a sense of dread so profound that it could shatter one's psyche. His trousers were thoroughly dampened. He had been so frightened that he lost control of himself. Liu Yang sneered and remarked, "Earlier, you suggested that I lead you to where I conceal food. Did you not? Your assumption that I possess provisions implies that you yourselves have supplies, which is why you believe I am akin to you. Otherwise, the fate that awaits you would be dire." Yes. Brother, I shall take you there at once." The burly man exclaimed as he attempted to rise from the ground, but his legs felt as weak as noodles, preventing him from standing upright. Liu Yang delivered a swift kick to his rear, prompting the man to jolt upright and lead Liu Yang towards their refuge. Before long, they arrived at an opulent villa. Liu Yang was taken aback by the apparent indulgence of these strongmen. They had chosen such a luxurious abode, surpassing even the grandeur of the villa he resided in. It was evident that the real estate in this villa district was undoubtedly more expensive than that of Liu Yang's neighborhood. The inhabitants here were assuredly wealthy elites. Yet, tragically, most of these affluent individuals were either deceased or had succumbed to becoming zombies. I also extend my gratitude for the generous gifts. Thank you. I shall endeavor to write diligently. Love you all. Chapter 60. The survival enthusiast's home was burgled upon entering the opulent villa. Liu Yang was astounded to discover that the surrounding walls soared to an impressive height of 6 meters. These were not merely ordinary steel lattice walls but solid barriers, completely obscuring the view from the outside. This clearly indicated that the villa's owner placed immense value on privacy, even at the expense of aesthetic appeal. As Liu Yang ventured further inside, the lavish decor left him utterly astonished. In the courtyard, there was even a helicopter landing pad, adorned with a striking orange private helicopter. The villa's interior design surpassed that of the residential area Liu Yang resided in by several tiers of luxury. The windows were fortified with bulletproof glass, underscoring the villa's staggering worth, estimated to be in the billions. Upon entering the grand hall, Liu Yang noticed an abundance of packaged food. If the 3 burly men were to consume it, it would suffice for at least a week. However, for Liu Yang, it was merely a paltry amount, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast supplies he possessed in his dark sanctuary. One of the burly men wore a sycophantic grin. Addressing Liu Yang, "Big brother, this food is what we collected over the past few days. It's all yours. Take it." Liu Yang replied coldly, "Is this all? Just This little? The burly man, startled by Liu Yang's icy tone, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Liu Yang was known for his propensity to eliminate adversaries with a single shot, and any misstep could prove fatal. It felt as if a blade hovered perilously close to his throat, causing him to tremble. Liu Yang scoffed. You three muscle-bound men have only managed to gather this little food over so many days? Pathetic. Observing Liu Yang's displeasure, the burly man tentatively added. The villa's owner has also constructed a safe room in the basement, where he has stored a considerable amount of food, but we cannot access it. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's interest piqued, and he replied, Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? Let me there. The villa's owner was undoubtedly a survival fanatic. Having erected such towering walls and a solid perimeter, and even built a safe room in the basement. Had he foreseen impending calamities? It seemed that the wealthy were often the most fearful of death. Typically, such safe rooms were reserved for individuals of presidential stature. This affluent individual had indeed created one for himself, revealing his considerable wealth and perpetual concern for his safety, a classic example of a cautious, death-averse magnate. Under the burly man's guidance, Liu Yang descended into the basement, where he encountered the safe room. It was modest in size, resembling a steel box rather than a conventional room. Constructed from stainless steel with walls several centimeters thick, the rectangular enclosure measured approximately 5 by 5 by 3 meters. The door featured a square observation window, approximately 20 centimeters on each side, crafted from bulletproof glass of similar thickness. Liu Yang peered through the 20-centimeter observation hole and discovered a considerable stash of compressed biscuits and similar provisions within. Astonishingly, there was also a beautiful young woman inside the safe room. Turning to the burly man beside him, Liu Yang inquired, What is the situation with that woman? The burly man stammered, his face betraying a flustered expression. Speak quickly, or I'll sever you in an instant. Liu Yang unsheathed his black blade with a swift motion. The man, startled, hastily replied, She is the daughter of the original owner of this villa. We three are bodyguards of this wealthy man. When the apocalypse erupted, we eliminated the owner in our ambition to claim the villa and force ourselves upon his daughter. She has taken refuge in the safe room, and we have been powerless to reach her. He delivered this explanation without a pause, and upon finishing, he gasped for breath. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was struck with realization. You three are quite audacious. As bodyguards, you killed the villa's owner during the apocalypse, seized his property, and even attempted to violate his daughter? You surpass even me. Liu Yang reflected on his own actions. He had only killed Zhao Ming after he transformed into a zombie, seizing his villa and pursuing his girlfriend. These three bodyguards had surpassed him in their treachery, having dispatched the villa's owner while he was still human. Well, what can be done? His daughter is simply too beautiful, the burly man admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Liu Yang lamented in his heart that the villa's owner had indeed met a tragic fate. In peacetime, he had been a survivalist, constructing a safe room and stockpiling supplies within. Who could have foreseen that the disaster would lead his own bodyguards to covet his daughter, ultimately leading to his demise? The wealthy man's death was undoubtedly a bitter irony. He likely never anticipated that his daughter would be the catalyst for his end. The phrase beautiful women bring disaster rang true, and it is often said, while others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons, my neighbors are my granaries. In a world devoid of power, possessing resources is futile if one cannot defend them. After contemplating this, Liu Yang turned to the burly man once more, asking, Are there any other locations with supplies? And no, there are none. Can I leave now? I promise to vanish from this vicinity immediately. The man pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation and longing. Of course. In fact, I shall see you off. Liu Yang replied coldly. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, and the man's head fell to the ground in an instant. Liu Yang dared not spare a bodyguard who had so brazenly killed his employer, especially for such a flimsy reason as lust for the owner's daughter. If there had been a life-threatening circumstance, then perhaps killing the employer could be justified. After dispatching the burly man, Liu Yang began to examine the safe room. The bulletproof glass windows above the door were too small to provide a comprehensive view of the interior. The beauty of the woman inside remained elusive. Yet the reactions of these muscular men suggested that she was indeed an extraordinary beauty, rare as a gem among countless stones. Their fervor was so intense that they not only murdered their employer for her sake, but also devised various methods to breach the sanctity of the safe house after she had entered. Liu Yang observed myriad marks on the door, evidence of attempts with knives, drills, and flames. One must concede that the wealthy man certainly had the means. The material of the door was a mystery, as it withstood fire and relentless drilling with merely superficial blemishes. It was unscathed. The bodyguards, likely driven by rage and humiliation, resorted to welding the door shut, rendering it impossible for the woman inside to escape, effectively trapping her. Had it not been for Liu Yang's intervention, her demise might have gone unnoticed. Liu Yang raised his black blade and thrust it into the door. With a swift motion, the blade penetrated the door as effortlessly as if piercing through tofu. The ease of it astonished even Liu Yang. Could this blade truly be so formidable? A steel door, several centimeters thick, was breached as though it were mere tofu. He was aware of the blade's sharpness, but had not anticipated such extraordinary precision. The craftsmanship of the stone tablet indeed proved to be exquisite. Chapter 61. The cards are collected. Liu Yang grasped the hilt of his katana, effortlessly slicing through the seemingly impenetrable iron door, creating a substantial breach. A woman inside let out a piercing scream. She never imagined that the fortress-like safe house could be breached. When the apocalypse first descended, her father had told her that the safe house could withstand missile bombardments. For an ordinary person, breaching it was nearly impossible. The specially designed stainless steel plates, several centimeters thick, could not even be penetrated by a 100 millimeters armor-piercing missile. Yet now, it had been sliced open by a mere blade. Wang Siki curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. She understood that this was beyond the capabilities of the few bodyguards. The intruder was undoubtedly a force far more formidable than those guards. When Liu Yang, clad in black and exuding charm, stepped into the safe house, Wang Siki's eyes widened in astonishment. This man, he is incredibly handsome. His black attire accentuated an air of aloofness, and the cloak behind him added an extra touch of majesty. Tall and robust, his muscles, though not overly pronounced, radiated an undeniable aura of strength. He entered with a calm demeanor, yet the oppressive presence made Wang Siki's heart quiver. Upon scrutinizing Liu Yang's face, her confusion deepened. This man seemed somewhat familiar. Liu Yang, noticing the beautiful woman huddled in the corner, shared the same thought. This beauty appears vaguely recognizable. They simultaneously exclaimed, You are Liu Yang. I've seen your picture on the school forum. You are quite famous. You are Wang Siki, the one hailed as one of the 4 campus beauties, the wealthiest among them. It is said that any boy who becomes your boyfriend would save at least 50 years of hard work. Once they recognized each other, a look of surprise and joy spread across Wang Siki's face. Initially, she feared the consequences of a supreme being breaking into the safe house. Those 3 inept bodyguards had dared to eliminate their employer and even attempted to assault her. If a truly powerful individual arrived, would she not face a dire fate? At that moment, she might not even have the option of taking her own life. After all, this safe house was her final refuge, akin to a snail's shell. Once shattered, her most vulnerable self would be laid bare before the enemy. At that moment, Wang Siki found herself utterly exposed before Liu Yang. Fortunately, he was an acquaintance. They had attended the same school and were familiar with each other's names and appearances. This made communication significantly easier, truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Liu Yang, on his part, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that a simple visit to a convenience store to scavenge for supplies would lead him to confront 3 bodyguards, only to discover one of the wealthy campus beauties within the safe house. This unexpected encounter filled him with delight. In the present day, the 4 renowned beauties of the school have all been found by him. They are the artistic muse Yusher, the academic prodigy Zhao Lina, the athletic goddess Shou Kiki, and the affluent heiress Wang Siki. Each one is a paragon of grace and beauty, not only possessing exquisite features but also boasting perfect physiques. Each beauty possesses her unique allure, contributing to the tapestry of feminine charm. At this moment, Liu Yang feels as though he has collected an entire set of rare cards. Brimming with joy, who could have imagined that the exalted 4 school beauties would all find their way into Liu Yang's sphere? The wealthy heirs who had pursued these beauties for years without success would surely be infuriated to learn of this turn of events. And what about the 3 bodyguards? Wang Siki inquired of Liu Yang. Liu Yang nonchalantly waved the knife in his hand, replying, I've already dealt with them. You are safe now, and I will escort you to a secure location. After being confined in this safe house for so long, I imagine you must be utterly bored. Wang Siki nodded without hesitation. Indeed, while there is food here, there are no entertainment facilities. I have been staring at these cold, unyielding walls every day. If this continues, I fear I may succumb to depression. Liu Yang extended his hand toward her. Then come with me. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Siki's face. Although she had heard Liu Yang's name and seen his photograph on the forum, they had never exchanged a word at school. In truth, their acquaintance was tenuous at best. And the prospect of following a male stranger left her apprehensive about potential consequences. Perceiving her reluctance, Liu Yang chuckled coldly. Surely, you do not believe you have a choice? The moment I entered this safe house, your options were extinguished. Regardless of who enters here, you must endure silently. Fortunately for you, it is I who has come for you. Come along. He Yushir, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kiki are eagerly awaiting your return. At Liu Yang's words, Wang Siqi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The other 3 school beauties? You have found them as well? Liu Yang smiled with pride. Indeed. I was merely waiting for you to join them for a game of mahjong. Upon hearing Liu Yang's assurance, Wang Siqi finally relaxed her guard. Gradually stepping out from her corner, Liu Yang swept his arm, gathering all supplies from the safe house into a dark void. And then, to Wang Siqi's astonishment, he led her outside the villa. In a swift motion, he embraced Wang Siqi and soared into the air, flying with remarkable speed. Within mere minutes, they returned to the villa. Upon landing, Wang Siqi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she gazed at Liu Yang in disbelief, exclaiming, You can fly. This is astonishing. At that moment, Liu Yang resembled a superhero, and the sensation of soaring through the skies was nothing short of magical. At that moment, Wang Siqi was engulfed by a whirlwind of nerves, excitement, and fear, unable to restrain herself from tightly embracing Liu Yang. Even now, after their landing, the exhilarating sensation had yet to dissipate. Liu Yang, with a triumphant smile, playfully pinched Wang Siqi's delicate, porcelain-like face, remarking, It's merely the ability to fly. What is so astonishing about it? Hurry and take a shower, then wait for me in my room tonight. I shall let you soar to new heights. And you want to come down. Listening to Liu Yang's words made Wang Siqi's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze. Liu Yang then urged, Go inside. He Yushir and the others are awaiting your arrival. With that, he led Wang Siqi into the villa. Upon seeing Wang Siqi, He Yushir and the others were visibly astonished. Wang Siqi, is it truly you? Goodness, even someone of your elite status is struggling in this apocalypse? I've heard your family is incredibly wealthy, the richest in the province. Can even affluent families like yours not withstand the trials of this world? Wang Siqi nodded, responding with a hint of resignation. The unpredictability of life is indeed remarkable. Chapter 62, Supersonic? Scouring the street. At the moment Tang Mingting laid eyes on Wang Siqi, her expression became somewhat complicated. Initially, Tang Mingting could claim to be the most affluent among all present. As a privileged daughter of a wealthy family, her social standing rivaled that of the affluent Zhao Ming. This was precisely why Zhao Ming could not forcefully claim her as his own. Her superior family background instilled in her a sense of superiority, a belief that it set her apart from other women. However, with Wang Siqi's appearance, Tang Mingting's sense of superiority was swiftly obliterated. For Wang Siqi's family circumstances surpassed hers by 100-fold, even in the dire conditions of the apocalypse. What significance did Tang Mingting's modest background hold? Gazing at Wang Siqi with a complex expression, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Liu Yang observed Wang Siqi engaging in lively conversation with the others before he decided to exit the villa. After all, locating Wang Siqi was merely a minor detour in his quest. Liu Yang's primary objective remained the gathering of all resources within a 20-kilometer radius, with today's target being the wholesale market 15 kilometers away. Thus, after ensuring Wang Siqi's safety, he promptly set off with great urgency towards the market. Liu Yang leapt into the air, soaring rapidly as he flew. His foundational attributes were 20 times that of an ordinary person, whose maximum speed hovers around 8 to 9 meters per second. Liu Yang, however, could reach nearly 190 meters per second. The speed of his dark cloak while flying was twice that of his rapid running, amounting to a staggering 380 meters per second, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Though Liu Yang was unfamiliar with the concept of invincibility at that moment, he believed it embodied his very essence, unmatched and unparalleled. Despite the flight lasting merely 5 minutes, it was ample time, allowing him to cover an astonishing distance of 114 kilometers. To reach the wholesale market 15 kilometers away, he would only require approximately 39.5 seconds. The 2 minutes he spent returning to the villa earlier were solely due to his concern that Wang Siqi might not withstand such a rapid flight speed. Yet Liu Yang's 20-fold enhancement of ordinary human attributes easily accommodated such velocity. At that moment, Liu Yang not only possessed the physical prowess of a superhuman, but also exhibited a flight speed comparable to that of one. Upon his arrival at the wholesale market, several survivors collecting food were startled as Liu Yang descended from the sky. Witnessing the figure clad in black, wielding a dark saber, their faces betrayed palpable fear. This individual could fly. Adorned in such a striking outfit and brandishing a formidable weapon, he undoubtedly exuded an aura of immeasurable power, an extraordinarily formidable ability user. The group of survivors quickly concealed themselves behind a burly man. The robust man stood as the sole extraordinary being among the survivors, and he was also the most formidable of them all. However, upon catching sight of Liu Yang, even this extraordinary individual felt a tremor of fear, startled by his presence. With a wary gaze fixed on Liu Yang, the man spoke in a voice that trembled slightly. Brother, are you also here in search of sustenance? You may freely take whatever food you find here. We shall gather some resources from other areas and depart. Let us not interfere with one another. What do you say? The wholesale market stretched out as a long thoroughfare, flanked by numerous wholesale shops. Those who had once occupied these establishments had long since succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies or had perished at their hands, leaving the street desolate. Given that Liu Yang had ventured into this space, the survivors were preparing to scavenge in other locations. After all, the expanse of the street was vast, and it was implausible for Liu Yang to gather all the supplies by himself. Listening to the man's words, Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. Very well, that is acceptable. However, I would advise you to expedite your collection. The group of survivors, witnessing Liu Yang's descent and sensing his formidable presence, exhibited fear in their eyes while maintaining a respectful demeanor in their conversation. Liu Yang, recognizing the scarcity of survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, understood their value as resources. It would be prudent to integrate them into his own survivor base. Only when the population within his base grew sufficiently would the resources they provided increase correspondingly. Thank you. We shall head to the end of the street to gather. Upon hearing Liu Yang's response, the survivors' faces brightened with relief, their previously taut nerves finally easing. They shouldered their backpacks and hurriedly made their way toward the street's conclusion. Though the street primarily offered wholesale supplies of rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, the sheer strength Liu Yang displayed, capable of soaring through the air, rendered them hesitant to compete. Instead, they opted for the end of the street. Once the survivors departed, Liu Yang commenced his exploration of the shops. A wholesale rice store. There are thousands of bags here. I shall take them all. He continued to discover a flour wholesale shop brimming with thousands of bags of flour, all of which he claimed. A warehouse filled with potatoes, at least dozens of tons, was next, followed by sweet potatoes, noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, and sausages. Everything was taken. Is this a wholesale milk powder store? I must gather it all. This will prove invaluable. Thanks to the genetic enhancement bestowed by his system, Liu Yang was able to efficiently expand his resources. In 10 months, he would have a football team's worth of children. Milk powder was indeed a precious commodity. Liu Yang persisted in his collection, sweeping through wholesale clothing, snack, daily necessities, and toy stores until they were completely emptied. The fruit wholesale store held an abundance of fruit, but most had spoiled. Only a few items remained unblemished: apples, pears, pomelos, and sugarcane, aging yet still salvageable. As for fruits such as bananas, peaches, and mangoes, which are prone to spoilage, they had long since become inedible. Liu Yang gathered all the good fruits into his dark space, amassing a substantial quantity, amounting to several dozen tons. The items within this dark space would not decay, allowing these fruits to be preserved for an extended period. While Liu Yang continued to collect items into his dark space, he began to walk deeper inside. Before long, he had cleared all the shops behind him and arrived at the end of the street. In the final wholesale shop, a burly man, accompanied by several survivors, was busily stuffing items into his backpack, having filled only half of it at that moment. Upon noticing Liu Yang's arrival, they were taken aback, their faces betraying a sense of fear. The burly man, with a forced bravado, inquired of Liu Yang, "Elder brother, do you have any commands?" Liu Yang shook his head, replying, "No, I am merely collecting what is here." The survivors exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the meaning of his words. What did he mean by collecting what is here? Did he intend to disregard the goods from the shops further down the street and focus solely on those at the street's end? Surely, it must be a pretext. The shops at the street front were all valuable, while those at the end were merely wholesale outlets for miscellaneous goods and fruits. making it difficult to find calorically dense staples. Seeing Lu Yang approach them, they easily deduced that he was unwilling to assist them in gathering food. The burly man, treading carefully, suggested, "Brother, how about we leave now? Take whatever you wish from here. We no longer want anything. Don't speak as if I am bullying you. I urged you to hurry, and if you are slow, can you blame me?" Lu Yang retorted as he strode forward, sweeping his hand to collect all the items within the shop in one motion. The survivors stood in stunned silence at Lu Yang's actions, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. What on earth? Where did everything go? How did it vanish into thin air? Is this some kind of ghostly apparition? Chapter 63. Absorbing survivors, expanding the base initially. They presumed that Lu Yang was reluctant to collect items from them, which is why he had moved from the beginning to the end of the street. However, upon witnessing his actions, they instantly comprehended the truth. Lu Yang had already gathered everything from the other shops, and this was the last remaining store. They could hardly fathom how Lu Yang had accomplished such a feat. This wholesale street possessed at least thousands of tons of supplies. How could everything vanish within mere minutes? Lu Yang addressed the crowd, saying, "I apologize, but you were a bit too slow. Your backpacks aren't even full. I have taken all the supplies from this street. You may search elsewhere." One survivor's face reflected his dismay. "This wholesale market has the most supplies in the vicinity. We have already scoured all other locations. Without this market, how are over 100 of us supposed to survive?" After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the survivors in this area had united to form a gathering place for more than 100 individuals, led by a robust man with special abilities. It would not be long before they could establish a survivor base around this wholesale market. Unfortunately, with the food from the market completely depleted, it posed a significant challenge for the group of over 100 to find sustenance, let alone establish a base. Another survivor chimed in, "Indeed, it seems we are destined to starve. Among us, only Brother Wang possesses abilities, and he is relatively strong. The rest are mostly elderly, weak, or ill, making them no match for the zombies. We are finished." In the vicinity of several kilometers, this wholesale market had the most food, and there were relatively few zombies. They had spent several days clearing the zombies from this area. Other supermarkets, densely populated with people, had likely turned into havens for zombies, and they dared not enter with their current strength. A different survivor lamented, "We cleared all the zombies from this wholesale street and lost several companions in the process, only to find Lu Yang arriving and taking all the food. It feels as if he has reaped the rewards of our efforts." Regrettably, Lu Yang's strength is overwhelming. None of them dared to voice their anger, only to grumble quietly. Brother Wang, the strong man, spoke up to the others, "If we are to blame anyone, it should be ourselves for being slow. We cannot hold him accountable. Please refrain from speaking recklessly." He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Lu Yang. As a fellow ability user, he understood all too well the extent of Lu Yang's power. Just the pressure emanating from Lu Yang was enough to instill fear. He feared that with a mere flick of a finger, Lu Yang could eliminate everyone present. The audacity of these individuals to complain was nothing short of reckless. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no rules. Food belonged to the strongest. Lu Yang possessed the ability to collect all the food, and naturally, he would take as much as he could. If one were in his position, would they not desire to seize all the food from an entire street? Is it conceivable to consider leaving provisions for others? Unless one is utterly deranged, it is unequivocally impossible to spare food for anyone else. Thus, the burly man comprehends the gravity of the current situation with clarity. His expression is devoid of any trace of anger, replaced instead by a resigned demeanor. Lu Yang, after pondering the remarks of the crowd, addressed them. "So, your survivor enclave comprises over 100 individuals?" "Indeed," the burly man promptly replied with deference. Lu Yang continued, "Very well. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies the Jinxiu Garden Villa district. You must have heard of it before. That location serves as my survivor base, and you are welcome to seek refuge there. Once you enter, sustenance shall not pose a problem." Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the burly man's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Jinxiu Garden Villa district? I am familiar with it. I used to be a taxi driver and have been there before. It is indeed a wealthy area." Lu Yang affirmed, "Precisely. It has now transformed into a secure survivor base, impervious to any zombie incursions. Furthermore, as the proprietor, I assure you that every survivor you lead there will receive 10 pounds of food at no cost. You may promote the survivor base in this vicinity and along your journey. The greater the number of individuals you bring, the more substantial your rewards will be. For every person you escort, I shall grant you 1 pound of rice. If you manage to bring 1,000 individuals, you will receive 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing Liu Yang's proposition, a look of elation spread across the burly man's face. At that moment, their survivor enclave already boasted over 100 individuals. If he could successfully transport them all to Liu Yang's base, he would secure over 100 pounds of rice. In this apocalyptic world, that quantity of rice could sustain an individual for 3 months, a considerable sum indeed. They had spent several days clearing the zombies from this wholesale market, finally accomplishing the task today. Thus, they commenced their first attempt to gather supplies, but after filling only half a backpack, they were swiftly robbed clean by Liu Yang. To date, none of them had managed to procure even 100 pounds of rice. The burly man, astonished, inquired of Liu Yang, "Is everything you said true?" Liu Yang replied, "Absolutely. You must have witnessed my capabilities. I have taken everything from this entire wholesale street. Do you truly think I cannot afford your modest reward?" The burly man nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in Liu Yang's words. Indeed, with Liu Yang's formidable powers, even the ability to fly, his speed in gathering food far surpassed theirs by countless magnitudes. Even second-tier zombies would likely pose no threat in his presence. He could probably gather food without needing to clear the zombies at all. Regardless of how many zombies lurked nearby, he surmised he could effortlessly acquire provisions. Not to mention the vast amount he had previously collected. Just this wholesale street alone likely contained hundreds of tons of rice. After a moment of contemplation, the burly man nodded and declared, "Very well, it is a deal. I was a taxi driver in this area, and I am quite familiar with the route. In recent days, I have scoured this area in search of supplies, traversing numerous locations and discovering several gathering spots for survivors. I am confident that I can persuade them, at the very least bringing 1,000 individuals to your base." As the apocalypse unfolded, wandering survivors began to band together, forming numerous clusters of varying sizes. This robust man is well acquainted with the region, and after awakening his extraordinary abilities, he no longer fears ordinary zombies. Consequently, he has explored many areas in search of sustenance, becoming knowledgeable about the locations of various encampments. These clusters consist of dozens to 100 individuals, with the largest not exceeding 200. They are scattered like grains of sand, lacking a leader capable of uniting them into a cohesive survivor base. The emergence of Liu Yang presents an excellent opportunity. The strong man is confident he can persuade these individuals to join Liu Yang's survivor base. In return, the individuals he recruits could provide him with 1,000 pounds of food. If he conserves his rations, this food could sustain him for at least 2 years. Excellent. I shall await your good news. Liu Yang nodded and subsequently departed from the wholesale street that he had thoroughly plundered, commencing his quest for food in other locales. Simultaneously, Liu Yang understood that only by amassing all available food in his dark space would these survivors find themselves in dire straits, compelling them to join his survivor base without hesitation. Now, by enticing them with 10 pounds of rice to join the base, they would, 1 year hence, contribute several hundred pounds of potatoes. However, the resources of the outside world will inevitably dwindle. Only through the survivor's own cultivation and production of food can a continuous supply be assured. Furthermore, all food produced within the survivor base must yield 20% to Liu Yang. Thus, the greater the number of survivors, the more prosperous Liu Yang will become. After Liu Yang's departure, the survivors began to deliberate. One survivor addressed the strong man, asking, "Brother Wang, are you truly going to follow his instructions? Is the base he mentioned truly that remarkable? Could it be a ruse to lead us into a trap?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Wang, it feels rather dubious. A base without the threat of zombies, where each newcomer supposedly receives 10 pounds of food. He must be a savior, simply giving away provisions." Another survivor suggested, "Shall we return and discuss this further?" The strong man shook his head, declaring, "You understand nothing. I am an empowered individual, and you are well aware of my strength. Combined, you few are no match for me alone. However, if my combat power is rated at 100, theirs is at least 5,000. Do you grasp the magnitude of this disparity? Even 1,000 of me would not stand a chance. If they wish to eliminate us, they could do so with the mere flick of a finger. There would be no need for deception. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto the mindset of a true powerhouse. Due to your limitations, you cannot contemplate matters from his elevated perspective. Therefore, it suffices to adhere to his suggestions. This presents a splendid opportunity to align with a powerful ally. Do not take it lightly. The survivors had never witnessed such a grave expression on the sturdy man's face, and they recognized the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, they nodded and replied, "Very well, since Brother Wang has spoken, we shall follow his lead. Indeed, it is thanks to Brother Wang that we have managed to survive safely thus far. Since Brother Wang has proposed joining that survivor base, let us proceed together." Chapter 64. Scavenging the hospital. After emerging from a wholesale street, Liu Yang proceeded to loot 2 large supermarkets. At this moment, within his 50 by 50 meter darkened space, supplies had accumulated to a quarter of its capacity. The sheer volume of these provisions rendered Liu Yang incapable of calculating their exact quantity. However, it was evident that such an abundance could sustain a survivor base of 5,000 individuals for decades, if not centuries. Having exited the desolate supermarket, Liu Yang's gaze fell upon a hospital, the finest tertiary hospital in the city. Inside, he surmised, were countless patients, and the likelihood of viral infections was significantly heightened, suggesting the premises were now teeming with zombies. Reflecting on the situation, Liu Yang mused, "In this apocalyptic world, pharmaceuticals hold immense importance. A mere fever could prove fatal. Although my abilities have been enhanced, granting me resistance 20 times that of an ordinary human, my fellow survivors and the women in my life lack such formidable immunity. Therefore, acquiring medicine is essential." With this resolve, Liu Yang decided to venture into the hospital. Upon entering, he indeed discovered a multitude of zombies wandering within. The moment they caught sight of him, they lunged forward with menacing growls. With a mere wave of his hand, an array of ice needles were unleashed, each finding its mark in the skulls of the undead. Liu Yang's mental prowess had reached 20 times that of an average human, rendering the number of ice needles he could conjure limitless. His attack range extended over 1,000 meters, and he preferred this method of dispatching foes from a distance, avoiding the risk of close combat and the inevitable bloodshed. The elegance with which he could resolve conflicts in this manner delighted him, for elegance is eternally in vogue. As Liu Yang delved deeper into the hospital, zombies continued to fall around him, including several second-tier undead, which met their demise before they could even approach him. Observing the fallen, a contemplative expression crossed Liu Yang's face. The prevalence of second-tier zombies was rising alarmingly. Previously, encountering a single second-tier zombie among 1,000 was rare. Yet, within just 1 floor of this hospital, he had already dispatched no fewer than 5 second-tier zombies. It was conceivable that even third-tier zombies might soon emerge. Second-tier zombies possess attributes roughly double that of an ordinary human. Unless one is an ability user, the average person stands little chance against a second-tier zombie, unable even to flee effectively. Third-tier zombies boast attributes 6 times that of an ordinary human. A mere encounter with such a creature would spell certain doom for an unprepared individual. In his trials, Liu Yang had encountered the most formidable of zombies, the 6th-tier variety, with attributes 12 times that of an ordinary human. Even a first-tier ability user would find themselves swiftly vanquished by such an adversary. It appears that as time progresses, the chances of ordinary humans surviving in this apocalypse diminish substantially. Gaining entry into a survivor base is the only viable solution. Moreover, should the number of ability users within such bases be insufficient, they risk being overrun by the very zombies they seek to evade. Thus, the competition between the psychics and the zombies shall not cease. The one who evolves more swiftly may emerge victorious. Therefore, awakening one's abilities does not guarantee safety. The zombies are also continuously growing stronger. Following the hospital's directional signs, Liu Yang proceeded towards the pharmacy. Along the way, he encountered an ever-decreasing number of zombies. This aroused his vigilance, for although the sound of shattering zombie skulls was not particularly loud, it could still resonate far within the quiet confines of the hospital. Logically, one would expect more zombies to be drawn to the noise, unless all the zombies had been eliminated by powerful individuals, though that probability seemed slim. As the zombies at the entrance remained alive, it was unlikely that anyone could bypass them to confront the zombies deeper within the hospital. Thus, only one possibility remained. The zombies had acquired a leader who restrained their primal hunting instincts. Indeed, as Liu Yang ventured deeper, he was astonished to find a congregation of zombies gathered at the pharmacy's entrance, as if engaged in a meeting. What an extraordinary sight! Even zombies convene now? At the forefront stood a zombie clad in a white coat, likely a doctor in its former life. While its complexion was pallid, it lacked the disheveled appearance and drooling demeanor typical of its kind. It resembled a normal human, save for its completely white pupils. It sat at the front, seemingly addressing the other zombies. A zombie capable of speech. Liu Yang recognized it immediately. This was undoubtedly a level 3 zombie. Furthermore, it was his first encounter with a level 3 zombie outside the stone tablet area. The foundational attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary human. Even a yellow list adept like Bai would likely be swiftly annihilated in its presence. To contend with a level 3 zombie, one would need to possess at least level 2 abilities. A level 2 psychic's foundational attributes are 4 times that of an ordinary human. Although this is still 2 times less than that of a level 3 zombie, the zombies rely solely on physical attacks. With the augmentation of psychic powers, a psychic may not necessarily succumb. At that moment, the zombies also noticed Liu Yang and promptly stood up. Beside the level 3 zombie stood 2 level 2 zombies, surrounded by dozens of ordinary zombies. Such a formidable configuration could likely breach a survivor stronghold led by someone like Old Wong, the taxi driver, in less than 10 minutes. Even the survivor base where Scarred Rat resided would struggle to withstand an assault from a level 3 zombie. Now, the ordinary zombies gazed at Liu Yang with an insatiable hunger for attack. However, without the command of the level 3 zombie, they restrained their urges and refrained from acting recklessly. The level 3 zombie stammered in a halting voice, Human, delicious, meat, you. Encircle. In an instant, all the zombies sprang into action. The 2 level 2 zombies divided the ordinary zombies into 2 teams, surrounding Liu Yang from both front and rear. The third-tier zombies stood motionless, observing everything, ever ready to command the battle. As Liu Yang watched their movements, a sense of familiarity washed over him. They were strikingly reminiscent of those in the stone tablet test. The third-tier zombie orchestrated the combat, while the others executed its commands, transforming into a legion of organized, premeditated, and tactical zombies. Thus, the adage held true: capture the leader first. Bang! The distant third-tier zombie, already sufficiently vigilant, was suddenly shot in the head. It had no inkling of what had transpired. Upon witnessing their leader's instantaneous demise, the other zombies lost their backbone, devoid of organization and discipline, and charged directly towards Liu Yang. With a mere flick of his hand, all the zombies met their end with a swift shot to the head. As Liu Yang gazed upon the lifeless body of the third-tier zombie, a tinge of regret surfaced within him. His zombie control had only just reached level 2, allowing him to command a maximum of 2 second-tier zombies. Had he ascended to level 3, he could have commanded this third-tier zombie instead of eliminating it. Liu Yang shook his head. It seemed he would need to continue working late into the night, aiming to elevate his zombie control by leveling up with the 4th wealthy school beauty. Chapter 65. Elevating your spirits and taking flight after vanquishing the horde of zombies. Liu Yang finally fulfilled his desire to enter the pharmacy. He rummaged through the shelves with fervor, collecting every medicinal supply into his dark space, including bandages, adhesive tape, syringes, saline solution, glucose injection, and an array of medical instruments. Once he completed this task, Liu Yang began his journey towards the hospital's exit. As he passed by a patient room, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Liu Yang halted, his senses alert. The door to the room creaked open slightly, revealing an eye peering through the crack. Upon seeing Liu Yang, the fear in the eye swiftly transformed into surprise. The door swung open, and an exclamation of delight echoed from within. Ah, a human. Oh my goodness. How wonderful. I cannot believe there are still survivors. Liu Yang focused his gaze and discovered a young female doctor and a nurse concealed within the room. The doctor appeared to be in her late 20s, while the nurse was likely in her early 20s. Both were strikingly beautiful, although their faces bore the pallor of weakness. Nevertheless, their exquisite features could not be overshadowed. Additionally, there lay a zombie corpse on the hospital bed. Liu Yang realized that during the zombie outbreak, the doctor and nurse had been tending to a patient when they were taken by surprise as he transformed into a zombie. Fortunately for them, the patient had recently undergone surgery for a fractured leg due to a car accident and was incapable of rising to attack, leading to his demise at the hands of the 2 women. It seemed this particular zombie was the most unfortunate of them all. Liu Yang inquired, "Are you the doctors and nurses of this hospital?" Yes. They eagerly nodded, tears welling in their eyes. "We have been trapped in this room for over 10 days. We were on the brink of starvation. Luckily, the family of a patient brought 2 boxes of milk to sustain us, otherwise we would have perished long ago. By the way, has the disaster outside come to an end? Are all the zombies gone?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, not at all. Not only are they not extinct, but they have also evolved into second and third-tier zombies, which are 100 times more terrifying than the ordinary ones. The two young women gasped in horror, their faces draining of color, having witnessed the terror of zombies during the outbreak. The thought of encountering even more fearsome second and third-tier zombies was utterly daunting. What are we to do? It seems we are doomed. The doctor's face reflected despair, and the nurse buried her face in her hands, weeping. At this moment, Lu Yang reassured them, do not lose hope. Although the second and third-tier zombies are formidable, I can lead you to a place of safety. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the two women exchanged incredulous glances. You can truly take us to safety? Is there still a safe place in this world? Of course, there is. The place where I reside is indeed safe, Lu Yang asserted confidently. The two women inquired, but did you not mention that zombies have evolved to the second and third tiers, becoming 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies? Lu Yang replied, yet my strength surpasses theirs by 10,000 times. Come, and you will understand in due time. Seeing Lu Yang extending his hand towards them, the expressions of the female doctor and nurse remained hesitant. Though they longed for salvation in this apocalyptic world, following a complete stranger felt inherently perilous. What if he harbored ulterior motives? How could two vulnerable women possibly resist him? Noticing their reluctance, Lu Yang continued, even if I did intend to harm you both, could I not simply execute my intentions right here? Why would I need to deceive you into leaving? The moment you stepped out of the door and appeared before me, your choices had already diminished. The female doctor, weighing Lu Yang's words, ultimately clenched her teeth, as if making a difficult decision within her mind. She nodded and said, very well, you are right. We will follow you. The apocalypse had raged for quite some time, and they had been trapped in the hospital room for many days, pondering and discussing their situation. They comprehended the harsh reality of survival in such a world, and they understood what it meant for a man to take them away in these dire times. They simply hoped that Lu Yang was not a deviant. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lu Yang nodded in affirmation. He led the two women out of the hospital. Along the way, they witnessed the zombies Lu Yang had slain. Each death a shocking spectacle. Every zombie met its end with a shattered skull. Observing their fallen positions and postures, it was evident that they had perished while in motion. Not a single one had dared to confront Lu Yang. This suggested that the man had grown powerful enough to render zombies incapable of approaching him. After witnessing Lu Yang's prowess in dispatching the zombies, the two women felt a surge of relief. It appeared that Lu Yang was indeed as formidable as he claimed, and thus, their chances of survival would significantly increase by following him. As long as they could continue to live, even if he demanded their utmost devotion, it would not be a grave concern, provided his requests were not excessively depraved. Upon reaching the exterior of the hospital, Lu Yang began pouring gasoline in several flammable corners. With a swift motion, he ignited the hospital in flames. At that moment, third-tier zombies had already emerged within the hospital, and if left unchecked, fourth or even fifth-tier beasts might soon appear. While Lu Yang feared no such zombies, they posed a genuine catastrophe for ordinary ability users. Having completed all of this, Lu Yang addressed the two women. Your pace is rather slow. My villa is several kilometers away, and walking back would take at least a few hours. Therefore, since you have come here, I shall take you on a flight. Take us on a flight? What do you mean? The two beauties displayed expressions of confusion. I mean it literally. Lu Yang extended his arms and swiftly embraced the slender waists of the two women. Ah! They both gasped, their faces flushed with shyness. Hold on tight. I'm about to take off. As soon as Lu Yang's words fell, he soared into the air instantaneously. Ah! The two women shrieked. But to avoid attracting zombies, they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. Yet, their eyes still reflected a mix of excitement and fear. This was far more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. They were now flying at an altitude of 100 meters, witnessing the landscape below shrink rapidly. Simultaneously, they were propelled forward at astonishing speed. The two women were utterly astonished. Good heavens! We are truly flying in the sky. Who on earth is this man? How is he capable of flight? In that moment, Lu Yang seemed to them a figure akin to a deity. Chapter 66. The milk powder and the doctor are ready. Lu Yang entered the villa accompanied by a female doctor and a nurse. Upon his return, He Yushi and the others displayed expressions of joy, particularly the recently rescued heiress, Wang Siki. After several hours of conversation with He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiki, Wang Siki began to grasp the circumstances surrounding her. She discovered that all those present were Lu Yang's women. As they conversed, they even extolled Lu Yang's formidable prowess. Each individual recounted stories that grew increasingly outrageous, some even likening Lu Yang to a rare humanoid machine, asserting that his vigor in the bedroom surpassed even his ferocity when battling zombies. Wang Siki maintained a state of skepticism. Despite being a super-rich heiress with a strict upbringing and no prior romantic entanglements, the wealthy suitors at her school dared not pursue her, for their fortunes paled in comparison to her own. The only advantage those affluent young men possessed was their wealth, yet in Wang Siki's presence, that advantage dissipated entirely. Consequently, they lacked the courage to woo her, treating her with utmost reverence, even calling her Miss Wang from a distance. Given that many of their families had business ties to the Wang family, they would never risk offending her. Thus far, Wang Siki had not only remained single, but had also engaged little with men, as they all felt profoundly inferior in her presence. One could imagine the challenge of pursuing a stunningly beautiful heiress from a wealthy family. Who would dare? She found herself intrigued by Lu Yang, and acceptance settled upon her. The other three campus beauties had already become Lu Yang's women. How could she possibly be the exception? Moreover, based on the descriptions provided by others, Lu Yang possessed immense strength and treated his women with great care, ensuring they lacked for nothing. In this secure villa community, their days were spent enjoying leisurely activities such as swimming in the outdoor pool, playing sports, jogging, or engaging in card games, a life that resembled a perpetual vacation. Devoid of any signs of a post-apocalyptic world, only Lu Yang could maintain such a tranquil existence in this villa. Had it been anyone else, even the most beautiful, they would have been compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. In a world ravaged by chaos, idleness was a luxury few could afford. Had Lu Yang not intervened, she might have found herself trapped in a safe house or at the mercy of those three bodyguards. In truth, Lu Yang was her savior. Thus, Wang Siki felt no psychological burden. After several hours of contemplation, she had fully surrendered to her circumstances, having resolved to climb into Lu Yang's bed that very night. However, upon seeing Lu Yang return with a stunning doctor and an equally captivating nurse, Wang Siki felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that gaining access to Lu Yang's affections might not be as effortless as she had hoped. Perhaps one would even need to wait in line. He you sure? Zhao Li Na, Tang Meng Ting, Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Bai Hu, Wang Fei Fei, and others greeted him with enthusiasm. Upon spotting Lu Yang, they joyfully exclaimed, "Lu Yang, you're back. Wow, you've brought back two more sisters. Our entourage has grown." From their attire, it seems one is a doctor and the other a nurse. In case any of us falls ill, we shall rely on our new sisters. The newly arrived doctor, Huang Xiuxia, and nurse, Chen Xiaojing, felt a touch of shyness in response to the warm welcome, especially as they observed the group gathered around Lu Yang, their adoration reminiscent of stars orbiting a moon. They couldn't help but ponder the allure of this man. What charm did he possess that drew so many women to him, fostering such harmonious coexistence without any hint of rivalry? Were Su Xiao and Tang Mengting privy to the thoughts of these two women, they would undoubtedly remark, initially, "We had our reservations, but Lu Yang is not one to be trifled with." Lu Yang escorted the doctor Huang Xiuxia and nurse Chen Xiaojing into the villa and instructed them, "Please find a room to settle in and freshen up. It's not yet time for dinner, but there is food aplenty in the refrigerator on the first floor. After your showers, feel free to help yourselves to a bite." "All right, thank you." The two expressed their gratitude and made their way upstairs. This villa, comprising 4 stories, boasted 10 rooms per floor, along with a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the first floor. The second floor featured a gym and study, while the third was equipped with a swimming pool and sauna. The fourth floor housed a private cinema and KTV room. The villa's amenities were indeed comprehensive, accommodating a total of 40 residents. At that moment, only 13 individuals inhabited the villa: Tang Mengting, He Yu Shi, Su Xiao, Zhao Li Na, Chen Dan, Bai Hu, Wang Fei Fei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kuku, Zhao Yuting, Zhou Qiuping, along with Dr. Huang Xiuxia and nurse Chen Xiaojing. The 15 girls brought back from the survivor base resided in an adjacent villa, for which Lu Yang had generously provided ample provisions. As Dr. Huang Xiuxia and nurse Chen Xiaojing ascended the stairs, the others began to surround Lu Yang with inquiries. "Lu Yang, where did your adventures take you today?" Tang Mengting inquired. "You must have gathered quite a bounty." Zhao Li Na added. "Encountering a doctor and nurse suggests you visited a hospital, correct?" Lu Yang smiled, playfully pinching Zhao Li Na's smooth cheek. "Indeed, our scholarly beauty is astute. I did visit the hospital, collecting a substantial amount of medicine, and also made a trip to the wholesale market to gather various food supplies, even acquiring baby formula. After all, we must adequately prepare for the continuity of human civilization. Chapter 67. The rapid evolution of zombies. Lu Yang indeed contemplated far ahead. As he collected infant formula, he had already begun to consider the implications. With the enhancement of the system, his genetic lineage had been fortified, allowing him to successfully propagate with each attempt. One might say he was unfailingly successful. This resulted in a high frequency of childbirth for Lu Yang. Thus, he sought medical supplies at the hospital, recognizing that pregnant women and children are particularly susceptible to illness. Moreover, finding a doctor or nurse in the process would be even more advantageous, as they could assist with deliveries. To his surprise, he managed to locate both a doctor and a nurse simultaneously. This was truly fortuitous. Henceforth, he would no longer have to worry about childbirth. This was also why Lu Yang did not hint to Huang Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaojin to come to his room. He certainly did not wish for the doctor and nurse to also be on the verge of giving birth when he required their assistance. At the very least, their timings needed to be staggered. The young women, aware of Lu Yang's busyness, engaged in conversation for a brief while before allowing him some respite. Lu Yang returned to his room to rest, while the women busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing lunch for the day. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, Lu Yang reflected on the day's achievements. Not only had he pillaged a wholesale market, but he had also collected supplies from several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets. In addition to scavenging an entire hospital of its medical supplies, he had even brought back an exceptionally beautiful surgeon and a stunning nurse. One could indeed say that his haul was quite bountiful. During his time at the hospital, Lu Yang also encountered third-level zombies. He was somewhat astonished by the rapid evolution of the undead. He had not anticipated the emergence of third-level zombies so soon. Their strength was formidable, and ordinary first-level ability users were no match for them. At least a second-level ability user was required. With the system's enhancement, Lu Yang's ability level diverged from that of ordinary individuals. His highest ability, the freezing power, had reached level 6, while his lowest, zombie control, remained at level 2. Lu Yang was uncertain whether he should be classified as a level 6 or level 2 ability user. However, if one were to consider his foundational attributes, which were 20 times that of an ordinary person, he would be deemed a level 10 ability user. Nonetheless, thus far, Lu Yang had yet to encounter any other ability users at level 2. Of course, this did not imply that no ability users could attain level 2. It merely indicated that such formidable individuals were absent from his vicinity. Yet, the presence of third-level zombies had already manifested around him. This suggested that the evolution of zombies was outpacing that of ability users. Ordinary survivors faced considerable peril, and even ordinary ability users were at significant risk. Take, for instance, the survivor base where Scarred Mouse resided. Should a third-level zombie lead an attack, with only Scarred Mouse as the solitary ability user, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. It was entirely possible that the entire base could face annihilation. Clearly, it was imperative to recruit more ability users into the base. Lu Yang resolved firmly in his heart. Tomorrow, when venturing farther afield in search of sustenance, should one encounter a supernatural being, it would be prudent to attempt to draw them into one's own stronghold. Only in this manner can the stronghold flourish and grow in strength, rendering it impervious to the onslaught of the undead. As Lu Yang pondered this, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing 2,000 zombies, thus earning 200 attribute points. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The inferno he had set ablaze in the hospital had evidently consumed all the zombies within its confines. However, this figure seemed somewhat amiss. The hospital in question was the largest in the city, with 3 inpatient buildings alone, housing no fewer than 5,000 zombies. The notification of only 2,000 raised suspicions that the remaining zombies, under the leadership of second or third tier undead, had managed to escape the inferno unscathed. It appeared that, as the intelligence of the zombies increased, merely setting fire to buildings was no longer an effective means of extermination. He allocated the 200 attribute points evenly, elevating all basic attributes to 1,050 points. Meanwhile, at the survivor base situated 20 kilometers away, the Scarred Rat was leading a group of robust men on a foraging expedition, with only himself remaining as the sole supernatural being in the base. Their search for food had been relegated to small convenience stores and modest supermarkets. unlike the past when a team of supernatural beings could confidently raid larger establishments. Now, accompanied by ordinary individuals, he had to navigate survival with utmost caution. The scarred rat had not anticipated that he, once the weakest among the supernatural, would now stand as the strongest in the base. This newfound responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as the survival of the entire base seemed to rest solely on his shoulders. The potatoes lent by Liu Yang had already been diced and planted underground. However, in the months leading up to their harvest, sustenance would still rely on foraging. Consequently, the scarred rat had to lead strong men in search of food while leaving the women behind to tend to the crops. At that moment, a survivor approached the scarred rat and said, "Rat Master, there are 4 zombies ahead, wandering in front of the convenience store. We cannot proceed." Despite the scarred rat's diminutive stature, standing at less than 1.6 meters and being in his 20s, the burly survivors beside him maintained unwavering respect for him. After all, among all the individuals present, only the scarred rat possessed supernatural abilities, and his basic attributes were twice that of an ordinary person. None among them could hope to match his prowess. Furthermore, the scarred rat was a favored figure in the eyes of Liu Yang. How could these ordinary survivors possibly dare to show him anything but respect? Thus, each addressed him with reverence as Rat Master. And the first order of business upon spotting a zombie was to report it to him. Upon hearing the words of that individual, Scarred Mouse rose onto his toes and peered ahead, only to discover 4 zombies aimlessly wandering in the distance. A mere 4 zombies, had it been in the past. When the survivor base was robust and well-equipped, they would have charged forward and dispatched the creatures without hesitation. However, times had changed. Scarred Mouse had become the pillar of support. He was the sole awakened ability user in the entire base. Contemplating the report from the survivors, Scarred Mouse pondered deeply. The convenience store was their target for the day. Should they be deterred by these 4 zombies, their efforts would be in vain. Returning empty-handed would spell dire consequences for the already scarce food supplies of the survivor base. Gritting his teeth, Scarred Mouse declared, "Wait here for a moment. I will deal with them." "Master Mouse, there are 4 zombies," one of them protested. "You alone." "Master Mouse, while we acknowledge your abilities, confronting 4 zombies single-handedly is no easy task. Shall we come to assist you?" "Indeed, Master Mouse, the entire survivor base depends on you. If you encounter danger, we are all doomed." Though they were merely ordinary individuals, the presence of only 4 zombies did not render them helpless. The others displayed expressions of concern as they spoke to Scarred Mouse, for they understood that his awakened ability was not combat-oriented, but rather a tunneling power. Moreover, Scarred Mouse was not immune to the zombie virus. Even a minor injury could lead to infection. Should anything go awry, the sole awakened ability user in the base could be lost. There's no need for that. Too many people would only create more noise, potentially attracting even more zombies. He reassured them, "Do not worry. Although my ability is not combat-related, I am by no means useless." Scarred Mouse asserted with a serious expression, and without further ado, he immediately burrowed into the ground. Chapter 68. The new mutant zombie. Before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a solitary zombie in the distance suddenly sank into the ground. The entire creature became ensnared beneath the earth, leaving only its crown exposed. 3 other zombies, witnessing their companion's predicament, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, standing vacantly in place. Then, one by one, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th zombies followed suit, all ensnared within mere moments. At that moment, Scarred Rat emerged from a nearby burrow. Drawing forth a formidable machete, he swiftly struck down upon each exposed crown with precision. In an instant, 4 zombies were dispatched. The unfortunate creatures had no inkling of what had transpired, unable even to glimpse their assailant before meeting their demise. The crowd, awestruck by this spectacle, rushed forward, unable to contain their admiration for Scarred Rat. "Wow, Master Rat is incredible. Who would have thought he possessed such a skill for ground burrowing? Truly a master." Scarred Rat wore a somewhat smug expression. His abilities, though not combat-oriented, were indeed formidable in their own right. His diminutive stature granted him an advantage. If he chose to obscure the holes he had made, no one could enter them. The same applied to the zombies. By creating a hole inaccessible to an ordinary person beneath their feet and pulling them down, he could effectively trap them within. Helplessly ensnared, the zombies became easy prey. This strategy was a culmination of Scarred Rat's extensive contemplation. It could be employed not only against zombies, but even against human superhumans. Once ensnared below ground, confined within the narrow tunnel, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Everyone, Exercise caution as we enter the convenience store, Scarred Rat instructed. We must gather supplies promptly. Once each of you has filled your backpacks, we shall hastily retreat to the base. Following Scarred Rat's impressive display of skill, the group regarded him with great respect, nodding in agreement. Understood, Master Rat. We will certainly be cautious. It is reassuring to have Master Rat leading the search for provisions. Indeed, they remarked, had we ventured out alone and encountered zombies, we would surely have hesitated. With that, they cautiously opened the door and stepped into the convenience store. However, the scene that greeted them within was startling. Inside, 3 zombies roamed. 2 lay sprawled on the floor, their bodies devoured to the point of near disintegration. Yet their eyes remained wide open, teeth bared as they emitted continuous growls. The 3rd zombie appeared significantly more robust than its fallen companions. Its muscles were grotesquely swollen, straining against the skin, which had begun to rupture, exposing blood-red flesh slick with viscous fluid. The veins, thick and intricate, coursed over the muscles, resembling serpents writhing grotesquely. As the survivors entered the convenience store, this formidable, muscle-bound zombie was seen feasting upon the flesh of the other 2. Zombies consuming their own kind? This revelation left everyone utterly astounded. Logically, zombies should not consume their own kind, but rather prey upon humans or other unmutated animals. Yet, what could explain this muscular, explosive zombie? Could it possibly be a super-mutated zombie that spares no one of its kind? Scarred Mouse was momentarily stunned. Sensing imminent danger, he swiftly alerted the others, urging, "Run." Upon hearing his command, the remaining survivors promptly reacted, hastily retreating from the convenience store. However, it was too late. The zombie had already spotted them and charged towards them with astonishing speed. "Goodness, what swiftness!" exclaimed Scarred Mouse in disbelief. The 2 slower men were swiftly struck aside by the zombie's claw, crashing heavily against the wall, rendered unconscious. Witnessing this, Scarred Mouse gritted his teeth, realizing that if he did not act, aside from himself, the ordinary survivors would surely perish. He had to hold the line. He turned back and delivered a flying kick to the zombie. Yet, upon contact, the creature remained unmoved, while Scarred Mouse was sent flying several meters back. This is disastrous. The creature's strength and speed were at least double his own. This mutated zombie was significantly more formidable than an ordinary level 2 zombie. Lying on the ground, Scarred Mouse's face bore a grave expression. Although the zombie had not been injured by his kick, it was incensed and lunged at him. However, Scarred Mouse executed a maneuver, disappearing into the ground, leaving behind a dark hole that the mutated zombie could not penetrate. The mutated zombie let out a furious roar, relentlessly clawing at the hole as if attempting to unearth Scarred Mouse. Yet, as the zombie continued its digging, its feet suddenly sank, pulling it into another pit. Scarred Mouse had employed the same trick, digging beneath the zombie's feet, intending to trap this mutated creature as well. However, the mutated zombie's strength was overwhelming. With a single powerful thrust, it yanked Scarred Mouse out of the hole. "What the hell?" Scarred Mouse gasped, immediately releasing his grip on the zombie's feet. The moment he landed, he dug another hole and vanished beneath the surface. At this point, the survivors had escaped the mutated zombie's line of sight. Scarred Mouse, realizing he was no match for this formidable foe, chose not to engage further and instead burrowed away to safety. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie continued to assault the spot where Scarred Mouse had just been. Not far off, Scarred Mouse cautiously peeked out, stealthily observing the frenzied zombie. He took deep, heavy breaths, the recent skirmish having sent his adrenaline soaring. The exhilaration of the moment left his heart racing, as he realized this was his first encounter with such a powerful zombie. A slight miscalculation earlier could have cost him his life. Observing the distant horde of zombies relentlessly assaulting the entrance, Scarred Mouse reached a critical conclusion. Although this mutated zombie possessed great strength and speed, its intelligence was inferior to that of a level 2 zombie. Thus, it seemed to be merely a physical enhancement. However, even devoid of intellect, this creature remained formidable. Should it discover the location of the survivor base, it would be akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, unstoppable in its path. Just one such zombie could wreak havoc upon the entire sanctuary of survivors. This was intolerable. He needed to urgently inform Brother Liu Yong. Otherwise, if this zombie truly located the survivor base, it would spell disaster. Resolute in his decision, Scarred Mouse burrowed underground once more. This time, he personally led a team to scavenge for supplies, but they returned empty-handed, suffering the loss of 2 strong survivors. Scarred Mouse felt immense guilt. He must swiftly relay this information to Lu Yang and eliminate the mutated zombie. Chapter 69. The disparity is too great. Scarred Mouse swiftly burrowed underground to reunite with the fleeing survivors, and together they hastily retreated to the safety of the base. Upon entering the gates of the base, Scarred Mouse exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. The dangers they had just faced lingered vividly in their minds. The faces of the others reflected a mixture of relief and sorrow as they recalled their two companions who had fallen to the zombies. The survivors, familiar with one another, felt a profound sense of loss. Witnessing their comrades succumb to the undead instilled a haunting awareness of their own vulnerability. One survivor could not help but exclaim, "That zombie was utterly terrifying. I have never encountered such a fearsome creature before. Indeed, it was more dreadful than a level 2 zombie. This abomination actually fed on its own kind. Surely, it had grown so powerful and fearsome due to its gruesome diet. How could we ever dare venture out for food again? If the outside world is filled with such formidable zombies, stepping outside the base could mean certain death." Scarred Mouse, gripped by fear, addressed the group. "You all should return to your quarters and rest. I will contact Boss Lu to deal with this zombie." The mere mention of Lu Yang's name ignited a spark of hope in their eyes, and they eagerly responded, "That would be fantastic. With Lu God on our side, we are sure to defeat it." Thus, the survivors retreated to their quarters. After a brief moment of calm, Scarred Mouse turned to the zombie stationed at the gate and implored, "Boss Lu, there is grave news. A super-powerful mutated zombie has emerged, far beyond my capabilities, and it is even feasting on its own kind. It is truly an anomaly among zombies." Scarred Mouse was aware that this level 2 zombie was under Lu Yang's remote control. A mere conversation with it would allow Lu Yang to hear everything. Although he did not comprehend the abilities Lu Yang possessed to command the undead, the extraordinary events surrounding him seemed perfectly reasonable. As the inhabitants of the base often remarked, Lu Yang was akin to a deity, and they affectionately referred to him as Lu God. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, resting in bed, had been contemplating the rapid evolution of zombies and how the ability users might struggle to keep pace. To his surprise, it wasn't long before he received Scarred Mouse's urgent plea for help. With a grave expression, Lu Yang rose and prepared to head out. Descending to the first floor, he found He Yushi, Su Xiao, and Shun Dan cooking. Upon seeing Lu Yang emerge, they immediately approached him, asking, "Lu Yang, are you ready for dinner? Where are you going?" Lu Yang replied, "I have some matters to attend to. You need not wait for me. Please, enjoy your meal." He then proceeded to the villa, ascending into the air and soaring swiftly toward the survivor base. With a resounding crash, Lu Yang made his striking entrance. Within less than a minute, he had already landed within the confines of the survivor base. The thunderous sound startled Scarred Mouse, who was still sprawled on the ground. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Lu Yang, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. "Goodness, I barely finished speaking, and you've already arrived? I've been to your villa area. It's at least 20 kilometers away. Can you truly cover that distance in under a minute? Are you even human?" Scarred Rat was aware of Lu Yang's strength, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. The reward of the dark cloak from the heavenly ranking was indeed remarkable, enabling such rapid flight. This cloak was not only stylish but also exceedingly functional. Leaving Scarred Rat envious, Lu Yang addressed the incapacitated Scarred Rat, urging him to recount the situation. Scarred Rat hastily relayed every detail regarding the mutated zombie they had encountered. After listening intently, Lu Yang's expression turned grave. "Are you all right? Do you still have strength? If so, lead me to this zombie." "A zombie that consumes its own kind? I've never heard of such a thing." Scarred Rat quickly rose to his feet, declaring, "I have strength. I have strength. How could I possibly lack energy with you here, big brother Lu Yang?" With Lu Yang by his side, Scarred Rat felt a surge of confidence. Although the zombie was formidable, it was certainly not on par with Lu Yang. The giant bear, transformed into a colossal beast, should be able to contend with this mutated zombie. Yet, even the giant bear would perish in mere seconds before Lu Yang. Thus, the fate of this mutated zombie would not differ much and would likely meet a swift demise at Lu Yang's hands. Scarred Rat led the way, with Lu Yang following closely behind. After a short distance, Lu Yang cast a puzzled glance at Scarred Rat. Sensing Lu Yang's gaze, Scarred Rat nervously inquired, "What is the matter, big brother Lu Yang?" Lu Yang replied, "Have you not noticed some changes in yourself?" Scarred Rat displayed a look of confusion. "What changes? Have I grown taller?" Lu Yang shook his head, playfully delivering a kick to Scarred Rat's backside. Chiding, grow taller? At your age, you think that is plausible? Dream on. Soon, the duo arrived at the scene where Scarred Rat had battled the zombie. The creature was currently devouring the two survivors it had slain. One of them had been reduced to a mere skeleton, while the other was half consumed. The mutated zombie seemed to have grown significantly stronger, its muscles more ferocious. And its skin had stretched to the point of tearing, exposing the raw muscle beneath. Furthermore, its stature had increased. The zombie now stood over 5 meters tall, resembling a blood-red titan with explosive musculature. Scarred Rat gasped. This fellow has grown larger. Does that mean the more it consumes, the bigger it becomes? Lu Yang frowned. It was his first encounter with a zombie that could evolve at such an alarming rate. At that moment, the zombie noticed Lu Yang and his companion, abruptly dropping the corpse it was feasting on and baring its teeth as it charged at Lu Yang with lightning speed. The Scarred Rat watched in horror as the opponent charged towards him, nearly succumbing to the urge to dig a hole and flee. However, just as the zombie reached Lu Yang, before it could make a move, Lu Yang delivered a swift kick. It was propelled through the air like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the zombie collided with a distant building, creating a gaping hole upon impact. Blood gushed from its wounds, and its bones lay shattered. Though not yet deceased, it could only let out a helpless howl from the ground. Witnessing this scene left the Scarred Rat utterly astonished. He recalled the time he had executed a flying kick against this mutated zombie, only to find it utterly unfazed, while he was sent sprawling several meters back. Now, Lu Yang's casual kick had sent the zombie flying dozens of meters, even demolishing the structure. The disparity between individuals was astonishing. Chapter 70. The descent of the celestial being Lu Yang approached a zombie, which was struggling for survival amidst the ruins, while Scarred Mouse followed closely behind him. Observing the creature, Lu Yang remarked, "This cannibalistic zombie has experienced an alarming rate of muscle growth, outpacing the development of its skin, which has split open, leaving its flesh grotesquely exposed. Were a human to endure such a transformation, the agony would be unbearable. Yet this zombie appears devoid of any pain. Let us name it the Molter. The fundamental attributes of a level 1 Molter have reached twice that of an ordinary level 1 ability user, making it nearly insurmountable for a typical practitioner unless they possess exceptionally potent combat abilities. However, despite its fierce combativeness and volatile temperament, the Molter's intelligence seems remarkably low, akin to that of a common zombie. With adequate preparation, employing cunning strategies and setting traps could render its defeat feasible. If every zombie that consumes its kind were to transform into a Molter, the proliferation of these creatures could become alarming. As the number of survivors dwindles, zombies may increasingly turn upon their own kind in their quest for sustenance. Lu Yang patted Scarred Mouse on the shoulder, urging, "Thus, it is imperative that you all hasten your upgrades." Scarred Mouse, displaying a look of resignation, replied, "We have only just awakened our abilities. How could we possibly know how to level up?" A smile crept across Lu Yang's face as he teased, "Have you not realized that you have already upgraded? When you guided me here, I noticed your speed had at least doubled. You truly did not notice? Did you think you merely grew taller? It seems you harbor some grievances about your height. Fear not, little brother. Being small can be quite charming." Scarred Mouse's face flushed with embarrassment as he incredulously questioned, "Have I genuinely leveled up?" Lu Yang nodded, encouraging, "You shall find out by testing it." Without hesitation, Scarred Mouse began to dig, burrowing into the ground. Moments later, he emerged from another location, his face alight with astonishment. "Indeed, my digging speed has doubled. It appears I have truly leveled up." He examined his hands, overwhelmed by the transformation. They had become robust and powerful, with even the skin on his fingers beginning to crystallize, resembling diamond in hardness. He could now effortlessly bore through the thick concrete beneath him. Lu Yang noted, "It seems that only through life and death battles can ability users truly upgrade. After engaging with this formidable zombie, you have surpassed your physical limitations and advanced a level." Gazing at Scarred Mouse's fingers, Lu Yang jested, "Your hands are now remarkably strong, almost divine. I doubt any woman could withstand your touch." Haha. Scarred Mouse sheepishly scratched his head, while Lu Yang continued, "Since practical combat can enhance your upgrades, I recommend that whenever you encounter zombies, you should not shy away. Instead, confront them directly. If you find yourself outmatched, then retreat. Your abilities are not as feeble as they may seem at first glance. You have the potential for further development, and I believe you can cultivate superior combat skills." Scarred Rat nodded in agreement, expressing, "Thank you, Boss Lu Yang, for your guidance. I will strive even harder from now on." Lu Yang continued, "Moreover, We may soon see an influx of survivors seeking refuge at this base. When that time comes, we shall welcome them all, and each newly arrived survivor will be allotted 10 pounds of free food. Additionally, they will receive 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. There is also an individual known as Old Wong, who possesses abilities and will be joining us. For every survivor he brings, you shall provide him with 1 pound of food. Thus, for 1,000 survivors, you will dispense 1,000 pounds. Ensure that you manage these matters efficiently. When you venture out in search of sustenance, if you encounter any survivors or those with abilities, do your utmost to integrate them into our base. Shortly, I will leave behind 5 tons of rice for distribution to the newly arrived ability users, and once it is depleted, you may inform me. Scarred Rat nodded vigorously, a joyful expression gracing his face. Thank you for your trust, Boss Lu Yang. I will handle these affairs diligently. The arrival of new ability users and survivors will undoubtedly strengthen our base. The prospect of Lu Yang leaving behind 5 tons of rice was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. In this apocalyptic world, what 5 tons of rice signifies is beyond Scarred Rat's wildest imaginings. To be entrusted with the complete management and distribution of this rice was an immense honor. Scarred Rat felt a profound gratitude towards Lu Yang for this confidence. Previously, within this ability user base, his tunneling powers had rendered him nearly worthless. A figure looked down upon by all. Yet now, he was favored by Lu Yang, who had become his patron. He resolved in his heart to manage this survivor base with utmost care, determined not to disappoint Lu Yang. Thus, the two began their journey towards the survivor base. Upon entering, the survivors, upon witnessing Lu Yang's arrival, displayed expressions of admiration and gratitude, their joy unmistakable. They gathered around him, exclaiming, "God Lu, you have returned. Thank you for lending us your potatoes. They have been planted, and we eagerly await the harvest. Are you here to help us eliminate that mutated zombie?" "We are immensely grateful." Observing their enthusiasm, Lu Yang nodded and reassured them, "Do not worry, that zombie has been dealt with." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Woe is me. My husband was just taken by that mutated zombie. Thank you, God Lu, for avenging my family. My husband can now rest in peace." Lu Yang offered her words of consolation. "Please accept my condolences." He then turned to Scarred Rat, instructing, "Distribute 50 pounds of food to the families of the 2 deceased survivors." Upon hearing this proclamation, the middle-aged woman felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground as tears of gratitude glistened in her eyes. She bowed her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Lu, thank you." With the death of the man in her household, it fell upon the woman to seek sustenance. Yet, the arduous task of foraging for food proved even more challenging for her. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of 50 pounds of grain, her family could endure for at least a month, alleviating their immediate plight. "Good, boss," nodded Scarred Mouse, his expression one of joy. As the leader of the expedition to procure food, he felt a twinge of guilt for the 2 survivors who had perished. Although the families of the survivors bore him no ill will, Scarred Mouse could not shake his sense of responsibility. Lu Yang's benevolent actions had, in a way, atoned for some of his guilt. The humane management exhibited by Lu Yang instilled in Scarred Mouse a profound sense of loyalty and determination to steadfastly follow him in the future. At that moment, a group of children rushed over, surrounding Lu Yang with excited chatter. "Lord Lu, you become even more handsome in just a few days. Are you really a celestial being? What is life like up there? Are there fairy sisters? Do they truly possess the beauty of legends?" Lu Yang chuckled, ruffling their hair as he produced a large bag of candies from the shadows and distributed them. "Of course, there are fairy sisters, and many of them. Each one is exceptionally beautiful." The children erupted in joyous exclamations. "Wow, so much candy. This is amazing. Thank you, Lord Lu. It's so delicious." Watching the children bounce away in delight, Lu Yang felt a surge of happiness. Scarred Mouse remarked, "Brother Lu Yang, your reputation in the base is soaring. Many believe you are indeed a deity, and the tales are becoming increasingly fantastical. In times of despair, people often seek faith and solace. When prayers to their original gods yield no results, they instinctively search for a new divine figure." Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. In the apocalypse, having a bit of faith and spiritual support is always beneficial. As they conversed, they made their way to the base's warehouse, where Lu Yang effortlessly transferred 5 tons of rice from the shadows into the storeroom. After completing this task and exchanging a few more words with Scarred Mouse, Lu Yang ascended once more, soaring back to his villa. Witnessing Lu Yang launch into the sky, creating a sonic boom as he vanished from sight, Everyone at the base stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. They began to murmur excitedly, "Goodness! Lord Lu's speed is astonishing. He disappeared in an instant. Faster than an airplane. Truly, he is a god." The children, filled with exuberance, joyfully exclaimed, "Lord Lu is a celestial being, returning to his heavenly abode. There are fairies up there. I wonder when Lord Lu will descend again. I hope he brings us more candy." Chapter 71. Has the woman awakened her powers? Upon Liu Yang's return to his villa, he found He Yushi and the others just finishing their meal preparations, ready to dine. The moment they spotted Liu Yang, their faces lit up with joy. "Liu Yang, you arrived just in time. We were about to eat. Hurry and wash your hands so you can join us." "All right. I'm quite hungry too." Liu Yang nodded, washed his hands, and proceeded to the dining room. The ladies had already taken their seats and began to enjoy their meal. At this moment, Chindan spoke up, "I have exciting news to share." Hearing this, He Yushi perked up, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "What is it? Did you discover that your period is late? Are you pregnant?" Chundan's face flushed at He Yushi's teasing remark, and she shot her a glare, retorting, "Not at all. I believe I have awakened a special ability. I have become an ability user, having been with Liu Yang for less than half a month. If she were indeed pregnant, it would be far too early to notice." Chindan understood that He Yushi was merely joking. Though a beauty of the art school, He Yushi was quite carefree and loved a jest. "Really?" He Yushi gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, and Tang Meting shared similar astonishment as they gazed at Chindan. Bai Hu, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Chindan before stating, "It seems there is indeed some change." Perhaps it is true. Upon hearing the words of Bai Hu, an experienced ability user, the others were even more astonished. "You've truly awakened? My goodness! Sister Chindan, you are remarkable. You are the first among us to awaken. What ability did you gain? Show us." Everyone's faces were alight with anticipation, especially He Yushi, Tang Mingting, and the star Su Xiao, alongside the academic elite Zhao Lina and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chindan, they were among the first to arrive in this place and resided in the same villa community. With Chindan's awakening, could their own be far behind? The thought alone was exhilarating. Even Liu Yang displayed curiosity, asking Chindan, "What ability did you awaken? Show us." "All right, since Liu Yang has asked, I won't hold back," Chindan replied, preparing to demonstrate. She grasped one of her fingers and pulled it forcefully, elongating it like a strand of noodle. "Wow!" He Yushi and the others gasped in astonishment. They turned to Chindan, exclaiming, What kind of ability is this? Have your bones disappeared? Doesn't it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt at all. I think I've become like a rubber person. My body possesses unimaginable flexibility and elasticity. Moreover, it appears that both my strength and speed have been significantly enhanced, perhaps even doubled." As Chindan spoke, she elongated her 5 fingers and intertwined them into a braided form. Liu Yang, observing Chindan's actions, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that the ability of the rubber fruit? My goodness, your extraordinary power is impressive. If utilized wisely, it could yield formidable combat prowess." "That should be the case," Chindan replied bashfully, lowering her gaze at Liu Yang's compliment. However, He Yushi interjected, "Your ability is truly remarkable. Not only can it be applied in battles, but your body can expand and contract at will, entirely under your control." Liu Yang must be overjoyed. "Ah," Chindan gasped, her face reddening like an apple at He Yushi's words. Zhao Lina remarked, "Yushi, could you perhaps consider more serious thoughts? Is the blood coursing through your veins not red, but rather yellow?" Chindan, ignore her. "Tell me, with this power you possess, can you make any part of your body enlarge at will? Like a balloon that can inflate to any size?" "Ah, Lina, you too." Chindan's cheeks flushed even deeper. Su Xiao, laughing heartily from the side, chimed in. "Ha ha, enough already. Look at how shy Chindan is. You folks are truly ridiculous. Must everything be interpreted in such a manner?" Tang Mingting added. "While you tease Chindan now, when your own powers awaken, they might surpass hers in peculiarity. Let us see how you handle that." He Yushi, unfazed by the teasing, brightened with excitement, saying, "Really? That sounds exhilarating. I hope to awaken a fire attribute ability, so I can roast Liu Yang into a hot dog." Zhao Lina replied, "I wish for an ice attribute ability, so I can freeze Liu Yang into a popsicle." After sharing a mischievous glance, the two exchanged high fives, declaring in unison, "We shall name this ice and fire duality." Tang Mingting was utterly speechless, astonished at the audacity of these two school beauties. "Oh, you. You are far too outrageous." In response to Tang Mingting's exasperation, He Yusher dismissed her concern, saying, "Don't be so surprised. I've already envisioned your power, a vibration ability that shakes at 10,000 times per second, making Lu Yong beg for mercy." Ha ha ha. Tang Mingting's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly retorted, "Go away, go away." Yet, despite her words, her thoughts wandered. Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. Laughter resonated throughout the restaurant, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Lu Yong, listening from the side, mused, "You know, this does seem promising. I've yet to experience a woman whose body temperature rises above 100 degrees. Perhaps fiery passion is not out of the question." Amidst the cheerful ambience. After finishing their meal, Lu Yong returned to his room, preparing to rest for a while. He had spent the entire morning scouring for supplies. Not only did he bring back one of the four renowned beauties, the affluent Wang Siki, but he also returned with the duo of doctor and nurse, Huang Xiaoxia and Qin Xiaojin. He made another trip to the survivor base and vanquished a molten creature. It could be said that his accomplishments this morning were quite sufficient. He resolved to indulge in a peaceful afternoon nap, intending to embark on other plans later in the day. Whether he would continue to search for supplies depended on Lu Yang's mood. After all, the resources he possessed within the dark space were ample enough to sustain him for decades. The survivor base was also progressing positively, with a continuous influx of food anticipated in the future. Presently, Lu Yong was in a position akin to Mondo, who could marry Narla at will. With unmatched strength and nearly limitless resources, what pressure could possibly remain in this apocalyptic world? If he felt inclined, he could search for supplies. If not, he could simply rest at home, indulge in games with beautiful women, and relish in delightful pleasures. However, just as Lu Yong returned to his room, preparing to take a nap, a knock resounded at his door. Chapter 72. Truly the wealthiest school belle. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, pondering who might be so eager as to knock on his door at this hour. Was it the affluent school belle Wang Siki, the doctor Huang Xiaoxia, or perhaps the nurse Qin Xiaojin? Lu Yong had no intention of hastily expanding his connections with the doctor and nurse, as in 10 months he would still rely on them to assist in delivering his children. Therefore, if it were Huang Xiaoxia and Qin Xiaojin, he would need to concoct a reason to dissuade them. The door was cautiously pushed open, revealing Wang Siki. Lu Yong sighed in relief. He no longer needed to dissuade anyone. However, this wealthy school belle seemed to be quite forward. With his newfound strength and the loyalty of the beautiful maidens in the villa community, he felt assured they would never betray him. The likes of He Yusher and Zhao Lina would casually drop hints, and the newcomers would naturally comprehend. As he beheld Wang Siki's exquisite visage and alluring figure, excitement surged within him. Wang Siki was undoubtedly the epitome of opulence among the affluent. Her family was the wealthiest in the province, and she was accustomed to the finest in food, attire, and lifestyle. An air of regal elegance enveloped her, having been nurtured in a life where all her desires were indulged by her parents. Consequently, Wang Siki resembled a porcelain doll, meticulously protected and perfectly crafted. Even the second-generation wealthy students at school felt inferior in her presence, refraining from pursuing her, let alone harboring any unsavory thoughts. Now, this unparalleled beauty and prodigious heiress had taken the initiative to knock on his door, possibly seeking his company, which added to Lu Yang's exhilaration. With a beaming smile, he addressed Wang Siki. "Wang, the illustrious school belle, are you now willing to be my woman?" Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Siki's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she replied affirmatively. Lu Yong received a notification from the system, detected that the individual has agreed to be your woman. Zombie Control Skill LV1. Zombie Control Skill has reached level 3. You can control up to 3 level 3 zombies. Elated by this revelation, Lu Yong recalled his prior encounter with a level 3 zombie in the hospital, where his control skills had been insufficient to command it. Now, should he encounter a level 3 zombie again, he could simply control it rather than eliminate it, assigning it to guard his survivor base and villa community. The thought of having a level 3 zombie as a sentinel was exhilarating. 3 days later, outside the gates of the survivor base, a formidable throng of survivors arrived, numbering in the thousands. The scarred rat was taken aback. Although he had heard Lu Yong mention days prior that survivors might come seeking refuge, he had not anticipated such a vast influx all at once. Within the survivor base, there were fewer than 1,000 individuals, and the influx of newcomers had already surpassed the original inhabitants. The secondary zombie stationed at the gate had promptly opened the door. Upon witnessing this action, Scarred Mouse finally relaxed. understanding that the zombie was under Liu Yang's control. The opening of the gate signified Liu Yang's awareness of the situation, which eased Scarred Mouse's anxiety. His previously tense expression vanished without a trace, and he started to walk with an air of confidence. Although the phrase to rely on others carries a pejorative connotation, Scarred Mouse relished the idea of having a powerful ally like Liu Yang. Serving Liu Yang was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, others would envy his position. Even if there were those among the 1,000 survivors with ulterior motives, Liu Yang would swiftly arrive to quell any threats. Scarred Mouse felt reassured. Thus, he approached the entrance with several survivors, watching as the newcomers entered. Leading them was Old Wang, the taxi driver, accompanied by a few rugged men, each moving with a light step and resolute gazes, evidence of their awakened abilities. Once they had all entered the survivor base, the secondary zombie closed the gate behind them. Scarred Mouse stepped forward, inquiring, "You are the survivors our boss mentioned a few days ago, who have come to ally with our base." Old Wang displayed a respectful demeanor, nodding earnestly, "Yes, indeed, brother. We are the newcomers seeking refuge in this base. We hope for your guidance." Despite Scarred Mouse's diminutive stature, unappealing appearance, and prominent scar, which suggested a weaker ability, Old Wang dared not underestimate him. After all, he was associated with Liu Yang, whose strength was well known to Old Wang. However, one of the empowered individuals beside Old Wang, unaware of this connection, expressed disdain at Old Wang's deference, exclaiming, "What's the point, Old Wang? Is it necessary to bow and scrape to this little man?" Old Wang replied, "What do you mean by bowing and scraping? We are newcomers, and it is only right to show respect to our seniors, don't you think?" The burly man scoffed, "Respect? In this apocalypse, only the strong deserve respect. Is this little man truly formidable? How about I challenge him to see who is stronger?" The companions surrounding the burly man echoed his sentiments. "Exactly. Why should we show deference to a weakling? Strength dictates leadership." Chapter 73, A New Survivor's Uprising? Old Wang's expression darkened as he spoke. "Ma Feiyun, what on earth do you intend to do? Did we not agree that we would seek refuge in this survivor base, not engage in conflict?" With a disdainful chuckle, Ma Feiyun retorted, "We came here to thrive in this survivor base, not to be treated as subordinates. Your obsequious demeanor upon arrival is a disgrace to us newcomers." Old Wang asserted, "Upon entering this place, one must adhere to its rules. This is not a realm for reckless behavior." Ma Feiyun scoffed, "I have no interest in listening to the words of a worthless fool. I perceive no formidable opponents within this base. I am the strongest, and thus my words shall define the rules." In Ma Feiyun's view, strength reigns supreme in this post-apocalyptic world. He had originally promised Old Wang to enter this survivor base because he had heard tales of its formidable leader and the abundant provisions it harbored. Thus, he brought along his numerous followers to this refuge. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by a diminutive and unseemly individual whose prowess appeared unimpressive. This realization inflated his ego. Now that he deemed the leader of the base to be weak, Ma Feiyun had no qualms about aspiring to become its new master. Old Wang turned to the other 6 ability users and inquired, "Gentlemen, we agreed that upon our arrival, we would abide by the rules of this base. Now that Ma Feiyun refuses to do so, what should we do?" Among the over 1,000 individuals present, 6 possessed special abilities. Ma Feiyun had brought over 100 followers, including 2 ability users, making his faction the strongest. The remaining 4 ability users led their own smaller teams, while several others lacked any abilities, rendering them the weakest. Old Wang, familiar with them all, sought to unite the 4 remaining ability users to counterbalance Ma Feiyun's defiance. Upon hearing Old Wang's plea, the expressions of the other 4 ability users shifted to uncertainty. Hesitant, one of them remarked, "While that may be true, how could Brother Ma, with such strength, ever bow down?" Indeed, just days prior, Brother Ma had advanced to level 2, awakening a powerful combat ability, making him the strongest among them. His arguments seemed to carry some weight. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. Seeing the others agree, Old Wang's face contorted with anger. "You wretched traitors! When we first agreed to come here, you did not voice such sentiments. If you wish to act with impunity in this space, you must first pass through me." At Old Wang's declaration, Ma Feiyun's expression turned icy. "Ha! Old Wang, are you out of your mind? Do you truly think your meager strength gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Observing your advanced age and your status as one of the earliest to awaken such abilities, I am inclined to show you a modicum of respect, considering the small favor you once granted me in the form of half a loaf of bread. However, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness." The icy tone of Old Wang cut through the air. "Oh, Are you aware that during your near starvation, it was I who provided you sustenance? A look of disdain crossed Ma Feiyun's face. Is it merely half a loaf of bread? Bring me 100 loaves to repay this debt. His subordinates promptly tossed 100 loaves at Old Wang's feet. Consider this debt settled. Ma Feiyun proclaimed, should you dare obstruct me again, I shall not be so gracious. Nearby, the scarred rat watched the exchange with keen interest. Though he struggled to comprehend the current circumstances and the reasons behind this internal strife among the group, he found the unfolding drama quite captivating. Moreover, he felt no apprehension, for Lu Yang was already apprised of the situation, should matters escalate beyond control. Lu Yang could arrive within a minute. Thus, the scarred rat adopted a spectator's demeanor, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Chapter 74. Lu Yang's appearance with a resounding crash. Old Wang's figure was propelled like a cannonball. On the hard concrete surface lay a massive fist imprint, exceeding 2 meters in diameter. All who witnessed this scene displayed expressions of fear, including the newly arrived survivors. Though they were aware that Ma Feiyun had become a level 2 ability user, they were astonished by his newfound strength. This was their first encounter with Ma Feiyun's abilities, which enabled him to strike the air with his fists, unleashing fierce shockwaves to assault his foes. This power was utterly terrifying. Had Ma Feiyun not restrained his strength out of lingering sentiment, Old Wang might have been reduced to a mere pulp by that punch. Gasping, Old Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. A cold smile spread across Ma Feiyun's face as he proclaimed, I have ascended to a level 2 ability user. Collectively, you are no match for me. Old Wang, although you were the first to awaken, your strength has stagnated. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Out of respect for our past, I shall not hold this against you. From this moment on, submit to me, and I promise you a place among the ranks of management within this base. Old Wang, however, was incensed, spitting defiantly as he retorted, Bah, you wretched turncoat. We agreed to uphold the rules of this base upon our arrival, yet you seek to usurp its rightful leader? Do you think yourself worthy? You have no idea who you are provoking. A level 2 ability user? Is that truly formidable? Merely an ant. Upon hearing these words, Ma Feiyun's expression turned even more frigid, and he angrily declared, Dare you still speak insolently? With that, he charged toward the incapacitated Old Wang. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit that swallowed him whole. Ma Feiyun was taken aback, feeling as though iron claws were gripping his legs, relentlessly pulling him downward. He raised his fist and struck downward, roaring, explosive fist. With a tremendous boom, the powerful recoil propelled him out of the pit. At the other end of the opening, a violent pressure forced Scarred Rat out, launching him like a cannonball against the distant wall. Gasping for breath, Scarred Rat spat blood as he struggled to rise. Ma Feiyun gazed at him in disbelief. At that moment, 5 gaping wounds marred his feet, remnants of Scarred Rat's grip. Blood flowed profusely from the deep lacerations, exposing bone beneath. Scarred Rat had also attained level 2, and with his diamond-like fingers, he could pierce through concrete with ease. A full grip could shatter bones. Ma Feiyun never anticipated that this diminutive, unsightly individual possessed the remarkable ability to burrow. Moreover, the strength of his hands was astonishingly potent, nearly crushing Ma Feiyun's foot. In disbelief, Ma Feiyun gazed at Scarred Mouse and inquired, Are you also a level 2 ability user? Scarred Mouse confidently nodded, Indeed. I, Lord Mouse, am not someone you can underestimate. Back when Lu Yang battled the Shedder alongside him, Lu Yang had mentioned to Scarred Mouse that his ability was not as utterly worthless as it appeared. If properly harnessed, it could indeed contend with other ability users. At that time, Scarred Mouse had been skeptical, but after engaging in combat with such a formidable level 2 combat ability user, his confidence surged. Although he had awakened the ability to burrow, it was far from being a useless power. His opponent was also injured, specifically in the legs, which would hinder mobility further. All he needed to do was continue his subterranean ambush, and it wouldn't be long before he would drag his opponent to defeat. Observing the blood oozing from Ma Feiyun's foot, the onlookers within the survivor base began to rally behind Scarred Mouse, cheering, Lord Mouse is incredible. Lord Mouse is formidable. Teach these newcomers a lesson. Show them who's boss. They think they can usurp the leader of our base upon arrival? Do they not realize our leader is a god? A mere ant daring to replace a deity? Lord Mouse, show him your prowess. Encouraged by the crowd, Scarred Mouse felt invigorated and promptly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Ma Feiyun, not a fool, recognized that Scarred Mouse had vanished underground and leapt onto a rooftop. When Scarred Mouse resurfaced, he was bewildered to find Ma Feiyun absent. Ma Feiyun sneered. Do you take me for a fool? Would I fall for the same trick twice? He stood atop the roof and unleashed a powerful punch at Scarred Mouse, declaring, Explosive Fist. With a tremendous boom, a massive fist imprint, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. Although Scarred Mouse had momentarily burrowed underground, the violent tremors inflicted significant internal injury upon him. Ma Feiyun chuckled. Hiding underground? Watch how I force you out. With a mighty leap, he raised his fist and descended from the rooftop, striking the ground with a thunderous blow, exclaiming, Mountain-crushing strike. The ensuing explosion reverberated throughout the survivor base, akin to an earthquake, shattering windows in distant villas. Scarred Mouse was propelled from the ground. Gasping, he spat out blood, his complexion paling, clearly suffering internal injuries. Witnessing this, Ma Fei erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. You dare engage in trench warfare with me? A mere rodent thinks it can battle me? How utterly absurd. The old survivors of the base hurriedly rushed to the side of Scarred Mouse, helping him to his feet while expressing their concern. Mouse, are you all right? Scarred Mouse shook his head. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a hint of disappointment. It seemed that his extraordinary abilities paled in comparison to true combat prowess. The figure before him, Ma Feiyun, was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Ma Feiyun turned to the crowd, arrogantly demanding, Who else dares to oppose my claim to this base? Initially, Ma Feiyun believed that having defeated 2 extraordinary beings in front of everyone would instill fear, silencing any dissent. However, to his astonishment, the old survivors began to rise one by one, declaring in unison, I oppose. So do I. We all oppose. Seeing these ordinary individuals boldly stand against him, Ma Feiyun's expression morphed into one of disbelief. You? A bunch of ordinary people who haven't even awakened their powers dare to defy me? Are you courting death? The survivors retorted, We have only one leader. That is Lu Shun. Not you, you worthless fool. With a scoff, Ma Feiyun retorted, still defiant. Just as he was about to charge angrily at the crowd, a shadow streaked across the sky at supersonic speed. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as a young man clad entirely in black landed before him. Chapter 75. Direct Overwhelmed God Lu. God Lu has arrived. Ha! You were so arrogant. Now you're doomed. In the presence of God Lu, all were mere ants. The survivors wore expressions of exhilaration the moment Lu Yang appeared. It was as if they had been injected with a potent stimulant. Their hearts swelled not only with excitement, but also with an indescribable thrill. They could hardly wait to witness Ma Feiyun receive his comeuppance. Boss Lu Yang, Scarred Rat, upon seeing Lu Yang, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had realized he was no match for Ma Feiyun, and the latter's move to shake the mountain had left him no room to evade, even while hiding underground. However, the instant Lu Yang made his entrance, the consequences for Ma Feiyun were already clear. Ha ha, take that, you arrogant fool. Do you even know who you've provoked? Old Wang lay on the ground, clutching his chest, yet his face was alight with laughter. As Ma Feiyun beheld this scene, panic surged within him. Why did everyone's expressions shift so dramatically the moment this youth appeared? Why were they so fervently excited and filled with anticipation? Could it be that this young man possessed extraordinary strength, earning such unwavering trust from them? Ma Feiyun felt a twinge of fear. He had not even seen how Lu Yang had arrived. A shadow flickered across the sky, and he was suddenly there. Could it be that he had awakened the power of flight? If it were merely the ability to fly, then although fast, his strength might be lacking. Just as he pondered, Lu Yang was already in action, swiftly appearing before Ma Feiyun. Before the latter could react, Lu Yang delivered a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. What immense power! What kind of ability does this guy possess? Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his speed was astonishing as well. Ma Feiyun coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-air, his face a mask of shock, rendering him incoherent. Yet, before he could even touch the ground, Lu Yang had already caught up with him again, delivering another kick that stomped him down. Boom! Ma Feiyun was instantaneously crushed into the ground. The hard concrete surface splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. Cough, sputter. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. Powerful. Truly powerful. This was beyond absurd. As a level 2 ability user, he couldn't even discern the opponent's movements. Moreover, when he was kicked away at such incredible speed, Lu Yang had closed the distance with just one step. Such speed was beyond human capability. What kind of monster have I provoked? Ever since becoming a level 2 ability user, Ma Feiyun had felt his strength surge, even developing a sense of superiority. Thus, upon encountering this survivor base, his first thought was to claim the position of leader. In the desolate world, strength reigned supreme. Ma Feiyun believed himself to be the strongest in this realm, and thus, he felt entitled to take the lead. However, after being sent flying by a single kick from his opponent, he came to the stark realization that there are always greater powers beyond one's comprehension. Before his adversary, he felt akin to a mere toy, trampled at will. As the survivors had remarked, he was but an insignificant ant, while the other party seemed to embody a divine presence. Liu Yang, looking down at the bloodied Ma Feiyun beneath his feet, coldly inquired, "So, you aspire to usurp my position and become the leader of this survivor base?" Over the past few days, Liu Yang had been scavenging resources by day and honing his skills with the beautiful girls by night. Today, he had observed, through the zombies on guard, that over 1,000 new survivors had joined the base, which initially brought him joy, until he discovered an ability user causing chaos. To his astonishment, this individual proved to be quite formidable. Not only could Old Wong not contend with him, but even the already upgraded Scarred Rat was no match for him. Left with no choice, Liu Yang had to confront the situation personally. As he spoke in an icy tone, Ma Feiyun was nearly paralyzed with fear. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. In a feeble voice, he pleaded, "B brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I didn't realize this base belonged to you. Had I known your strength, I would never have dared to offend you." Liu Yang lifted his foot from Ma Feiyun's face and turned his gaze towards the others. The newly arrived survivors trembled in fear upon seeing Liu Yang. They had witnessed how Ma Feiyun had defeated Old Wong and Scarred Rat, believing him to be invincible. Yet, in Liu Yang's presence, he was reduced to insignificance. How powerful must Liu Yang be? Under Liu Yang's scrutinizing gaze, they felt as if a living embodiment of death was watching them, ready to claim their lives at any moment. Liu Yang's voice resonated coldly. "This base belongs to me. The rules within are dictated by me. My word is law. Anyone who dares to defy these rules will face only one outcome: death. Today is your first day here. I shall not punish you for your ignorance of the rules. However, should I witness any further misconduct, I will not hold back. Do you understand?" "Understood." The new survivors chorused in unison, with Ma Feiyun lying on the ground, vociferously echoing their response. Ma Feiyun, a mere mortal in this apocalyptic world, had learned the harsh truth: strength is paramount. The strongest is the leader. When he believed himself to be the mightiest, he sought to dominate. But after being subdued by Liu Yang, that ambition evaporated, leaving him only with the desire to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang approached Scarred Rat and helped him to his feet, asking, "Are you all right?" Scarred Rat's face reflected surprise and gratitude as he quickly replied, "I'm fine, boss. Just a minor injury." "Good to hear," Liu Yang responded. Once all the newcomers are registered, according to the previous regulations, each individual may borrow 50 pounds of potatoes for planting. Additionally, they will each receive 10 pounds of rice at no cost. Meanwhile, for every individual counted, 1 pound of rice will be rewarded to Old Wong. From now on, the management of both significant and trivial matters within this survivor base will be the shared responsibility of you few endowed individuals, with Scarred Rat and Old Wong taking the lead. "Understood, boss. I shall take care of it immediately," Scarred Rat replied, rising to his feet and gesturing to several close associates behind him, before commencing the statistical work. Nearby, Old Wong, upon hearing Liu Yang's words, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Old Wong understood that his strength was inferior to Ma Feiyun's, yet he still stood up to fight alongside him, fully aware of Liu Yang's formidable power. Even if he could not triumph, he felt compelled to make his stance known. It was evident that his declaration had borne fruit. Liu Yang had elevated his standing above that of other endowed individuals, even placing him on par with Scarred Rat. At that moment, Liu Yang's gaze shifted toward the fallen Ma Feiyun. Upon noticing Liu Yang's attention, Ma Feiyun trembled in fear. This formidable figure was indeed terrifying. He was uncertain of what fate awaited him. If Liu Yang wished to end his life, a mere flick of the finger would suffice to summon the Grim Reaper. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang remarked, "Your abilities are commendable. There exists a testing stone tablet within the survivor base. You may wish to assess your strength there. Based on your capabilities, you should rank within the top 100 on the yellow list, and perhaps you may earn a notable reward from the stone tablet." Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyun finally exhaled in relief, his face alight with excitement. He promptly responded, "My meager abilities hardly qualify as strength, especially in comparison to someone like you, boss." Lu Yang chuckled. "Oh, so you dare to compare yourself to me now? Pray tell, is your statement one of humility or arrogance?" "Ah, no, no, no. That was not my intention. I simply meant to convey that I am utterly inadequate and unworthy of comparison with you, boss." Ma Feiyun fervently shook his head. Lu Yang patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. You merely feel invincible, which breeds such arrogance. I do not hold it against you. However, once you have tested yourself on the stone tablet, you will soon realize that many are stronger than you. Once your injuries have healed, go and test yourself. Rest assured, I shall not neglect the contributions of you seasoned individuals. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes. You are absolutely right, boss. I will strive to contribute to the base." Ma Feiyun nodded vigorously. "Good," Lu Yang affirmed, before turning to head toward the warehouse. Chapter 76. Attribute of invincibility. With 27 consecutive kills, he observed that over 1,000 new survivors had arrived, each receiving 10 pounds of rice, swiftly depleting 5 tons. Thus, he proceeded to the survivor base's warehouse and deposited another 10 tons of rice. Subsequently, he added 30 tons of potatoes to distribute among the 1,000 individuals. After completing these tasks, Lu Yang departed from the base with a sense of relief. With the addition of over 1,000 new survivors, including 6 with special abilities, the base was becoming increasingly formidable. Among them, Ma Feiyun possessed particularly potent combat abilities. Even if the Molters were to attack, the presence of these extraordinary individuals would suffice to defend against them. Observing the burgeoning strength of the base brought Lu Yang great joy. As the number of survivors had now reached 2,000, he had borrowed 50 pounds of potatoes from each survivor, yet after a year, each would need to repay 200 pounds, totaling a staggering 2 million pounds, equivalent to 200 tons of potatoes. Lu Yang's resources were poised for explosive growth. Potatoes were indeed a remarkable commodity, rich in starch and serving as a staple food. They could be propagated asexually. Simply cutting them into pieces and planting them in soil would suffice. One potato could yield dozens of planting pieces. In this post-apocalyptic world, they were far easier to cultivate than rice. Meanwhile, Lu Yang surveyed the villa district, which comprised 100 villas, each accommodating a maximum of 50 rooms, allowing for up to 5,000 residents. However, if all 5,000 were engaged in farming, the land within the villa district would be insufficient. Thus, a density of 2,000 to 3,000 people would be optimal. With over 2,000 individuals currently present, Lu Yang pondered whether it was time to establish a new base. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to thoroughly scout the surrounding terrain in search of a more suitable location to rebuild a new survivor base. With this determination firmly in mind, Lu Yang ascended into the air before everyone present, departing the survivor base at supersonic speed. As they witnessed Lu Yang's rapid flight, the newly arrived survivors gaped in astonishment, unable to contain their exclamations. "My heavens, what just happened? Was that a sonic boom? Supersonic? Is this even human? No flying ability could reach such velocity. Can the body withstand it?" It was said that the fastest flying creature, the Swift, could only reach speeds of just over 300 kilometers per hour, while the speed of sound was approximately 1,224 kilometers per hour. And to think he was surpassing that, truly extraordinary. The presence of such a powerful figure within the base instilled a sense of security among the newcomers. It was simply astonishing. This speed was beyond comprehension. The veteran survivors, observing the astonishment of the newcomers, wore expressions of pride. They remarked, "You all aren't aware? Hiki, you're quite inexperienced. Lu is the mightiest among us. It has transcended humanity, becoming a divine existence. The ability user leading your group is truly comical." Upon arrival, he immediately aspired to dominate this place, and we could only chuckle at his audacity. We had foreseen this moment. Once Lu arrived, he would inevitably falter. Indeed, he faced a rather dismal fate, yet he managed to humble himself and plead for mercy. Otherwise, his downfall would have been far more tragic. The seasoned survivors erupted into hearty laughter. To them, Lu Yang embodied an omnipotent deity. Meanwhile, upon returning to his villa community, Lu Yang resumed his routine of scavenging for supplies by day and diligently expanding his reach by night. After another 12 days, his resources had once again doubled, reaching a quantity that was nearly incalculable. Even a survivor base capable of sustaining 10,000 individuals could thrive for decades on what he amassed. Simultaneously, he had achieved a remarkable 27 consecutive kills, earning the corresponding rewards. On this particular day, Lu Yong reviewed his attributes. Name: Lu Yong. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 1500. Speed: 1500. Stamina: 1500. Mental fortitude: 1500. Possessed abilities: 1. Future prediction level 6, 2. Viral immunity level 6, 3. Ice control level 8, 4. Dark space level 8, 5. Zombie control level 5. Equipped with Dark Cloak, Black Lightsaber. Special talent: Genetic enhancement. Unique item: 1 evolution scroll for abilities. After executing a series of 15 consecutive kills in the adjacent villa, Lu Yong, rather unfortunate, did not acquire a new ability. Nonetheless, his foundational attributes had risen to an impressive 1,500 points, which is 30 times that of an ordinary person. His movement speed reached 280 meters per second, while his flight speed soared to 560 meters per second. Additionally, his other abilities had also attained higher levels. Furthermore, upon achieving 20 kills, he was rewarded with an ability evolution scroll. This marked his first acquisition of such a scroll. He meticulously examined this attribute. Ability evolution scroll. Utilizing this scroll allows for the enhancement of your abilities, transforming them into even more formidable powers. Lu Yong found himself in a state of contemplation. The abilities he currently possessed were already at remarkably high levels. Future prediction allowed him to foresee the next 6 hours 10 times a day. With his current might, he seldom needed to employ this skill. His immunity to the zombie virus could withstand the most potent level 6 strain, which had yet to emerge. Even if a level 6 zombie were to appear, its 12-fold base attributes could not even graze him. Thus, this skill seemed largely unnecessary. Ice control at level 8 had rendered his ice needles boundless, enabling him to conjure any frozen object at will. Even a mere thought has the power to freeze the entire community, turning all its possessions into exquisite ice sculptures. This skill appears to be excessively formidable. The level of zombie control is at its lowest, yet the highest-ranking zombies have only reached level 3, while he is already capable of commanding level 5 zombies. And their numbers have reached 5. This skill seems to be rendered utterly pointless. The dark space has reached level 8, expanding to an immense volume of 808080512000 cubic meters. It is simply impossible to fill it completely. Lu Yong yearns to cram this dark space to the brim. Yet the pace of gathering resources cannot keep up with her rate of advancement. Indeed, she feels as though she is already burdened by limitations before even reaching middle age. Frustration wells up within her, as she reflects that invincibility can also be a source of vexation. Which path of advancement should she pursue? Ultimately, Lu Yong shakes her head. Perhaps it is best to save this advancement scroll for now. Who knows? She might acquire new abilities in the future, and perhaps more desirable options for advancement will present themselves. Moreover, this advancement scroll was a reward for achieving 20 consecutive kills, indicating its considerable rarity. Obtaining another one may prove to be quite challenging. Subsequently, Lu Yong departed from the neighboring villa and returned to her own. At this moment, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Chen Dan, and others had prepared lunch and were awaiting Lu Yang's return. Upon seeing her arrive, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Thankfully, Lu Yong had the sense to return, untempted by the alluring charms of the nearby villa's enchanting figures. Chapter 77. Is something amiss? At the dining table, everyone was engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. He Yushi was the first to speak. I don't know about you all, but I've been feeling quite peculiar lately. It has been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and my dear friend has yet to arrive. Could it be that she was frightened by the zombies, causing some disruption in her health? How about you, ladies? Upon hearing her words, all the women raised their heads. Tang Mingting chimed in, I feel the same way. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Where could my dear friend be? Ballet instructor Chun Dan added, I too have experienced this. It is indeed strange. My cycle used to be so regular, yet now it has been delayed by over 10 days. The famous actress Su Xiao echoed, I can relate. It has been delayed for quite some time, and I felt hesitant to inquire about it with you all. Zhou Qiuping, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Qiki, and Baihu collectively expressed, we are in the same predicament. What could be happening? Could the outbreak and the viruses in the air be altering our bodies? Observing the animated discussion, Lu Yong quietly continued his meal, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting in amusement. At that moment, Zhao Lina posed a question. Do you think it's possible? I mean, what if we are all pregnant? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The others exclaimed in unison, swiftly dismissing her speculation. He Yusha retorted, as a top student, you can't possibly be unaware of basic biological knowledge, can you? Each woman has only a 3-day ovulation period during which pregnancy can occur. Even if one were to engage during that time, the odds of conception are merely 1 in 4. Most sperm are not robust enough to reach their destination. How could we all be expecting? Do you think Lu Yang is a sharpshooter, hitting the target every time? At that, Lu Yang's smile broadened. The women nodded in agreement with He Yusha, exclaiming, exactly. How could it be that we all succeeded in one go? Though he is an ability user, surely he hasn't enhanced the sperm as well? Even if one of us were fortunate enough to conceive on the first attempt, it's implausible for all of us to do so. Indeed, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. What a coincidence that would be. Listening to their chatter, Lu Yang could hardly suppress his laughter. At that moment, He Yusha turned her attention to Lu Yang, asking, what are you secretly chuckling about over there? Is something amusing? Speak up. Are you the one behind this? Why has none of our dear friends shown up? All the women's gazes fell upon Lu Yang, the alleged culprit. Before encountering him, their friends had always followed a predictable pattern. Why was it that after being with Lu Yang, their cycles had been delayed? And here he was, chuckling to himself. He must surely be the cause. Zhao Lina urged. Lu Yang, speak up. Is this your doing? Have you secretly enhanced everything so you could succeed every time? Bai Hu added. Lu Yang, just how many abilities do you possess? The renowned actress Su Xiao exclaimed. You can't possibly mean that we all have it, right? Lu Yang, confronted by the gazes of the numerous women, suddenly wore an expression of mild embarrassment. What can I do? Is it my fault that my marksmanship is impeccable? Is it a crime to hit the target every time? He set down his bowl and remarked, I'm full now. I'll head back to rest. He Yusha quickly interjected. Oh no, don't leave yet. You haven't told us anything. Did you use your powers during that time with us? Zhao Lina added, yes, do tell us. Our good friend has been delayed for so long. It must be unusual. Bai Hu chimed in. If you don't tell us, we'll all rush to your room and take turns draining your energy. Lu Yang shook his head and said, please don't. You all should take care of yourselves and avoid any undue stress. With that, he hurried back upstairs. Watching Lu Yang's retreating figure, He Yusha and the others were momentarily bewildered, taking several seconds to comprehend the situation. He Yusha then let out a piercing scream. Avoid undue stress? It must be Lu Yang's doing. Zhao Lina echoed. He is lying. I knew he must have used some powers, otherwise. How could the differences be so stark from what is written in biology books? He likely possesses not just duplication abilities, but also a power that enhances genetic vitality. The star Su Xiao exclaimed, oh my, to have this in the apocalypse, what are we to do? How will we raise a child in the future? Wang Fei countered, what is there to fear? With Lu Yang around, he could support quintuplets. I'm not scared at all. However, Bai Hu wore a joyful expression. To be carrying the child of an extraordinary being? Just the thought fills me with joy, excitement, and anticipation. She gently caressed her flat, smooth, and flawless abdomen, murmuring, little one, grow quickly. I can hardly wait to meet you. The group of women gathered to discuss, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Some were anxious, others exhilarated, and some brimming with anticipation. After all, most of them were merely 18, having never even had a boyfriend before encountering Lu Yang. And now they were suddenly thrust into the prospect of motherhood. This abrupt shift in identity left them feeling somewhat disoriented. Nurses Chen Xiaojin and Huang Xiaoxia exchanged glances, both understanding the thoughts swirling in one another's minds. We'll certainly have our hands full. They also realized why every girl who entered Lu Yang's villa was subtly guided to seek him out, except for the two of them. Initially, Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojin suspected that perhaps they did not meet Lu Yang's aesthetic standards. They even went so far as to undress in their room, sneaking glances in the mirror to discover what flaws might have caused Lu Yang to overlook them. However, after several days of contemplation, they still could not discern the underlying reasons. The proportions were ample where necessary, the details intricate, and the curves gracefully defined. Yet, where had they fallen short? During this period, their stay in the villa had rendered them somewhat restless. When they were rescued by Lu Yang from the hospital, they had mentally prepared themselves. Even if Lu Yang were to request their unwavering devotion, they felt little psychological burden. Yet, it had been over half a month, and Lu Yang had not offered any hints. As young women, they dared not approach his bed directly. Now, they finally comprehended the situation. Lu Yang possessed an uncanny ability to always hit the mark. His deliberate omission to suggest they retreat to the room was likely because he relied on them for childbirth, and, in the future, would need their assistance should any ailments befall their child. Lu Yong had certainly considered all possibilities. It seemed he had anticipated everything from the very beginning. Who would have thought that he could even apply his extraordinary powers to the act of procreation? Chapter 78. Invasion? No one shall escape. The apocalypse had erupted nearly a month ago, and Liu Yang's endeavors had begun to flourish. However, tumultuous winds were brewing across the divine dragon empire. When his name ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings, he became the target of countless adversaries, destined to live in unrest. During this period, the divine dragon empire witnessed an incessant influx of supernatural beings from various nations. Among them, the powers from the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Barbarian Bear Empire proved to be the most formidable, sending forth only the elite of their elite. Even experimental special forces had been dispatched 3 days prior. In the southern region of the Divine Dragon Empire, outside a survivor base in Salt City, a team of supernatural beings arrived, equipped with binoculars to scrutinize their surroundings. One female supernatural being, adorned in a form-fitting black attire with an alluring figure and exquisite features, spoke in the language of the Little Sun Empire. This marks the third survivor base. I hope to extract some clues regarding Liu Yong. Beside her, a burly man donned in sunglasses, wielding a large blade, exclaimed, "Let us charge in and unleash havoc." I can hardly contain my excitement. Regardless of Liu Yang's presence, let us eliminate them all first. The beautiful young woman furrowed her brow and replied, "In no way. I have already articulated our primary objective, to locate Liu Yong, not to massacre the survivors. You left no witnesses at the previous 2 bases, which could easily draw the attention of the Divine Dragon Empire's supernatural beings. If we attract their scrutiny, it will become exceedingly difficult for us to pursue clues about Liu Yong. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to take action against you. This squad is under my command, and I hope you comprehend this fact. The Little Sun Empire has invested heavily in the search for Liu Yong, dispatching 1 main squad and 20 search teams. The 5 members of the main team are all masters ranked in the heavenly rankings, led by one of the top 10 experts. The 20 search teams comprise adept individuals from the profound and earth rankings. They are strategically dispersed throughout the Divine Dragon Empire, scouring for clues regarding Liu Yong's whereabouts. Upon discovering his location, they will report to the main team, which will then coordinate an assault alongside the search teams. Thus, the search teams are not the primary combatants. Their foremost duty is to gather intelligence, and avoiding confrontation is ideal. Even if they find Liu Yong, they would stand no chance against him. Yet, Inoue seemed somewhat arrogant. TCH. The burly man scoffed dismissively. The 3 other robust men nearby exchanged glances, disapproving of Inoue's insolence towards their leader. One bearded giant spoke up, "Inoue, did you not heed the words of our esteemed senior, Taozi? We are a formal supernatural task force, and within the unit, we must adhere to the captain's commands, understand?" Inoue wore a face of disdain and remarked, "Nakata, who doesn't know your infatuation with peaches? If you wish to play the sycophant, that is your prerogative. But must you impose your whims upon others?" Hearing these words, a man known as Nakak, with a bushy beard, instantly turned pale with rage and retorted, "Inoue, what do you mean by that? Is there something inappropriate about us adhering to the captain's orders? Let me warn you, if you persist in this manner, I shall not hesitate to give you a sound thrashing." Inoue, undeterred, shot back, "Come on, let's see who fears whom. I'm eager to witness your prowess. One might think I am incapable of defeating you. Don't merely talk the talk. Show me your mettle. You." As the 2 engaged in a heated argument, Peach's expression turned icy. She interjected, "Enough? Both of you, silence yourselves. Should anyone dare to voice further dissent, I will not be so accommodating. Inoue, you should temper your arrogance. What significance do your feats of slaughtering 100,000 ordinary survivors hold? If you are so formidable, why not challenge Liu Yong directly?" The burly man known as Inoue scoffed even more, declaring, "Isn't he merely the number 1 on the heavenly rankings? What is so remarkable about that? If it weren't for my lack of time to test myself, I might have already claimed that title. If I encounter Liu Yong, you needn't worry. I shall challenge him myself. When I sever his head, none of you shall interfere. Once I have achieved this grand feat and been promoted, you will be the ones kneeling to lick my toes." Peach shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "All you do is boast, aiming for unattainable heights. Ranked over 500 on the Earth rankings, and you dare to look down upon the first of the heavenly rankings? Inoue, with your disposition, you will inevitably face dire consequences in this apocalypse. You dream of a promotion? I foresee your ascent to the skies is not far off. Humph. The burly man remained dismissive. Ignoring him, Peach began issuing commands. Everyone, heed my orders. We shall stealthily infiltrate the survivor base and capture any ability users within to extract information regarding Lu Yang. Strive to remain unseen and eliminate anyone who spots us. Understood. Captain Peach. The three burly men nodded in agreement, while in no way continued to wear an expression of disdain. The 5 individuals transformed into shadows, swiftly approaching the survivor base. With a few agile leaps, they breached the stronghold, the 5-meter-high walls seemingly non-existent to them. Each jump effortlessly carried them beyond the barriers. These 5 were all elite practitioners of the Earth rankings, with Peach being a formidable force within the top 100. The other 4 were ranked within 500, while the remaining 2 hovered around the 800 mark. It could be said that these ability users were the CRME de la CRME, each capable of obliterating an ordinary survivor base. After all, most average ability users scarcely even made it onto the yellow rankings. The disparities between the yellow, mysterious Earth and heavenly rankings are monumental. A practitioner of the Earth rankings could easily contend against 10 yellow ranking ability users. Moreover, typical bases rarely house even 10 yellow ranking ability users. Inside the survivor base, 4 extraordinary individuals convened in a room, diligently accounting for the supplies they had gathered that day. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. When they regained their composure, each found a dagger pressed against their throats. Shock and fear instantly registered on the faces of the 4, who were astounded by the swiftness of their attackers. How could they be so fast? These were all extraordinary beings. The leader, a survivor from their base and a second-tier extraordinary individual, was equally bewildered. Yet, none had perceived how their assailants had infiltrated their midst. Before they could even sense the impending danger, they were already at the mercy of blades, signifying that their adversaries intended to take their lives before they had the chance to react, perhaps even before they could glimpse the faces of their enemies. The leader, named Taozi, spoke with a somewhat halting command of Chinese. Excuse me, I inquire whether there is a person named Lu Yang in your base? Or perhaps, do you know where Lu Yang is located? Upon hearing the distinctive accent, the survivor's eyes widened in alarm. Are they from the little Japanese empire? Their expressions of terror swiftly morphed into indignation. The apocalypse had barely unfolded for a month, and the little Japanese empire dared to invade the realm of the divine dragon empire? Did they truly believe they were without defenders? You seek the top of the heavenly rankings, Lu Yang? I am Lu Yang. In our divine dragon empire, every soul embodies Lu Yang. To hell with you. You think a mere handful of invaders can leave our divine dragon empire alive? Not a single one shall escape. Chapter 79. Defiant to the death, these extraordinary beings were initially held at knife point, gripped by fear. However, upon realizing their captors hailed from the diminutive nation of Japan, their spirits swiftly rekindled. For the people of Japan, they would rather perish in battle than yield. How dare you, a pack of despicable marauders, trespass into our dragon empire? Indeed, it appears you have grown weary of life. Your so-called rising sun has barely basked in glory before being trampled underfoot by our Lu Yang. What say you? Are you indignant? Seeking Lu Yang, are you? Allow me to enlighten you. The top of the heavenly rankings is no easy prize to claim, and the moment you lay eyes upon him shall mark the end of your days. You must have dispatched your elite to invade our dragon empire. Yet when this batch of elites perishes here, your nation will face its demise. This realm is the very hell for all extraordinary beings from your country, a place from which none shall return. The most ferocious among them, Inoue, furrowed his brow and pressed his dagger forcefully against the throat of the base leader, blood gushing forth as the blade hovered perilously close to his artery. In a cold voice, Inoue demanded, "Tell us Lu Yang's whereabouts, or I shall end your life." The base leader spat defiantly, "I scoff at your threats. While I may fear death, I shall not cower before you wretched souls. You may kill me, but do not expect a single word to escape my lips." With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through flesh, and a jet of blood erupted from the leader's neck. Yet, even in death, his visage remained a mask of fury, refusing to utter a plea for mercy. Brother, Chief." The other 3 extraordinary beings watched their leader fall, their faces twisted in rage, unable to contain their cries. Their eyes blazed with a desire to rend these invaders limb from limb. Inoue, brandishing his bloody dagger, sauntered over to another extraordinary being. He provocatively licked the blood from his blade and stated he refused to speak, so he met his end. Now, I pose the question to you. You should be aware of the consequences. Do you know where Liu Yang is? With indignation etched across his face, the extraordinary being retorted. I know where your grandfather is. I stand before you. I should have struck you dead long ago, preventing your vile existence. With a swift stroke, the dagger carved a gash into his throat, blood gushing forth. Inoue then approached the third extraordinary being. Will you also remain silent? You insolent fool. I am your grandfather. With another brutal slash, this being too met a swift demise. Inoue turned to the final extraordinary being and declared, the three have perished. You must understand I am a merciless individual. Thus, I shall ask you one last time. Where is Liu Yang? I scoff at your threats. The ability user spat contemptuously on Jing Shang's face, declaring, I tell you, Malagobi, no one from our divine dragon empire shall ever submit to your petty existence. Even death holds no fear, for once you enter our realm, you will find the gates of hell are not far behind. We shall await you there. Swiftly, a cold blade sliced across his neck, and his warm blood gushed forth. The last of the ability users fell. Though they possessed no means to resist, nor even to retaliate, they met their fate standing tall. These individuals were not paragons of virtue during the apocalypse. They had committed acts of plunder and oppression against the weak. However, when foreign invaders threatened the divine dragon empire, the nature of the conflict had irrevocably changed. Within the divine dragon empire, survivors could compete amongst themselves, as it was a matter of kin. What right did Amir's Sun Empire have to meddle? Did they even deserve to? Throughout history, the divine dragon empire has never faltered in its united front against foreign threats. Those who dared betray their homeland would be cursed for millennia. A wretched lot indeed. Hard and foul, akin to stones in a cesspit. To spit on me before dying. How infuriating. Jing Shang wiped the repugnant spittle from his face, seething with indignation. Taozi cast him an unhappy glance and remarked, You've killed all 4 ability users. How do we pursue the clues now? Not my concern. They insulted me first. Besides, I highly doubt they knew anything. Continuing to question them would yield no results. Jing Shang shrugged dismissively. Taozi shook her head, saying, Forget it. Let us proceed to the next base. But before we leave, I intend to unleash a massacre. No one here shall escape. A manic expression spread across Jing Shang's face as he extended his long, repulsive tongue to lick his lips. Taozi's brow furrowed, and in a flash, she appeared before Jing Shang, her delicate hand swiftly gripping his neck. Coldly, she stated, I shall not repeat my orders. Cease your senseless slaughter. Our primary objective is to locate Liu Yang, not to indulge your twisted thirst for violence. Should you continue to act in ways that jeopardize the team, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Confronted with Taozi's icy gaze, Jing Shang was taken aback. His formerly disdainful demeanor began to shift to one of seriousness. This was the first time he witnessed Taozi in a rage, and he had not anticipated her formidable strength. Before he could react, her grip tightened around his throat, threatening to crush his windpipe with the slightest exertion. For the first time, he truly grasped the might of someone ranked among the top 100. Strong. Incredibly strong. If someone as powerful as Taozi was within the top 100, how formidable must Liu Yang, the top-ranked individual, be? The thought alone sent a thrill through him. The anticipation of battling formidable opponents is truly exhilarating. It seems that eliminating these ordinary survivors holds little significance. If one must kill, it should be the top contender on the leaderboard. Inoue, having relented, addressed Taozi, saying, I understand now. Let me go, let me go. At worst, I shall refrain from harming them. Only then did Taozi release her delicate grip. Subsequently, the 5 departed from the base, leaving behind 4 lifeless bodies. An hour later, a supernatural being returned with the team, pushed open the door to the room, and was instantly taken aback by the sight of the corpses. After a few moments of stunned silence, he exclaimed, Big brother, what has happened to you? Who has done this? Who is responsible for this? Chapter 80. Seeking beautiful maidens, an acrid stench of blood assailed the senses within the room, where the floor was awash with crimson. For formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities had perished simultaneously, devoid of any signs of struggle, indicating they had been swiftly dispatched by an unseen assailant. The sole survivor among them had been dispatched to scavenge for provisions and had only just returned to witness this harrowing scene, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The ordinary survivors who had accompanied the extraordinary being were even more shocked. Previously, they had prided themselves on their ruthless nature. Yet, confronted with such a gruesome tableau, They felt a chill of fear creeping into their hearts. They understood full well the prowess of their leader, a secondary ability wielder ranked over 800 on the yellow list. Even secondary zombies had been effortlessly vanquished before him. Yet now, their leader had been slain without the opportunity to retaliate. The might of their enemy was unfathomable. One survivor turned to the extraordinary being and implored, "Dong, what shall we do? If even our leader has been eliminated, should we not flee?" The other civilians in the base were unharmed, and the resources remained intact, suggesting that the attackers had come solely to kill. Had their leader inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary? Lin Dong shook his head, stating, "Do not be foolish. Even if we have drawn the ire of a powerful foe, they would certainly seize the food after dispatching our leader, for sustenance is vital in this desolate world." The other survivors exchanged perplexed glances, questioning, but what could possibly be the reason? Could it be that a mutated zombie was responsible for our leader's demise? This seemed implausible. Zombies slaughtered humans for sustenance, leaving no bodies behind, and they would not selectively target only extraordinary beings. Another survivor voiced their concern. "What do we do then, Dong? We do not even know who our enemy is, and they are evidently formidable. If they wish to kill us, we stand no chance of defense. Should we not flee?" Fear gripped them, for extraordinary beings had been slain, and the base's leader, a secondary ability wielder, had been annihilated. The assailants had used daggers to slit throats rather than resorting to underhanded schemes like poisoning, and the inability to mount any defense underscored their overwhelming strength. The entire base now teetered on the brink of peril, and remaining there could spell their doom at any moment. Naturally, they yearned to escape. Lin Dong shook his head, asserting, "If we flee, this base will truly be lost. Even a single secondary zombie could massacre the ordinary civilians left behind." The other survivors countered, "Dong, if we do not escape, we may all perish here. We are in a post-apocalyptic world. Each must tend to their own. Who can concern themselves with the plight of others?" They urged him, "Let us leave together. At worst, we can find a new base and start anew." Lin Dong pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with inner turmoil, yet ultimately shook his head, saying, "Let it be. The vigorous and youthful individuals are able to traverse. But what of the elderly, the weak, and the infirm? Can they endure the arduous journey? This base has been painstakingly established by me and my companions, growing from a mere 100 to now over 1,000. With such a multitude of survivors, devoid of the protection of the superhumans, they stand little chance against even the lowly second-tier zombies. Please assist me in burying the bodies of our fallen comrades. If any of you wish to depart, I shall not impede your choice. Yet, those who desire to remain with me are most welcome." The survivors nodded with gritted teeth, their hearts heavy as they laid to rest the 4 deceased superhumans. Subsequently, they began to gather their belongings, preparing to leave this place, and informed all within the survivor base of their decision, allowing each to choose whether to stay or depart. Ultimately, 500 chose to leave, while those who opted to remain were predominantly the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, too fearful to venture far. This once formidable small base now housed only half of its original strength, the power diminished by at least 90%. 500 souls departed the base. Before leaving, several survivors approached Lin Dong and expressed, "Brother Dong, we are all brothers in life and death. Once we find a suitable place, we shall return to inform you. At that time, let us all depart together." The survivor base had become a target. Remaining even a day longer would invite greater peril. Although they had known each other for less than a month, they had shared countless experiences of searching for food and battling zombies together, forging bonds of profound camaraderie. Observing Lin Dong remain behind, they felt a pang of sympathy. However, they understood his steadfast nature. Lin Dong was a man of his word, resolute in his beliefs. Since he could not abandon the survivors still within the base, he would undoubtedly stay. As long as he drew breath, he would shield this base from the encroachment of the undead. Lin Dong, his expression a tapestry of emotions, uttered, "I wish you all safe travels." As he watched the survivors fade from his sight, time now returns to the present. Liu Yang has successfully cultivated the 15 lovely maidens from the neighboring villa. To maintain his unbroken streak of triumphs, Liu Yang ventured into the survivor base. It was time to seek out new beauties. Such is the advantage of a survivor base. Previously, Liu Yang scoured the outside world for sustenance while casually searching for lovely maidens. This method was slow, and should he fail to find a beauty one day, it would disrupt his winning streak. The survivor base, however, presented a different scenario. With the existing beauties flourishing, it would suffice to select a few more from within the base in the future. Moreover, as time progresses, the girls within are maturing rapidly. At 16 this year. In just 2 years, they shall be 18. There are no girls who remain perpetually 18, but there will always be an abundance of 18-year-olds. With the support of the base, Liu Yang's consecutive victories would no longer be interrupted. In the survivor's base, the moment Liu Yang descended from the heavens, excitement illuminated the faces of all present. It had been nearly half a month since the revered Liu had last appeared. Scarred Mouse and Old Wang approached him with exuberance. Old Wang exclaimed, "Boss, you've come." Scarred Mouse added, "Boss, after such a long absence from the base, I thought you had forgotten us." "How could I?" Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. "I've just been rather busy lately." Indeed, over the past 10 days, he had been occupied with scavenging for supplies by day and working tirelessly by night to expand their endeavors. Scarred Mouse quickly responded, "Of course. With great power comes great responsibility. Boss, the tasks you undertake are beyond our comprehension. It's truly rare for you to visit us at the base." He continued, "Come. Let me show you the potatoes we planted in the villa area. They all sprouted. In 3 months, we should have a bountiful harvest." The survivors brimmed with joy, and the entire base seemed infused with a sense of hopeful optimism, something that had never been felt before. Scarred Mouse grew increasingly animated. In the past, when following Black Tiger within this space, such a flourishing atmosphere had never existed. Black Tiger's sole focus was the exploitation of the common people. Thoughts of sustainable development were far from his mind. Under his tyranny, the civilians endured a daily existence that grew increasingly bleak, their faces devoid of vitality. Now, however, the situation was completely transformed. As they observed the green shoots of the potatoes thriving, hope and anticipation radiated from every face. Liu Yang nodded and said, "All right, let us go take a look." Chapter 81. I shall follow Liu Shun. Although Liu Yang's primary purpose for coming here was not to observe the so-called potato seedlings, he had little interest in such matters. However, as a leader, he could not allow his subordinates to think that he was preoccupied with trivialities. Little did they know that he possessed a system that would bolster his strength. His intentions were solely to grow stronger, not to be perceived as a mere lecher. Thus, it was necessary to maintain appearances. Liu Yang followed Scar Mouse to the cultivation area. The expansive land in the villa district had transformed into meticulously organized fields. Former football and volleyball courts, as well as the green belts along the roads and the lawns between the villas had all been developed into neat patches of farmland. The fields were overflowing with potato plants, their vibrant green shoots reaching half a meter in height, thriving under the brilliant sunlight, exuding a sense of vitality and hope. Green symbolized hope, while yellow represented ripeness. All survivors eagerly anticipated the transition from green to yellow. Observing the well-ordered survivor base, Liu Yang praised Scar Mouse and Old Wang, saying, "Well done. You have done excellently. This base is progressing remarkably well. I believe it won't be long before the survivors can sustain themselves without having to venture out in search of food." Scar Mouse chuckled, rubbing his head, and replied, "Hee. It's all thanks to the boss. Without you, we would have perished long ago. The better this base thrives, the more gratitude the survivors feel towards you. Many who once disbelieved in God have now begun to place their faith in you." Indeed, Liu Yang nodded in agreement. "Do you remember the matter I discussed with you last time?" "Of course," Scar Mouse quickly affirmed, but after a moment's contemplation, he awkwardly inquired, "Which matter precisely, boss? You seem to have given me quite a few instructions." "It pertains to the young maidens," Liu Yang said sternly. During his last visit to this survivor base, Liu Yang had privately advised Scar Mouse to ensure that the beautiful young maidens were well protected and shielded from harm. Had this rascal truly forgotten? Scar Mouse's face lit up with realization as he quickly responded, "Oh, so that is what you meant. I haven't forgotten. I've handled it well. Those aged between 18 and 25, who are beautiful and have never had a boyfriend, are all accommodated in the villas, rather than the makeshift shantytown by the walls. I even designated an entire building for them, filled solely with maidens, devoid of any men. Currently, there are 30 maidens residing there. Once it reaches capacity, I shall allocate another building." Upon hearing Scar Mouse's report, Liu Yang's stern demeanor finally softened. "I trust you to manage things well. However, I do not recall instructing you to implement a rule regarding the absence of boyfriends, did I?" The Scarred Mouse, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "This selection was entirely my doing. Our leader is so handsome and charming, a true paragon among men, that even celestial maidens might seem unworthy in comparison. I would never dare to recommend women who have had past relationships to him. It would be akin to shortening my own life. You rascal! You little rascal! Lu Yang exclaimed, playfully poking the scarred mouse several times with a beaming smile. After repeating "you little rascal" several times, he concluded, "You truly know how to get things done." Seeing Lu Yang so joyful, the scarred mouse beamed back, bashfully scratching his head, and chuckled. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Boss, Lu Yang then said, come, take me to see the beautiful girl's villa. The scarred mouse quickly responded, of course. Right this way, boss. Under the guidance of the scarred mouse, Lu Yang arrived at the villa, which housed 30 stunning young women, each a vision of beauty with fair skin and alluring figures. These were the select few chosen from hundreds of applicants. Upon hearing the possibility of being chosen by Lu Yang, the women eagerly signed up. But the criterion of never having had a boyfriend eliminated 90%. The remaining candidates, who did not meet the standards of beauty and physique, faced further cuts. Leaving only these 30, Lu Yang surveyed the 30 beauties and nodded in satisfaction, saying, excellent. I will take you all back to my villa shortly. You are all here of your own free will, correct? Upon hearing this, the girls' faces lit up with excitement and joy, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. Of course. To be by the side of the divine Lu is a fortune we must have earned in our past lives. Oh my, it truly is the divine Lu speaking to us. Thank you, Scarred Mouse, for not eliminating me. You are like my reborn parents. The Scarred Mouse replied, do not say such things. To be chosen by brother Lu Yang is your fortune. Henceforth, you shall live a life of ease that even I cannot imagine. You may refer to me as sister-in-law instead. I cannot bear the title of Scarred Mouse. Despite his words, the women looked at him with immense gratitude. The Scarred Mouse treated each survivor fairly within the base, and being selected for this villa was merely the first step in their destinies. Had he not spared them, they would never have met Lu Yang or had the chance to accompany him. One by one, the beauties bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Scarred Mouse. Thank you, Scarred Mouse. Thank you, Scarred Mouse. Witnessing their heartfelt gestures, the Scarred Mouse felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. A bittersweet sensation washed over him as he thought, perhaps this is how a father feels when marrying off his daughter. It seems that next time he must be even more discerning when selecting beautiful girls. In this manner, one could assist more young maidens in turning the gears of their destiny and ascending to the pinnacle of life. As Lu Yang prepared to depart the base with 30 young women, the other inhabitants of the survivor base gazed upon the maidens with envy etched upon their faces. One girl turned to her middle-aged father beside her, exclaiming, Father, look, those women are leaving with Lu. You must quickly speak well of me to Master Shu and offer him a gift, so that I too may be chosen. I wish to accompany Lu. He is so handsome and powerful. The moment I laid eyes on him, I felt a rush of excitement. I must follow him. I am determined to become his woman. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one else. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and replied, oh, spare me. At a height of 1.5 meters and weighing 160 jin, from a distance, one might mistake you for a Snorlax. Even if I were to offer my life to Master Shu, it would not secure you a passage out of here. Besides, you've consumed the majority of our food supply. Can't you eat a little less? Perhaps shed a few pounds? The girl pouted, her displeasure evident as she shook her head, her cheeks quivering. Woo-woo, but I simply love to eat. I have great potential. Once I lose weight, I will undoubtedly be a beauty. Perhaps Lu prefers plump women? Moreover, a girl as height of 1.5 meters is equivalent to a boy as 1.8 meters. Setting weight aside, my height is quite compatible with Lu. Enough. Speak of weight loss when you have actually achieved it. The father retorted, his impatience growing. The girl persisted, saying, Father, have you forgotten who bravely sat upon a zombie and saved our entire family? Can't you make an effort for your daughter's happiness? Can't you plead with Master Shu a little more? The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. Alas, I am truly at a loss. Consider it a debt I owe you. Fine, I shall speak to Master Shu on your behalf. The girl's spirits lifted, and she linked her arm with her father's, joyfully declaring, Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Dad. Rest assured, once I become Lu's woman, I shall certainly bring all the treasures from his warehouse home. Then my brother will be his brother-in-law, and I shall ensure my brother is promoted to the second-in-command of the base. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the father's expression darkened, turning icy as he coldly responded. Enough. You think you are worthy? Do you truly believe you can speak to Lu in such a manner without facing dire consequences? A man capable of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse in this apocalypse cannot be handled so frivolously by someone like you. I suggest you abandon this foolish dream. I will not speak to Master Shu on your behalf again. From this day forth, your food rations will be reduced by 2/3. Focus on losing weight and shedding the fat that clouds your judgment." With that, the middle-aged man strode away, leaving the girl in shock. Previously, her father had indulged her every whim. Regardless of the situation, a mere pout would suffice. Even amidst the apocalypse, as food became scarce, her weight had only increased, a testament to her parents' indulgence. Yet now, her father had scolded her so harshly. She had never witnessed her father exhibiting such seriousness. Chapter 82. Survivors seeking shelter. Lu Yong, accompanied by a lovely girl, continued his journey towards the outskirts of the base. At that moment, a group of little girls, hand in hand, joyfully bounced towards them. One little girl approached Lu Yong, gazing up with her adorable, wide eyes, and asked, "Lu God, where have your big sisters gone?" Lu Yong smiled and retrieved a large bag of snacks from his space, distributing them among the children as he replied, "Of course. I am taking them back to my residence." The children were elated at the sight of the treats. One of them exclaimed, "Lu God, isn't your home the celestial palace? Do you mean to say these sisters will also become fairies?" Chuckling, Lu Yong gently ruffled the little girl's hair and said, "Absolutely. Anyone who comes with me can transform into a fairy." The child eagerly chimed in, "I want to go with you too. Lu God, please take me along." "Me too. I also wish to become a fairy." As the children chattered excitedly around him, Lu Yong couldn't help but smile. He encouraged them, "You must eat well. When you grow up, I will take you to visit my villa." Upon hearing this, the children erupted with joy. "Yay, that's wonderful. When I grow up, I can go with Lu God. I must grow up quickly. I will eat well and grow fast. Once grown, I can become a fairy." Watching the children skip away, Lu Yong wore a warm smile. Just as he prepared to leave with the lovely girls, a throng of survivors suddenly appeared outside the door, filling the view with their presence. Each survivor bore the marks of exhaustion, as if they had traversed a great distance. Upon seeing the entrance to the base, hope illuminated their weary faces. Scarred Rat and the others were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be that more survivors have come to seek refuge in our base?" Lu Yong then commanded the third-level zombie stationed at the gate to open the door, allowing the group of survivors to enter the base. The leader of the survivors, upon entering, immediately locked eyes with Lu Yong. Among all present, Lu Yong exuded the most charisma, a powerful aura that even non-ability users could perceive. With a respectful demeanor, the survivor addressed Lu Yong. "Surely, this handsome gentleman is the leader of this base? We, the survivors, wish to seek shelter here and pledge to abide by all the rules of your base. Please take us in." Lu Yong glanced over the crowd, noting that there were at least 500 individuals among them. Such a significant number could easily form their own survivor base. What could have compelled them to travel such a distance to seek refuge elsewhere? Furthermore, with so many people and such a large target, encountering second and third-level zombies en route would have made them an easy target, essentially a buffet for the undead. The fact that they had safely arrived here was indeed remarkable. Lu Yong inquired, "Where do you hail from? It appears as though you have traversed a great distance, with so many of you. You could easily establish your own enclave of survivors. How is it possible that you have journeyed so far to seek refuge with us?" The survivor candidly replied, "We were indeed situated within a survivor base, roughly 30 kilometers from here. However, 3 days ago, 4 out of 5 leaders in our base were brutally slain, and each of them possessed formidable abilities. They were taken down before they even had a chance to react. Clearly, that base has attracted the attention of powerful foes. We could not dare to remain. We could only flee as far as possible. After 3 days of arduous travel, we finally arrived here, and, upon seeing your base, decided to seek your protection." Lu Yong furrowed his brow and remarked, "If 4 out of 5 of those with abilities perished, how is it that you mere civilians managed to escape?" The survivor shook his head. "We do not know the nature of our assailants. They only target those with abilities, leaving civilians unharmed and not plundering resources. Their intentions remain a mystery. No one could discern whether they were human or undead, nor what they truly looked like. Such an unknown enemy is the most terrifying, which is why half of our base's population fled." Lu Yang's frown deepened as he questioned, "You are certain they only kill those with abilities and spare civilians, even refraining from taking resources?" The leader of the survivors affirmed, "Absolutely. Every word is true." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yang made a decision. "Our base can accommodate you, but you must adhere to our regulations. Additionally, I require you to escort me to your former base." The burly man immediately shook his head. No way, my friend. I endured 3 arduous days to reach this place. I have no desire to return. That base is far too perilous. It is possible that I would never return if I went back. Liu Yang reassured him. Do not worry, I am quite formidable. The burly man remained resolute. No, the enemy may be even stronger. I have just narrowly escaped. I do not wish to walk into a trap. Liu Yang, exasperated, offered, take me there, and I will give you 100 pounds of rice. The man's eyes brightened, and he replied earnestly, very well, I shall take you there. The rice is of little consequence. I primarily wish to revisit my old friends. Fortune favors the bold. In this post-apocalyptic world, the value of 100 pounds of rice is enough to compel one to risk their life. Excellent, then lead me forth. Liu Yang strode to the side of the burly man and grasped his collar. The man gasped, What? What are you doing? In the next moment, Liu Yang had lifted him into the air. The burly man, in his 30s, with a robust physique and a face adorned with stubble, emitted a scream akin to that of a woman. The newly arrived 500 survivors looked on in astonishment. What on earth is happening? They just flew away? The leader of this survivor base is incredibly impressive and strong. With such an extraordinary powerhouse among us, we shall surely be safe from now on. On the other side, 1 minute later, Liu Yang arrived at the survivor base. At this moment, Liu Yang's flying speed had reached an astonishing 580 meters per second. In 5 minutes, he could traverse 580, 300, 174,000 meters, which translates to over 30 kilometers in just 1 minute. When it came to his beloved, Liu Yang would temper his speed, but not for this burly man. The man, overwhelmed by the supersonic velocity, was already dizzy and collapsed upon landing. This robust individual was a retired mercenary, trained professionally and capable of operating tanks and aircraft. Yet, even with such training, he could not withstand the strain of supersonic travel. Simultaneously, Liu Yang's arrival instigated a commotion within the survivor base, causing everyone to fearfully take cover. Shortly thereafter, a strong man accompanied by several sturdy survivors emerged. The leader of this group was none other than Lin Dong, the sole esper of the survivor base. Chapter 83. Arrival at Base 2. Lin Dong regarded Liu Yang with a gaze full of suspicion and inquired, Who are you? What do you intend to do? His attention was soon diverted to the imposing figure lying on the ground, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What have you done to Ergo? He is not an ability user. I thought you refrained from harming ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang realized that Lin Dong had mistaken him for the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of ability users. Liu Yang shook his head and replied, I am not here to harm you. He merely guided me. Upon arrival, the speed may have caused a bit of disorientation, which is quite common for someone unaccustomed to supersonic travel. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yang, the leader of a survivor base. He came to seek refuge with us, mentioning that the ability users from your base had been slain, prompting my visit. Lin Dong's face reflected a mixture of skepticism and dawning realization. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, Liu Yang, are you the Liu Yang who ranks first on the heavenly list? Liu Yang nodded, somewhat astonished himself. He had not anticipated that his reputation had spread so far. Indeed, it is I. Lin Dong's disbelief was palpable. He could scarcely fathom the reality before him. After all, this was the Liu Yang who had trampled the Little Sun Empire, a figure of immense prestige for the Divine Dragon Empire, a source of pride for all its citizens. Meanwhile, Ergo lay on the ground, retching violently, finally regaining his composure after several minutes. With excitement, he addressed Lin Dong, Brother Dong, I've returned with reinforcements. Initially, when Liu Yang had claimed to possess great strength, Ergo had been skeptical. But after experiencing Liu Yang's supersonic speed over a distance of 30 kilometers, he was now a firm believer. With such velocity, it was evident that Liu Yang could possess other formidable abilities. Simply capturing an enemy and dropping them from the sky would suffice to end their life. Any adversary unable to fly would likely stand no chance against Liu Yang. In that moment, Liu Yang emerged as the savior of their base. Lin Dong expressed concern, asking, Ergo, are you all right? Ergo repeatedly patted his chest to steady his breath, responding, I'm fine. It was just the speed that overwhelmed me. You should explain the situation to our esteemed Liu Yang. Lin Dong's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he regarded Liu Yang, stating, I am well aware of his prowess. After all, he is the first on the heavenly list. Liu Yang, I am Lin Dong, the sole survivor of this base. Had I not ventured out in search of food, I would likely have met the same fate. Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well, lead me to the scene." Under the guidance of Liu Yang and Ergo, they arrived at the room where the ability users had been slain. 3 days had passed, and the blood on the floor had dried to a dark hue. Lin Dong explained to Liu Yang, "Upon our entry, we discovered 4 corpses. Our leader met his demise in his own seat, and before the 4 of them could mount any resistance, they were brutally slain. Each individual fell victim to a throat-cutting attack, suggesting that the assailants were skilled assassins. Before our leader even had the chance to react, he was dispatched." Liu Yang surveyed the scene and noted the absence of any signs of struggle. The chair was drenched in blood, indicating that the ability's user had been killed while seated, without even a moment to rise. This was a manifestation of overwhelming power. Liu Yang found it perplexing how, under such a significant disparity in strength, these abilities' users could have provoked their adversaries. Moreover, why did the enemies choose to wait until these abilities' users returned to their surviving base before daring to infiltrate for revenge? After some contemplation, Liu Yang ultimately shook his head, arriving at a conclusion in his mind. The murderer must have been a formidable abilities user, and it is possible that these individuals were killed at random. Your leader may not have had any prior acquaintance with the assailants. Furthermore, they did not seize any resources, which are far more valuable than human lives in the apocalypse. The absence of resource theft suggests that they had no intention of establishing a foothold in the vicinity, or even within the Dragon Empire itself. Thus, it is plausible that abilities users from other empires infiltrated the Dragon Empire, and their motive for murder was likely to diminish the number of abilities users within the Dragon Empire, thereby weakening its overall strength. Alternatively, it could be that your leader uncovered certain secrets of the Dragon Empire, and the assailants sought to extract that information through violence. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Dong and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Could they truly be invaders from other empires? Our leader always stayed close to us and rarely ventured far, primarily scavenging for supplies within a 10-kilometer radius. He couldn't possibly know any monumental secrets. Was it perhaps due to that testing monument? We also learned your name from that stone. The leader of this base had once discovered a testing monument and tested abilities users within it. He was fortunate enough to have made it onto the yellow list. They had also seen Liu Yang's illustrious name inscribed upon that stone. At that moment, they were exceedingly excited. The name of the first on the heavenly list unmistakably belonged to someone from the Dragon Empire, and they were elated. In Lin Dong's eyes, the greatest secret they had uncovered was that testing monument. However, Liu Yang shook his head. There is not just one testing monument. They exist all around the globe. While they are indeed fascinating, they are not particularly rare. That should not be the reason. Lin Dong inquired. Then could it truly be, as you suggest, merely an attempt to weaken our Dragon Empire's strength? Liu Yang replied, I cannot say for certain. However, I can assert that their strength is formidable. Should they return, none of you would be able to withstand them. I will leave a level 3 zombie here to guard this place, should any intruders enter. I will be the first to respond. From now on, I will have the final say regarding this base. Who is in favor, and who is against? I am in favor. Dagu was the first to voice his support. He was taken on a supersonic flight by Liu Yang, and he had long been profoundly impressed by Liu Yang's capabilities. After all, it was supersonic. At such velocities, even a casually thrown stone possessed power exceeding that of a bullet. Thus, Liu Yang's prowess was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Lin Dong, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, Indeed. To associate with the top-ranked individual on the celestial leaderboard, one's future prospects are boundless. Observing that no one opposed, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction, saying, Very well. It is settled. This shall henceforth be my second base. I will establish new regulations for this base, which will operate according to these guidelines. Should any intruders appear, employ your wits to delay them. Do not allow yourselves to be dispatched swiftly. I shall arrive within a few minutes. Lin Dong and the others bowed their heads in affirmation, replying, Understood. Boss Liu Yang. Chapter 84. The Return. After clarifying matters regarding Lin Dong, Liu Yang turned to Ergo and said, I intend to return to Base 1. Let us depart together. Ergo recalled the terrifying sensation of flying through the skies, a fear far surpassing that of a roller coaster, an experience that nearly cost him his life. He dared not endure it again. Shaking his head, he replied, No, I plan to stay and accompany Dong Go. If those enemies return, how will Dong Go manage alone? Upon hearing Ergo's words, Lin Dong felt a wave of emotion. His eyes glistening with tears as he exclaimed, Ergo. Ergo called back, Donggu. The two stood facing each other, grasping hands, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Lu Yong, observing this scene, was rendered speechless. What a profound brotherhood, filled with fervent emotions. He could only nod and say very well. Since you choose not to accompany me back to Base 1, I shall return alone. Do be cautious here. If formidable foes appear, avoid direct confrontation. Your aim should be to delay them. I will rush back as soon as possible. Understood, boss. We will be careful. Lin Dong and Ergo nodded promptly. Meanwhile, Lu Yong pondered in silence. With the loss of the base's superpowered individuals, their strength had significantly diminished. Even a mere skinwalker or a third-level zombie could wreak havoc within its confines. Initially, Lu Yong had deemed Ma Feiyun's ability sufficient, believing he might prove useful in the future, which led him to spare his life. In retrospect, this decision seemed prudent. He could assign Ma Feiyun to this base as muscle. Ordinary third-level zombies and skinwalkers would likely be no match for him. This arrangement would spare Lu Yong the need to rush over personally at every hint of trouble. Having concluded his thoughts, Lu Yong leaped into the air, soaring upwards. A thunderous boom echoed as a sonic boom erupted in the sky. Lu Yong, at supersonic speed, sped towards Base 1, transforming into a fleeting shadow against the heavens. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers away, in a small town near Base 2, a team of superpowered individuals from the Little Sun Empire had just arrived. As Lu Yong darted through the sky, they caught sight of him. Peach looked up at the vanishing shadow in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Did you see what that was? A human? Or a mutated zombie? Jing Shang's mouth hung agape, nearly dropping to the ground. Whether human or zombie, it is undeniably formidable. His speed surpassed the sound barrier, did it not? Nakatani interjected. Isn't that direction the same as where we eliminated those 4 superpowered individuals 3 days ago? Peach tilted her head in contemplation, her delicate finger tapping her lovely chin as she mused. Could it be that our actions have attracted this powerful being? Is he a superpowered individual from the Divine Dragon Empire? Supersonic flight abilities are not something ordinary superpowered individuals possess. At such a speed, even a bullet could not catch up with him, let alone ordinary attacks. It is improbable that a mere practitioner from the Divine Dragon Empire could possess such strength. Not even the regular troops could match that. Thus, it is possible that this individual is the legendary first on the celestial ranking. Upon hearing Taozi's words, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. Nakata inquired, the first on the celestial ranking? Inoue exclaimed, is he truly the first? Another practitioner remarked, the Divine Dragon Empire is so vast. Could we truly be this fortunate to have found the first on the celestial ranking in less than half a month? They exchanged glances, seeing shock and a hint of excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, they turned to Taozi and asked, so, should we pursue him directly? Taozi shook her head and replied, no, he is supersonic. There is no way we could catch up. Nakata stated, survivors with flight abilities can disregard obstacles while traveling, allowing them to reach their destination in the shortest path, which is a straight line. Therefore, he should not deviate. We merely need to follow his flight direction, and we will surely find him. Taozi nodded, acknowledging, what you say does hold some truth. However, what if he is merely scavenging for supplies? Moving from one location to another? You cannot ascertain how many searching points he has visited, nor do you know where his stronghold lies. Inoue, unbothered, retorted, then what do you suggest? You are the captain, make a decision quickly. He flies at such speed. With every second of hesitation, he could cover several hundred meters. Taozi's expression darkened as she resolutely declared, return. Let us go back to the survivor base we invaded last time. Perhaps we can extract some information this time. Inoue, I warn you, do not kill indiscriminately this time. The last time, due to your actions, we failed to extract any information before you eliminated everyone. Upon hearing this, Inoue's face contorted into a look of disbelief, and he mockingly said to Taozi, return? My heavens, has your mind been invaded by a virus? We just spent 3 days reaching this place, and you want us to go back? Moreover, it is in the opposite direction of that practitioner. You choose not to pursue him, and now you want to head in the reverse direction? Taozi's expression turned icy as she retorted, Inoue, if you continue to babble, I shall sever your tongue. Faced with Taozi's grim visage, Inoue felt a shiver run down his spine. He conceded, all right, you are the captain, your word is final. However, This is our first opportunity to be so close to someone who could potentially be the first on the celestial ranking. If we lose this chance due to your decision, just wait until I return to report you to the colonel. Towsy responded, I foresee you returning only to weep before your father. Do not presume that your father's rank as a colonel grants you the audacity to behave arrogantly. If you continue down this path, you may soon regard even General Yamashita with disdain, scoffed Inoue. Subsequently, Momoko, accompanied by the 4 extraordinary individuals, resumed their journey towards the location of base Luoyang No. 2. Their expedition from the base to this quaint town consumed a total of 3 days, primarily due to their search for new survivor bases and clues regarding Luoyang along the way, which significantly slowed their progress. However, the return journey would be far more expedient, as they were now familiar with the route, allowing them to reach their destination within a day at most. Meanwhile, Luoyang had returned to base No. 1, finally able to escort 30 enchanting maidens back to his villa district. This time, however, he opted not to have the maidens walk, for they were mere mortals whose pace was excruciatingly slow. They would take nearly an entire day to traverse a mere 20 kilometers. Luoyang could not afford to squander time on such pedestrian endeavors. Ever since he acquired the dark cloak, his steps had not exceeded 1,000. Upon exiting base No. 1, Luoyang allowed the maidens to board an abandoned bus along the highway. He then placed his hand upon the bus and effortlessly soared back to the villa district. Throughout several flights with companions, Luoyang had unveiled the secret of the dark cloak. It did not merely facilitate his own flight, but endowed him, along with those and objects he touched, with the ability to soar. This meant that transporting others was utterly effortless, as was carrying objects, if he so desired. He could even lift a small mountain into the skies, soaring thousands of meters high before crashing it down, unleashing devastation akin to a meteor strike, capable of obliterating an entire city. The powers of the dark cloak transcended mere travel. They were formidable in combat as well, though Luoyang had yet to encounter foes requiring him to unleash such overwhelming abilities. 3 minutes later, the tour bus came to a gentle stop within the villa district. The expressions on the faces of the maidens were a mixture of astonishment and awe. They were aware of Luoyang's strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. A bus weighing over 10 tons had been effortlessly lifted. This display of power was truly beyond belief. In that moment, admiration for Luoyang blossomed within the hearts of the young maidens. Chapter 85. Who can endure this? In the villa district, Hiyushir and her companions, having recently discovered their pregnancies, found themselves unable to engage in vigorous activities such as basketball or running. Instead, they unfurled yoga mats, basking in the sun while practicing yoga. As a large bus arrived, everyone stood in astonishment. Hiyushir couldn't help but exclaim, "What is Luoyang thinking? How did he manage to bring back a bus?" In this apocalypse, the roads are utterly congested with fleeing vehicles. It's impossible to drive. Zhao echoed her curiosity. Indeed. What is Luoyang up to? Just then, a stream of beautiful young women emerged from the bus, and the realization dawned upon the group. The renowned star, Su Xiao, remarked, "Goodness. Luoyang used to pursue women one by one, and now he is bringing them in droves. Truly impressive." The goddess of the police academy, Zhang Jingyu, also expressed her surprise. He is flying in a whole bus of people. That is quite remarkable. Hiyushir teased, "What is this? Are you two feeling jealous?" Before they could respond, Tang Mingting interjected, "Jealous? Please. We are all expecting now. We can't attend to Luoyang. It's perfectly normal for him to seek out other women. We should be grateful to those sisters who are helping to care for him during this time." Hiyushir added, "Exactly. If we were to endure relentless gales daily, we would soon perish in bed." Among them, only Hiyushir had entered Luoyang's room twice. Understanding the depth of his formidable strength, the mere thought of being at the mercy of his overwhelming power sent shivers down her spine. Shendan pointed at a newly arrived girl, exclaiming, "Hey look, that girl has such a voluptuous figure. She must be perfect for bearing sons." Zhou Qiuping chimed in, "That one is impressive. Her bosom is even more pronounced than Jingyu's. She could easily sustain a set of sextuplets." Zhou Kiki added, "Hey, look at that girl with short hair. Her face is so fair, round, and delicate. Yet her figure is remarkable. What a youthful appearance. Do you think she is of age?" Following Zhou Kiki's finger, they indeed spotted a girl with shoulder-length hair, petite in stature, yet extraordinarily curvaceous. Her complexion appeared creamy and exquisite, with a hint of baby fat that made everyone wish to pinch her cheeks. They couldn't fathom where Luoyang had found such a gem. Shendan finally said, "All right, everyone, let us head back. We've completed our exercise, and it's time to prepare a meal. Lu Yang, you must be hungry too? Lu Yang nodded. Yes, I am indeed a bit hungry. Let us return to the villa. He followed the group back to the villa, where Chen Dan led everyone into the kitchen, and Lu Yang rolled up his sleeves to lend a hand. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the women instantly transformed into one of surprised delight. This marked the first occasion that Lu Yang ventured into the kitchen to collaborate with them. Setting aside the question of what Lu Yang could contribute, the mere fact of his involvement filled them with joy. Chen Dan's face radiated happiness, though she quickly interjected, Lu Yang, what are you doing? You needn't help. Just sit back and wait for the meal while we take care of things. Lu Yang shook his head and replied, it's all right. I also wish to experience the feeling of cooking. It has been a long time since I last prepared a meal. Back in my rented apartment, I used to do all the cooking myself. At that moment, Lu Yang felt a wave of nostalgia. Since the onset of the apocalyptic era, everyone's lives had undergone drastic transformations, with his changes being the most profound. With the system's enhancement, he had risen from a destitute individual, scorned by even dogs, to the pinnacle of strength, reigning as the foremost among all superhumans. His attributes were now nearly invincible. Such a significant shift left Lu Yang feeling as if he were in a dream. As he re-entered the kitchen, he truly began to sense a semblance of reality again. At least the atmosphere within the kitchen felt reminiscent of the time before the world fell apart. He sure remarked, Sister Chen Dan, just let him be. It's not often he gets to partake in our work. Let him fully engage. Lu Yang nodded in agreement, affirming, you sure is right. Chen Dan also acquiesced, saying, all right, we are happy to have you join us. I just worry that you are usually too busy and exhausted. I fear this kitchen endeavor might be too much for you. Lu Yang responded to Chen Dan, it's nothing. You know how strong I am. Upon hearing this, Chen Dan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, exclaiming inwardly, who can withstand such confidence? I must tread carefully. Chapter 86. Can Lu Yang really cook? Before long, the dish was ready. Lu Yang prepared a plate of stir-fried beef with celery. The savory aroma of the beef, accentuated by the crispness of the celery, tantalized everyone's taste buds. All the women present could not help but widen their eyes, inhaling deeply through their noses. Wow, it smells so good. Lu Yang, your culinary skills are remarkable. Why haven't you cooked for us before? How utterly dreadful. How did he sure? Tang Mingting chimed in. I never imagined your cooking would surpass that of Sister Chen Dan. What a delightful surprise. The celebrated star Su Xiao remarked. This is perhaps the most delectable meal I have had since the onset of the apocalypse. Oh, Lu Yang, you rascal. With such culinary prowess, why didn't you showcase it earlier? Zhao Lina tasted a piece of beef and was immediately moved to tears, exclaiming, delicious, truly exquisite. For the first time in this bleak world, I've experienced a meal more delightful than those from the peaceful days. I feel so fortunate. The gathering was filled with laughter and lively chatter as they enjoyed the meal. At the table, Lu Yang addressed everyone. In the coming days, it seems this area may not be very safe. I advise you to remain inside the villa as much as possible. Activities like yoga and swimming should be conducted in the gym within the villa. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the women's expressions grew serious. If someone as formidable as Lu Yang deemed the situation unsafe, it must indeed be serious. Although they knew Lu Yang was powerful and did not need to worry about his safety, most of them had yet to awaken their abilities. With only two capable individuals among them, Bai Hu and Chen Dan, relying solely on these two to safeguard everyone would undoubtedly prove challenging. Thus, they all nodded in agreement. Zhao Lina said, all right, Lu Yang, we'll refrain from going out for now and embrace our roles as homebodies. He sure added, let us focus on nurturing our futures. We should all strive to gift Lu Yang a healthy baby boy, huh? Zhang Jingyu interjected, I do prefer a daughter. They are simply more adorable. But even if it's a daughter, she should be a plump one. Anticipation lit up their faces, all eager to witness just how delightful the new life would be. Bai Hu declared, as an ability user, my health is robust. I have modest wishes. Just grant me a pair of twins. Either gender will do. Ha. Wang Feifei puffed out her chest, glancing at Bai Hu, and remarked, Bai Hu, you wish for twins? Just make sure they aren't left hungry. Upon hearing this, Bai Hu's expression shifted dramatically, revealing her exasperation. Among everyone present, she was indeed the youngest. With a hint of resignation, she thought, but can you blame me? I've already reached an average level. It's just that the women around Lu Yang are exceptionally gifted, which makes me seem somewhat lacking. She retorted to Wang Feifei. How infuriating. You little minx. Since we come from the same base, do you find joy in teasing me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Ah. Lu Yang, save me, ha ha ha. Wang Feifei let out a piercing scream and swiftly took refuge behind Lu Yang. After a lengthy bout of playful wrestling, the two collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. After a while, Lu Yang felt that he had sufficiently digested the evening's events and decided to retire to his room for some rest. Meanwhile, the others began to clear the dishes and return to the kitchen, immersing themselves in their tasks once more. Chapter 87. The invasion. Once again, Lu Yang returned to his room and rested for several hours. As he pondered which of the 30 young maidens to select for the 28th branching of his endeavors that night, a team of psychics from the Little Sun Empire arrived at base number 2, situated over 30 kilometers away. Outside the base, Taozi continued to survey the interior through binoculars from atop a tall building. Nakata inquired, Captain Taozi, what do you observe? Any anomalies? With a grave expression, Taozi shook her head. There is nothing particularly unusual, except that the number of survivors within the base has significantly diminished. They must have fled upon realizing that we eliminated their leadership. After speaking, she raised the binoculars once more to scrutinize further. This time, her brow furrowed as she discerned an oddity. A guardian had appeared at the entrance, sitting rigidly without movement. Logically, even a guard stationed at the door would not maintain such a severe demeanor without supervision, which security personnel does not indulge in idleness. This seemed rather peculiar. Based on Taozi's previous experiences, guardians at the main entrance typically lacked strength, often being the most basic of survivors, and were rarely psychics. In ordinary bases like this, psychics usually occupied higher positions. However, the guardian she observed through the binoculars sat as still as a statue. One might mistake him for a mere mannequin. Oh, a new guard? Let me see. Nakata expressed his curiosity as he took the binoculars from Taozi. He, too, beheld the guardian, clad in a suit, wearing sunglasses and a mask, sitting upright. After observing for a full minute, the guardian remained utterly motionless. Were it not for the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, Nakata would have doubted whether he had even blinked. Nakata mused aloud. Could it be that in response to our intrusion, they have stationed a psychic as a guard? Taozi shook her head, replying, even our trained psychics do not exhibit such discipline. However, Jin Shang, unable to contain himself, declared, Humph. It's merely a gatekeeper, I assent it. I will take care of him. With that, he dashed toward the survivor base. Taozi quickly called out, Hey, don't be impulsive, Jin Shang. Yet it was too late. Jin Shang had already leaped into the entrance. Gritting her teeth, Taozi commanded the others to follow suit. Upon entering the survivor base, Jin Shang stealthily approached the security booth. Drawing his sharp dagger, he charged at the guardian from behind and swiftly slashed the blade. With a swift motion, the guardian's throat was severed. A triumphant expression spread across Jin Shang's face as he whispered, See, was that not simple? Unlike you all, who lingered outside, pondering until the opportunity was lost. However, he discerned a look of shock on his companion's face. Almost immediately, a fierce gust of wind whooshed past his ear. Be careful, shouted Taozi. In that moment, Inoue experienced an unprecedented sensation of dread, as if every hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively dodged, but alas, it was too late. The guardian, clad in a suit and masked with sunglasses, lunged at Inoue with a swift grasp. Rending sound. Inoue's arm was instantly marked with 5 deep lacerations. Even his specially designed black tactical attire torn asunder. Grasping his wounded arm in disbelief, he exclaimed, I had already slit his throat. How is he still alive? Yet Taozi had already pieced together the truth. This is a zombie. The speed of that attack could only be exhibited by a level 3 zombie. Your arm is now infected with the level 3 zombie virus, and it must be amputated. Nakatani. Yes. Nakatani swiftly maneuvered to Inoue's side, raising his large blade for a decisive strike. Ah. Inoue's arm fell away, accompanied by a pained wail. Taozi quickly produced a bandage, binding the severed limb to staunch the flow of blood. Meanwhile, Nakatani and the other 2 enhanced individuals surged towards the level 3 zombie. They were all ranked within the top 1,000, each a level 2 enhancer. The trio combined their strength, swiftly dispatching the level 3 zombie. At that moment, Lu Yang, situated far away in the villa district, became aware of the unfolding events. He furrowed his brow and remarked, These fellows actually turned back? Moreover, the level 3 zombie was eliminated with such ease. It seems their strength is formidable. It is time to confront them. With that, Lu Yang sped away at supersonic velocity, towards the location of Base 2. The sounds of battle emanating from Villa 2 drew the attention of the survivors within. The lone enhancer, Lin Dong, had already rallied a group of robust survivors and charged out. Upon witnessing Taozi and her companions, along with the vanquished level 3 zombie, his expression morphed from surprise to fury as he pointed at them, demanding, "You people killed our 4 enhancers?" Upon seeing Lin Dong, Taozi's demeanor hardened. "Is this the level 3 zombie you controlled? Are you Liu Yang? Damn you, I'm your father," Lin Dong retorted angrily before turning to flee. The formidable level 3 zombie posed a significant threat, and as a mere level 1 enhancer, he stood no chance against it. The fact that such a powerful creature had been dispatched so swiftly by these individuals spoke volumes of their prowess. Engaging them would likely result in a fate worse than that of the level 3 zombie. Recalling Liu Yang's advice to flee when faced with stronger opponents and to buy time, Lin Dong took flight. Observing his retreat, Taozi and her companions exchanged concerned glances. If he indeed possessed the ability to control level 3 zombies, his own strength must not be trifling. Yet, he was now fleeing. Was it a ruse to lure them deeper into a trap? Nakatani urged, "Captain Taozi, we must pursue. He is getting away." Taozi nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us chase. But with caution. There may be an ambush ahead." Their entrance into the survivors' base this time was far from the smooth experience of their first encounter. To their astonishment, the Sentinel was a level 3 zombie, resulting in no way losing an arm and consequently having his strength. It could be said that their expedition was ill-fated, suffering significant losses right from the outset. Thus, Momoko and the others immediately pursued the direction in which Lin Dong had fled, albeit cautiously, wary of potential ambushes and remaining ever vigilant. Nevertheless, the velocity of the elite fighters from the Eastern Empire was beyond Lin Dong's ability to escape. Soon enough, these 5 extraordinary individuals cornered Lin Dong in a house. Chapter 88: The Demise of the Little Ones Inside the House. As Lin Dong and his companions found themselves with no avenue of escape, in no way clutched his severed arm, a wicked smile creeping across his face. He licked his pale lips, stifling the pain from his injury, and said, "Now you're truly trapped, aren't you? I never anticipated that my careless oversight would lead to such a downfall. Losing an arm to a mere Tier 3 zombie. All of this is thanks to you. Soon, I shall relish the pleasure of torturing you to death. You will come to understand the excruciating cost of causing me to lose an arm." However, he was taken aback when his threats did not instill fear in Lin Dong. Instead, Lin Dong laughed even more boisterously than before. With his head held high and mouth agape, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, a bunch of little ones, facing death, yet still so arrogant. You truly amuse me. Come at me, and witness how you will meet your end." Though Inoue was typically hot-headed and impulsive, the loss of his arm had rendered him more cautious. Now, when Lin Dong beckoned him forward, he hesitated, displaying uncertainty on his face. Observing Lin Dong's speed in fleeing, they realized he was merely a Tier 1 ability user, with his companions being ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their powers. How could such a meager Tier 1 user, accompanied by mere mortals, exude such confidence in the face of 5 Tier 2 ability users ranked among the top 1,000? Anomalies breed suspicion. Inoue, wary of further impulsive actions that had already cost him an arm, understood that another reckless move could very well cost him his life. Beside Lin Dong, Ergo taunted, "Come on. Why the hesitation? We're right here waiting for you. If you have the guts, come over." He boldly gestured towards Inoue and his group. "A bunch of little ones, still daring to act tough here? My head is right here. If you dare, take your shot." Ergo, an ordinary person, displayed such audacity. Either everyone in this base had lost their senses, or there was some hidden scheme afoot. Inoue and Nakata exchanged glances, both recognizing the hesitation in each other's eyes. As they stood frozen, Lin Dong and Ergo grew increasingly boisterous, hurling insults at them and cursing their ancestors. Yet, the more they cursed, the more Inoue and his group recoiled. Lin Dong remarked, "Has it been about a minute? The boss should be arriving soon." True to his reputation, even a casual Tier 3 zombie left by boss Liu Yang has rendered them too apprehensive to act. Damn it, as a mere Tier 1 ability user, being able to insult a Tier 2 user to their face feels absolutely exhilarating. Ergo echoed his excitement, whispering, "Indeed. Even as an ordinary person, I can taunt him. And they don't dare move." Is this the power of boss Liu Yang's intimidation? Without even lifting a finger, they've already succumbed to fear. Peach and the others observed them whispering, mistakenly believing they were concocting a scheme, which only intensified their hesitance to act. Just as they wavered, a shadow surged forth with incredible speed. In an instant, a tall, handsome young man draped in a black cloak stood before them. Upon catching sight of this figure, Lin Dong and the others immediately beamed with joy, calling out to Lu Yang, "Boss Lu Yang, you finally arrived, just as you predicted. Those who came to our base to commit murder are indeed these foreign abilities users. Your foresight is truly remarkable." Lin Dong and the others gazed at Lu Yang with adoration. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his analytical prowess surpassed that of others. Merely surveying the scene, he deduced that foreign abilities users were at play. Truly impressive. With Lu Yang's arrival, they felt assured that everything was under his control and their own safety was guaranteed. Ergo and the others directed their threats towards the foreign abilities users, declaring, "Your time of reckoning has come. You foreigners killed 4 members of our base. And now it is your turn to pay with your lives." Peach and the others displayed expressions of shock. Such speed, such formidable abilities. From the way they addressed him, this must be Lu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly rankings. This was problematic. According to their original plan, their reconnaissance team was solely responsible for discreetly gathering intelligence on Lu Yang. Upon uncovering any leads, they were to report back to the main team, not engage in direct combat with Lu Yang. 5 mere earthly ranked abilities users stood no chance against the top-ranked Lu Yang. Peach's mind raced as she contemplated an escape. However, Lu Yang cast a cold glance at Peach and the others. That glance sent a chilling wave through them, as if the surrounding air had plummeted in temperature, causing their hearts to tremble. It felt as though they were trapped in an ice cellar, their breaths quickening involuntarily, and their backs slowly dampening with cold sweat. Then Lu Yang spoke. "So, you have come to this base to commit murder? Traveling thousands of miles to our divine dragon empire. I suspect your motives are not merely to kill. Reveal the purpose of your visit, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your suffering is beyond imagination." As Lu Yang's words echoed, Peach instinctively shouted in the language of the Little Day Empire, "Scatter." Yet Lu Yang had already discerned their intentions. With a mere wave of his hand, a fierce cold swept through the air, and the ground instantly froze, encasing their feet in thick ice. The freezing spread rapidly, soon enveloping their entire bodies in ice, rendering them immobile, with only their faces exposed. Lu Yang's mental fortitude soared to an impressive 1,500 points, and his cryokinetic abilities reached level 8. At this moment, his control over ice was as fluid as a flowing stream. With merely a thought, he could transform the entire base into a realm of frost and snow. How could a mere handful of low-tier ability users even contemplate fleeing before him? Such notions were utterly ludicrous. As she found herself immobilized, frozen in place, a look of sheer astonishment spread across Taozi's face as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Initially, she had assumed he possessed speed-based powers, only to discover that he wielded the force of ice. Meanwhile, Lu Yang advanced towards her step by step. Witnessing this scene, Tian, who was also ensnared in ice, felt a surge of rage as he shouted at Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, what do you intend to do? If you have any grievances, direct them at me. But leave Captain Taozi out of this." Chapter 89. One slap will cause prolonged weeping nearby. Inoue shouted, "Lu Yang, though you are the number 1 on the heavenly rankings, do not be too arrogant. My father is a naval colonel of the Little Sun Empire. If you dare to kill me, my father will stop at nothing to take your life." The other 2 supernatural beings echoed, "If you dare to kill us, it would be a grave disrespect to the Little Sun Empire. You think you can stand against an entire empire on your own? You are courting death. No matter how powerful you are but one person. I refuse to believe you can contend with an empire. Our empire will continuously send elite assassins to eliminate you. Do not think that being number 1 on the heavenly rankings makes you invincible. There exist beings in this world far stronger than supernatural beings. They belong to ancient, unimaginable, and powerful ancestral races. Even if you're number 1, you could still be swiftly defeated." Upon hearing their words, a cold smile spread across Lu Yang's face. "The Little Sun Empire, you say? Have you ever considered that the moment your supernatural beings entered the Dragon Empire and stood before me, you had already declared war? Fear not. I will seek them out in the Little Sun Empire myself." Turning to Inoue, he continued, "Your father is a naval colonel of the Little Sun Empire, is he? Thank you for the warning. I shall first take care of the colonel." Inoue was taken aback by Lu Yang's audacity and arrogance. He had thought that invoking his father's name would intimidate Lu Yang, yet here was Lu Yang, unafraid and intent on killing his father first. At that moment, a sense of foreboding crept into Inoue's heart. Could his words bring unimaginable disaster upon his father? Lu Yong then reached out and pinched the delicate, smooth face of the alluring Taozi, causing her enticing cherry lips to pucker adorably. You are the strongest here and likely their leader. Tell me your purpose for being here, and perhaps I can grant you a quick end. Witnessing Lu Yang's actions, Nakata became agitated. Let go of Captain Taozi. If you have the guts, come at me. Nakata had harbored feelings for Taozi for a long time. However, feeling inferior due to his lack of strength compared to her, he had never dared to confess his feelings. Now, seeing the powerful and elevated Captain Taozi being demeaned by Lu Yong, Nakata felt as if he were on the brink of despair. He loathed his own weakness, resenting his inability to protect his goddess, Taozi. This sense of helplessness plunged him into a pit of endless despair, leaving him to shout frantically from the sidelines. Lu Yong turned to the agitated Nakata and remarked, "Oh, you seem quite excited. Very well, I shall ask you, if you tell the truth. Perhaps I will release your Captain Taozi." Nakata quickly replied, "I will tell you everything. Just promise to let Captain Taozi go." Hearing Nakata's words, Taozi immediately exclaimed, "Nakata, what are you planning? Do you wish to betray the Empire?" "Captain, I only want to protect you." Nakata pleaded, "I cannot safeguard the Empire. My sole desire is to protect you. Even if it means exchanging my life for yours, I would willingly do so. What do I care for the grand ideals of the Empire or the spirit of the samurai? All I wish for is your survival." Nakata spoke, tears streaming down his face, the rugged visage of a burly man betraying his vulnerability. This is the nature of a devoted follower, regardless of the nation. Such devotion remains the same. A devoted follower is the most spineless and feeble of beings. Lu Yong observed from the sidelines, a look of disdain crossing his features. Before inquiring, "Can I speak now?" Nakata asked, "Are you certain? If I reveal this, will you spare Captain Taozi?" Lu Yong nodded affirmatively, stating, "Absolutely." Nakata continued, "Very well. Here it is. We are survivors dispatched by the Little Neon Empire. Our team is specifically tasked with locating the top-ranked Lu Yong, which is you. Upon finding you, we will immediately report to the headquarters and unite all teams to eliminate you. Currently, there are 19 other search teams and one main headquarters within the Shunlong Empire." Lu Yang's expression turned contemplative, and he asked, "Are your search teams of similar strength to yours? What about the headquarters?" Nakata replied, "The search teams indeed possess comparable strength to ours, but the headquarters comprises entirely of top-ranked ability users. A full 5 top-ranked individuals among the 200 strongest. The leader ranks within the top 10, coupled with the strength of the other 19 search teams. Even if you are formidable, you could never match us." Nakata had heard that, in fact, the strength of the top 200 ability users is quite similar. Those ranked above the 100th position in the Little Neon Empire have cleared the 10th level of the monument, while the top-ranked Yamashita also stands at the 10th level. The discrepancy in their rankings is merely due to the time taken to clear the levels. Thus, the 10th level represents the pinnacle for top-ranked ability users. They even speculated that Lu Yong had only cleared the 10th level, albeit slightly faster than others, perhaps just a minute ahead of General Yamashita. How significant could such a difference in strength be? Among the top 200 ability users, the disparity in power is not substantial. Additionally, there exists a concept of elemental weaknesses among ability users. For instance, a fire-type user would find themselves at a disadvantage against a water-type user, assuming their strengths are comparable. Unless the fire-type user is significantly stronger, they cannot overturn such a situation. This is the essence of elemental weaknesses. Therefore, even the top-ranked individual is not invincible. In Nakata's eyes, 5 individuals among the top 200 could undoubtedly eliminate the top-ranked user. Little did they know that Lu Yong had cleared all 100 levels and had yet to reach his limit. If the increasing difficulty of each level merely meant a rise in the number of zombies, Lu Yong could easily clear 1,000 levels without issue. Lu Yong scoffed, "A mere 5 top-ranked ability users dare to seek trouble with me?" The people of the Little Neon Empire remain as arrogant as ever. After speaking, he caressed the smooth face of Taozi and directly lifted the already frozen, stiff body of Taozi, striding towards the adjacent room. Upon witnessing this scene, Nakata was immediately alarmed. He hastily shouted, "Hey, what do you intend to do? I have already divulged everything I know. You ought to honor your promise and release Captain Taozi. Put Captain Taozi down at once." Lu Yong shook his head and replied, "I must admit, although you are detestable, this so-called captain of yours is quite beautiful. It would be a shame not to make use of her." Nakata, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Despicable. You lack integrity. You clearly promised that as long as I provided you with information, you would free Captain Tauzi. Lu Yang scoffed, saying, integrity? Do I have any obligation to uphold integrity with you people from the little Nippon Empire? You may stand outside and listen closely to how I ravage your captain. Nakata was nearly driven to madness, shouting, bastard, release Captain Tauzi. Whether you intend to kill or torture, do as you please. Just hurry and let her go. Lu Yang replied, who would uphold integrity with you people from the little Nippon Empire. Behind him, Nakata's voice echoed in despair. Chapter 90. The grim reality in the room. Lu Yang carelessly tossed the peach onto the bed. It must be said that the women from this little Japanese empire possess a remarkable beauty. She embodies a gentle and charming visage, her face adorned with a hint of rosy baby fat, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Standing at less than 1.6 meters, she appeared almost childlike before the towering Lu Yang, who stood at 1.85 meters. He could easily lift her with a single hand. This contrasted sharply with the tall and voluptuous women in Lu Yang's base. This peach belonged to the petite and youthful type. Upon being thrown onto the bed, the peach exhibited a look of panic on her face. She wished to resist, yet found herself utterly powerless, unable to move even a finger. With a trembling voice, she implored Lu Yang, Lu Yang, you are the pinnacle of strength. I trust you will uphold the spirit of the samurai. I am a warrior. Please do not insult me. Grant me a dignified death, I beg you. Allow me a swift end. Lu Yang, however, merely smirked at her words, responding, dignity? Before the apocalypse, I came to understand a crucial truth. Only the strong deserve to speak of dignity, for dignity is not begged for. It is earned through one's own struggle. With a resounding slap, Lu Yang struck the peach across her face, leaving a vivid red mark upon her delicate skin. She stifled a muffled cry, gritting her teeth to endure the searing pain, determined not to scream. She was acutely aware that 4 teammates lingered outside, and the thought of calling out would bring her immense shame as their captain. No, she must not cry out. Nonetheless, despite her efforts to remain silent, a soft groan escaped her lips. Outside, Nakata, upon hearing this, was driven into a frenzy, crying out in anguish, kill me, just kill me. His face contorted with agony. He yearned for death, yet found himself incapable of even that. In the room, observing the peach's stoic endurance, Lu Yang remarked, as expected of a top-tier warrior, you possess remarkable fortitude. But rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I promised your devoted admirer would hear your cries of despair, and I shall deliver on that promise. As he spoke, Lu Yang advanced towards the peach, forcefully pushing her down. It must be acknowledged that women from this little nation are indeed exquisite. She could be considered a rare gem of unparalleled beauty, possessing not only strikingly refined features, but also a perfectly proportioned physique. Though not particularly tall, she exuded a unique and delicate charm. Now, rendered immobile and at Lu Yang's mercy in the confines of the room, one could only imagine the horrific ordeal that awaited her. This thought instilled not only fear in the peach, but also a tinge of embarrassment. Before the invasion of the Dragon Empire, she had contemplated the possibility of encountering formidable warriors from the Dragon Empire, engaging in fierce battles, and even facing the prospect of death within their realm. She had mentally prepared herself for such eventualities. However, he did not anticipate that the individual known as Lu Yang, the number 1 on the celestial rankings, would be so utterly devoid of martial integrity. Not only did he refuse to grant himself a swift end, but he also sought to humiliate him further. Such behavior is devoid of any semblance of a true warrior's demeanor. It lacks the essence of chivalry. In her despair, she softly implored, please, do not treat me this way. Grant me a merciful end and cease this humiliation. What benefit do you derive from this? As a formidable powerhouse, you exhibit not a trace of the noble spirit of a true strongman. Genuine strength is characterized by disdain for the degradation of one's adversaries. They are solely focused on becoming stronger. Someone like you will never ascend to true greatness. Lu Yang retorted with a mocking smile. How could you, having never achieved true strength, comprehend the thoughts that dwell within a strong man's heart? You question the possibility of my becoming stronger through indulgence. I say it is indeed possible. Nakata felt as though his very soul was being rent asunder. In no way, growing impatient, interjected, stop your incessant drivel. It's utterly unbearable. Were it not for my incapacitated finger, I would have slain you long ago. Oh, whoa, that is Captain Peach. She is currently being tormented. Nakata, his face adorned with stubble, burst into tears. Observing Nakadu's pitiful state, Jin Shang scolded harshly. You weep for your mother. You pathetic sycophant. Just moments ago, you were willing to betray the Empire for a woman, revealing all our squad's secrets. You are a traitor to our Empire, a historical villain, a disgrace. How dare you continue to cry? Yet, the bearded giant Nakadu continued to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 91. Acquiring a new ability. Particularly Nakata, who grit his teeth and emitted anguished cries, nearly shattering his own teeth. Tears streamed down his face, and snot flowed freely as he continuously shouted towards the door. Ah, 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 Captain Peach, my Captain Peach. Lu Yang, release Captain Peach. Let her go. She is my goddess. Ah, under Lu Yang's threat, Peach willingly agreed to become his girlfriend. At that moment, Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made the other party your girlfriend and have acquired a new ability, Soul Chain. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Yang was filled with exhilaration. Had he finally obtained a new ability? Following a top-tier expert and branching out had swiftly led to the acquisition of this new power, further solidifying his conjecture. Perhaps from now on, only by associating with those possessing abilities could one receive better rewards. And the more formidable the ability wielder, the greater the rewards. However, the number of ability users remained scarce. Among 100 individuals, not a single one possessed an ability. Thus, the strength of a third-level zombie could likely correspond to that of a second-level ability user. If he truly could not find an ability wielder to branch out with, could he perhaps settle for a third-level zombie? In a distant parallel world, a renowned figure named Einstein once stated that if one could run around a tree at the speed of light, one would eventually collide with oneself. Although Lu Yang had yet to reach the speed of light, utilizing the skill of zombie manipulation seemed to yield a similar effect. What am I thinking? This is hardly the time for such musings. Lu Yang shook his head, pulling his thoughts back from the absurdity of colliding with himself at light speed. He hurriedly checked the attributes of this new ability. After all, it had been over half a month since he last acquired a new ability, and he had almost forgotten the thrill of it. If other ability users were to hear this thought, they would likely be infuriated. Half a month without a new ability, and he couldn't bear it? Did he not realize that many ability users only ever possess a single ability throughout their lifetimes? Moreover, most of those awakened do not even possess combat-related abilities, with some even bearing significant side effects. Individuals like Lu Yang, who possess multiple abilities, were indeed anomalies among anomalies. He examined the attributes of his new ability, Soul Chain. Level 1, placing a finger on the target's forehead for 5 minutes allows the user to cast Soul Chain. Once successfully cast, the target becomes your servant. Requirement for casting: the user's mental strength must exceed that of the target to succeed. Good heavens, this skill is incredible. After reading the description, Lu Yang was engulfed in excitement. The ability to control someone at a soul level, turning them into his servant, was extraordinarily powerful. Initially, he intended to dispose of Peach after using her, but now, with this newfound ability, there was no need for such drastic measures. However, this extraordinary ability is not without its limitations. Firstly, one must possess greater mental strength than the opponent to successfully execute it. Secondly, one must place their finger on the opponent's forehead for 5 minutes to achieve success. This 5-minute duration serves as a hidden condition. Not only must your mental prowess exceed that of your adversary, but your overall strength must also surpass theirs. If one does not first subdue the opponent, who would allow you to place a finger on their forehead for such an extended period? Nonetheless, these two requirements pose no challenge for Lu Yang. His mental strength is 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the formidable level of a rank 15 ability user. Moreover, the most powerful ability user he has encountered thus far was merely at rank 2. As for his physical strength, it is equally impressive. Lu Yang's freezing ability serves as an unparalleled control skill, capable of immobilizing an individual with just a glance. Coupled with this soul chain, it is truly a match made in heaven. Lu Yang approached Taozi with a cold smile. As he drew near, the previously recovering Taozi displayed a fresh look of terror, pleading, "Please, do not come any closer." Chapter 92. Kneel before me. As Lu Yang approached her, extending 2 fingers, Taozi felt a surge of fear. Trembling, she implored Lu Yang, "Please, don't come any closer. What do you intend to do to me?" Lu Yang, however, continued his deliberate advance. With each step drawing nearer, Taozi felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet her body remained paralyzed. Panic filled her gaze, tears welled in her eyes, and a visage of despair enveloped her face. Then, Lu Yang placed his fingers gently against her forehead. Tauzi was taken aback. After enduring the tension, she noticed that Lu Yang merely rested his fingers on her brow, which brought her a sense of relief. Curiosity piqued, she questioned him, "What do you truly want? Why place your fingers on my forehead?" Lu Yang replied, "Soon you will understand. I intend to turn your lives into my servants." Tauzi retorted fiercely, "You must be dreaming. Either you kill me, or I shall never yield to you. I refuse to become your servant." Tauzi and her companions had undergone rigorous training and indoctrination under the auspices of the Little Japan Empire. Deep within her, the empire's interests outweighed her own, and she would willingly sacrifice her life to safeguard its benefits. Lu Yang chuckled softly. "I hope you remain so defiant in 5 minutes. Humph. Tauzi scoffed. 5 minutes later, Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. The soul chain has been successfully cast. The ability user Tauzi has become your most loyal servant. Upon receiving this notification, Tauzi's expression transformed instantly. The initial defiance faded, replaced by an air of submission. Lu Yang could perceive that she had entirely succumbed to his will. He released her from her frozen restraints and commanded, "Kneel." With a resounding thud, Tauzi knelt before Lu Yang. Observing her reaction, Lu Yang felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, the soul chain was an extraordinary power, capable of directly manipulating souls. No matter how obstinate Tauzi may have been, once successfully invoked, she would inevitably become his devoted servant. Excellent. Now it was time to apply this skill on the individuals waiting outside. Lu Yang strode towards the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Lu Yang stepping out. Outside, Nakata and Inoue gasped in shock. To see Lu Yang emerge was akin to witnessing the arrival of a demonic deity. Having tormented Captain Tauzi, was it now their turn? Nakata, tears streaming down his face, shouted, "How dare you do such a thing to Captain Tauzi? Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you. My Captain Tauzi." Just as he finished his lament, Tauzi emerged from the room, her demeanor entirely submissive. Witnessing her transformation ignited Nakata's fury, and he yelled, "Captain Tauzi, what has happened to you? Has that despicable individual broken your leg?" Listening to Nakata's words, Peach's expression turned icy as she shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Silence. You worthless fool. How dare you insult Lord Lu Yang?" Nakata was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. The captain, Peach, had just labeled him a fool and referred to Lu Yang as Lord. Had he misheard? The captain, renowned for her strength, was reduced to acknowledging Lu Yang with such reverence? What charm did this man possess to subdue the formidable Peach after he had so brutally bested her? It was unfathomable. Peach was a superlative powerhouse, ranked among the top 200 in the realm, a prodigious talent nurtured by the Empire. Her loyalty and devotion to the Empire were undeniably genuine. Yet, mere hours spent in Lu Yang's presence had transformed her into one who addressed him as Lord. This revelation shattered Nakata and his companions' perceptions. What extraordinary abilities did this Lu Yang, an anomaly from the Divine Dragon Empire, possess to elicit such unwavering allegiance from Peach? They could scarcely comprehend it, feeling as though something fundamental within them had fractured. Especially Nakao, who gazed in disbelief at his idol, now rendered a mere subordinate to Lu Yang. Words of rage eluded him, and he felt his heart shatter. Observing the astonished and furious expressions on their faces, Lu Yang smirked and declared, "This is the fate that befalls those who invade our Divine Dragon Empire. Now it is your turn." Chapter 93. A gruesome demise. Nakata shouted at Lu Yang with palpable rage, "Damn it! Lu Yang, what have you done to Captain Tauzi? She would never betray us, nor the Empire. You must have used some illusion on her. That's why she has become like this. You are truly a despicable ability user." Before Lu Yang could respond, Tauzi, lying on the ground, interjected angrily, "Silence. You worthless fool. I will not allow you to speak of my master in such a manner. And no, Captain Tauzi, you." The furious Nakata was rendered speechless by Tauzi's rebuke, his mouth agape in shock. He never anticipated that Captain Tauzi would side with that Dragon Empire wretch against him. A tumult of indignation and anger swelled within Nakata, an overwhelming sense of injustice that felt as if it might burst his heart. The pain was excruciating. He felt as though his life had lost all meaning, wishing fervently for death at that very moment. Yet Lu Yang wore a smug expression, remarking, "You see, I cannot be accused of coercing her, can I? Perhaps you should all follow your captain's lead and simply pledge your allegiance to me. Inoue spat on the ground and retorted, "Pa, my father is a naval colonel. If you do not release me, you will surely meet your end. Is that so?" Liu Yang's expression turned icy. He then directed his gaze at Inoue, slowly tightening his grip. Crack, crack, crack. With the movement of Liu Yang's hand, the ice encasing Inoue began to constrict, pressing down on his body as if intent on shattering him into fragments. Aya! Inoue's screams filled the air as every cell in his body seemed to be crushed, sending waves of unbearable agony coursing through him. His bones began to splinter, breaking apart and piercing through his muscles, even breaking the skin, leaving a ghastly sight of white exposed within the transparent ice. As Liu Yang continued to tighten his grip, the once sturdy bones began to fracture. The intense pain drove Inoue to a frenzy of cries. "HHH. It hurts. My body hurts so much. Help me, Dad. I was wrong. Please, spare me, big brother. I will do whatever you ask." Yet Liu Yang showed no signs of relenting. His hand clenched even tighter. Ah! Inoue felt as though his body would be crushed into a mere mass. With a resounding crack, the ice compacted into a singularity, and Inoue was instantaneously reduced to a pool of blood. Bones, muscles, hair, and skin all amalgamated into one, merging seamlessly with the ice. There was nothing left of him, not even a single complete cell. Liu Yang coolly remarked, "Annoying. I detest those who wail so incessantly." The remaining 3 ability users stood in stunned silence. Nakata, who had previously been yearning for death, now fell silent. They were indeed unafraid of death, but they had not anticipated that Inoue would meet such a horrific end. Witnessing one's own body being gradually crushed into a mere pool of blood, every single cell flattened, is a terror far surpassing lying before a steamroller. They certainly do not wish to meet such a fate. Oh, now you understand the need for silence, do you? Excellent, for the time has now come for your reckoning. Liu Yang advanced step by step toward the 3 remaining survivors. Terror instantly etched itself upon their faces as they stammered, "WH. What do you want? Please, don't come any closer." Yet, Liu Yang had already placed his finger upon one's forehead. Soon, the 3 of them found themselves ensnared by his soul-binding chains. Ultimately, they knelt before Liu Yang, reverently proclaiming, "Master, please, give your command." Seeing these 4 individuals from the Small Sun Empire, now reduced to his subservience, filled Liu Yang with immense satisfaction. The peach could be used to propagate new life, while the other 3 male abilities would serve their purposes as well. This scene left Lin Dong and the others utterly dumbfounded. Their leader, Liu Yang, had effortlessly subdued these powers, compelling them to kneel and call him master. Such prowess was astonishing. It is well known that the Small Sun Empire excels in brainwashing. Their troops are among the most fanatical and deranged, even boasting a notorious suicide squad. Under the Empire's indoctrination, they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives for its interests. If ordinary individuals possess such resolve, one can only imagine the unwavering will of the supernatural beings. Yet, here were these individuals, now aligned with Liu Yang, reduced to his loyal hounds. How could this be anything short of miraculous? At this moment, Liu Yang addressed Lin Dong. "Gather everyone in the base. I have something to convey." "Yes, Chief Liu." Lin Dong promptly nodded in agreement. Witnessing Liu Yang's ability to subdue these formidable beings from the Small Sun Empire, admiration for him surged to unprecedented heights among Lin Dong and the others. Truly, he was the king of kings, the pride of the Dragon Empire. His strength was simply unparalleled. In less than a day, he avenged their fallen comrades. To follow such a leader is indeed a source of comfort. Half an hour later, Lin Dong returned, reporting to Liu Yang, "Boss, everyone has been gathered and is ready for your address." Liu Yang nodded, responding, "Good." He then instructed the 4 supernatural beings from the Small Sun Empire to trail behind him as they exited. Outside, over 500 individuals remained gathered in the base's open area, although most were women, children, and the elderly. They had heard from Lin Dong and the others of a powerful savior come to vanquish their invaders, and excitement radiated from each of their faces. A resounding cheer erupted as Liu Yang stepped forth. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the cheers ceased, and the air in the base became so still that one could almost hear a pin drop. At this moment, Liu Yang proclaimed, "I am Liu Yang. Those who lie prostrate behind me are the superpowered invaders from the Little Sun Empire that have trespassed upon our divine Dragon Empire. It was he who slaughtered the leadership within this base. Now, I have eliminated the principal perpetrator and subdued all his companions, transforming them into my loyal servants. Long live Master Liu Yang! Long live Master Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Upon hearing Liu Yang's declaration, the crowd erupted as if ignited by a spark, their cheers resounding with deafening fervor. They had long been aware of the massacre of the base's upper echelons, which had instilled a sense of dread among the inhabitants, prompting many to seek new sanctuaries. Now, witnessing someone who had vanquished the invaders on their behalf, their excitement was palpable. Liu Yang raised his hand once more, and the crowd fell into silence. Therefore, starting today, I shall be the leader of this base. I will establish new regulations, and I hope that each of you will adhere to them. Should anyone choose to defy these rules, they will face only two options: to leave the base or to meet their demise. Liu Yang continued, "Hail, Master Liu Yang. We shall certainly abide by the rules. Anyone who disobeys will have our first objection." The crowd continued to cheer. Who would not desire a formidable powerhouse as their leader? With such strength at the helm, who would dare to invade this base again? Having already lost 4 of their superpowered defenders, the base was left in an unprecedented state of vulnerability, with many robust men having departed in search of safety. Now, with the arrival of a new champion to assist them, their future appeared much more secure. Thus, no dissent lingered. Everyone jubilantly welcomed Liu Yang. Chapter 94. Return to the Villa District. Having accomplished all of this, Liu Yang briefly communicated with Lin Dong, leaving behind a substantial stock of potatoes at the base. He instructed Lin Dong to distribute them at a rate of 50 pounds per person for the survivors to cultivate. After all, only through the cultivation of food can sustainable development be achieved, thus providing these survivors with a glimmer of hope. In the early stages of the apocalypse, food could still be gathered from the outside world. However, as time progressed, the availability of external food would dwindle, making it increasingly difficult to procure. Moreover, the zombies would grow stronger, posing significant dangers upon leaving the base. Therefore, it was imperative to find a way for them to become self-sufficient. Gazing at the mountains of potatoes piled in the warehouse, Lin Dong and Ergo stood in astonishment beside Liu Yang. They could hardly fathom that Liu Yang possessed such an abundance of resources. Lin Dong, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Boss Liu, are you truly entrusting me with the distribution of all these potatoes?" Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had never witnessed such a wealth of resources. Their value is tantamount to thousands of lives. Countless individuals would likely go mad for these resources. Yet, Liu Yang was handing them all over to him, signifying an absolute trust in Lin Dong. This level of trust left Lin Dong somewhat flabbergasted. Liu Yang stated, "Of course, once I assign you this responsibility, you will have full authority over the base and its affairs, both large and small. I will only return occasionally to check in. However, everyone must adhere to the rules I have established. Those who do not comply will be expelled from the base. Do you understand?" "Understood. We will certainly abide by Boss Liu's rules." Lin Dong promptly responded, nodding vigorously. Liu Yang continued, "Furthermore, if any survivors wish to join this base, they will be welcomed, and they too shall receive potato seeds. As long as they follow the rules, they can integrate into this community." "Absolutely," Lin Dong replied earnestly. This had always been their standard practice, welcoming new survivors into the base, for a larger population would strengthen their community. Liu Yang added, "If we encounter any beautiful female survivors, ensure they are assigned a shared living space." Although Lin Dong felt perplexed, he nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss." After imparting a few more instructions, Liu Yang waved them off, saying, "All right, you may begin distributing the potatoes. Make sure to keep thorough records. In a year's time, remember to ask them to return 200 pounds. "Got it, boss." Lin Dong and the others nodded before departing. Liu Yang then turned to the 3 superpowered individuals from the small Japanese empire and instructed them, "You 3, I have a task for you. Here is what I need you to do." Once he had delineated the task, he turned to Taozi and said, "Come with me. You rank high among the superpowered individuals, possess considerable strength, and being a woman, you can help protect my women." Liu Yang's villa district would not accommodate a second man. However, among his women, only Bai Hu and Qin Dan had awakened their powers, the others had yet to do so. Therefore, a formidable individual is essential for protection, and Peach serves as an excellent candidate. She possesses extraordinary strength, rendering ordinary ability users and third-tier zombies powerless against her. With her presence in the villa district, Liu Yang can breathe much easier. Furthermore, The incursions of the little Japanese empire into other territories are motivated by three primary objectives: to seize wealth, land, and women. In response to their aggressive pursuits, Liu Yang contemplates employing their own tactics against them, reciprocating their actions of plundering. Once Liu Yang's strength reaches a sufficient level, he would not hesitate to venture into the little Japanese empire, ensuring they comprehend the dire consequences of invading the divine dragon empire. At that time, all the men would meet their demise, while the women would remain, transformed by Liu Yang's superior genes to enhance their inferior lineage. Yes, Master. Peach respectfully nodded in agreement. The other three ability users from the little Japanese empire departed from the scene. Liu Yang, accompanied by Peach, ascended before all the survivors at base number 2, soaring at supersonic speed towards the villa district. Witnessing Liu Yang create a sonic boom in the sky, all the survivors at base number 2 widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "The newly arrived leader Liu Yang flies so swiftly. This speed must exceed that of an aircraft, right? Indeed, his power is extraordinary. No wonder he can swiftly subdue those survivors from the little Japanese empire. I have heard that leader Liu Yang is ranked first on the global ability user list. The pinnacle of strength. Is that true? Who mentioned that? I overheard Lin Dong and Ergo discussing it. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. No wonder he is our leader Liu Yang. Following him is a matter of great pride. Astonishing. Even Lin Dong, as an ability user, couldn't help but express envy at Liu Yang's graceful departure. Leader Liu Yang is simply breathtaking. I wish I could fly like him." Ergo, standing nearby, shook his head and cautioned, "Don't be envious. Seriously, if you lack strength, it's better not to fly recklessly. It doesn't feel great." Just recalling the sensation of being whisked through the air at supersonic speed by Liu Yang left him feeling a bit queasy, as if his stomach were churning, making him feel quite nauseous. Feeling good is secondary. Looking impressive is paramount, Lin Dong remarked casually. Meanwhile, 1 minute later, Liu Yang had already returned to the villa district. Upon entering the villa with Peach, all the women gazed at her with curious eyes. What a beautiful woman. She possesses a unique aura. Her movements were light and graceful, reminiscent of a young deer. It was evident she was no ordinary person. Only Chun Dan and Bai Hu exuded such an agile presence, marking them as ability users. Even the foundational attributes of a first-tier ability user are double that of an ordinary human, and each of their movements betrays a distinction from the mundane. More agile, swift, and precise, even her gait could be discerned at a glance. Thus, the moment they laid eyes on Taozi, they instinctively recognized her as an exceptionally formidable ability user, perhaps even more powerful than the Baihu. An air of tension enveloped the group of women, for none had ever interacted with someone of such strength. Liu Yang, observing their expressions, chuckled and reassured them. There is no need for apprehension. This is Taozi, an ability user from the Little Sun Empire, and she is now my newly acquired follower. I am her master. Henceforth, she will reside in the villa and will stand at the forefront to safeguard everyone's safety in times of peril. An ability user from the Little Sun Empire? Stepping up to protect everyone in danger? Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the crowd fell momentarily silent. They had not anticipated that merely a month after the apocalypse began, an ability user from the Little Sun Empire had already arrived in the Shenlong Empire. Furthermore, judging by Liu Yang's description, it was evident that this individual was an invader, an adversary of Liu Yang, who had merely been subdued by him. Consequently, within the villa, she could not assume the role of mistress but could only serve as a bodyguard. Just as astonishment washed over the faces of the onlookers, Taozi spoke, her clumsy Chinese echoing through the air. "Hello everyone, my name is Taozi. Liu Yang is my master. I will protect him and those around him, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 95. The Advancement of Abilities. Listening to the words of Sakura K2, the women displayed expressions of astonishment. Liu Yang is her master? She would go so far as to sacrifice her life to protect Liu Yang and those around him? My goodness! What on earth is the situation with this ability user from the Little Sun Empire? Has she truly been completely tamed by Liu Yang? They exchanged glances, their faces betraying their bewilderment. Could it be that Liu Yang's formidable physique possesses such strength that even someone from the Little Sun Empire could be subdued? Truly, he is as fierce as an 8th-level Tempest, who is unaware that the imperialist ambitions of the Little Sun Empire are deeply ingrained in the minds of its citizens. Their aspiration to invade and conquer the Divine Dragon Empire is almost a historical mission. Although they have failed time and again, they persist in their efforts to fulfill their predatory ambitions. Each citizen has been indoctrinated, Yet now, this super powerful individual, Peach, has also succumbed to Liu Yang's charm. One cannot deny that Liu Yang is indeed remarkable. The women gazed at Liu Yang, their faces reflecting admiration. They had all ventured into Liu Yang's room and had experienced his immense power. However, it now appeared that Liu Yang had grown even stronger. Otherwise, how could he have won the unwavering devotion of an ability user from the Little Sun Empire? If Liu Yang were to grasp the thoughts swirling in these women's minds, he would surely be at a loss for words. Who conquers enemies with such trivial matters? Can those subdued by such means be trusted? Not even Liu Yang himself could be relied upon. To truly conquer an adversary, one must employ resolute methods and abilities. Only those enemies who have been genuinely ensnared and controlled at the soul level can be trusted by Liu Yang. After finishing the meal with everyone, Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. His mind began to ponder the challenges that lay ahead. Although the evolution speed of zombies is indeed rapid, the intelligence of level 3 zombies still pales in comparison to that of humans. Thus, the greatest threat to humanity continues to be other ability users. Having attained the top of the heavenly rankings, Liu Yang has drawn the attention of nations worldwide. Even the Little Sun Empire has dispatched ability users to confront him. It seems increasingly likely that troubles will continue to seek him out. After some contemplation, Liu Yang concluded that while he has indeed grown strong, it would be prudent to further enhance his abilities for greater assurance. He glanced at the ability advancement scroll he had obtained. At the time, he deemed it unnecessary to use, as the zombies and ability users surrounding him posed no threat. However, now he felt it was time for an upgrade. After all, those ability users from the Little Sun Empire had previously threatened him, claiming to belong to an ancient lineage that seemed to transcend the capabilities of ordinary ability users. If such super beings truly existed, Liu Yang wished to avoid any fatal encounters. Thus, the continuous enhancement of his abilities has become paramount. As for which ability to advance, Liu Yang had long since made his decision. It would be his most critical offensive ability, Frost. The freezing ability, whether utilized to launch ice needles for a headshot, create ice shields for defense, envelop oneself in a frozen armor for protection, or encase enemies in ice to control their movements, proves to be exceedingly effective. Thus, advancing this skill appears to be the most beneficial for personal enhancement. As for other abilities, such as dark space manipulation or future virus defenses, Liu Yang finds little merit in them, especially when it comes to controlling zombies. Having made his decision, Liu Yang addressed the system. Use the ability advancement scroll. Advance my freezing ability. Soon, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, your ability advancement was successful. You have acquired the advanced ability, Eternal Freeze. Liu Yang examined the system's explanation. Eternal Freeze. Level 8. The speed of your freezing ability has increased, its range has expanded, and the ice produced is now sturdier. Furthermore, the ice you create and control will become eternally frozen, never melting unless you choose to thaw it. Upon reading this notification, Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. The freezing skill had evolved into Eternal Freeze. Freezing faster, farther, and harder. Moreover, it would never melt. On the surface, this seemed rather unimpressive. Liu Yang decided to experiment. With a mere thought, an ice dagger materialized in his hand. He flicked the ice dagger with his finger, producing a sound akin to metal. The vibrations transmitted through his fingertip confirmed that this ice was indeed different. The ice generated by Eternal Freeze was notably more resilient than his previous creations. Previously, when he attacked zombies with ice needles, the ice would shatter into countless crystals upon piercing the zombie's skull. However, with Eternal Freeze, the ice needle would penetrate the zombie's head without causing any damage, allowing him to control it effortlessly and pierce through numerous zombie skulls. Additionally, when crafting frozen armor and shields, there would be no need to expend mental energy to maintain the frozen state, as it would never melt. This would save him considerable mental effort. Yet, he still felt that something was lacking. Holding the ice dagger, Liu Yang was eager to test its might, so he swung the blade at a glass on the table. Whoosh! The ice dagger sliced through the glass effortlessly, dividing it in two as if it had not reacted at all. Witnessing this, Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world? This ice dagger feels comparable to the blacklight sword. To further assess its power, he plunged the dagger into a concrete wall. Whoosh! The ice dagger embedded itself into the wall as if it were slicing through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Liu Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, it's truly remarkable. Does this not imply that once my freezing skill evolves into Eternal Freeze, I shall possess the ability to create an endless supply of ice blades that rival the Blacklight blade. Furthermore, the ice blocks produced by eternal freeze are destined to remain forever unmelted. This signifies that the ice blades he conjures will persist indefinitely, impervious to the passage of time. Liu Yang glanced at the blacklight blade beside him and shook his head, remarking, "This old companion has been with me for but a short while. It may soon be time for retirement." He grasped the blacklight blade in one hand and his self-forged ice blade in the other, declaring, "It is time to test the true hardness of my eternal freeze." In an instant, the two blades clashed together. Clang! A piercing metallic sound resonated throughout the room. To his astonishment, the blacklight blade shattered upon impact. Witnessing this scene, even Liu Yang was taken aback. The ice blade he crafted proved to be harder and stronger than the blacklight blade. Chapter 96, Infinite Flight. Originally, Liu Yang regarded the blacklight blade as a mere lover, but at this moment, it lay shattered in two halves. Yet, there was no expression of regret on Liu Yang's face. Rather, an exhilarating excitement illuminated his features. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. If the former blacklight blade was akin to a beautiful and alluring paramour, now, in the face of eternal frost, it paled in comparison. To draw a metaphor, the previous blacklight blade merely provided Liu Yang with a quick meal, being solely useful for slaying zombies. In contrast, the eternal frost offered an array of services. Akin to a one-stop solution, it could transform into a weapon to vanquish the undead, serve as a shield, provide armor, control foes, and accomplish far more than the blacklight blade ever could. Thus, even with the blacklight blade reduced to fragments, Liu Yang felt no sorrow. "Oh, Blacklight, you were indeed formidable in the past, but with this new upgrade, you have been left behind. Who can be blamed for that?" Liu Yang gazed upon the intact frost blade in his hand, and with a mere thought, it shattered into crystalline ice, scattering into the air. When he desired its presence again, another thought would conjure it anew. This was far more convenient than carrying a blade at all times. Reflecting on the magnificence of his eternal frost ability, Liu Yang mused, "This is equivalent to possessing the capability to endlessly create weapons sharper than the blacklight blade, which will never melt and can be preserved indefinitely. It seems I must find the time to craft a blade for my women as well." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes brightened. He murmured to himself, "If I can envelop my entire body in ice to form an icy armor, then by controlling this ice to fly, does it mean I can soar without relying on the powers of the dark cloak?" The thought ignited a thrill within him. Previously, he had heard discussions about how Magneto managed to fly. Some speculated that he wore iron undergarments. Others believed he had iron plating on his feet, while some claimed it was the helmet on his head that enabled his aerial feats. The opinions varied wildly, each more absurd than the last. Yet now, with his ability to envelop himself in ice to create an icy armor, if he could control the ice to fly, wouldn't he too be able to soar at incredible speeds? With a single thought, crackling sounds echoed as ice rapidly encased Liu Yang's body, forming a thin, transparent icy armor. This layer was so delicate that it was nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. However, the durability of eternal frost surpassed even that of diamond. This slender coating was already sufficient to withstand bullets. Attacks from ordinary ability users posed no threat to Liu Yang whatsoever. Soon, he had completed the encasement of his icy armor, and with another thought, he truly took flight. Excitement radiated from Liu Yang's face as he marveled at the astonishing realization that he could indeed soar. However, the expenditure of mental energy is indeed considerable, necessitating intense focus. Moreover, my control over the freezing speed surpasses that of the dark cloak. A mere ice needle can exceed the power of a rifle. The velocity of the ice needle is at least double that of a bullet. Given that a bullet can reach a speed of 800 meters per second, this means the ice needle's speed must be at least 1,600 meters per second. If I can control its flight speed, does that not imply I can achieve 1,600 meters per second as well? Liu Yang opened the window and soared into the sky, subsequently racing towards the horizon at full speed. As he had surmised, his velocity had already approached nearly 3 times that of the dark cloak. At 1,600 meters per second, this is 4 times the speed of sound, and there is no cooldown period. As long as my mental energy is sufficient, it can be utilized infinitely. Truly invincible, Liu Yang flew rapidly through the sky, becoming increasingly exhilarated. The dark cloak rustled behind him, yet it served no purpose at this moment, for his flight no longer depended upon it. Nevertheless, the flight capability granted by the dark cloak is not limited to my own body. It can bestow flight abilities upon anything I touch, which explains how I effortlessly lifted a bus into the air previously. If I were to use my freezing ability to propel a bus, the mental energy consumed would be immense. I would likely exhaust my mental reserves in no time. Thus, the dark cloak still holds its value, especially when I need to fly with heavy objects. Liu Yang hovered above the sky city of the villa district, gazing down at the entire area. Observing the walls surrounding the villas, an idea sparked within him. The walls were only a few meters high, rendering them virtually ineffective against high-level zombies and mutants. A single leap could allow one to breach them. Hence, Liu Yang deemed it necessary to elevate the wall's height. He stood in midair and waved his hand downward. With a whoosh, crack, 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 eternal frost began to envelop the walls, encasing them entirely before ascending, ultimately halting at a height of 50 meters. Thus, the entire villa community was encircled by a transparent ice barrier soaring to 50 meters. These ice blocks are harder than diamonds and exceedingly smooth, rendering them insurmountable even for third-tier zombies. The fortification is incomparably superior to the previous walls. Furthermore, being transparent, it does not obstruct the villa's natural light, presenting a crystalline, exquisite appearance. With this robust, transparent ice wall as protection, Liu Yang's villa district is finally safeguarded against zombie incursions. After completing this task, Liu Yang returned to his room. Lying on his bed, a smile graced his face. He had not anticipated that his ice powers would evolve into such strength. Now, Liu Yang can envelop himself in an icy armor and fly, achieving speeds of 4 times the speed of sound. The power of freezing can be harnessed to forge weapons that surpass even the blacklight blade in sharpness and durability, remaining impervious to melting. Additionally, this freezing ability can construct a towering 50-meter wall, serving as a formidable shield for the villa district. With Taozi, a formidable esper ranked high in the local standings. In the presence of this towering wall, the villa area is rendered virtually impregnable. This instilled a sense of reassurance in Liu Yang. He found himself eagerly anticipating the rewards that would accompany a 30-kill streak. The ability advancement scroll obtained from a 20-kill streak had significantly enhanced his strength. He couldn't help but wonder what superior rewards might come from 30 kills. In due time, his prowess would ascend even further. Those who claimed that an individual could not challenge an entire empire, Liu Yang was determined to shatter their misconceptions. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, a mere minor empire would be effortlessly obliterated. Chapter 97. Seizing opportunities. The following day, Liu Yang awoke feeling invigorated and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that the ladies had already busied themselves in the kitchen. As he approached, he was taken aback to find Taozi, a newcomer from the Little Japan Empire, diligently preparing a meal. It was quite surprising to Liu Yang that this ability-wielding individual could actually cook. Having never sampled authentic Japanese cuisine before, especially in an era of peace where such delicacies seemed to symbolize luxury, unattainable for the common folk, he found himself intrigued at the prospect of tasting genuine Japanese fare. Curiosity led him into the kitchen, where he noticed Hiyusher and others observing Taozi's culinary efforts. Clearly, they too were eager to learn the art of Japanese cooking. This attention made Taozi feel somewhat bashful. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Ladies, please don't watch me like that. I'm feeling quite nervous and unsure of what to do next." Hiyusher reassured her, "It's all right. We're merely here to learn. You needn't feel anxious." Zhao Lina chimed in, "Exactly. We simply wish to acquire your cooking skills." Su Xiao teased, "Are you afraid we might steal your techniques? Don't be so stingy." Taozi quickly shook her head. No. What I'm preparing is just simple sushi. If you all wish to learn, I would be delighted to teach you. It's just a bit intimidating with so many of you watching me." Having only joined this villa the previous day, she was still unfamiliar with Yusher and the others, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze. Her early rise to enter the kitchen was driven by her desire to prepare breakfast for Liu Yang before he awoke, fulfilling her duties as his maid. The essence of the soul bond she shared with him compelled her to prioritize his needs instinctively. This notion emerged from the depths of her being, requiring no explicit requests from Liu Yang. Before long, Taozi had finished preparing the sushi, which she then placed on the long dining table. The moment the enticing Japanese dishes were unveiled, the group gathered eagerly around, filled with curiosity. Hiyusher was the first to grab a piece and take a bite. Instantly, her face lit up with delight as she chewed, exclaiming in a muffled voice, "Delicious. It's simply exquisite." Who would have thought we could enjoy such tasty food in this apocalypse? It's amazing. Tang Mingting followed suit, savoring a piece and declaring, indeed, it's utterly delightful. I must learn this. Taozi, you simply must teach me. Why yes, of course. Taozi replied shyly, her cheeks reddening at the praise. Shendan and Su Xiao also indulged in the sushi, each singing its praises. They had not anticipated that this peach was not only exquisite in appearance but also a formidable supernatural being, and her culinary skills were exceptional. How did Lu Yong manage to attract such extraordinary women? It certainly instilled a sense of crisis. At that moment, Lu Yong took a sushi roll and took a bite. Revealing a pleasantly surprised expression, it was indeed delightful. Everyone do indulge. You are all expecting now, and it's essential to nourish yourselves, he said with a mischievous grin. The ladies immediately flushed, lowering their heads. Amidst the laughter and joy, they finished their meal. Lu Yong then addressed Peach, saying, Peach, please come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, okay. Peach quickly nodded and obediently followed Lu Yong into the room. Seeing Peach summoned by Lu Yong, the other women displayed expressions of astonishment, and they began to whisper among themselves. He sure exclaimed, wow, right after dinner, and they are already heading to that? Su Xiao remarked, Lu Yong should at least wait for the food to digest before engaging in any activity. He should be cautious of indigestion. Tang Mingting added, indeed. Isn't he a bit too eager? Shendan said, Peach worked so hard preparing our Japanese cuisine in the kitchen, and didn't he even get a moment to rest? In response to Shendan, Zhao Lina remarked, Peach is likely Lu Yang's captive, so she wouldn't be treated delicately. After all, she is an adversary from the Little Sun Empire invading our Divine Dragon Empire. Even if captured, she could never attain our status. Zhang Jingyu nodded in agreement. Lina makes a valid point. Plus, she is a powerful supernatural being. Lu Yong may unleash unimaginable strength upon her. We should listen closely to see just how formidable he has become. We certainly cannot withstand it. Zhou Kuka commented. Only a powerful supernatural being could endure the current Lu Yong. He must have upgraded to a level 16 Tempest. Just like Sun Wukong, Don T say to grab it. Don't say to grab it. That piece of iron, just a little tug could lead to death. A little bump could cause demise. A scrape could break skin. A scratch could wound muscles. Wang Fei suggested. Then we should perk up our ears and listen intently to how Lu Yong deals with this little sun woman. Wang Siqi added, I suspect Lu Yong will engage in a fierce battle tonight. At the very least, he will make her shed a layer of skin. Shou Qiuping nodded in agreement. I reckon that by tomorrow, this little sun woman will be unable to rise. Bai Hu interjected, it's not that exaggerated. Supernatural beings recover quickly. I once faced Lu Yong in a second battle. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Bai Hu with admiration and envy, exclaiming, as expected of you. Bai Hu. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuting listened to the discussions about Lu Yang's strength and the ferocity of his tempestuous nature. Rather than feeling fear, she was filled with longing, and as she listened, her breath grew increasingly rapid. Each woman here has entered Lu Yang's room and experienced his formidable presence, yet she, Zhao Yuting, has yet to encounter such indulgence. Every time she overhears their discussions about Lu Yong, her curiosity and yearning intensify. Although they all proclaim that Lu Yong is powerful and terrifying, claiming that their delicate bodies could not possibly endure it, it is evident that women often speak in contradiction. While they vocalize their fear of Lu Yong, their expressions betray a sense of satisfied reminiscence. Observing their countenances makes it difficult to fathom the frightful experiences they claim to have endured. It is clear they are filled with longing. This only deepens Zhao Yuting's intrigue regarding the extraordinary sensations one might encounter upon entering Lu Yang's domain. Unfortunately, having resided in this villa for nearly a month, Lu Yong has yet to make any overtures towards her, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. As the number of residents in the villa increases, her sense of presence seems to diminish. This cannot continue. She must seize an opportunity to enter Lu Yang's room and embrace the moment. Chapter 98. The source of the virus downstairs. The women strained their ears to listen to the sounds emanating from above. However, after a considerable time had passed, the anticipated voice of the peach was still absent. Confusion was etched upon everyone's faces. He Yusher, perplexed, inquired, what is happening? Logically, the performance should have commenced by now, yet there is not a whisper of sound? Su Xiao shook her head, pondering. Could it be that such formidable psychics possessed such incredible prowess? Under Lu Yong's overwhelming force, is it truly possible for there to be utter silence? Zhang Jingyu exclaimed. Then I too wish to awaken swiftly. If I were to awaken as a psychic, could I not enter Lu Yang's room even while pregnant? Bai Hu interjected. You're dreaming. Unless you possess a physique as formidable as mine, along with healing abilities. It would be improbable to attempt entering Lu Yang's room while in such a condition. Zhou Kiki asked. Then, Sister Bai Hu, why is there no sound from upstairs? Bai Hu tilted her head in contemplation before shaking it. How would I know? I am also a psychic, yet I was never as quiet as this peach. Seeing the perplexity reflected in everyone's expressions, Zhao Lina interjected. All right, everyone, let us not dwell on this any longer. It is likely that there will be no disturbances tonight. We should return to our own affairs. Besides, what is there to overhear? You all seem to be addicted to eavesdropping. Wang Siki, hearing Zhao Lina's words, retorted, Oh, as if you have any right to speak. When have you not been the most excited to listen in? Zhao Lina's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly denied, Do not misinterpret. I have never been excited. And look around our villa community. There are so many girls, yet Lu Yang is the sole male. Do you know how to describe this situation in a single phrase? A phrase to describe it? The women's faces reflected their confusion as they tilted their heads in thought. After a moment, Hiyusher's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Could it be the yin is strong while the yang is weak? Zhao Lina shook her head. Zhou Kiki, blushing, suggested. It must be too many monks and too little porridge, right? Again, Zhao Lina shook her head. Su Xiao ventured, Perhaps the prince is in high demand? But Zhao Lina continued to shake her head. Chen Dan proposed, How about too many wolves and too little meat? Zhao Lina shook her head once more. Then what is it? We are at a loss. Indeed. Do not keep us in suspense. What we suggested feels quite apt, yet you assert otherwise. I refuse to believe you can offer a more fitting description. Do share it. Amidst the eager gazes of the group, Zhao Lina chuckled and said, Hee. It is ominous signs abound. The group fell silent momentarily. Ominous signs abound? What nonsense is that? Can it truly describe the current situation? Zhao Lina nodded assuredly, of course. And it is remarkably fitting. The women pondered for a moment, and then all their faces flushed with embarrassment. Hiyusher even reached out to pinch Zhao Lina's delicate arm, exclaiming, Oh, Lina, you are so lewd. It's quite unbearable. Indeed. Your words carry a certain audacity. You truly possess a mischievous spirit. The crowd erupted in laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. In the room above, Peach sat upon Lu Yang's bed, while he sat beside her. Their conversation was far from any illicit undertakings. Instead, it unfolded in a tranquil discourse. Lu Yang turned to Peach and inquired, Please share with me the intelligence regarding the Little Sun Empire. Reveal all that you know. Peach nodded and responded, Certainly, Master. Thus, she began to recount everything she was aware of. The cataclysm of the apocalypse was no mere happenstance. It stemmed from a sinister development half a year prior when the despicable Little Sun Empire engineered a genetic drug designed to enhance human capabilities. During its experimental phase, a leak occurred, allowing the virus to escape from the laboratory, precipitating the onset of the zombie outbreak, the nascent form of the zombie virus. Initially, the virus transmitted solely through blood, manageable within a confined area of the Little Sun Empire, leading to the swift quarantine of that city. The government of the Little Sun Empire believed they had contained the disaster, oblivious to the virus's potential for evolution, which ultimately led to airborne transmission, wreaking havoc across the entire empire. When the authorities realized the virus had spiraled beyond control, they deliberately disseminated it across the globe. For they believed that if their nation was to suffer, the world should share in the calamity. In truth, the virus had already begun to erupt worldwide months prior. However, during the initial small-scale outbreaks, the empires colluded to suppress information, striving to prevent widespread panic among the populace. By the time the virus truly engulfed the globe, several months had elapsed since its initial emergence. Having been subjugated by Lu Yang, Peach had become his servant. Deep within her heart, she had begun to prioritize Lu Yang's interests, even referring to her former empire, the Little Sun Empire, with disdain as the despicable Little Sun Empire. As Peach spoke, astonishment washed over Lu Yang's face. The Little Sun Empire intentionally spread the virus? It had already begun small-scale outbreaks globally months ago, merely concealed from the public eye? Peach nodded, affirming, indeed. Moreover, when the virus first appeared, there were already individuals with extraordinary abilities emerging. For instance, the one you currently have beneath your foot, Nishiyama Kenta, became an empowered being months ago and has since ascended to a level 3 ability user. Research has revealed that this virus seems capable of altering human genetics. A significant portion of the population underwent genetic transformation into mindless zombies, while a small fraction remained unaffected. An even smaller group experienced genetic changes that bestowed upon them extraordinary abilities. Accompanying the emergence of these empowered individuals was a mysterious stone tablet. Within the research facility of the Little Sun Empire, a stone tablet materialized seemingly out of thin air several months ago, leaving all in attendance utterly astonished. People yearned to delve into the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic stone tablets. However, their efforts yield naught, for it appears that nothing on earth can mar these stones. Not even a mere attempt to scrape away a speck of dust. As time progresses, these tablets increasingly manifest across the nation. Ultimately, researchers arrive at a startling conclusion. The tablets seem to materialize in tandem with the emergence of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. When a sufficient number of such individuals congregate within a certain vicinity, the tablets will inexplicably appear. Consequently, the proliferation of these stone tablets continues unabated across the globe. Listening to Taozi's revelations, Lu Yang is utterly astonished. The tablets have long since come into existence, rather than appearing only after the onset of the apocalypse. In that moment, Lu Yang comprehends the sheer horror of the information cocoon enveloping the underprivileged. What one perceives and hears is meticulously filtered through layers of obfuscation. The truth of the matter remains utterly inaccessible, and any attempts to conceal information from you will forever elude your understanding. This encapsulates the tragedy of existence at the lower echelons of society. They remain oblivious to the fact that the zombie virus had already emerged months prior, and many are unaware of the very nature of their demise. Chapter 99, The Ninja Clan? Lu Yang remarked, "So, the outbreak of the apocalypse and the zombie virus are all the machinations of the Little Sun Empire?" Taozi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It is a backlash from the genetic research conducted by the Little Sun Empire. It remains a mystery how their scientists stumbled upon this ancient virus capable of altering the genetic makeup of species. They believed they could harness this primordial virus, yet ultimately, their endeavors culminated in failure, resulting in over 70% of humanity succumbing to zombification. Nevertheless, she continued, the Little Sun Empire still retains an advantage, as they were the first to discover and exploit this virus. Consequently, their ability users awakened earlier than those of other nations. The reason why Nishiyama Yamada stands atop the rankings is not solely due to his strength, but because he was among the first successful test subjects months ago. He also became the first ability user to reach the 3rd level. However, this only highlights your exceptional prowess. Although Nishiyama Yamada ascended to his powers months before you and was the first to undergo the monument test, his position at the top was short-lived, swiftly overshadowed by your own achievements. The gap between individuals is indeed monumental. Your innate talent far surpasses that of Nishiyama Yamada. Upon finishing her words, Taozi gazed at Lu Yang with admiration. The Little Sun Empire was the initial epicenter of the virus outbreak and the earliest country to produce ability users. Logically, one would assume that the Little Sun Empire should possess a significant advantage, yielding a plethora of formidable ability users in the rankings. Alas, even the top-ranked Nishiyama Yamada was soon eclipsed by Lu Yang. It was evident that the Little Sun Empire, despite the apocalypse, held no advantages and remained a faltering empire. Lu Yang turned to Taozi and inquired, what kind of strength does Nishiyama Yamada possess? What are his abilities? If there were anything that piqued Lu Yang's curiosity about the Little Sun Empire, it was the former top-ranked individual. Nishiyama Yamada had held the #1 spot before Lu Yang entered the monument test, and he was eager to discern the disparity between the former champion and his current standing. However, Taozi shook her head and replied, my rank is too low. I have yet to encounter Nishiyama Yamada. I am merely a squad leader, whereas he holds the prestigious title of commander of the ability user forces, a genuine general. Thus, I have neither seen him in person nor do I know what his abilities entail. After a moment of contemplation, Taozi added, however, I have heard rumors within the ability user forces that General Nishiyama is the fastest to clear the 10th level, surpassing another top 10 contender from the Little Sun Empire by a full day. Therefore, it is said that his strength is unparalleled within the rankings. Upon hearing Taozi's words, Lu Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, the 10th level? Faster by a day? Is that even feasible? Lu Yang found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he conquered 100 levels in just over half an hour, while these individuals took an entire day, even several days, to reach the 10th level. What a motley crew they must be. Peach remarked, it is said that the 10th level of the heavenly ranking is exceptionally challenging, with 10 third-tier zombies leading hundreds of second-tier zombies. in addition to thousands of ordinary first-tier zombies. Even if an ordinary ability user possesses great strength, their mental fortitude is insufficient to vanquish such a multitude of zombies. Moreover, in the battle against the undead, one must exercise caution to avoid being injured, for any wound could lead to infection and result in failure to clear the level. Thus, the top-ranked individual from Nishang Shantian has only managed to reach the 10th level. Rumor has it within the small Neon Empire's ability user forces that the top 200 on the heavenly ranking also only cleared to the 10th level, differing solely in their completion times. After saying this, Peach glanced at Liu Yang and tentatively inquired, "My lord, you haven't surpassed the 10th level, have you?" Liu Yang casually replied, "Of course. Is the 10th level truly that difficult?" At that time, he had wielded the black light blade with great prowess, effortlessly cutting through foes. Third-tier zombies could not withstand even 10 seconds before him, and 102nd-tier zombies posed no challenge whatsoever. Yet, for other ability users, this was indeed a formidable feat. Ordinary ability users have limited mental strength, unlike Liu Yang, whose capacity had been enhanced to 1,500 points. Typically, a third-tier ability user possesses around 300 points. Should they engage in combat using their abilities, their mental energy would quickly deplete, requiring them to recuperate and wait for their mental strength to replenish. They could hardly compare to Liu Yang, whose reserves seemed inexhaustible. Furthermore, ordinary ability users are not immune to the zombie virus, making them particularly cautious in combat to avoid injury and potential infection. This likely explains why Nishang Shantian could only clear to the 10th level. Liu Yang then asked, "Do you know what abilities Nishang Shantian possesses?" Certain abilities may not be particularly effective against zombies, but could yield remarkable results against humans. Thus, it is plausible that Nishang Shantian's abilities are unique, making the fight against zombies more arduous for him. Peach shook her head and replied, "For ability users, their powers are paramount intelligence and serve as their trump card. Typically, they do not reveal their abilities casually. Therefore, few are privy to Nishang Shantian's capabilities." Liu Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, generally, if an ability user's powers were to be disclosed, adversaries could devise countermeasures, placing them at a disadvantage in combat. After all, not everyone is like Liu Yang, who possesses multiple abilities. However, maintaining secrecy in front of Liu Yang is an impossibility, for he has the gift of foresight. The first time he encounters an opponent's abilities, he can simply simulate the battle and ascertain their powers and combat prowess through his predictions. Thus, even when confronted with formidable adversaries, Liu Yang could discern methods to vanquish them through strategic analysis. By the way, it seems that before his demise, the individual named Inoue mentioned something about your little Japanese empire possessing ancient races of remarkable strength. "What are they?" Liu Yang inquired. Taozi responded, "They are the ninjas. Distinct from the superhuman beings, their prowess has been cultivated over millennia. They are innate instruments of assassination, endowed with a willpower that surpasses that of superhumans. They represent a force even greater than that of superhuman beings." Liu Yang remarked, "Ninjas? If your ninjas are so powerful, why do you not deploy them?" Taozi replied, "Because the president of the Little Japanese Empire cannot command the ninja clans, and moreover, the Divine Dragon Empire also possesses ancient martial families, whose strength is no less than that of the ninjas." Chapter 100, Shall We Sleep Together? Liu Yang was taken aback. In the era of peace, he had never heard of any martial artist families within the Divine Dragon Empire. The notion of martial artists was something he had only encountered in films. Even the Peach from the Little Sun Empire was aware of such families, yet Liu Yang, a citizen of the Divine Dragon Empire, had never even heard a whisper of them. It seemed that his previous standing had been far too humble to connect with such formidable beings. These strong individuals likely operated within their own exclusive circles, inaccessible to ordinary folk, intentionally obscuring their information from the masses. However, now he found himself among their ranks. The extraordinary beings from the Little Sun Empire had already made their presence known. It was only a matter of time before those from the Divine Dragon Empire did the same. When that moment arrived, he would be able to glean further insights. Liu Yang inquired, "How powerful is the so-called ninja clan from your Little Sun Empire?" Peach shook her head, replying, "The ninja clan is the most enigmatic race in the Little Sun Empire. They seldom reveal themselves to the public eye, as if they belong to a superior echelon. Even the esteemed Yamamoto Haruto has likely never encountered a true ninja. To the ninja clan, extraordinary beings are scarcely distinguishable from ordinary people. Therefore, despite my high ranking among extraordinary beings, I still fall short in their presence." I am aware that even the president of the Little Sun Empire must show them due respect. Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Well, while your prowess may be the strongest in this villa, it still pales in comparison to the extraordinary being's ranks, likely only qualifying you as a squad leader. Your knowledge is limited. Never mind. I shall refrain from further inquiries. You may leave now. Peach hesitated slightly before addressing Liu Yang. My Lord Liu Yang, would you require my services for a rest? Liu Yang shook his head. No, thank you. Oh, Peach responded, somewhat disappointed. Before departing from Liu Yang's room and making her way downstairs, it was understandable, with so many beautiful girls within Liu Yang's villa, it was no easy feat to secure an overnight stay in his quarters. It appeared she had overthought the situation. By the way, take this dagger, Liu Yang said, presenting her with an ice dagger. This weapon is remarkably sharp and should enhance your combat capabilities. As he handed over the exquisitely crafted dagger, which was made using his eternal freezing ability, its crystal-clear appearance and transparent sheath exuded elegance. A transparent dagger? Peach exclaimed, momentarily stunned. She took the ice blade from Liu Yang's hand, feeling the icy chill enveloping her. Her astonishment deepened as she remarked, "Is it made of ice?" Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is an exceptionally sharp ice dagger. I have prepared one for each of you. Do not underestimate its power. This dagger is extraordinarily sharp." Peach, somewhat skeptical, grasped the dagger and tested it against another weapon she possessed. Clang! The two blades met, and in an instant, the icy dagger cleaved her weapon in two. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, "How incredibly sharp! This weapon is renowned in the Little Sun Empire. Crafted by a master blacksmith specifically for me. I never imagined it could be severed so effortlessly by this icy dagger." As a formidable Esper ranked high on the local leaderboard, Peach's prowess was undeniably impressive. Her defeat at the hands of Liu Yang had merely been a matter of circumstance. Had she encountered ordinary Espers like Ma Feiyun or Scarred Rat, she would have been a veritable goddess of war, capable of wreaking havoc without so much as a scratch. With the addition of this razor-sharp, icy dagger, her strength would ascend to new heights. Moreover, women are inherently drawn to aesthetically pleasing objects. This icy dagger, with its crystalline clarity, perfectly aligns with feminine taste. However, Peach harbored a concern, directing her gaze at Liu Yang. "Lord Liu Yang, this weapon won't melt on its own. Will it? Do I need to store it in the refrigerator when it's not in use?" Liu Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter, replying, "Rest assured. You can treat it like any ordinary weapon." "All right, I understand now. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for this exceptional weapon," Peach responded, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. "There's no need for thanks." Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. After Peach departed the room, a contemplative expression settled on Liu Yang's face. It appeared that this world was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Espers had not merely emerged post-apocalypse. Previously, Liu Yang had been an ordinary citizen. Thus his information lagged by several months. The existence of Espers was a direct consequence of the Little Sun Empire's genetic virus research. Success transformed individuals into Espers, while failure resulted in zombification. Some were immune to airborne transmission, but none were immune to bloodborne contagion. As zombies evolved, they grew increasingly intelligent, resembling humans more closely. It was difficult to dismiss the notion that zombies could be considered a new form of humanity. Perhaps the distinction between zombies and Espers was not so pronounced, merely differing in the processes of mutation. Would they ultimately converge? Were both zombies and Espers new humans? Shaking his head, Liu Yang decided to set aside such distant thoughts. His immediate objective was to ascertain the true strength of the Little Sun Empire. There was no need for concern regarding Espers. The former top-ranked Tianbang Esper, Nishang Shantian, had only cleared the 10th level of the monument, indicating a level of prowess that was hardly formidable, merely a trivial challenge. What truly troubled Liu Yang was the ninja clan. He had initially presumed that the ninjas of the Little Sun Empire were mere legends, only to discover their tangible existence. Could it be that the ninjas were indeed as powerful as depicted in animated tales? In those stories, ninjas summoned meteors, piloted mechas, and even constructed lunar bases. If that were the case, relying solely on his current strength to confront challenges head-on would likely prove insufficient. He must continue to develop cautiously. Moreover, the Dragon Empire also possesses martial artists, the true extent of whose powers remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with Liu Yang's ability to foresee the future, he can simulate encounters with formidable opponents beforehand. Even if the ninjas prove to be as powerful as depicted in anime, Lu Yang remains unperturbed. Initially, as Lu Yang's strength grew, he seldom utilized his foresight ability, considering it a mere trifle. However, it appears he underestimated its significance when faced with unknown adversaries. His foresight becomes his trump card, a vital ability for his survival. Chapter 101. Did Yuding come knocking? Downstairs. The group of women gazed in astonishment as Taozi emerged from Lu Yang's room, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Had such a brief interlude truly elapsed? It had scarcely been half an hour. Moreover, throughout this fleeting period, not a whisper had escaped from the room above, which left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Simultaneously, they were engulfed in curiosity regarding Taozi. Could this newly arrived female ability user genuinely possess such formidable prowess? How could she withstand Lu Yang's might with such ease and conclude matters so promptly? Was it conceivable that this ability user named Taozi had awakened some extraordinary power, perhaps one that could induce vibrations at an astounding rate, compelling Lu Yang to surrender in less than 30 minutes? He directly inquired, Taozi, how did you come down so quickly? What method did you employ to bring Lu Yang's affairs to a swift conclusion? Taozi, taken aback by He Yu's question, blinked in confusion. Quick, quick, she echoed, perplexed. Wasn't it merely a conversation? Is it customary to engage for an extended period? Zhao Lina interjected. That was exceedingly fast. When we enter Lu Yang's room, it typically takes at least an hour or two to emerge. How did you manage to return in under half an hour? Su Xiao chimed in, indeed. How could you be so expeditious? Surely you didn't employ some special ability? Taozi blinked again, responding, no. Not at all. What on earth? Does one require abilities merely to chat? The remarks from her companions left her utterly bewildered. Zhang Jingyu lamented, I wish I could also become an ability user. My brother has long since become one. Why have I not? Alas, is my talent truly so lacking? If only I were an ability user. I would fearlessly enter Lu Yang's room and seek him out daily. Bai Hu cautioned, do not be so quick to assume. Ordinary ability users cannot simply visit Lu Yang every day. Only someone of Taozi's caliber stands a chance. Observing the chatter among her peers, Taozi questioned, what is this nonsense? I merely conversed in Lu Yang's room. Is it a privilege reserved solely for ability users? He was taken aback, exclaiming, huh? Was it truly just a conversation? We had thought it was something more. Zhao Lina's face softened with relief as she remarked, you nearly gave me a fright. I thought Lu Yang had undergone a transformation from formidable combatant to mere half an hour. It turns out it was merely a chat. Wang Feifei patted her chest and added, so that is the case. It seems ability users are not vastly superior in that regard. Chen Dan concurred, precisely. You startled us. We assumed that the strength of a top-tier user was truly extraordinary. A sense of reassurance washed over the group as they realized the disparity between them and Taozi. The top-tier user was not insurmountable. Zhao Yuding's face blossomed with delight. If Taozi had only engaged in a brief chat in Lu Yang's room, did that not imply that she too might have a chance later that evening? It appears that today I must seize this fleeting opportunity and swiftly enter Lu Yang's room. Otherwise, I may not encounter such a chance again for an indeterminate period. At this very moment, an exquisite opportunity lies before me. And it is imperative that I grasp it, for it may be the singular occasion of my lifetime. Once missed, it may never return. After all, Lu Yang seems to possess an inexplicable charm with women, as he appears to bring a new lady back to the villa each day. This moment is indeed a rare treasure. The others, feeling at ease, resumed their activities, but Zhao Yuding, driven by an inexplicable urge, ascended the staircase, intending to venture upstairs. Initially unnoticed, her presence was spotted by He Yu, who called out, Oh? Yuding, where are you going? Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Yuding halted, startled. She had intended to sneak upstairs unnoticed, yet she was discovered by the mischievous He Yu. Her cheeks flushed crimson, enveloping her in embarrassment as she stammered, I just wanted to go upstairs, to, take a look. He Yu teased, You're not trying to sneak into Lu Yang's room, are you? With this remark, all eyes shifted to Zhao Yuding. Initially, the group found the idea of Peach chatting with Lu Yang for merely half an hour rather dull, and were preparing to return to their activities. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yuding's clandestine ascent, their excitement was rekindled. Could it be that, instead of hearing Peach's sounds of passion today, they might instead eavesdrop on Zhao Yuding? Their expressions transformed to one of keen intrigue. Under the scrutiny of so many, Zhao Yuding felt her shyness deepen, leaving her momentarily speechless. Finally, mustering her courage, she declared, Yes, indeed. I intend to visit Lu Yang's room to have a chat with him. With that, she hastened her pace, fleeing upstairs. Zhao Lina exclaimed, "Wow, who would have imagined that after all this time?" Yuding finally summoned the courage. The renowned star Su Xiao echoed, "Indeed. I had thought Lu Yang and Zhao Yuding shared only a platonic friendship. It seems Yuding can no longer contain her feelings." Chen Dan remarked, "Yet it is understandable. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such an exceptional man as Lu Yang?" The women nodded in agreement, affirming, "Absolutely. You make a compelling point." Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Yang was preparing to rest in his room when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at his door. Lu Yang was taken aback. Peach had only just left after he had called her to his room. Who could be seeking him now? Could it be that the women noticed Peach wielding such a splendid weapon and now all wished to request him to craft weapons for them? That could indeed be the case, as Lu Yang had been contemplating an opportunity to create weapons for everyone. Although the majority of women in the Villa District have not awakened their supernatural abilities, even ordinary individuals wielding such sharp weapons can effortlessly dispatch zombies as if they were merely chopping vegetables. Dealing with first-tier zombies poses no challenge, and they possess the capacity for self-defense. However, when it comes to facing second-tier or higher, they may struggle. "Please come in," Lu Yang called out to the door. Soon, the door swung open. Contrary to Lu Yang's expectations of a throng of women rushing in to request weapon manufacturing, the person who entered was unexpectedly different. Upon seeing her, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Yang's face as he inquired, "Yuding, what brings you to me?" Zhao Yuding was among the first to enter the Villa District. However, Lu Yang had not insisted that she enter his room for sustenance. One reason was that during a perilous moment in his simulations, Zhao Yuding had shielded him. Another reason was that Lu Yang had never lacked female companionship in the Villa District, which led him to overlook Zhao Yuding. Thus, seeing her take the initiative to seek him out naturally took Lu Yang by surprise. Chapter 102. A direct confession as Zhao Yuding entered Lu Yang's room. The eyes of He Yushi and the others downstairs widened in astonishment. Chen Dan remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps she merely seeks a conversation with Lu Yang?" The other girls responded in unison, "Who would believe that?" Inside the room, Zhao Yuding's cheeks flushed as she stood before Lu Yang, appearing somewhat flustered. Simultaneously, her heart brimmed with tension and shyness. Lu Yang observed her expression, finding it peculiar. Why had she come looking for him? Moreover, her bashful demeanor made it seem as if he had coerced her into this situation. Lu Yang said, "Yuding, you needn't feel compelled to seek me out. I treat everyone equally. Even if you and I are not particularly close, I regard you the same as He Yushi and Lina." Zhao Yuding bit her lip, her face aflame, and retorted, That is not true. You do not treat me equally at all." Taken aback, Lu Yang pondered her words. Had he ever mistreated her? He recalled that he had not been unkind to her while she resided in the villa. Why, then, did her words seem laced with resentment? Have I done something wrong? He mused, tilting his head in contemplation, yet could not discern how he had wronged her. "It cannot be," he replied. "I have never targeted you. My demeanor towards you in the villa is no different from that towards the other girls." Zhao Yuding shyly insisted, "There is a difference. There is indeed a difference." Lu Yang, now more perplexed, inquired directly, "Then please tell me, in what way have I targeted you?" With a flushed visage, Zhao Yuding responded, "You have invited the other girls to be your partners, yet you have never asked me." Lu Yang was rendered speechless. Was he being accused of targeting her simply because he had not approached her? He had refrained from pressuring her, recalling how she had assisted him during their past interactions, not realizing that this consideration was perceived as exclusion. "Yuding, you are both beautiful and possess an exquisite figure. Your long legs are the most stunning among all the girls. It is not due to your appearance. I simply do not wish to impose on you. You are no different from the others, and you need not feel pressured or concerned about their opinions." Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Yuding's expression transformed into one of exasperation. How could this man remain oblivious to her intentions after all she had expressed? Eventually, unable to contain herself, she declared, "What do you mean by imposing? Do you think you're punishing them? In truth, you are rewarding them. But what about me? I have had no opportunity to participate in any conversation. You have never even asked if I wish to be your partner." As Zhao Yuding unleashed her heartfelt sentiments, Lu Yang stood there, utterly stunned. He never anticipated that these women perceived themselves in such a manner. Initially, Lu Yang believed that their circumstances were not voluntary. They were merely compelled to become his women due to the need for sustenance and the desire to reside in a secure villa area. Little did he realize that their true sentiments were so different. Rather than coercion, it was a form of reward. Zhao Yuding nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed. With your striking looks and formidable strength, what girl wouldn't be drawn to you? If not a reward, then what is it? I too am enamored with you. I wish to be your woman. Confronted by Zhao Yuding's unexpected confession, Lu Yang was further bewildered. In his mind, Zhao Yuding was an introverted woman, even somewhat socially anxious, who had always remained quiet in the villa, rarely interjecting. It was evident now that she had been harboring these feelings for far too long. For her to express such passionate sentiments was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, her reticence was perhaps due to a lack of common ground with the other women. This was a perspective he had failed to consider. The complexity of a woman's heart is indeed perplexing. Lu Yang had thought that refraining from insinuations was a sign of respect and consideration. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had led her to feel targeted and isolated, creating a sense of melancholy within her. Given this revelation, with Zhao Yuding boldly proclaiming her feelings, Lu Yang felt compelled to reciprocate. He declared, very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my woman. Chen Xiaojin and Huang Xiuxia exchanged glances, remaining silent. One was a doctor, the other a nurse. And they were acutely aware of their positions, knowing that Lu Yang would not seek them during this time. They often mused within themselves how much easier life might be if they were not bound by their professional identities. Alas, they wondered how long they would have to wait. Chapter 103. Allocation of weapons. On the second day, Lu Yang rose from his slumber, feeling refreshed. After completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs alongside Zhao Yuding. In the kitchen, Chun Dan, Su Xiao, Taozi, and others were diligently preparing breakfast. As Lu Yang took his seat at the dining table, breakfast was promptly served. While indulging in their meal, Lu Yang remarked, "Yesterday, I crafted a frozen dagger for Taozi, and it functions splendidly. Do any of you desire a weapon? I can forge one for you all. Weapons made of ice are exceptionally sharp and durable, and they will never melt, providing you with reliable self-defense." Upon hearing this, expressions of delight spread across the faces of the women present. He Yu inquired, "Such a formidable weapon? How powerful is it?" Lu Yang replied, "It surpasses the black blade I wielded previously." "Really? That is astonishing," exclaimed Wang Siki, her face alight with surprise. She recalled the safe house where she had taken refuge, constructed from steel nearly 10 centimeters thick. Yet, Lu Yang's black blade had effortlessly pierced through that formidable barrier, a testament to its might. The prospect that Lu Yang could now forge an even more powerful weapon was simply astounding, especially as each person would receive one. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, He Yu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Is it truly that impressive? Hurry, I want one. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Can I only have one?" Lu Yang chuckled. "Do you wish for several?" He Yu's cheeks flushed, and with a mischievous grin, she responded, "How naughty. If I were to receive a few, I wouldn't mind." Zhao Lina burst into laughter, remarking, "Ha, you're quite the mischievous one. You are expecting, after all, so perhaps you should temper your playfulness." Su Xiao interjected, "Indeed. While others ask for one, you wish for multiples. Do you truly need so many?" Zhou Kiki chimed in, "Yu is undoubtedly the most mischievous among us." Watching the women laugh heartily, Lu Yang felt somewhat perplexed. What was so amusing about requesting a few weapons? After all, his ability to forge weapons was limitless, and distributing 10 to each person would be inconsequential. However, given the extraordinary durability of ice weapons, needing more than one seemed excessive. Lu Yang turned to He Yu and asked, "Do you genuinely desire several? If so, I can craft them for you." He Yu, blushing, replied, "Oh, I was merely jesting. One is sufficient, truly." Lu Yang nodded, "Very well. What type would you prefer? A dagger, a short sword, a long sword, or a great sword? The choice is yours. However, considering you ladies have yet to awaken your abilities and may possess limited strength, I recommend a dagger or short sword. Do keep in mind, this weapon is incredibly sharp. Even a small dagger can sever a zombie's head with a single strike." Lu Yang crafted ice blades of remarkable sharpness, capable of severing a single strand of hair with ease. It is imperative to caution the women beforehand, otherwise they might inadvertently injure themselves. He Yu exclaimed, "I desire a colossal sword." "A colossal sword? Are you certain you wish to wield such a grand weapon? It seems somewhat inappropriate for a girl." Lu Yang was taken aback by He Yu's choice. One can only imagine her brandishing a massive sword, swirling through a horde of zombies like Garen. The embodiment of Dementia, the mere thought is undeniably amusing. He Yu resolutely declared, "I simply adore the grand." Liu Yang nodded in acquiescence. Very well. I shall indulge you. Only Liu Yang could fulfill He Yushi's request for a customized gigantic weapon. With a flicker of thought, a colossal sword materialized in his grasp. This sword, forged from eternal ice, was crystalline and transparent, measuring approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in width and more than a meter in length. Liu Yang had never beheld a true colossal sword, having crafted it solely in the likeness of Garen's weapon. To his surprise, He Yushi found it immensely appealing. Her eyes sparkling with delight, she seized the ice giant sword from Liu Yang's hands and began to wield it joyfully, exclaiming, "This is precisely the size I wanted. It feels powerful, and it's not as heavy as I imagined. I can easily manage it." The ice giant sword was indeed lighter than a wrought iron counterpart, as ice weighs less than half that of iron of the same volume. Observing He Yushi's exuberance, Liu Yang mused, "I never anticipated her fondness for the grand. Thankfully, my exceptional talents have made this possible, or else I would truly struggle to satisfy her." Even Zhao Lina chimed in, "You sure? You truly have a penchant for the grand. Do you not realize that sometimes bigger is not better? I prefer a short sword." Given the limited opportunities to engage in battle alongside Liu Yang, this weapon was merely for self-defense, primarily serving as an ornament. Just make it exquisite and beautiful. No problem. Liu Yang nodded, and with a mere thought, a short sword appeared in his hand. Zhao Lina beamed at the weapon, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. Could you make the pommel shaped like a little bear? I adore bears." Of course. Liu Yang concentrated, and the pommel transformed into an adorable bear. "Wow, it's so cute. Love you, Liu Yang." She planted a kiss on his cheek and cradled the short sword, examining it with unrestrained affection. Is customization possible? He sure gasped at the sight. Her colossal sword paled in comparison to Zhao Lina's exquisite short sword, appearing rather clumsy by contrast. Had she known, she might have reconsidered her choice. Su Xiao chimed in, "I want a short sword too." Chen Dan added, "I desire a dagger." Wang Xiqi echoed, "I too wish for a dagger." Soon, every woman possessed a finely crafted weapon of their own design. Among the group, only He Yusher opted for a colossal sword, while the others wielded exquisite daggers or short swords. Zhao Lina mocked He Yusher, saying, "Yusher, your giant sword is rather outdated, isn't it? It appears quite unappealing." He Yusher retorted with a smirk, "What do you know? The combined size of all your weapons pales in comparison to mine. Heh, so you all prefer the diminutive ones, do you? Small ones can be quite charming. However, when it comes to practicality, my large and lengthy sword reigns supreme." Humph. Chapter 104. Encounter with a female esper. Having distributed weapons to the women and finished breakfast, Liu Yang resolved to continue his search for supplies. Although the emergence of espers from the small Neon Empire had introduced a few minor disturbances into his life, his plans remained steadfast. His intention was to persistently gather resources while simultaneously developing the survivor base, encouraging its inhabitants to cultivate crops for sustainable growth. The villa compound's walls had been raised to an impressive height of 50 meters, rendering even third-tier zombies incapable of scaling them. Moreover, the Vigilant Guardian was a third-tier zombie, allowing Liu Yang to monitor the situation from miles away. With the formidable presence of Teoko, alongside Bai Hu and Chun Dan, two additional espers, this villa had a mass strength surpassing that of many survivor bases. After all, Teoko's prowess alone could easily decimate smaller bases. Thus, with Teoko safeguarding the compound, Liu Yang could venture outside in search of resources with peace of mind. Now equipped with the ability to fly at 4 times the speed of sound, returning from resource expeditions took merely minutes. Liu Yang believed that even if faced with an insurmountable challenge, a strong ally could delay threats for a few moments. However, within a 50-kilometer radius, all supermarkets, convenience stores, and large shopping centers had been thoroughly plundered. To continue his search, he needed to expand his range to 100 kilometers. For ordinary survivors, traversing this distance could take several days, as they would have to contend with the lurking zombies. Conversely, Liu Yang could cover that distance in less than a minute. Regrettably, he had never ventured so far before, leaving him unaware of potential shopping venues, so he could only embark on an aerial reconnaissance. After a few minutes of searching, Liu Yang finally located a supermarket over 60 kilometers from the villa. Without hesitation, he descended to the ground and entered the establishment. In his previous life, he might have deliberated extensively, but now his power was incomparable. Even a level 10 zombie posed little threat. He strode confidently into the store. Inside the supermarket, many zombies had transformed into molters, lying in wait under the leadership of a third-tier zombie. These molters and second-tier zombies lay in ambush, anticipating survivors in search of food, ready to convert them into sustenance. Unfortunately for them, the visitor was not an ordinary survivor, but rather Lu Yang, the harbinger of death. Upon spotting him, several molters charged forward, leaping through the air like cannonballs from a distance of several meters. Yet Lu Yang merely cast a glance. An ice needle shot forth at unimaginable speed, piercing through the skulls of the molters one after another, causing them to plummet from the air. Within mere seconds, all the molters within his line of sight had been eliminated. The third-tier zombie, however, led a few second-tier zombies and swiftly turned to flee. Lu Yang glanced at them, and the ice needles followed in pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. Several second-tier zombies collapsed instantly. The third-tier zombie moved even faster, covering greater distance. Yet how could it outrun the ice needles traveling at 4 times the speed of sound? Bang! With a muffled thud, the third-tier zombie had its head obliterated in an instant. The presence of these zombies would undoubtedly spell disaster for an ordinary county base. Yet, Lu Yang managed to deal with them in less than a minute. This exemplifies the disparity between Lu Yang and regular survivors. His freezing ability had now evolved into eternal frost. With merely a thought and a single ice needle, he could eliminate all enemies within his sight in a heartbeat. As he walked through the quiet, desolate supermarket, Lu Yang entered his favorite phase of scavenging. Regrettably, nearly a month had passed since the calamity erupted, and most of the fresh vegetables and fruits had completely rotted away. Even the more resilient produce, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, were no longer salvageable. The rice displayed outside had begun to gather dust. With the zombies' intelligence on the rise, they had even ventured into the supermarket's freezer in search of sustenance. The frozen meats had long been consumed. Remarkably, even vacuum-sealed chicken legs had been extracted by these zombies. Lu Yang shook his head, realizing that it seemed any form of meat would suffice for these creatures, no longer driven solely by their primal instincts. The zombies had begun actively seeking food, competing with survivors for resources. The supermarket was left with only some rice, soybeans, flour, and canned goods. Nevertheless, Lu Yang did not waste any of these items. He collected them all into his dark space. He reflected, as time progresses, the search for food will become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, I have amassed sufficient resources in my dark space. However, the survival pressure on ordinary survivors will escalate. They must join a powerful survivor base, otherwise, as time goes by, the scattered groups of survivors will be consumed by hunger and the evolved zombies. After collecting the items, Lu Yang exited the supermarket, preparing to head to the next one. Now possessing the speed of infinite flight, his efficiency had significantly improved, allowing him to scavenge all supermarkets within a 100-kilometer radius in a single day. With diligent effort over a few days, he might indeed fill his 8th-level space to the brim. Upon leaving the supermarket, as Lu Yang stepped out the door, he suddenly encountered a group of over a dozen individuals approaching him. They were armed and appeared to be local survivors, also preparing to scavenge the supermarket, unaware that Lu Yang had already claimed it. Among them were 2 strikingly beautiful women who caught Lu Yang's attention. These women were likely also endowed with abilities. Their appealing appearance, graceful gait, and inherent aura suggested they possessed considerable strength, likely surpassing that of the white fox. Moreover, she possesses such exquisite beauty, an enviable physique, and legs that seem to stretch endlessly. Truly, she is remarkably suited for motherhood. Lu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Female psychics, thus far, remain a rarity. Given the current demand for system enhancements, it appears that one can only acquire new abilities through procreation with psychics. Hence, these 2 female psychics could indeed serve as commendable prospects for such endeavors. At that moment, the women caught sight of Lu Yang's less than innocent gaze. One of them retorted scornfully, "Hey, kid, the last person who looked at me like that ended up being fed to zombies. Are you seeking a similar fate?" Beside her, a burly man, visibly enraged, interjected, "Who do you think you are, kid? You can't possibly be one of the survivors from around here, daring to look at our sister Warner that way? You're practically drooling. Are you courting death?" Chapter 105. The leader is also a woman? This group of survivors consists of the elite from a nearby survivor base. They had long set their sights on this supermarket, but the presence of zombies, particularly the formidable 3rd-level ones, had deterred them from entering to scavenge for supplies. However, as time passed, resources in the vicinity dwindled, compelling them to take the risk and target the supermarket. 3rd-level zombies are not insurmountable adversaries. This time, they mobilized a total of 6 supernatural beings, led by Lin Warner, the powerful second-in-command of the base. Their plan was to launch a decisive assault. clearing the zombies and seizing control of the entire supermarket. If they succeeded, the food within would sustain them for an extended period. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the supermarket's entrance, they witnessed an individual emerging from within, leading to the confrontation that had just transpired. The appearance of Lu Yang incited their fury. Nevertheless, as fellow supernatural beings, they discerned a unique aura of strength emanating from him, suggesting he too was a supernatural being. Otherwise, he would never dare to venture into the supermarket alone. Yet, even if he possessed supernatural abilities, what of it? They had 6 supernatural beings on their side, supplemented by 10 or so elite survivors, almost half the strength of their base. They were convinced that Lu Yang could not possibly contend with such a formidable force. Moreover, the audacity with which he gazed at their goddess, Wanner, was intolerable. Wanner, admired by nearly everyone in their base for her beauty and strength, was not someone they would allow to be disrespected. Thus, they resorted to threatening Lu Yang. To their astonishment, instead of displaying fear at their threats, Lu Yang merely smirked coldly. His icy gaze swept over the group. And those who had tasted blood in this post-apocalyptic world shuddered involuntarily at the chill emanating from him, as if the very air had grown colder. The brash man who had spoken out suddenly fell silent, instinctively retreating a step. Terrifying. That glance felt like the Grim Reaper's stare. Faced with Lu Yang's piercing gaze, they found themselves longing for his earlier lecherous expression. Brother, perhaps you should continue admiring the beauty. We have no objections. Observing the fear etched on their faces, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He coolly remarked, "Leave those 2 female supernatural beings with me. The rest may depart." At his words, the group was taken aback. How audacious! Was he truly attempting to forcibly claim the women? This man surely overestimated his own significance. Regardless of his strength, such arrogance was unthinkable. Moreover, Sister Wanner is the object of secret admiration for all of them. The burly man mustered his courage once more and declared, "Listen here. We are survivors of the Shintai base, and Sister Wanner is the second in command. Which base do you hail from that you dare speak to our Sister Wanner in such a manner?" He boldly revealed the name of their base, hoping to intimidate the opponent with its reputation. After all, Shintai base is renowned as a formidable survivor hub in this region. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, there exists no stronger base than Shintai. Upon hearing them claim to be from Shintai base, Lu Yang's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Are there many beauties at your base?" The burly man was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lu Yang would pose such a question. It seemed he was singularly fixated on the allure of women. Truly, he was impervious to reason. After several seconds, the man regained his composure and retorted, "Hey, this isn't about beauty. Which base are you from? Are you certain you want to provoke us from Shintai base?" Lu Yang indeed cast a glance at him, then waved his hand. In an instant, every survivor felt a chilling ice needle press against their foreheads. The bone-chilling cold surged into their minds, causing them to shudder involuntarily. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these survivors had battled zombies and contended with other survivors, each having flirted with death countless times. Yet, at this moment, they felt closer to death than ever before. Each individual sensed the imminent threat to their lives, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Powerful, unbelievably powerful. In that fleeting moment, they even speculated whether Lu Yang's abilities were akin to the legendary mind control. They could feel it at a mere thought from Lu Yang. The ice needles would indeed pierce through their skulls. At that instant, regret flooded the hearts of the survivors. They should not have provoked such a formidable foe. They had not anticipated encountering someone so powerful. It seemed that they might all perish here. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had committed their fair share of heinous acts. However, they never imagined they would run afoul of such an ironclad opponent. They had thought they could easily manipulate their adversary, only to discover the terrifying strength possessed by Lu Yang. "Now, can you answer my question?" Lu Yang inquired. "Are there many beauties at your base?" The burly man, trembling, replied, "Yes, there are quite a few." Lu Yang, pleased with this response, smiled and said, "If you had said so from the start, we could have avoided all this awkwardness, don't you think?" At this juncture, Lin Wanner interjected, addressing Lu Yang. "Let them go, I will stay." Lu Yang shook his head and replied, "No, I had already given you a chance. I offered to let the 2 women remain while the others could leave. That opportunity has now vanished. I have decided to visit your base. Lead the way." Hearing this, the expressions of all turned pale. He intends to go to their base? Doesn't that equate to inviting a wolf into the house? The individuals here constitute a significant portion of the combat strength of their base, yet before Lu Yong, they find themselves utterly powerless to resist. Their lives precariously held in the grip of their adversary, who threatens them with a mere thought. Should they bring this foe into their stronghold, every soul within would be in peril. Lin Wanner resolutely declared, "Absolutely not. We shall never betray our base." The burly man concurred, asserting, "Indeed. Even if you were to slay us, it would be futile." Another robust figure added, "And do you truly possess the confidence to vanquish all the supernatural beings within our base? Our formidable leader is a woman of exceptional strength." Lu Yang's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he responded, "Oh, so your leader is also female? That bestows upon me an even greater reason to pay a visit." Chapter 106. The base under siege. The survivor base was under siege, and even the leader was a woman. This base, characterized by a preponderance of females, was precisely to Lu Yang's liking. The more female psychics, the better. By forming connections with these women, he might just acquire new abilities. As for their refusal to escort him to the base, such objections were utterly meaningless. Their ability to reach the supermarket indicated that the survivor base must be in close proximity, certainly not exceeding 20 kilometers. With Lu Yang's aerial abilities, a mere ascent to the skies would allow him to locate the base effortlessly. Moreover, should intimidation prove ineffective, Lu Yong would not hesitate to employ his soul chain technique, transforming them all into his obedient servants within 5 minutes, compelling them to reveal the base's location willingly. Lu Yong possessed an abundance of trump cards. Dealing with these ordinary psychics, he had countless methods at his disposal to ensure their submission. Furthermore, he discerned a peculiar glint in the eyes of the burly man directed towards Lin Wanner. Thus, he addressed the man, "Quickly disclose the location of your base. Or would you prefer to witness your goddess meet a tragic fate before your very eyes?" With that, Lu Yong approached Lin Wanner, his hand reaching to caress her delicate face. The man's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "What are you doing? Stop! Don't touch Sister Wanner." With a smile, Lu Yong let his hand drift to the slender waist of the female psychic, gently squeezing as he remarked, "You think I will cease merely because you command me? If you fail to divulge the location of your base, my next move will be to delve beneath her garments." In that moment, the burly man, nearly in tears, implored, "No, please, release Sister Wanner. Direct your ire toward me instead. I will tell you everything you wish to know." Upon hearing this, Lu Yong reluctantly withdrew his hand from Wanner's waist. Indeed, the infatuated were the easiest to manipulate, whether in a post-apocalyptic world or in times of peace. Just then, Wanner sighed and said, "Very well, I shall lead you there. Please, spare us your games. With your prowess, locating a survivor base in this vicinity should be a trivial task. The reason you have spared us is not due to inability or the need for a guide, but simply because you have yet to desire it." Lin Wanner had long since recognized Lu Yang's formidable strength. Their base lay less than 10 kilometers away, and for such a powerful psychic, finding it would be effortless. She understood that Lu Yong was merely toying with them, either for amusement or some ulterior motive. Surprised by Wanner's insight, Lu Yong replied, "You are quite astute, woman. Not only are you beautiful, but your intellect is commendable as well. You would serve excellently in expanding my lineage." Lu Yong discerned that the enchanting beauty, referred to as Sister Wanner by her subordinate, was deliberately speaking in such a manner to alleviate the guilt felt by the burly man. Sister Wanner was aware that the man had already capitulated. Even if she declined Lu Yang's offer to guide him, the man would ultimately choose to betray the base because of her. This captivating woman merely sought to spare the man from bearing the stigma of betrayal, thus opting to compromise with Lu Yong. It was no surprise that she held the position of second in command at the base. Her sense of responsibility and her consideration for her subordinates earned her the respect of the younger members. At that moment, Lin Wanner smiled and remarked, "You are rather handsome, and your strength is impressive. If you were not an enemy, I would not mind engaging in something more with you." Lu Yong replied, "Whether I am your enemy depends on you. Now, let us not linger on such matters. I am quite curious to see what your leader looks like. Please take me to your base. Let us go." Lin Wanner nodded and promptly led the way. Before long, the group arrived outside the Xiantai base. However, from a distance, they sensed something amiss. At that moment, the Xiantai base was surrounded by thousands of zombies, which were relentlessly assaulting the stronghold. Lu Yong was taken aback by the sight. He had not anticipated that the Xiantai base would surpass his own bases 1 and 2 in fortification. Their walls had been raised and reinforced with concrete, towering over 10 meters high and more than a meter wide. The construction of such formidable barriers must have required considerable effort. It appeared that this surviving base was indeed far larger and better developed than his own. Inside, the survivors were stationed atop the walls, fiercely defending against the advancing horde. Witnessing this scene, Lin Warner exclaimed, "Oh no, a zombie tide. How infuriating. Did they dare to raid our home while we were out searching for resources? This is all because of those two advanced zombies that escaped last time. It seems they took advantage of our absence to seek revenge and aim to annihilate our base. Where could those two advanced zombies have found so many shed-skinned ones? There must be over 100. And dozens of second-tier zombies, with thousands of first-tier zombies. The base cannot withstand this for long. We must assist." Lin Warner turned to Lu Yang and said, "Our base is encircled by zombies. This is no time for human conflict. If the base is breached, everyone within will perish. I cannot ask you for assistance, but please allow us to deal with the zombies first. Would you consider it?" As they approached the vicinity of the base, the icy spike above them trailed along, a constant reminder that a mere thought from Lu Yang could result in their demise. Therefore, even in the face of danger, they could not act without Lu Yang's consent. "No problem," he replied. Lu Yang nodded, then waved his hand, causing the ice needles on everyone's foreheads to vanish. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, they sensed that the threat to their lives had dissipated. However, Lin Warner appeared somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Yang's prompt agreement. She inquired, "Aren't you afraid we might flee? Or join forces with the other superpowered individuals inside the base to confront you?" A confident smile graced Lu Yang's face as he replied, "Of course I'm not afraid. Even if everyone in your entire base joined forces, they would not be my match." Lin Warner remarked, "You are quite self-assured." Yet, there was something undeniably charming about his confidence. Lin Warner had never encountered such a powerful and handsome man before. Lu Yang chuckled, "There's no choice. My strength is apparent, and to lack confidence is simply not an option." "Thank you," Lin Warner expressed sincerely to Lu Yang. Then turned to the others, "Brothers, let us go. Together, we shall support the base and eliminate all those zombies." Inspired by their goddess, the survivors erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "Let's follow Sister Warner and eradicate the zombies. Let them witness the might of our Xian Tai base. Those two level 3 zombies must perish. We cannot allow them to escape again. Charge. Brothers, let us slay." Chapter 107. Return to assist. At this moment, several survivors charged fearlessly towards the distant zombies, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. It was evident that they had long-standing enmity with the two third-tier zombies before them. The sight of sworn foes meeting ignited a fierce intensity. The two third-tier zombies, displaying remarkable cunning and intelligence, had seized the opportunity to assault their stronghold while the primary combat forces of the Xian Tai base were away, intending to launch a surprise attack and undermine their defenses. However, they were taken aback to find that Lu Yang had already cleared out the supermarket, returning with the survivors ahead of schedule. This fortunate turn of events alleviated the base's immediate crisis. Nevertheless, even with their return, the base's combat prowess would likely struggle to contend with these formidable zombies. The third-tier zombies were capable of engaging in battle with ordinary third-tier ability users. Second-tier ability users would probably prove no match for the third-tier zombies unless they were among the elite ranked abilities. Furthermore, there were over 100 molting zombies, each possessing combat strength equivalent to that of an ordinary second-tier ability user. Even ability users like Scarred Rat and Old Wong, having ascended to the second tier, might find themselves outmatched by the molting zombies. Even if they were fortunate enough to eliminate a molting zombie, there was no guarantee they would emerge unscathed. A minor injury could lead to viral infection, resulting in a mutually destructive fate. Ability users are exceedingly precious to humanity, while molting zombies are as common as dirt to the undead. Even in a scenario of mutual destruction, it would be the ability users who ultimately suffered the greater loss. Thus, Lu Yang held little faith in Xian Tai base's capacity to overcome this impending horde of zombies. This marked Lu Yang's first encounter with a zombie tide, and he was curious to observe how such a tide might assault an ability user base, particularly one far more robust than his own Base 1 and Base 2. Originally, Base 1 had boasted a considerable number of ability users. Tragically, however, Lu Yang had eliminated a black tiger, and subsequently, a white fox had dispatched the remaining users, leaving Base 1 severely weakened and reliant on Scarred Rat alone. With the addition of allies like Old Wong and Ma Feiyun, their situation had improved slightly. In stark contrast, Base 2 faced even graver circumstances. The ability users from the Little Sun Empire, led by Taozi, had decimated their main forces, leaving only Lin Dong. Faced with a zombie tide, Lin Dong would likely struggle against even a single molting zombie. Both bases had suffered debilitating losses for various reasons, rendering them incapable of competing with the normally developing survivor bases. The Xiantai base was the first Liu Yang encountered that had developed normally. Thus, he was eager to witness the ultimate outcome. Could a normally developed survivor base truly triumph over the horde of zombies? Liu Yang leaped onto the rooftop of a tall building, surveying the battlefield from above and meticulously observing every detail. The two third-tier zombies remained astutely distant, refraining from joining the fray thus far. The molting zombies, possessing the lowest intelligence, exhibited the greatest ferocity. With a determined rush, they charged towards the towering walls of the base, which soared over 10 meters high. The skinwalkers required merely 3 or 4 leaps to scale the summit. Meanwhile, the survivors atop the walls began to wield their weapons, striving to thwart the skinwalkers' ascent by thrusting them downwards as they climbed. Numerous survivors also armed themselves, hurling stones and other projectiles downwards, reminiscent of ancient sieges and defenses. Below, countless ordinary zombies relentlessly assaulted the base's gates, attempting to batter open the formidable steel doors. The survivors stationed on the other side of the gate continuously launched counterattacks against the zombies. Observing this battlefield, Liu Yang reached a sobering conclusion. Within the confines of the survivor base, protected by walls, even ordinary survivors could muster sufficient combat capability to contend with the common zombies, and with a stroke of luck, might even vanquish the second-tier zombies. However, when faced with the skinwalkers, they possessed no combat efficacy whatsoever. For the skinwalkers, with their powerful musculature, far surpassed second-tier zombies in strength, speed, and defense. Ordinary individuals wielding conventional weapons could not breach their formidable defenses. Liu Yang witnessed a common man shoot an arrow into the skull of a skinwalker, yet the arrow merely lodged in the bone without penetrating deep enough to reach the brain, resulting in the skinwalker effortlessly leaping forward and crushing him with a single blow. Following that, the skinwalker wreaked havoc among the ordinary survivors, slaughtering a dozen before being subdued with great difficulty by 2 second-tier abilities who had come to assist. Liu Yang shook his head and remarked, "Once the skinwalkers breach the walls, it is akin to wolves among sheep. The sole hope for this base lies in its towering walls. Should they be breached, every soul within this base shall perish." Furthermore, given the base's meager contingent of merely a dozen abilities, it was evident they could not withstand such a multitude of skinwalkers, making an invasion of the base merely a matter of time. Upon reaching this conclusion, Liu Yang shook his head. Could it be that in the ongoing evolution of humanity versus zombies, the latter always held the upper hand? A mere pair of third-tier zombies leading a horde was already capable of breaching a survivor base. If this trend continued, the future of humanity appeared grim. On another part of the battlefield, the survivors, who had been desperately holding their ground atop the walls while witnessing the relentless zombie onslaught, wore expressions of despair. However, their spirits were soon uplifted as they beheld Lin Warner leading a group of survivors into the fray. Hope illuminated their faces. "Isn't that Sister Warner? It's Sister Warner and the third brother. They have returned." The supermarket lay 10 kilometers away, infested with zombies, including third-tier ones, making it improbable that they could gather resources so swiftly. Had Sister Warner received news and summoned reinforcements? Regardless, Sister Warner was back, and their chances of survival had increased significantly. As the zombies launched their assault while Sister Warner and the others were away, they intended to plunder the home. However, they were caught off guard when Sister Warner returned unexpectedly. Thanks to her, they were left dumbfounded. Indeed, salvation was at hand. Wu Jingying, the formidable leader of the base, felt a surge of hope and exclaimed to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, Warner and her team have returned. This time, we are not without our chances. Let us muster our spirits. We must eliminate every last one of these zombies. Otherwise, they will slaughter our families, and our entire base will be annihilated." Inspired by Wu Jingying's rallying words and witnessing the support from Lin Warner and her companions, everyone displayed expressions of exhilaration, shouting in unison, "Indeed, let us eradicate these zombies. Cursed creatures, you are now surrounded by us." Chapter 108. The Devourer. The arrival of Lin Warner invigorated all the survivors, who, filled with newfound zeal, launched an ardent offensive against the zombies. However, amidst the chaos, Wu Jingying stood atop the wall, her expression grave. On the battlefield, A towering Skinner did not target the remaining survivors. Instead, it began to feast upon the corpses of the fallen zombies. With each ravenous bite, its size grew exponentially, reaching nearly 3 meters in height, its muscles bulging and appearing far more formidable than an ordinary Skinner. Yet, it did not cease its consumption, relentlessly moving from one corpse to another. As its stature increased, its jaws enlarged, capable of devouring an ordinary zombie's body in just 2 bites. Eventually, it could swallow an entire corpse whole. Its height surpassed 5 meters, transforming it into a relentless scavenger on the battlefield, consuming every zombie it encountered. Witnessing this scene, Wu Jingying's pupils constricted, and she murmured, "This is dire. The devourer has emerged." The nearby survivors, taken aback by her words, inquired, "The devourer? What is that?" Wu Jingying replied, "In the past, while scavenging for supplies, I was fortunate enough to witness a battle involving the elite abilities of the Divine Dragon Empire's formal forces. Who faced the devourer? It was a creature that had reached a staggering 10 meters in height. The 5-member abilities team from the Divine Dragon Empire, all masters of the Earth rank, ultimately lost 2 of their own in the effort to defeat it. Moreover, it is said that if left unchecked, the devourer will continue to consume, potentially growing to heights of hundreds or even thousands of meters, becoming an insurmountable terror. A 10-meter devourer already requires 5 Earth rank masters to handle, and now this one has reached 5 meters. We must eliminate it swiftly, or our entire base will be devoured. A look of concern and urgency darkened Wu Jingying's features. The devourer is an exceedingly rare entity, with only a select few Skinners capable of transforming into one. The fact that it had manifested at their base was alarming, and she feared the repercussions. The 2 strongest individuals in their base were herself and Lin Wanner, both of whom were Earth rank masters. Yet, against the devourer, that was insufficient. They needed to extinguish this threat before it grew stronger. Wu Jingying turned to those beside her and commanded, "You must continue to fend off the zombies from entering the base. I will descend to rendezvous with Wanner, and together we shall eliminate that devourer. I will accompany you." "Big sister," declared a young ability user nearby. He had known Wu Jingying since the peaceful days, harboring a secret admiration for her. Following the outbreak, he had pursued her, nurturing feelings yet lacking the courage to confess, ultimately becoming her most loyal follower and confidant. Now, Wu Jingying is prepared to confront the devourer, a perilous endeavor that undoubtedly poses a threat to life. Therefore, it is imperative for him to remain by her side, safeguarding her, and should the need arise, he is willing to sacrifice his own life without hesitation. Wu Jingying nodded at the young man. The 2 of them leaped down from the towering wall, over 10 meters high, as the zombies immediately surrounded them. However, their speed was remarkable as they fought their way towards Lin Wanner. Before long, the 2 groups converged. Wu Jingying reached Lin Wanner's side. Startled, Lin Wanner exclaimed, "Sister Jingying, what are you doing here? We don't need assistance. Hurry and protect the base." Wu Jingying replied, "Wanner, the devourer has appeared. We must unite to defeat it first. We can deal with the other zombies later." "The devourer?" Lin Wanner's expression reflected her confusion. "It's that enormous zombie over there," Wu Jingying pointed out. "It continuously consumes, growing stronger with each meal. Eventually, it will devour our entire base." Lin Wanner glanced over and said, "I thought that zombie was merely consuming its own kind and not attacking the base. I assumed it was just deranged. I even wondered if they might turn on each other, not realizing this creature was the devourer." Wu Jingying explained, "They will indeed turn on each other. Once it has consumed all the corpses, it will start feasting on live zombies. When the live ones are depleted, it will assault the base and devour the inhabitants inside. As it grows larger, we will become no match for it. Thus, we must eliminate it now." "Understood." Lin Wanner nodded, and then several ninjas charged towards the devourer. At that moment, the devourer had grown to a staggering 6 meters in height, its body a mass of explosive muscle, each step seemingly capable of shaking the very earth. The devourer was relentlessly collecting zombie corpses, even snatching passing live zombies to devour. The shed-skin zombies, originally of low intelligence, instinctively kept their distance from the devourer, fully aware that approaching it could result in being captured and consumed. Now, several humans appeared before the devourer, which immediately reacted with excitement, focusing its attention on them. With a thunderous roar, the devourer lunged at a burly Esper. Upon witnessing the gigantic creature charging towards him, the man felt an overwhelming surge of fear. He quickly summoned his powers to retaliate against the devourer. However, The Devourer had experienced immense enhancements in strength, speed, defense, and size. Even without abilities, it was nearly invincible against high-ranking espers. The attacks from ordinary espers barely affected it, failing to impede its advance, and they could not even slow its pace. Trouble. It's moving so swiftly. Boom. A powerful punch struck forth, catching the robust ability user off guard, resulting in his untimely demise. The Devourer swiftly seized the lifeless body from the ground, bringing it to its maw. In an instant, a furious roar erupted. The flesh of a fresh ability user was far more delectable than that of a zombie. After consuming the first ability user's corpse, the Devourer's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented thrill, propelling it towards the remaining ability users with heightened fervor. On the faces of Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and others, expressions of panic emerged. The rest of the group was utterly paralyzed by fear, exclaiming, "Is the 6-meter-tall Devourer truly this formidable? Our attacks seem utterly ineffective against it. What shall we do? We cannot contend with it. Should we flee?" Chapter 109. Devouring the survivors, Wu Jingying and her companions found themselves ensnared in a fierce battle. The Devourer, though towering in stature, moved with a swiftness that surpassed even that of an ordinary third-tier ability user. They relentlessly surrounded the Devourer, launching various attacks. Yet their efforts yielded minimal results. The creature's defenses were astonishingly robust, its muscular form appearing as if forged from steel. The assaults of the ability users merely grazed its surface. In stark contrast, a single punch from the Devourer could reduce an ability user to a mere pulp. This meant that the Devourer could afford to make countless mistakes, while the ability users could not afford even a single error. The margin for error was alarmingly slim, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A slight misstep could lead them into an abyss from which there would be no return. Even employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to gradually wear down the opponent seemed futile. By the time they could hope to exhaust the Devourer, their own ranks might be entirely decimated. Beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of all the ability users, their hearts racing with trepidation. At that moment, Lu Yang, perched atop a tall building, had also taken note of the colossal beast. He had encountered large molters before, and it was evident that their incessant consumption of their kin did indeed augment their size and strength, leading to more explosive musculature. However, he had never witnessed one reach a staggering height of 6 meters. Even Lu Yang found himself astonished as he exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" While other molters displayed vibrant red muscles, grotesquely exposed to the air. This particular creature not only towered at 6 meters, but also sported muscles that had turned a sinister black, exuding an aura of immense power. Its strength, speed, and defensive capabilities appeared to surpass the foundational attributes of a third-tier ability user. With its augmented size, its defenses were likely several times greater. Lu Yang even speculated that the muscle of this massive undead might be impervious to bullets. Ultimately, Lu Yang shook his head, remarking that these ability users stood no chance against it. As if in affirmation of his words, a figure was sent flying by a punch from the Devourer. Lin Wanner cried out, "Old 3. The unfortunate soul who had been struck down was indeed Old 3. Lin Wanner's loyal follower and the very individual previously threatened by Lu Yang. The Devourer's speed and strength far surpassed theirs. Even if they could momentarily evade with their abilities, it was only a matter of time before they would be caught. Old 3 succumbed to exhaustion, his mental fortitude failing him, and ultimately fell prey to the Devourer's relentless pursuit. The blow shattered Old 3's insides, causing blood to pour from his orifices as he was propelled several dozen meters away, ultimately collapsing on the ground, lifeless. The Devourer leapt after him, seizing Old 3's body and devouring it whole. With a roar, after consuming yet another ability user, the Devourer seemed revitalized, exuding an even greater fervor. Witnessing Old 3 not only lose his life, but also be denied a proper resting place filled Lin Wanner with fury, and she cried out incessantly, "Old 3. Accursed undead, I wish to eliminate all of you utterly." Although she harbored no special feelings for the third one, they were nonetheless comrades forged in the crucible of battle. Witnessing a companion being devoured by a zombie was unbearable for anyone. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's desperate cry, the Devourer was drawn to her, swiftly propelling its massive form towards her. Seeing this, Wu Jingying cried out, "Wanner, be careful." She dashed in front of Lin Wanner, poised to absorb the impending blow. The colossal Devourer charged forward with the swiftness of a mountain, its terrifying momentum threatening to crush anything in its path as if struck by a train. Though Wu Jingying was a formidable ability user, Even she could not withstand such overwhelming force. Big sister, be cautious. A young ability user interposed himself before Wu Jingying. He was her admirer and follower, the sole individual who had leaped from the wall alongside her. With a thunderous crash, the young ability user was instantly flung aside, having taken the brunt of the devastating strike for Wu Jingying. Xiaofei, Wu Jingying exclaimed in anguish. Vile devourer, I shall slay you. She charged at the devourer, striking it fiercely with her blade. Yet, the devourer merely waved its hand, sending Wu Jingying hurtling away as if swatting a fly. With a resounding thud, she crashed to the ground, spitting blood. Enduring the excruciating pain in her chest, she could not rise again. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanner was also struck down. Both women lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. The devourer first consumed the young ability user's lifeless body before advancing step by step towards the fallen Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying. The other ability users, witnessing this grim scene, positioned themselves protectively in front of the two women. Sister Wanner, Sister Jingying, flee. We shall hold it off, they shouted. This devourer is far too powerful. We stand no chance against it. We can only buy you a little time. You must return to the base. Crack. The young ability user's words were abruptly cut short as the devourer seized him in its grasp, tightening its grip until his bones splintered with a sickening crunch. Blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils. Ultimately, the devourer hoisted him high above its head, tilting its monstrous visage back and opening its cavernous maw wide, squeezing with all its might. With a sickening squelch, torrents of blood poured through the devourer's fingers, cascading into its gaping mouth. It indulged in a fresh feast of ability user essence. The devourer's countenance lit up with excitement, and it could not contain a triumphant roar. Its grotesque features twisting further in delight. After savoring the essence, the devourer callously discarded the remnants of its victim into its maw, wasting not a single drop. No wonder this devourer grows so rapidly. If every child were like him, not picky about food and wasteful, they would all likely grow tall and robust. Witnessing this scene, despair etched itself onto the faces of all present. In this moment, even Wu Jingying began to feel regret. Perhaps she should have decided to flee at the very instant she laid eyes on the devourer, rather than emerging to confront it. Previously, Wu Jingying had witnessed a top-tier expert from the Earth rankings battle a 10-meter class devourer. Unfortunately, her own abilities were far too limited to discern the vast difference in strength. 5 elite experts were vanquished by the devourer, and as mere practitioners from the yellow rankings, positioned towards the lower end. How could they hope to stand against such a foe? She had initially believed that a 5-meter class devourer was manageable, but now it was clear that such thoughts were mere illusions. Given the strength of their Xiantai base, even deploying all their practitioners, defeating a 3-meter class devourer would be a commendable achievement. Regret and despair enveloped her, as if she were trapped in the depths of hell. In less than 10 minutes of combat, 3 practitioners had already been consumed. At this moment, the remaining Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner were gravely injured. Stripped of any combat capability, the only 2 men and 1 woman still unscathed possessed little strength themselves. With their feeble abilities, they were utterly incapable of challenging the devourer. Wu Jingying was devoid of any hope now, while the other practitioners around her trembled in fear, their will to fight extinguished. Chapter 110. Liu Yang takes action initially. Liu Yang was curious to observe how large this colossal zombie could grow. However, he realized that if he did not intervene soon, the 3 female ability users within the base would be devoured. This was unacceptable, as these 3 women were potential allies for his future endeavors, possibly bestowing upon him 3 unique abilities. Thus, Liu Yang could no longer remain idle. Transforming into a shadow, he surged onto the battlefield at a velocity exceeding 4 times the speed of sound. With a thunderous roar, Liu Yang positioned himself before the devourer. The tremendous shockwave startled the ability users, momentarily leading them to believe a bomb had exploded. Upon recognizing the dark figure, Lin Wanner gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Wu Jingying, displaying a puzzled expression, inquired, "Do you know him?" "Wanner, when did you become acquainted with such a formidable ally?" Lin Wanner responded helplessly, "If he were merely a friend, that would be splendid. In truth, we are all his captives. Yet he allowed us to assist the base upon witnessing its assault by zombies." She lamented, "Despite joining forces with the base, we are still no match for these zombies." Hearing Lin Wanner's words, Wu Jingying's face immediately reflected suspicion as she turned to Liu Yang, stating, "So, are you not here to assist us, but rather to take advantage of our plight?" At that moment, They were severely wounded by the devourer and felt utterly drained. If Liu Yang chose to exploit their vulnerability, they could only watch helplessly as he wreaked havoc, devoid of any strength to resist. Liu Yang shook his head, asserting, "If I intended to exploit you, would I need to take advantage of your weakened state? There is no cause for concern. I am here to aid you in confronting this behemoth." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Wu Jingying felt a sense of relief and cautioned, "The devourer is extraordinarily powerful. You must exercise caution. Collectively, we are no match for it. Even if your strength surpasses ours, it does not guarantee victory. If you truly wish to assist us, perhaps the likelihood of successfully escaping would be greater," she added. They had not witnessed Liu Yang's arrival. They simply perceived a flicker of shadow before he descended from the heavens. In terms of speed, Liu Yang appeared to surpass the devourer. Could he be an ability user specializing in speed? However, mere enhancement of speed would be futile, as the devourer's defenses were formidable. They did not perceive Liu Yang as a contender against the devourer. Nonetheless, a speed-oriented ability could indeed facilitate an escape, as long as one could outrun the devourer. Escape was possible. In response to Wu Jingying's remarks, Liu Yang stated, "So this creature is called the devourer? You wish for me to assist in your escape? Even if you manage to flee, what of the base behind you? Will it not be consumed entirely by this so-called devourer?" Wu Jingying's face displayed a troubled expression. Yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and declared, "Although I yearn to protect the survivors within the base, I lack the strength to do so, naturally. Safeguarding myself and those around me takes precedence. It is only human nature to act in self-interest, especially in a post-apocalyptic world, within the limits of my abilities. I can protect the ordinary survivors in the base, but the enemies might surpass my capacity. Thus, my sole option is to ensure my own survival. The notion of sacrificing oneself for a greater cause is a luxury that does not exist in such dire times, even as the leader of the base. Relinquishing it is an arduous decision, yet I hesitate not for long." Upon hearing Wu Jingying's words, Liu Yang chuckled, "So you no longer wish to retain the base? It seems you are rather unfit for the role of a leader. How about we strike a deal? I will save you all, and in return, you shall give me your 3 female psychics along with your base." At these words, the faces of Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and another female psychic instantly flushed crimson. Each of them was a paragon of beauty, not only part of the leadership within the base, but also the objects of admiration for countless individuals. The devoted admirers of Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner would even lay down their lives for them. The 2 psychics devoured by the devourer just moments ago were loyal followers who perished in their defense. Thus, at this moment, when they heard Liu Yang's proposition, they understood his intentions well. To offer themselves to Liu Yang was tantamount to declaring their willingness to become his women. The audacity with which he proclaimed such lewdness was both infuriating and embarrassing. In unison, Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner resolutely rejected, "Impossible. What are you thinking?" Liu Yang replied, "What am I thinking? Ladies, you surely do not wish to be consumed by the devourer, leaving nothing but remnants, do you? You wouldn't want to live in constant fear every day, would you? By surrendering yourselves to me as my women, you can evade hardship and only indulge in pleasures. Moreover, Lin Wanner, you must recognize my strength. Even if I wish to coerce you, would you be able to resist?" Lin Wanner recalled how Liu Yang had swiftly captured all 10 of them. She understood very well the extent of his power. Indeed, as Liu Yang stated, even if he sought to compel them, they would be incapable of resistance. It was likely that all the individuals present combined would not be his match. Furthermore, the strongest among them, she and Wu Jingying, were both gravely injured, leaving them with little strength to fight back. They both comprehended this reality. Lin Wanner spoke, "I know you are indeed powerful, but that does not guarantee you can defeat the devourer. Let us first deal with the devourer before discussing anything else." Wu Jingying concurred. "Precisely. Our lives are not yet assured, and you are already contemplating such base matters. This is hardly the time to think with your lower half." Liu Yang smiled and remarked, "So, if I can vanquish this devourer, you too would agree to my proposal?" Wu Jingying remarked, "What does agreement matter? Do you truly believe that you alone can vanquish the devourer? Having consumed several abilities, it has now reached a staggering height of 7 meters. As time progresses, it will only grow stronger, and we shall all perish." Liu Yang replied, "Agreement suffices. Now, allow me to demonstrate how a true warrior engages in battle. Pay close attention, for there is but one devourer, and I can perform this only once." At that moment, the devourer had finished devouring the fallen sycophant and turned its gaze towards Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and the others. Upon noticing Liu Yang standing defiantly before Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, a fierce expression of rage spread across its visage. Chapter 111. Is this what you call swift? After the Devourer had sent Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying flying, it noticed that they had lost the capacity to resist. Consequently, it refrained from further assault and began to feast upon the corpse of Wu Jingying's devoted admirer. To its surprise, after relishing the remains, it encountered a young man clad entirely in black, standing defiantly before its prey, a blatant challenge to its authority. Roar. The Devourer unleashed a furious growl directed at Liu Yang. From its cavernous maw, a fierce gust of wind erupted, swirling dust into the air. Liu Yang could not help but cover his nose, remarking on the overpowering stench. At that moment, the Devourer surged toward Liu Yang with astonishing speed, each step causing the earth to tremble violently. On the ground, Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner wore expressions of terror as they cautioned Liu Yang, "Be careful. The opponent is immensely powerful. Its speed is unparalleled, and its strength is formidable. A single punch could easily obliterate an ability user. We can still escape if you carry us." Liu Yang gazed at the Devourer, which appeared to move in slow motion. An expression of bewilderment etched on his face. "Is this what you refer to as fast?" he questioned. With that, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the Devourer's chest. Wu Jingying cried out in alarm. "It's futile. Its muscular defense is exceptionally high. Not even a blade can penetrate it, and you dare to use your foot." However, before she could finish her warning, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air as the Devourer was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into distant skyscrapers and reducing them to rubble. "What?" Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Initially, their attempts to slash the Devourer with knives had proven ineffective, failing to breach its iron-like muscles. Striking it felt akin to pounding on stone. Its physique was as hard as iron. After the initial shock, Wu Jingying exclaimed, "That Devourer stands over 7 meters tall, easily exceeding a ton in weight. To think that such a creature could be kicked over 100 meters away, what incredible force must that kick possess? Wanna, what kind of unparalleled powerhouse have we encountered in this young man?" Wu Jingying had witnessed Earth-ranked experts combat Devourers before, and even they had lost 2 members in the fray. Yet, this young man had single-handedly sent the Devourer hurtling through the air. Could it not suggest that his prowess was at least among the upper echelons of the Earth rank, if not celestial? It was utterly terrifying. How could such a formidable ability user appear in their humble locale? Lin Wanner, equally bewildered, remarked, "How would I know? We initially intended to raid the supermarket for supplies, but we encountered him just as he was exiting. In a mere moment, we were subdued." The true strength of the creature had never been witnessed. At that moment, Liu Yang had already dashed towards the ruins. Amidst the debris, he beheld the Devourer, its chest caved in. At this juncture, the Devourer was expelling black blood. Its torso transformed into a profound pit. Its innards had long since been shattered. Only a zombie could persist in such a state. Had it been a human, they would have perished beyond revival. Liu Yang approached the Devourer and delivered a powerful kick to its enormous head. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as the Devourer was propelled high into the air, landing not far from Wu Jingying and the others. As they gazed upon the Devourer, its head obliterated and lifeless before them, incredulity washed over their faces. A 7-meter-tall Devourer, dispatched with mere kicks? No supernatural abilities employed, simply a kick? Was this individual truly still human? How could muscles as impenetrable as steel be so easily shattered? His legs possessed strength surpassing that of a bullet? If his legs were so formidable and his foundation so unshakable, what fate awaited those who became his women? Even if they were possessed of abilities, they could scarcely withstand such power. At that moment, Liu Yang descended once more before Wu Jingying and her companions, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I have avenged your grievances against that sycophant. Now, you must honor your promise and surrender yourselves and your base to me." Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and another ability user named Qin Zi flushed crimson. This fellow. They had anticipated some grandiloquent proclamation from him after vanquishing the Devourer. Yet he remained fixated on that trivial matter. The remaining ability users atop the wall, leading the survivors, witnessed Liu Yang's feats, and their faces lit up with exhilaration. Initially, they had believed that their leaders, Big Sister and Wanner, were no match for the Devourer and would be overcome. Yet unexpectedly, a peerless powerhouse had emerged, sending the Devourer flying over 100 meters with a single kick. Then, with another swift motion, he sent it crashing back down. It was a display that left them in awe. In that moment, as they beheld the fallen devourer, they erupted into jubilant shouts. Incredible! The devourer has been defeated. We are saved. Brothers, rally together. Drive those zombies away. Just hold on until Big Sister and Juana return. Everyone, stay strong. Liu Yang's triumph over the devourer acted as a potent stimulant, igniting fervor among the survivors. They valiantly resisted the onslaught of the shed-skin creatures. However, the number of remaining ability users was regrettably insufficient. Even with their spirits lifted, they could not bridge the gap in strength. Many shed-skin creatures were on the verge of breaching the walls of defense. Liu Yang turned to Wu Jingying and urged, "Why hesitate? You must make a decision swiftly. Your base is on the brink of being breached." Wu Jingying, blushing, replied, I understand. Hurry and eliminate those zombies." It was long overdue. Liu Yang smiled, then soared into the sky, surveying the hordes of zombies below. Wu Jingying gasped, exclaiming, He can actually fly? What kind of supernatural ability has he awakened?" Lin Wanner, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Goodness, what kind of monster is this?" "Initially, I thought of bringing him back to the base so we could team up to eliminate him. In hindsight, how naive was that thought?" Soon, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. An ice sword instantaneously crystallized in Liu Yang's hand. Then, with a swift whoosh, the ice sword streaked through the air at supersonic speed, targeting the zombies below. The creatures could barely react before the ice sword decimated their heads, piercing through one after another. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 zombies had been obliterated. Wu Jingying and the others were left in utter disbelief. Sword-wielding to vanquish foes? Wasn't he that a trope reserved for fantasy novels? The speed at which he dispatched these zombies was astonishing. Even the molters showed no resistance. He didn't need to lift a finger, merely a thought allowed him to slay the undead. What an innate zombie slayer he was. After flying for over a minute, the ice sword eliminated all the zombies within Liu Yang's line of sight, ultimately returning to hover before him, its blade stained with dark crimson blood. Yet, even after claiming the lives of thousands of zombies, the ice sword remained as sharp as ever. With a mere thought, Liu Yang caused the ice sword to dissolve into countless ice crystals, scattering into the sky. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the survivor base. Chapter 112. Is he the first on the heavenly list? Within the confines of the base, the sight of the fallen zombies brought an end to the palpable tension that had gripped the survivors. They collapsed to the ground, utterly deflated, as if the very air had been let out of them. During the onslaught, they had fought with unwavering resolve, their adrenaline propelling them into a state of heightened alertness. Now, with the danger seemingly vanquished, they appeared utterly spent. Liu Yang soared through the sky, arriving above the survivor base. Upon his arrival, the onlookers erupted in excitement, their faces alight with exhilaration. They could not contain their elation, shouting in unison. It was that young man in black who vanquished the zombies. Indeed, he had eradicated every last one, including the devourer. How is it that he can fly? Could he be a divine savior sent to rescue us? Without him, we would have surely been consumed by the devourer. He has saved the lives of everyone in this base. Long live the savior. As they gazed upon Liu Yang in the heavens, their eyes brimmed with fervor, even reverence. Some survivors, overwhelmed by gratitude, fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly before him. They understood that had it not been for Liu Yang's intervention, even a single devourer would have spelled doom for them all. The prospect of their families, parents, children, loved ones, being devoured alive haunted them. Liu Yang's appearance illuminated their despair, offering a glimmer of hope that was more awe-inspiring than that of any deity. More and more survivors knelt in homage, save for a few empowered individuals. Liu Yang, commanding and authoritative, declared, I have slain the formidable devourer, vanquished the skinner that attacked your base, and eliminated the 2 third-tier zombies leading them. I have delivered you from peril. Your leader has entrusted the management of this base to me. Who among you consents, and who opposes? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment. Had the leader truly handed over the base to this young man? The ordinary survivors felt little difference. After all, they were not particularly invested in the identity of the base's leader. Many had not even glimpsed the leader's appearance, for the empowered were exalted figures, only to be regarded from afar. However, the remaining empowered individuals held a different perspective. Was this young man taking advantage of the situation? How could the leader possibly relinquish control to him? One empowered individual questioned, Should we resist? The 2 others replied, Resist? Do you truly believe we stand a chance against him? They had witnessed Liu Yang's prowess against the Devourer, capable of dispatching it with mere kicks, traversing the air, and wielding his sword with lethal precision. Could they, mere mortals, hope to oppose such strength? Another empowered individual added, "Moreover, our leader has not voiced any dissent. What grounds do we have for opposition?" Upon hearing these words, the extraordinary beings nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the leader expressed no dissent. Perhaps this individual is a close friend of hers, or maybe even her romantic partner. They are all part of the same family. Who is to say who manages the base? It is not their place as outsiders to interfere in the matters of a couple. Observing the lack of opposition, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction before proclaiming, "Very well, since there are no objections, I, Liu Yang, shall henceforth be the chief of this base. I will establish new regulations within this domain, and I assure you, you shall enjoy greater benefits and live better than before." However, Liu Yang's tone shifted, turning icy as he continued. "That said, let me make myself clear. The rules I set must be adhered to by everyone. Failure to comply will lead to but one fate, death." The chilling intonation caused shivers to run through all present. With a resounding thud, the remaining three extraordinary beings found themselves unable to withstand the bone-chilling threat, their knees buckling as they fell to the ground. They could not comprehend how they had knelt so submissively, yet when they attempted to rise, their weakened knees betrayed them. In the distance, Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, sprawled on the ground, watched Liu Yang's actions with expressions of helplessness. Wu Jingying remarked, "This fellow speaks of receiving the base from me. Yet it is nothing short of coercive usurpation." Lin Wanner replied, "He is undeniably domineering. Yet, amidst this dominance lies a charisma that elicits admiration." Even rendering him rather handsome, Wu Jingying shot Lin Wanner a disapproving glance. "You little minx, are you not becoming infatuated at this moment? Have you taken a fancy to him?" Lin Wanner countered, "Do you not find him handsome? Speak honestly to your conscience. Does he not possess charm?" Wu Jingying blushed, conceding, "He is indeed quite handsome, but he has taken my base." Suddenly, Chun Zi interjected, "Wait a moment, did you catch that? He just mentioned his name as Liu Yang. Liu Yang? Does that name not ring a bell?" Wu Jingying snapped back to reality, her face displaying shock. "Liu Yang? Could it be the Liu Yang who ranks first on the heavenly list? I cannot believe it. He is so young. This is truly astonishing." Lin Wanner's expression mirrored her surprise as she exclaimed, "My goodness! The top of the heavenly list? The very one who brought glory to our nation and trampled the Little Sun Empire's Yamashita underfoot?" Chun Zi observed, "No wonder he is so formidable. He is the number one among all extraordinary beings. There is no one in the world who rivals his prowess. It seems the Devourer met his deserved end." The three women gazed up at Liu Yang, their eyes filled with admiration. Although they had never encountered Liu Yang before, his name resonated loudly on the heavenly list. They had even indulged in fantasies about the identity of the first-ranked individual on the celestial leaderboard, pondering whether one must possess 3 heads and 6 arms to attain such a status. However, when they finally beheld Liu Yang, the true first of the celestial leaderboard, their expectations were utterly shattered. They were taken aback by his youthfulness and striking handsomeness, as well as the formidable prowess of his extraordinary abilities, which exuded an ethereal grace. He was nothing like the imagined figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he appeared as an ordinary young man, yet within him resided an immense reservoir of power. He effortlessly wielded a sword in midair to vanquish his foes, a method both simple and direct, exuding an undeniable charisma. Even Wu Jingying's gaze towards Liu Yang began to shimmer with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Chapter 113. How awkward. Observing Wu Jingying's gaze, Lin Wanner felt an unsettling discomfort. It was she who had encountered Liu Yang first, and he had even suggested they accompany him. Yet now, within the confines of the base, it appeared that Wu Jingying harbored an interest in Liu Yang as well. Would this not mean that Wu Jingying, the formidable woman, would seize the opportunity before her? Lin Wanner found herself enveloped in a sense of gloom. Had she known that this young man was none other than Liu Yang, the first on the heavenly rankings, she would have surrendered without hesitation, eagerly embracing the chance. It was her own narrow-mindedness that had held her back. To be associated with a woman of such stature, especially in this apocalyptic world, was akin to grasping onto a substantial lifeline, even a source of pride. It was as exhilarating as marrying a dashing prince in ancient times. The moment she laid eyes on Liu Yang, she sensed a unique aura emanating from him. If he were not her adversary, she would not be opposed to pursuing something more with him. It became evident that he was a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of the rankings. which explained the commanding presence he exuded. Both Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying had proven themselves as yellow rank experts through the stone tablet assessment. Having ascended the ranks, they understood the extraordinary nature of heavenly ranking experts, particularly the first among them, an unparalleled anomaly. Z, quickly help me up. I must return to the base, Lin Wanner insisted. They had been the first to meet Lu Yang, and it was crucial to make their presence felt before him. Otherwise, would they not risk being overshadowed by Wu Jingying? After all, Wu Jingying was the matriarch of the base, possessing both exceptional strength and striking beauty, matching Lin Wanner in allure. It was conceivable that Lu Yang might favor her instead. Lin Wanner was determined not to relinquish this opportunity to align herself with such a powerful ally. How many individuals might go a lifetime without ever encountering the first on the heavenly rankings? This could be her singular chance, and she had to seize it with both hands. All right, Sister Wanner, Chun Zi exclaimed, nodding eagerly as she assisted Lin Wanner to her feet. She could easily discern the emotions etched on Lin Wanner's face, mirroring her own sentiments. As they were the first to meet Lu Yang, they could not allow themselves to be eclipsed by other women within the base. Moreover, if she did not take the initiative, she would possess no advantage. In terms of strength, Chun Zi could not compete with Lin Wanner or Wu Jingying. Chun Zi, aside from her long, graceful legs, her well-defined waist, her striking figure, and her exquisitely refined features, she felt woefully inadequate. Oh, but being without merit could also be seen as a virtue. Apart from these scant advantages, she found herself lacking in comparison to others, compelling her to be more proactive. Supporting Lin Wanner, she hurried toward the base. As I traversed the path, the sight of the decapitated zombie corpses elicited a profound sense of reflection within me. The shedding-skinned beings exhibited formidable defenses. Even their weapons struggled to penetrate their adversaries, often becoming ensnared in the sinewy flesh. However, Lu Yang's flying sword accomplished the feat of dispatching all the shedding-skinned creatures with remarkable efficiency, taking just over a minute to achieve such a decisive victory. The disparity between individuals was stark. After witnessing the combat prowess of a true powerhouse, they came to realize the primitive nature of their own struggles. It was akin to watching others wield firearms while they themselves were still armed with mere stones and clubs. Observing Lin Wanner and Chen Zi making their way towards the base, Wu Jingying, unwilling to lag behind, called out to the nearby Esper, Old Five. Hurry and assist me inside. I must return to the base. Certainly, big sister. The survivor promptly helped Wu Jingying to her feet, and together they proceeded toward the base. Although he was a male Esper, the moment he witnessed Lu Yang's combat style and the striking figure he cut in the air, he was already captivated by Lu Yang's commanding presence. At that moment, he yearned to enter the base and behold this unparalleled powerhouse. How wonderful it would be to obtain a signature. As Lin Wan and Wu Jingying hastened back to the base, Lu Yang had completed his display of prowess in the skies and gently descended to the ground. Inside the base, everyone remained kneeling, their gazes fixed upon Lu Yang, their eyes brimming with excitement. He was the superlative hero who had rescued them from dire straits, vanquishing all the zombies, a true savior. Moreover, this savior was remarkably handsome, youthful, and exuded an undeniable charisma, truly a paragon of potential. Many women in the vicinity wore starry-eyed expressions, utterly entranced by Lu Yang, their eyes sparkling with admiration, even drooling with desire. At this moment, Wu Jingying and the others had also reached the sacred ground. Lu Yang, with an expression of mild astonishment, remarked, "I did not anticipate that you would manage to walk back despite sustaining such grievous injuries. It appears your strength is indeed commendable." The compliment from Lu Yang brought a flicker of joy to Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner. However, Lu Yang continued, "With such strength, you probably wouldn't even need to observe postpartum confinement after giving birth." At this utterance, both women's faces flushed crimson in an instant, a mix of anger and embarrassment washing over them. What was going on in this man's mind? One moment he spoke of their prowess, and the next he diverted to the topic of childbirth. Was this all that occupied his thoughts? Yet, amidst their confusion, a glimmer of anticipation emerged. The mention of childbirth, did it imply that Lu Yang had thoughts of procreation with them? Could it be that this top-ranking individual harbored feelings for them? Such a notion was indeed exhilarating. Observing the two women blushing and rendered speechless, Lu Yang inquired, "I previously stated that I shall have the final say in this base. You two are the most formidable women here. Do you have any objections?" Lin Wanner blushed as she said, I am merely your captive along with Ziyi. You, You can do whatever you wish to us. Of course, we have no objections. Just ask Sister Jingying." With that, she nearly buried her face in her chest, revealing an expression of profound shyness. Wu Jingying, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. Lin Wanner had always been the second in command at the base, possessing a strong and assertive character. When had she ever displayed such a demure demeanor? To even suggest that Lu Yang could do anything he wanted with her? How utterly revolting and nauseating. It was hard to fathom how she could utter such shameless words. I nearly felt embarrassed just listening to her. Chapter 114. Your weapons are inadequate. Lu Yang turned to Wu Jingying and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" At the gaze of Lu Yang, Wu Jingying's face flushed a vibrant red, her demeanor radiating bashfulness. She cleared her throat softly, her voice taking on a sultry tone as she replied, "When you saved the base, I had already promised that if you rescued me and the base, I would offer myself to you. Having surrendered myself to you, how could I possibly voice any dissent? Please, feel free to do as you wish within this base. You are its master." Upon hearing Wu Jingying's words, Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, while Jing Wanner's mouth gaped in astonishment, utterly speechless. Do as you wish with her? Coupled with her blushing, shy demeanor, could such words truly emanate from the base's formidable leader? Was this even a coherent expression? What man could withstand the allure of such an extraordinary beauty? Even seasoned veterans would falter before such a test. The other survivors in the base gazed in wide-eyed disbelief. They had never anticipated that their esteemed leader would utter such words, allowing someone to indulge in her whims. After all, Wu Jingying had previously been an unattainable goddess in the base, revered even by the abilities users, who looked up to her with admiration. For ordinary survivors, merely exchanging a word with her, or even catching a glimpse from afar, felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet now, this exalted figure openly invited Lu Yang to indulge himself with her. The contrast was astounding. Indeed, the goddess of ordinary folk became a docile lamb before a true powerhouse, entirely at the mercy of the strong. They regarded Lu Yang with not only admiration, but also a tinge of envy. Was this the realm of the strong? Was this the lifestyle of the powerful? Was this the attitude a goddess bore towards a strong man? Oh, how they longed for such a life. Grant me a day's experience as a powerful being. I would willingly face death for it. Lu Yang, taken aback by Wu Jingying's remarks, was astonished by her unexpected subservience. It seemed that these individuals had indeed been won over by him. He affectionately ruffled Wu Jingying's hair and expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Well done. I did not expect such awareness from you. How many people are there in your base?" Wu Jingying responded, "There are over 1,000 survivors. Originally, there were 10 ability users, but due to the recent battle, 3 have perished, leaving us with 7. Lu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Now, only 7 ability users remained, including Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chun Zi, comprising 3 of them. The remaining 4 were male survivors, yet their abilities were rather mediocre, comparable to those of Scarred Rat and Old Wong. "I shall establish new rules for you," Lu Yang proclaimed, proceeding to relay the regulations from other bases to this group. Upon hearing Lu Yang's new regulations, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Lu Yang's new rules not only have the resources they were required to submit, but also provided them with 50 pounds of potato seeds. This was truly an act befitting a great sage. It was a boon for the entire base. They could hardly fathom that Lu Yang possessed such formidable strength and was also so benevolent towards the inhabitants of the base. He was undoubtedly a natural leader. It was not merely Wu Jingying's voluntary handover of the base to Lu Yang that was impressive. Even the conditions he proposed were sufficient to ensure the unconditional obedience of everyone within the base. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, every individual strives for resources, often at the cost of their lives. Yet, Lu Yang's new regulations promised sustainable development and self-sufficiency. This fundamentally transformed their survival strategies in the apocalypse, illuminating a new path in the midst of darkness, a beacon of hope. If Lu Yang existed in ancient times, such actions would surely merit a bronze statue in his honor, securing his legacy through the annals of history. The crowd expressed their gratitude with resounding cheers. "Long live Lu Yang. You are our savior. How wonderful it would have been if you had arrived at our base sooner." Not only was he immensely powerful, effortlessly dispatching thousands of zombies, but he was also remarkably kind to the survivors, truly a saint among men. Following Lu Yang instilled a sense of security. As long as Lu Yang was at their base, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. A beautiful female survivor exclaimed, "Lord Lu Yang, I wish to bear your child." Another young lady chimed in. Lord Lu Yang, grant me your favor. I would do anything for just one night with you. Observing the youthful appearance of the girls, Lu Yang's expression shifted, and he quickly responded, Young ladies, let us not speak so recklessly. You are still quite young and do not fully comprehend many matters. Wait until you are older to discuss such things. After enjoying the adoration and cheers from the crowd, Lu Yang turned to Wu Jingying and the others, asking, Do you know why you struggle against those zombies? Wu Jingying was taken aback by the question, hesitating before replying. Is it because we are too weak? Lin Wanner added. The defenses of the Devourers are too strong. Their black muscles are as hard as stone, and our weapons cannot penetrate them. Even with the enhancement of abilities, we cannot breach their defenses, which is the root of our failures. Qin Zi remarked, even the muscles of ordinary shed-skin zombies are quite thick. We must strike vital areas to inflict damage, let alone the 6 or 7 meter tall Devourers. Ultimately, they attributed their failures to their lack of strength, unlike Lu Yang, who could effortlessly wield his sword against foes, dispatching them with a mere thought. Seeing their self-awareness, Lu Yang encouraged them. In truth, your abilities are commendable. You have already surpassed many ordinary ability users. Unfortunately, without good equipment to enhance your capabilities, it leads to such dismal outcomes. Wu Jingying shook her head and said helplessly, In the apocalypse, being able to acquire a machete is already considered fortunate. What more can one ask for? Their weapons were all discovered while scavenging for resources. Unless one hoards weapons during peacetime, even those with supernatural abilities can only manage to find items such as fruit knives, machetes, or kitchen knives. Unlike Lu Yang, who can conjure them from thin air. With a mere thought, Lu Yang manifested a long ice blade in his hand. He thrust the ice knife against the concrete wall, and with a swift motion, the blade effortlessly pierced through the hard surface as if it were soft tofu, burying itself entirely within the wall, leaving only the hilt protruding. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Wanner and the others were utterly astonished, their mouths agape as they stood frozen in place. Chapter 115. Defending the base. How could a weapon forged from ice be so remarkably sharp? Is not ice considered the most fragile of materials? This was a concrete wall over 10 centimeters thick, a barrier that even bullets would struggle to penetrate. Yet, Lu Yang effortlessly shattered it with his ice weapon. What kind of ancient ice is this? It is astonishingly powerful. The onlookers gazed longingly at the weapon in Lu Yang's hands. If only they could wield such a weapon, slaying zombies would be as effortless as mowing grass. The Shedder, with its formidable muscles, could any muscle surpass the strength of a concrete wall? If I possessed this weapon, a single strike would cleave that wretched devourer in twain. Indeed, only a warrior of Lu Yang's caliber deserves such a formidable weapon. Such armaments, even in times of peace, would be worth their weight in gold. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, their value is incalculable. After all, possessing such a flawless weapon in a moment of crisis could decisively alter the tide of battle and ensure one's survival. Lu Yang remarked, You see, if you had this weapon, even a devourer would likely fall to your blade. By the way, your strength should qualify you for the yellow list. Have you not received a reward from the stone tablet? Zhang Jingyu's brother, Zhang Jinglin, was merely a yellow list adept, yet he acquired a blacklight blade. Although not as powerful as the ice blade, it was still sufficient to cleave a devourer in two. Now, Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying should be strong enough to enter the yellow list. Did they not receive any rewards? Lu Yang was intrigued. Wu Jingying responded, Indeed. We have entered the yellow list. I rank over 500, while Wanner is in the 800s. However, our rewards were not weapons. Can the stone tablet rewards yield weapons or equipment? Listening to her, Lu Yang was taken aback. You did not receive equipment? What then did you obtain? Zhang Jinglin received the blacklight blade, and Lu Yang himself acquired the dark cloak. Both were indeed pieces of equipment. What could Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying have received? Wu Jingying replied, I obtained a potion that enhanced my basic strength by approximately 5%. Lin Wanner added, I received a pet, a rural dog named Wankai. He is remarkably intelligent, far more than a typical dog, capable of understanding human speech. Lu Yang. So the stone tablet rewards can yield such peculiar items? Is it entirely a matter of luck? A dog? That reward leaves much to be desired. In this world of food scarcity, adding a pet to the mix is merely compounding one's troubles. However, a rural dog weighing 30 to 40 pounds could be seen as the stone tablet rewarding me with dog meat, which might prove quite savory. It seems I was indeed fortunate to have received the dark cloak. Lu Yang concluded, Never mind, Let us not dwell on this further. This weapon is yours. As he spoke, he directly handed the ice blade to Wu Jingying. A look of astonishment instantly illuminated her face. You, are you really giving this to me? Is it true? Such a powerful weapon must be exceedingly rare. Perhaps it is the only one in the world. Are you truly giving it to me? In that moment, Wu Jingying felt an overwhelming sense that Lu Yong might just be her destined Prince Charming, generously bestowing upon her such a noble weapon. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her as well? A magnanimous man was undeniably captivating. This weapon, one could argue, was unparalleled even in times of peace, let alone in the apocalypse. At that instant, Wu Jingying resolved to steadfastly follow Lu Yong for the rest of her life, becoming his most loyal companion. Observing her excitement, Lu Yong felt somewhat bashful and remarked, "It's not that precious, really." With that, he concentrated once more, and 3 identical weapons materialized in his hands. Wu Jingying was taken aback. She had originally believed that such a precious and formidable weapon existed only in singularity, only to discover that Lu Yong had a wholesale supply of them. Come on. You should have mentioned you had so many. I got all worked up for nothing, revealing my own ignorance in the process. Lu Yong, oblivious to the awkward expression on Wu Jingying's face, turned to Lin Wanner and said, "This one is for you." I get one too. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Lu Yong, you are so kind. Lin Wanner's face was instantly alight with excitement. She had thought that only Wu Jingying possessed such privilege. But now she too was included. It was simply wonderful. Lu Yong was indeed equitable. He then looked at Chunzi and said, "This one is yours." Chunzi was immediately filled with excitement, incredulously exclaiming, "I get one too?" Given her strength was already lesser than that of Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, and she had not even entered the yellow rankings, it was astonishing to her that Lu Yong would bestow a weapon upon her despite her weakness. Tears welled in her eyes, and the gaze she directed at Lu Yong was filled with admiration. She resolved that since her abilities paled in comparison to her 2 sisters, yet Lu Yong treated her equally, she would strive to ensure his comfort in every possible way. Lu Yong still held the final ice blade in his hand. The remaining 4 male survivors watched this scene unfold, their faces betraying hopeful expressions. Would this last weapon be bestowed upon one of them? If so, who would be the fortunate recipient? Each of them felt a surge of tension, their heartbeats quickening, breaths becoming shallow, and their throats parched with anticipation. To possess such a weapon would undoubtedly double their strength. Even when facing the Devourers, they would not be without the means to fight back. They even contemplated in their hearts that if Lu Yong could bestow this weapon upon them, they would be willing to toil like oxen or serve like cats and dogs. However, Lu Yong's actions took them by surprise, for he did not give the weapon to anyone. Instead, he simply cast it aside, instantly embedding it atop the tallest building of the base. The ice sword shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating a chilling glare. Lu Yong proclaimed, "I shall leave this weapon within your base. When the need arises, any one of you may draw it forth to defend this stronghold." Chapter 116. Slaying enemies beyond 100 li, gazing at the glimmering frost sword, which was firmly embedded atop the highest edifice of their base. The 4 remaining male survivors displayed expressions of exhilaration. In times of necessity, each individual could draw the sword to fend off adversaries. Did this not imply that every one of us had the opportunity to wield this magnificent weapon? Truly marvelous. Such a rare and unparalleled divine armament. To possess such a weapon would undoubtedly bolster one's confidence in battle by 100%. Even in the face of formidable foes, one would feel empowered to engage in combat. Thank you, Lord Lu Yong. The 4 psychics knelt before Lu Yong in gratitude. To them, this ice sword was an exceedingly precious weapon, and Lu Yong's south decision to place it within the base for their use was nothing short of a monumental blessing. They could scarcely fathom that such a powerful weapon could be conjured by Lu Yong at will, in countless numbers. At this juncture, Lu Yong addressed Wu Jingying and her companions, saying, "Well, it seems we have nearly concluded our business here. You may accompany me now." He intended to escort the 3 psychics back to his villa district. Wu Jingying, however, wore a hesitant expression and remarked, "Though I would very much like to return with you, our base has already suffered losses among the psychics, and its strength has diminished significantly. If we 3 formidable psychics were to depart, the base's defenses would be further weakened. Should a zombie invasion occur, they may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand." Lu Yong chuckled, "Do not worry. I will keep one zombie here to guard the entrance. I can perceive through the zombie's eyes." allowing me to be aware of everything transpiring here from 1,000 li away. If a powerful zombie invasion does occur, I will handle it. Not to mention, Lu Yong's flight speed had already surpassed 4 times the speed of sound. Even if the base were threatened, he could arrive within a minute. Moreover, his freezing skill allowed him to manipulate distances exceeding 100 kilometers. Wu Jingying interjected, "Even if you are strong, you are not omnipresent. What if you are preoccupied at an inopportune moment, say, during a bathroom break, and suddenly the base is besieged by zombies? You cannot simply appear instantaneously." Lu Yong could not help but laugh at her words. This woman possessed quite the imagination. A zombie invasion while one is in the restroom? Haha. Why not suggest that I am engaged in a card game with a woman when the zombies strike? It is not as if I can instantly break my focus and rush back here. Observing Lu Yang's amused demeanor, Wu Jingying inquired with confusion, "What are you laughing at? Is what I said not reasonable? No matter how powerful you are, or how swift your speed, you cannot be vigilant at all times. You must eat, bathe, relieve yourself, and even sleep with women." Lu Yang gently patted her head and replied, "That is precisely why I will leave a zombie to keep watch here and have placed an ice sword as well. The zombie can provide me with the necessary surveillance. Then I can command my icy sword to strike down the zombies, even from 100 miles away, without needing to approach personally. A mere thought allows me to vanquish my foes. What? My heavens, is such a thing possible?" Upon hearing Lu Yang's proclamation, Wu Jingying and the others were left in astonishment. From a distance of 100 miles, as long as he could control the zombies to provide vision, he could wield his sword to slay enemies? Goodness gracious! This ability is truly formidable. If Lu Yang wields such a powerful sword to safeguard the area, even an overwhelming horde of zombies would not incite panic. They had witnessed Lu Yang's prowess in combat. That ice sword could fly at supersonic speeds, decapitating each zombie it encountered. In mere minutes, he could eliminate over 1,000 zombies. No wonder Lu Yang spoke with such confidence. He possessed this extraordinary capability. Truly, he deserved to be ranked first on the heavenly leaderboard. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Now, you can accompany me back to my villa district, for from this moment on, you are all under my protection." Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chunzi blushed and nodded, shyly responding, "We understand." "Excellent." Lu Yang then addressed Xiaowu, the strongest male power user in the base, saying, "From now on, this survivor base will be under your leadership alongside the other 3 power users. You will dictate its operations based on the rules I have established. Should any danger arise, I will handle it. Furthermore, ensure that the beautiful young female survivors are housed separately in one building, guaranteeing their food supply and safety. I will provide their sustenance." The young power user Xiaowu promptly replied, "No problem, Boss Lu Yang. You can rest assured. I will ensure the smooth operation of this base and will not let you down." At that moment, Lu Yang had become a godlike figure in the eyes of these power users. Their admiration for him reached its zenith when he used his flying sword to slay zombies, transforming their gratitude for rescuing them from the despair of a zombie siege into reverence for Lu Yang. In the hearts of all at this base, Lu Yang was a being more exalted than a deity. Looking into their earnest eyes, Lu Yang nodded with reassurance. He then proceeded to the base's storage, depositing ample potatoes for cultivation and reward, along with a significant supply of food for the beautiful maidens. After all, these maidens were intended as Lu Yang's potential partners for expansion. Once the 30 maidens in Lu Yang's villa district had successfully flourished, he would begin selecting new maidens from this villa. It was imperative to ensure their well-being and safety. After accomplishing all of this, Lu Yang turned to Wu Jingying and the others, stating, "It is now time for us to return. But how shall we return? We cannot fly." Wu Jingying and the others lamented. "Do not worry, for I am here." With a wave of his hand, a magnificent ice vehicle materialized instantly. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, along with others, gazed in astonishment at the translucent ice vehicle before them. How exquisite, how beautiful it was. It appeared as though it had been crafted from diamonds, surpassing even Cinderella's crystal slippers in delicacy. Yet, could this vehicle truly be driven? "Let us get inside. I shall take you on a journey," Lu Yang proclaimed. The 3 women instinctively nodded in agreement and then settled into the vehicle. In an instant, the ice car ascended into the air, soaring at a velocity exceeding 4 times the speed of sound, racing towards the villa district. The sky erupted with deafening sonic booms. Only Lu Yang, with his eternally frozen creation, could withstand such extraordinary supersonic speeds. Chapter 117. Return to the villa, the mutant fish in less than a minute. Liu Yang had returned to the villa area with his ice vehicle. Upon his arrival, the striking, crystalline car he drove captured the attention of all the girls present. He, Yushur, and the others quickly emerged, gazing from a distance at the magnificent vehicle, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. What a beautiful car! It surpasses any luxury vehicle I've ever seen by 100-fold, Zhao Lina exclaimed. And the people inside are even more stunning. Each one exudes such charm. They clearly possess extraordinary abilities. Where on earth did Liu Yang manage to find 3 ability users? Su Xiao lamented, "It's so frustrating. Why haven't we awakened yet? I, too, desire to awaken my powers." A hint of melancholy crossed her features as she spoke. Once a celebrated star, she had believed herself to hold an advantage among Liu Yang's women, considering her status a coveted aspiration for many. Yet now, as Liu Yang continued to bring home more women, including several with extraordinary abilities, her feelings of inadequacy grew. In this post-apocalyptic world, having extraordinary powers was far more esteemed than celebrity status in times of peace. She longed to awaken her abilities, questioning her unfortunate luck. Why had she not yet awakened? It was truly disheartening. Shindan interjected, "What use is awakening extraordinary powers? We are all expecting now, aren't we? Are we to disregard our health and rush into Liu Yang's room?" She added, "Even if I were to awaken, aside from enhancing my physical capabilities, I doubt it would make much difference." Zhou Kiki chimed in. Indeed, to Liu Yang, it seems that having abilities makes no distinction. He is so powerful that ordinary ability users appear no different from regular people in his eyes. Even without awakening, Liu Yang has not treated us poorly, has he? Zhang Jingyu agreed. That is true, but without awakening, I still feel a sense of discomfort. My own brother is an ability user. Why didn't I inherit that gene? It's truly perplexing. Wang Siki remarked, I, for one, am indifferent. If I don't awaken, so be it. Life is quite pleasant as it is, carefree and without worries. Compared to the struggles faced by others in this apocalypse, we are fortunate. Without Liu Yang's presence, I might have perished long ago. The other girls nodded in agreement with Wang Siki's words. Indeed, although some had yet to awaken their powers, living such a worry-free existence in these dire times was a rare blessing. One should not be overly demanding, but rather appreciate what they have. Compared to those who had met grim fates at the hands of zombies or perished from hunger in their confinement, they were undeniably fortunate. At that moment, Wu Jingying and her companions also noticed Yushur and her friends. They were astonished to discover such an assembly of unparalleled beauties residing in this villa area. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Liu Yang was a man whose conversations invariably revolved around procreation, and it was only natural that he would attract numerous women. They even speculated whether other survivors were relentlessly scouring for food simply to survive. Liu Yang, it seems, spends his days in pursuit of enchanting beauties. Upon noticing Yushur and others engaged in animated discussion, he waved at them. The moment they saw Liu Yang's gesture, they hurried over, encircling him like stars around the moon. Yushur remarked, Liu Yang, where have you been scavenging for supplies this time? And you've brought back 3 such stunning sisters. Baihu added, these 3 must be capable individuals, right? Together, you could establish a base for extraordinary abilities. Have their bases been compromised by you? At that moment, Wu Jingying realized that Baihu was also an extraordinary ability wielder, and her attention was drawn to 2 more in the crowd, Taozi and Shindan, both possessing unique powers. Particularly, when she laid eyes on Taozi, an involuntary thrill coursed through her. This was undoubtedly a formidable wielder of extraordinary abilities. Although not quite on par with Liu Yang, she was certainly more powerful than those ranked on the yellow list, at least a skilled individual on the mysterious list. Wu Jingying had initially presumed Liu Yang's base was filled with mere ornamental figures, only to discover 3 female wielders among them. This revelation diminished the pride of the newly arrived ability wielders. Liu Yang stated, allow me to introduce, these 3 are my newly acquired female ability wielders, Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chenzi. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the women beamed with warmth. Yushur, with a radiant smile, was the first to speak. Hello, I'm Yushur. Welcome to our family in the villa area. We are all quite amiable, and from now on, we shall be sisters. Zhao Lina chimed in, indeed. We are all easy to get along with, sharing similar interests, such as our affection for Liu Yang, huh? Zhao Lina cracked a joke, bursting into laughter, which soon prompted Su Xiao and Chun Dan to join in. Zhou Kiki added, especially Liu Yang's level 16 Gale. It's simply irresistible, haha. Wu Jingying and her companions were perplexed by their sense of humor, yet, as newcomers, they could only awkwardly join in the laughter, observing this carefree group of laughing beauties. Despite not understanding their humor, they sensed a welcoming spirit amongst them. Each woman introduced herself in turn, and then Chun Dan suggested, "Let us go. It's almost time for lunch. We should return to the villa together. With new sisters among us, we must prepare a sumptuous meal." Upon hearing this, He Yusher's spirits soared, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. We can enjoy some delicious food." Zhao Lina, as if struck by inspiration, turned to Liu Yang and said, "Liu Yang, a few days ago while strolling by the river with Yusher and the others, we discovered that there are fish in our villa's river. Big ones, too. I think you should take a fishing rod and try your luck. Perhaps you could catch some fresh fish to enhance our meals." He Yusher echoed, "Absolutely yes. Just yesterday, we witnessed those fish leaping out of the water, and what a sizable specimen it was. However, you need not fish for them. With your astonishing speed, you could simply soar over and catch them before they even realize what is happening. Are there really large fish?" Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by He Yusher and Zhao Lina's words. This villa district indeed boasts a river flowing through it. After all, a luxurious residential area is characterized by its proximity to both mountains and water, with crystal-clear streams and picturesque landscapes. Moreover, this river is the largest in Donghai City, directly linking to the East Sea. However, he had never heard of any large fish residing in the river of this villa district. Could they possibly be mutated fish? Chapter 118. The Mermaid Monster? Liu Yang immediately became somewhat vigilant. If there were indeed any mutated fish, he felt compelled to investigate. He certainly did not want to pose a threat to the residents of the villa district. Addressing the group, Liu Yang stated, "Very well. I shall take a look at the large fish in the river. If there are indeed any, I will catch one to enhance your meals." Although he had gathered a substantial amount of frozen meats and seafood from the supermarket's cold storage, nothing could compare to the freshness of a live catch. He Yusher and Zhao Lina nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Thus, the women returned to the villa to prepare a meal, while Liu Yang made his way to the riverside. Upon arriving at the river, Liu Yang observed that the previously tranquil waters had become agitated. Numerous dark shadows darted beneath the surface, and occasionally, a large fish would leap out of the water, creating a significant splash upon its return. Astonished, Liu Yang thought, "Is the fish population in this river truly so abundant? If anglers were to witness this, even from hundreds of kilometers away, they would undoubtedly rush here to cast their lines. The zombies along the way would be powerless to hinder their pursuit." However, he also recognized that this situation was decidedly unnatural. In times of peace, although there had been fish in the river, their numbers had never been so plentiful or so large. With a flick of his mind, Liu Yang summoned an ice needle, which swiftly pierced the water, flipping a fish onto its back, exposing its white belly as it floated to the surface. Enveloping the fish in ice, he brought it before him. Gazing at the creature's lifeless form, Liu Yang murmured, "It is a sturgeon, quite sizable, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Yet, it appears normal, nothing mutated about it. This species typically resides in the ocean, returning to freshwater to spawn, but the current season was not one for spawning." Observing their frantic movements, it seemed less like a spawning ritual and more as if they were fleeing from a threat. Could it be that danger lurked downstream? He had to investigate further. Determined, Liu Yang soared above the river, following its course downstream. While he flew, the fish swam in the opposite direction, frantically fleeing. After several minutes of flight, covering dozens of kilometers, Liu Yang finally spotted other creatures emerging on the water's surface, approximately 10 kilometers from the river's mouth. These creatures were preying upon the sturgeons. No wonder the sturgeons were swimming upstream in a panic. What were those beings? Sleek and jet black, they moved swiftly through the water, outpacing the sturgeons. They bore a semblance to humans, yet their skin was dark, and their teeth were sharp, reminiscent of a shark's. Could they be mutated zombies with the ability to swim? As Liu Yang pondered this, the mutated creatures became aware of his presence. Swish! A spear transformed into a shadow, soaring directly from the water towards Liu Yang's face. Astonishingly, it wielded a weapon. Liu Yang's surprise deepened. Although the spear traveled at remarkable speed, to him, it appeared as if in slow motion. He effortlessly grasped it, then, with a swift motion, hurled it back, the spear now flying towards the adversary with even greater velocity. Whoosh! Thud! The sharp spear pierced the opponent's shoulder instantaneously. The creature let out a shriek before plunging into the water. its massive black tail slapping the surface as it vanished from Liu Yang's sight. Upon glimpsing that enormous black tail, Liu Yang was further astounded. Was this a mermaid? How could it differ so drastically from the enchanting mermaids of legend, appearing so grotesque? The other mutated beings, witnessing their companion's injury, became frenzied, launching spears at Liu Yang with reckless abandon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen spears hurtled towards him. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have likely been skewered. However, Liu Yang was far from ordinary. With a mere thought, a colossal ice shield manifested before him. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding against ice resonated as the spears ricocheted, plummeting into the water. The resilient ice shield was impervious to such commonplace projectiles, leaving no trace upon its surface. Seeing Liu Yang's formidable prowess, the creatures abandoned their assault and turned to flee. They plunged into the water, intending to escape. Did they wish to repeat their earlier tactic? The first time they evaded capture was due to my ignorance of their capabilities. The second time, they shall not succeed. With a mere glance, Liu Yang unleashed a flurry of ice needles that shot forth. Yet, upon contact, they did not pierce their bodies. Instead, they enveloped them in a frigid embrace, freezing them into statues of ice. A dozen mutated mermaids floated upon the water's surface. With a wave of his hand, Liu Yang summoned them, encased in ice, to the shore. He scrutinized the frozen creatures closely. Their skin was dark, the upper halves resembling human flesh, while their lower bodies were adorned with black scales, their tails appearing robust and powerful. No wonder they swam with such swiftness. Among them were both male and female mermaids. The females even possessed breasts akin to those of humans, yet each one was grotesque, bearing sharp, shark-like teeth that rendered their appearances repulsive and terrifying. Even Liu Yang, genetically enhanced, dared not entertain any bold thoughts regarding those mouths. After all, who would harbor such thoughts about a fish? If one were to be attracted to a fish, could it still be deemed human? As Liu Yang pondered these thoughts, one of the mutated mermaids unexpectedly spoke. You, who are you? Despicable human. How dare you assault our black fish kin? Our people will not let you go. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Liu Yang was taken aback. He inquired, Oh, you can speak? What are you? Black fish. Is there a white fish as well? The black fish retorted, White fish. A bunch of rubbish. We black fish are the true progenitors of the merfolk. Release us at once, or you shall face the wrath of our kind. Liu Yang let out a cold chuckle and replied, Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to threaten me? Here is your last chance. Tell me about your blackfish clan, and perhaps, in a moment of goodwill, I might consider your release. The blackfish, unfazed by Liu Yang's intimidation, shot back, You despicable human. Do you think the times remain as they once were? Your kind will not last much longer. Do you still dare to threaten me? You are courting death. Bang! Before it could finish its sentence, Liu Yang had already dispatched it with an ice needle to the head. Captain, Captain, how dare you kill our leader? The other black fish, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless, and they cried out in panic. Chapter 119, The Treasure Map? Observing the captain, now lifeless from a gunshot wound, the other black fish were taken aback. They had never anticipated that this human would act with such decisiveness, uttering not a single word before taking the life of their kin. Liu Yang, noting the shock evident on the faces of the black fish, understood that his intimidation had been sufficiently impactful. He addressed the remaining black fish, stating, Your captain dared to threaten me, and thus he has met his demise. I will pose some questions to you, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Otherwise, he will be the fate that awaits you. You must be dreaming. We shall never submit. You have slain our captain. Our clan will not let you escape unscathed. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall ensure you suffer. You remain unaware of the lineage you have provoked. We, the Blackfish, are an ancient race that has existed for millennia. The strength of our elders far surpasses yours. Just wait and see how you meet your end. Liu Yang furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not expected these grotesque beings to be so obstinate. It seemed unnecessary to spare them any further. Although there were female blackfish among them, their appearance was too unappealing for Liu Yang to consider mercy. With a mere glance, the fate of the remaining blackfish was sealed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several blackfish fell, lifeless, leaving only one female blackfish standing. She exclaimed, You dared to kill our captain and slaughter the others. You vile creature. You have made an enemy of the blackfish. Your demise is inevitable. Even in her solitude, she refused to yield. However, Liu Yang remained indifferent to her defiance. extending 2 fingers toward her. The remaining female black fish, seeing his gesture, panicked. What? What do you intend to do? Even if you force yourself upon me, I shall never submit. Lu Yang, realizing her misunderstanding, scoffed. You are deluding yourself. Take a good look at yourself. Your skin is as dark as a shadow. Even if you were unclothed, I could never entertain thoughts about such a creature. Although Lu Yang had a penchant for women, it was solely for the fair and beautiful. Who would ever be drawn to something so dark and uninviting? The black fish retorted, You discriminate against those with dark skin. You're a racist against fish. Smack. Lu Yang's hand struck her face with such force that she collapsed to the ground. Several of her shark-like teeth dislodged. He scolded, How absurd. I could tolerate a beautiful woman throwing punches, but you, a mere fish, dare to challenge me? Do you not realize that my deliberate strikes are aimed specifically at female fighters? With her face swollen and bruised, she finally fell silent. Lu Yang placed his fingers upon her forehead and initiated the soul chain. This marked the first time he had employed the soul chain on a creature other than a human, and he was uncertain of its effectiveness. 5 minutes later, he received a notification. Congratulations, host. The soul chain has been successfully cast. At that moment, the expression in the black fish's eyes transformed entirely. The initial rage and fear had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of submission. Lu Yang inquired, Please share with me the information regarding your kind, the black merfolk. Certainly. Esteemed one, replied the female black merfolk, nodding her head before she began to recount. Our merfolk lineage is an ancient race, divided into black merfolk and white merfolk. We have existed for millennia, typically retreating to the depths of the ocean during times of peace, striving to remain distant from humans. Throughout history, humans have regarded us as monsters, and upon discovery, we face extermination. Although our physical prowess surpasses that of humans, we cannot contend with their technology and weaponry. No matter how formidable our bodies are, they cannot withstand human destroyers, aircraft carriers, or nuclear submarines. Consequently, our habitat has been continually diminished. However, with the onset of the apocalypse and the drastic reduction of the human population, we no longer need to hide. Just moments ago, we were hunting sturgeons when your esteemed self appeared, Lu Yang remarked. So, the merfolk are divided into black and white? What distinguishes the white merfolk from you? The black merfolk responded. The white merfolk possess skin of a purer white hue. Their upper bodies mirror that of humans, indistinguishable in appearance, lacking the sharp fangs and claws we possess, and resembling humans even more closely. To us, white merfolk are deemed impure members of our race. The black and white merfolk are sworn adversaries. Moreover, we have recently captured the princess of the white merfolk. Hearing this, Lu Yang felt perplexed. You are all merfolk. Why must you be enemies? And why have you seized the princess of the white merfolk? Is it due to envy of her beauty? Indeed, the black merfolk were rather grotesque. Their upper bodies, while humanoid, diverged significantly in detail. Their flat noses resembled those of gorillas. Their teeth were sharp like a shark's. Their pupils were vertical like those of cold-blooded creatures. Their faces bore numerous wrinkles, and protruding bone spikes adorned their cheeks, entirely defying human aesthetic standards. The black merfolk replied, I cannot fathom the reason. We have been taught from a young age that black merfolk and white merfolk are enemies. All we know is that white merfolk are our foes. As for why we captured the white merfolk princess, it is, of course, to acquire the other half of the map leading to the treasure of the undersea palace. The treasure of the undersea palace? Lu Yang was taken aback by this revelation. The black merfolk continued. Indeed, the legendary treasure of the merfolk palace can only be located with the map, which has been divided into 2 halves, one in the possession of the black merfolk and the other with the white merfolk. Thus, in light of the apocalypse, when humans can no longer influence the ocean, this is the most opportune moment to seek the treasure. Once we obtain the merfolk treasure, we will rejuvenate our race and ascend to become the most powerful species in the world. Lu Yang felt invigorated by the black merfolk's words. A treasure of the merfolk could directly revitalize their lineage, making them the most formidable race. One could only speculate whether these merfolk were brainwashed or if the legend held truth. If it were indeed true, what riches must lie within that treasure? Should they claim it as their own, it would surely be a delight. Lu Yang made a resolute decision in his heart. He must acquire the treasure map of the mermaid's underground palace. As long as the treasure map is in his possession, others would be unable to seize the treasure, and its contents would inevitably belong to him. Lu Yang said to the black mermaid, Take me to your hiding place. The Black Mermaid replied, "My lord, the stronghold of the Black Mermaid clan lies beneath the sea, and as a human, you may find it difficult to breathe underwater." Beneath the sea, indeed. Yet, I am determined to obtain that treasure map. Liu Yang's expression revealed his dilemma. The allure of the Mermaid clan's underground treasure was undeniably enticing. However, despite his attributes being several times greater than those of an ordinary person, he lacked the ability to breathe underwater. If he were to enter the ocean, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. The Black Mermaid continued, "I can attempt to assist you, my lord, by stealing the Black Mermaid's half of the treasure map. But the White Mermaid's half has yet to surface. The Black Mermaid is still interrogating the White Mermaid princess, and thus far, there are no results." Chapter 120. Crafting a Submarine. Pursuing the merfolk after contemplating for a moment, Liu Yang decided to directly simulate the future. The merfolk were an enigmatic race, and their stronghold was a place Liu Yang had never visited, leaving him uncertain of the dangers he might encounter. Therefore, prior to taking action, Liu Yang needed to conduct a thorough analysis to discover the optimal solution. "My lord, you must make a decision swiftly. The injured mermen you encountered may have already returned to their stronghold, which could expose your information and provoke retaliation from the Merman clan. They will undoubtedly become more vigilant." A female merman interjected, noticing Liu Yang lost in thought. Liu Yang remained in contemplation for a minute, during which he simulated the future 3 times in his mind and ultimately identified the best course of action. With his thoughts pulled back from the simulations, a confident expression graced his face as he declared, "All right, I know what to do next. Lead me to the Merman clan stronghold." Through his analysis, Liu Yang discerned the location of the Merman stronghold and gained insight into their capabilities. Even the strongest merman warriors possessed only 3 to 4 times the basic attributes of an ordinary human, and they lacked any special abilities. However, in the water, even those with extraordinary powers would likely find themselves outmatched. The aquatic environment significantly amplified the merfolk's strength. Nevertheless, Liu Yang regarded them as feeble once he entered their stronghold. He could eradicate the entire merman clan in less than half an hour. He had even pinpointed the location of the half-treasure map belonging to the merman clan. Additionally, he discovered the most effective method to enter the water. Liu Yang felt no trepidation regarding underwater combat. "My lord, are you truly going to proceed? Without warships or submarines, humans cannot possibly contend with the merfolk." The merman expressed his concerns. Liu Yang replied confidently, "I am not an ordinary human. Just follow my instructions." "Very well." The merman acquiesced, nodding before diving into the river and swimming towards the sea. Liu Yang soared above, trailing behind her. In truth, Liu Yang already knew the location of the merman stronghold. He had only requested the captured merman to lead the way because she still had some utility left. After swimming several kilometers, the merman entered the ocean and continued for a few more kilometers until they arrived at a small island. Beneath this island lay the cavern that served as the Merman clan stronghold. This stronghold was quite expansive. The entire area beneath the island appeared to be hollow, filled with a labyrinth of intricate tunnels, resembling an underwater village. "My lord, this is the place. Would you like to wait here while I descend to steal the treasure map?" the merman suggested. Liu Yang shook his head. "No need. I shall accompany you." With that, his entire body became encased in ice, resembling a submarine crafted from ice. This cylindrical vessel measured approximately 2 meters in diameter and 5 meters in length. In essence, the submarine's volume is approximately 515 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter of air can sustain a person's breath for roughly 2 hours. Thus, within this submarine, Liu Yang is capable of breathing for at least 30 hours. Furthermore, within the confines of the submarine, Liu Yang can directly manipulate ice blades from a distance to attack his adversaries, ensuring that even submerged in the ocean, his prowess remains undiminished. The Black Mermaid, witnessing Liu Yang's actions, was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated his formidable strength. Just moments ago, she had remarked that without submarines or warships, humanity stood no chance against merfolk. Yet here was a human conjuring an ice submarine out of thin air. Such a display of power was truly remarkable. With a thunderous roar, Liu Yang's frozen submarine splashed into the water, sending forth a colossal wave. Once submerged, Liu Yang propelled forward at a velocity akin to that of a cannonball, far exceeding the speed of any military submarine. While torpedoes travel at less than 100 kilometers per hour, Liu Yang commanded his ice submarine at speeds reaching thousands of kilometers per hour. However, He refrained from unleashing its full potential, concerned that the captured black mermaid could not keep pace, thus maintaining a speed equivalent to hers. Lu Yang soon discerned the disparity between manipulating ice in water and in air. Achieving the same velocity in water demanded significantly more mental energy, likely due to the greater resistance encountered underwater. Nonetheless, Lu Yang's mental fortitude had surged to tenfold that of an average individual. He lacked for nothing in that regard. As Lu Yang and the female black mermaid approached the merfolk's stronghold, an injured male black mermaid had already returned to their base. Upon seeing his wounds, the other merfolk expressed shock, inquiring, "Old Seven, what happened to you? How did you sustain such an injury?" Clutching his wound, Old Seven grimaced in pain, recounting, "We were hunting sturgeons when we unexpectedly encountered a human. I attempted a stealthy strike with my spear, only to discover his formidable strength, resulting in my own injury from his spear." He continued, "Subsequently, the captain and the others were captured, prompting my hasty return to alert you all." The black merfolk, upon hearing Old Seven's account, exhibited astonishment, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Could it be that, even in this apocalypse, they possess advanced technology? In terms of physical prowess, our merfolk race surpasses humanity." Old Seven asserted, "That individual is no ordinary human. He can fly. Moreover, he seems capable of directly manipulating ice. We stand no chance against him." The others responded, "So formidable. We must immediately inform the elders and devise a countermeasure." "Wait, you returned to the tribe injured. They won't be able to track you down, will they?" Old Seven shook his head, replying, "No, they were preoccupied with the captain and the others. I managed to escape unnoticed. That's a relief. Let us go meet the elders together." The black fish, accompanied by the elder known as Lao Chi, made their way towards the dwelling of the elder black fish. Upon arrival, they recounted the situation to him. The elder, slender in stature, with a face etched in wrinkles and a long white beard adorning his chin, displayed an expression of fury upon hearing Lao Chi's account. "Foolish humans," he exclaimed, "dare to oppose our black fish kin. Their time of demise shall come swiftly. Once I extract the whereabouts of that half of the treasure map from the white fish princess, our people shall rise once more. For now, let us hunt deep in the ocean and avoid venturing into the inland rivers, keeping our distance from humanity." Chapter 121. Only fight remains. Upon hearing the words of the elder of the black fish tribe, a look of reluctance overtook the face of the seventh brother. He exclaimed, "Elder, this cannot be. Our Captain Blackstone has been captured by the enemy. Are we to simply abandon him? We must rescue Captain Blackstone." The elder of the black fish tribe, with a resigned expression, replied, "At present, our strength is insufficient. We are not yet prepared to confront humanity directly. Moreover, Blackstone's capture signifies his inadequacy. We cannot blame anyone else. Once captured by humans and brought ashore, our capabilities are severely diminished, rendering any attempt to rescue our comrades futile. The merfolk possess little combat prowess on land. Although they can stand upright with their tail fins, their movement is awkward and painfully slow, devoid of any real fighting ability." Yet, the seventh brother remained unconvinced. "But, are we truly to forsake Captain Blackstone? It is regrettable," the elder continued. "But our foremost priority now is to obtain the other half of the treasure map. Once we secure the treasure of the merfolk's underground palace, the white fish tribe shall perish, and humanity will meet its end. The black fish tribe shall ascend to dominance over the world." The elder's face illuminated with fervor as he spoke. Hearing the elder's words, the seventh brother reluctantly nodded, "Very well. I shall ensure that I capture this despicable human and bring him to ruin." However, scarcely had the seventh brother's words faded when the door of the black fish tribe was violently shattered. Lu Yang's frozen submarine struck like a cannonball, reducing the entrance to mere fragments as if it were a delicate membrane. The resounding crash startled every member of the tribe. The elder's countenance turned grave as he inquired, "What is happening? Seventh brother, could it be that the enemy has followed your trail to our doorstep?" The seventh brother immediately refuted, "Impossible. How could he possibly keep up with me? I swam here swiftly. He could not have seen my path, unless Captain Blackstone and the others betrayed us." A robust black fish, upon hearing the seventh brother's words, erupted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You are talking nonsense. We black fish will never submit to humanity. Besides, Blackstone is my cousin. I know him well. Seventh brother, you coward, if you dare slander my family again, you shall face my wrath." The seventh brother, taken aback by the insult, displayed a fearful demeanor, stammering, "I was merely speculating." Brother Black Diamond, do not take offense. I do not mean to target Captain Blackstone. It could very well be other crew members. Humph, scoffed the strong Black Diamond, dismissing the seventh brother with a contemptuous snort before turning away. Another Blackfish interjected, everyone, cease your quarrels. Let us ascertain the identity of this audacious intruder who dares to assault our gates. What if it were merely a lost whale that happened to collide with the great door? Indeed, now is not the time for infighting. Let us first assess the situation. The elder nodded and declared, very well, summon all warriors of the tribe. Let us venture forth together. Thus, under the guidance of the elder of the Blackfish tribe, all the merfolk warriors hastened towards the entrance. In no time, they encountered Lu Yang, who was intruding within. As for the female Blackfish who had fallen into Lu Yang's grasp, she was now divided, dispatched by Lu Yang for other tasks. At the sight of Lu Yang, a look of terror crossed Lao Chi's face. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "It's you?" He never anticipated that Lu Yang would pursue him with such swiftness. Nor could he fathom how the adversary had acquired a submarine. During their initial encounter, no such vessel had been present. This submarine, unlike any ordinary human craft, was transparent and devoid of any machinery. How did it operate? Observing the wound on the opponent's shoulder, Lu Yang recognized him. With a smile, he remarked, "You are the only one who managed to escape my clutches. Quite impressive. Soon, you shall regale your companions in the depths with tales of your glory." Lao Chi shouted, "You vile creature, what have you done to Captain Haishi and the others?" Lu Yang replied, "They are all dead, but soon you shall join them." The elder of the Blackfish inquired, "Lao Chi, is this the one who attacked you?" "Yes, esteemed elder," Lao Chi nodded in affirmation. The nearly centenarian elder of the Blackfish gazed at Lu Yang, his expression grave. This young human had managed to eliminate an entire squad of Blackfish and, in such a brief span, locate their stronghold. Such prowess must not be underestimated. With the Blackfish having captured the princess of the Whitefish tribe, they were on the brink of uncovering the whereabouts of the other half of the treasure map, and they could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. They decidedly did not wish to provoke such a formidable human adversary. Thus, the elder of the Blackfish addressed Lu Yang, "Dear human friend, our two tribes bear no enmity. Why must we escalate this matter? I believe the past events were mere misunderstandings. We shall no longer pursue the incident regarding your slaying of our squad. Let us coexist peacefully, as water does not intrude upon water. What say you?" Lu Yang chuckled and replied, "Not a problem at all. Hand over half of your treasure map, and also deliver the Whitefish and the princess to me, and we shall coexist without conflict." "What?" The elder of the Blackfish was taken aback by Lu Yang's words. How did he know about the treasure map of the merfolk? How did he learn that the princess of the Whitefish was in the possession of the Blackfish tribe? Lao Chi added, "Despicable. It appears a member of our squad has betrayed us, revealing our tribe's secrets to the enemy. Haizuan, can you still claim your cousin Haishi is unscathed?" He clenched his teeth and declared, "Even if the other party becomes aware, the secrets of our group are certainly not divulged by my cousin. It could very well be another member. With over a dozen individuals in the squad, if even one betrays us, the enemy would gain access to all our information. How could it possibly be my cousin?" The elder of the Blackfish tribe interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Since the enemy seeks the treasure map, there is little left to discuss. Prepare for battle. Charge. Today, either this human perishes, or our Blackfish clan faces annihilation." Chapter 122. The acquisition of the treasure map. Upon comprehending Lu Yang's intentions, the elder of the Blackfish tribe relinquished any thoughts of negotiation. After all, it was a treasure map leading to the mermaid's underworld, a matter of paramount importance to the future of their tribe. How could they possibly relinquish such a treasure to humanity? At the elder's command, the Blackfish tribe launched their spears with impressive speed and force, akin to their flight through air. Such formidable projectiles could likely bring down even a whale. Unfortunately for them, their target was Lu Yang. The spears struck his ice submarine, failing to penetrate its smooth surface, leaving not even a trace behind. The elder of the Blackfish tribe was left astounded, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Even steel submarines crafted by humans would bear marks from our spears. Is this ice submarine truly more resilient than steel?" The hardness of the frozen vessel surpassed their comprehension. However, as an ancient race of merfolk, they possessed more than just spears in their arsenal. The elder commanded the others, "Use that." "But elder, that weapon's power is too great. It may collapse our cavern." With unwavering resolve, the elder replied, "We cannot afford to ponder such matters now. This human is formidable and not easily subdued. Even if it means the destruction of our stronghold, we must eliminate him. Once we secure the mermaid's treasure, we can rebuild our home. Reluctantly, the other black fish nodded in agreement and proceeded to the armory to retrieve new spears. These were colossal in size, not with sharp tips, but resembling hammers. When the black fish launched these spears at Lu Yong, a tremendous explosion ensued. The underwater shockwave was immense, causing the entire black fish stronghold to tremble violently, even sending those hundreds of meters away reeling. Yet, as the bubbles dissipated, Lu Yang's submarine remained unscathed. How is this possible? What material is that submarine made of? Ordinary ice cannot possess such extraordinary hardness. It withstood the ferocious assault of the explosive spears without a scratch. The elder was left in disbelief. They had previously used explosive spears to sink a destroyer. It was no exaggeration to claim that their power rivaled that of torpedoes. How could this man's ice submarine exhibit greater defense than a destroyer? Increase the firepower. Do not hold back. Unleash all our explosive spears. Yes, elder. The black fish immediately discharged every spear they had in their possession. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the ocean, the mermaid's cavern trembled violently, causing countless stones to cascade down, and even the small island above shuddered intensely. The creatures inhabiting the island were thrown into a state of panic. Nearby, fish within a radius of several kilometers were left disoriented, flipping onto their backs in a daze. Yet, when the bubbles dissipated, Lu Yang's submarine emerged unscathed. Continue the bombardment, commanded the elder of the blackfish. A young blackfish responded, Elder, we have exhausted our explosive harpoons. What? The elder's face contorted in disbelief. At that moment, the female blackfish, under Lu Yang's soul chain control, returned with the whitefish princess and a partial map of the blackfish clan. Bowing respectfully before Lu Yang, she said, My lord, here is what you requested. Lu Yang swiftly encased the princess and the map in ice, protecting them. Witnessing this, the elder of the blackfish was consumed by rage. You dare betray our clan for a mere human? You would steal our map and hand over the captured princess. You shall pay for this, Black Diamond exclaimed. I always knew my cousin Blackstone would never betray our kin. It is you, wretched traitor, who has turned against us. Such betrayal warrants death. The elder pointed his staff at the female blackfish, shouting, Water dragon attack. Instantly, a colossal water dragon formed in the sea, charging directly at the blackfish. Boom. With a deafening crash, the female blackfish was sent flying dozens of meters, her chest caving in as she coughed up blood, ultimately closing her eyes and succumbing to death. Seeing the female blackfish killed so effortlessly filled the elder with confidence, as he turned to Lu Yang and declared, You shall not escape. Lu Yang retorted with a cold laugh, Escape? The reason I refrained from attacking you is that I feared my strength might frighten you away. I was concerned you might resort to desperate measures, destroying the princess and the map. Now that both are in my possession, your demise is imminent. Audacious rogue. Water dragon attack. The elder pointed at Lu Yang. A water dragon, spanning several meters, charged toward him. However, as it collided with Lu Yang's frozen submarine, the dragon dissipated into nothing, leaving the submarine completely intact. Stunned, the elder gasped, How is this possible? That was my most powerful secret technique. Before he could finish, a crystalline ice sword materialized in front of Lu Yang. Then, whoosh, the ice sword flew with lightning speed, mercilessly cleaving through the blackfish. Boom. With a resounding crash, the elder's head exploded. Witnessing this, the other blackfish were left in shock. The elder has been slain. How can this be? We must flee. Even the elder was no match for the opponent. We utterly lack the capacity to resist. We must depart from this place at once. Yet, no matter how swift their swimming speed, it could never rival Lu Yang's ice sword. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 3 minutes, every single black fish was obliterated. Upon witnessing the demise of all the black fish, Lu Yang finally began to maneuver the submarine alongside the mermaid princess, surfacing together. Once they reached the surface, Lu Yang rubbed his aching forehead. Constructing an ice submarine to venture into the depths indeed proved to be an excellent strategy. Yet the toll on his mental strength was immense. After all, an ice submarine is fundamentally different from a genuine submarine. A true submarine regulates the influx of water within to control its descent and ascent. Lu Yang's submarine, whether in terms of the ice constituting it or the air contained within, was significantly lighter than water. Thus, to descend, he could only rely on his mental prowess for control. The submarine could accommodate 15 cubic meters of air, sufficient for Liu Yang's respiration, which implied it possessed a minimum displacement of 15 cubic meters, equating to a buoyancy of 15 tons. Consequently, he would need to exert a force of 15 tons to submerge the submarine. This monumental force was entirely countered by his ice abilities, leading to an enormous drain on his mental energy. Even though Liu Yang's mental capacity was already several times greater than that of an ordinary individual, he still could not withstand such drastic depletion. Chapter 123. What distinguishes mermaids from humans? On the shore, Liu Yang, having regained his mental fortitude, began to focus his attention on the mermaid princess. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her upper body scarcely distinguishable from that of a human, perhaps even surpassing ordinary humans in allure. The mermaid princess possessed exquisitely delicate features and flowing long hair, dampened by the sea, which only heightened her enchanting presence. In contrast to the dark-skinned mermaid, this fair-skinned princess was adorned in garments, suggesting a certain level of civilization. Her skin appeared more supple and smooth than that of a human, seemingly capable of exuding moisture with the slightest touch. Furthermore, her voluptuous form was significantly more pronounced than that of an ordinary person, complemented by a magnificent fishtail. The scales of her tail shimmered in a striking blue hue, exuding a remarkable luster and texture. After comparing her to the dark-skinned mermaid, Liu Yang found the fair-skinned one exceedingly pleasing to the eye. As the saying from the film featuring Tang Bohu goes, a beautiful woman must be complimented by green leaves. At that moment, the fair mermaid was rendered breathtakingly beautiful by the stark contrast with her darker counterpart, stirring feelings within Liu Yang. Just moments ago, he had claimed that no normal person could harbor any thoughts towards a fish, but it seemed he had spoken too soon. His lack of interest in the dark mermaid stemmed solely from her unappealing appearance. Had she been beautiful, he mused, even a mere fish or worm might have piqued his interest. It is no wonder that tales from the age of exploration speak of sirens enchanting sailors. After months of drifting at sea without encountering a single woman, a sailor might find even a so remarkably attractive. Thus, the appearance of a stunning mermaid princess would undoubtedly bewilder them. Legends suggest that sailors kept female goats to alleviate their needs, giving rise to the mythical succubus, with her horns said to originate from such practices, though the truth of these claims remains uncertain. Despite the fact that the being before him was a fish, Liu Yang pondered the possibility of attraction. However, the mermaid princess's blue eyes were now filled with trepidation. On land, mermaids felt utterly vulnerable, their movements awkward and clumsy, lacking the grace they possessed in water. As Liu Yang gazed intently at her, a look of panic crossed the princess's face, and she quivered, asking, "What? What do you want?" Returning from his reverie of admiration for the mermaid's beauty, Liu Yang recalled his purpose. He addressed her, stating, "I require the other half of the treasure map." As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing the half of the treasure map he had pilfered from the dark-skinned merfolk. With the addition of the fair mermaid's half, the map would be complete, and the legendary treasures of the mermaid's underworld would belong to him, Liu Yang. A resolute expression crossed the mermaid princess's face as she replied, "No, that is impossible. Even if you were to kill me, I would never relinquish the treasure map to you. It is a secret of our merfolk clan, a treasure that belongs solely to us. How could I possibly hand it over to humans?" Liu Yang shook his head, realizing that he could not extract the information. However, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed the soul chain. Liu Yang extended 2 fingers and approached the mermaid princess. Upon seeing him advance with his fingers outstretched, the mermaid princess was completely unnerved, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, What are you trying to do? Though my upper body resembles that of a human, I am a fish, not a human. Please, don't come any closer. There can be no outcome between different species. I refuse. Disregarding her frantic protests, Liu Yang pressed his fingers against her forehead. The mermaid princess froze at this unexpected action. "Oh, so it's not that kind of thing?" A mix of relief and disappointment flickered across her face. Nevertheless, with Liu Yang's fingers on her forehead, an ominous feeling crept over her. She shook her head, attempting to dislodge his hand. Yet Liu Yang issued a stern warning, "Don't move. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a roasted fish tonight." Terrified by his words, the mermaid princess stood frozen, too frightened to move. The thought of becoming a roasted fish was indeed terrifying. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. The soul chain activation was successful. The mermaid princess has now become your most loyal servant." At that moment, The look in the mermaid princess's eyes towards Lu Yong had completely transformed. Lu Yong asked again, now? Hand over the treasure map of your half of the merfolk palace. The mermaid princess replied, my lord. The treasure map has already been fused into my very being by my father. I cannot simply hand it over to you. Lu Yong countered. You cannot give it to me? How, then, do you perceive this map? It exists within my mind. It can only be shared through the most intimate of actions. At that moment, the map will manifest in your consciousness. With that, the mermaid princess's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Was it fate's design that compelled him to engage with this fish? Let it be known, I do not seek to experience the allure of a mermaid. I merely desire the map. My lord, shall we obtain the map now? I am ready. Please, come to me. The mermaid princess licked her enticing red lips as she spoke to Lu Yong, her cheeks growing even rosier. Previously, the mermaid princess held a position of great esteem within her clan, where ordinary merfolk dared not meet her gaze. This was her first declaration of affection towards a man, even an invitation. In this moment, she had been entirely conquered by Lu Yang's soul chain, having accepted him as her master to whom she would submit. To share an intimate encounter with Lu Yong was a desire she could scarcely contain. Lu Yong gazed upon the exquisite visage before him, with its flawless alabaster skin and voluptuous upper body, his heart in a state of indecision. If one were to focus solely on her upper half, she would indeed be an unparalleled beauty. Yet, the lower half bore the form of a fish tail. How could that possibly compare to a human? Could such a union truly be feasible? The mermaid princess seemed to perceive Lu Yang's inner turmoil, her sultry voice enticing him. Indeed, my lord, our anatomical structure is quite similar to that of humans, save for the distinction of this tail and legs. Come now, come now. As her melodious and seductive voice caressed his ears, Lu Yong felt as though his very bones were melting. This enchanting siren was truly reminiscent of the beguiling sea nymphs of legend. What man could resist such temptation? However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized they were on a secluded island. Although there were no other souls present, in broad daylight, it felt rather inappropriate, did it not? Chapter 124. Obtaining the other half of the map, the mermaid princess seemed to have discerned Lu Yong's thoughts. She remarked, my lord, you could construct a submarine akin to the one earlier, filling it with half a meter of water. We could then enter the submarine, which could be submerged in the ocean. This way, I could swim within the submarine while you would have ample space to breathe air. Moreover, it would provide an intimate and atmospheric environment underwater, free from any awkwardness. Underwater? Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, mermaids inhabit the depths of the sea. With a grand gesture, a submarine materialized before him. He deftly maneuvered it into the seawater, filling it with a meter of ocean blue. Subsequently, he and the mermaid princess entered the submarine, which he then guided into the depths of the sea. Once submerged in the abyss, the mermaid princess swam gracefully around Lu Yong within the confines of the submarine. As they conversed underwater, Lu Yong inquired about the merfolk. However, it appeared that Princess Lorien was not privy to extensive knowledge, as she was neither the clan leader nor particularly old, having yet to encounter many experiences. She shared everything she knew in response to Lu Yong's questions, though there were limitations to her knowledge. What was certain was that the other half of the treasure map resided within her mind, accessible only through such means. At that moment, Lu Yong received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully persuading the other party to willingly become your girlfriend. New ability acquired, like fish in water. Congratulations on achieving a 30-win streak, receiving an additional reward, an ability advancement scroll. Upon reading this notification, Lu Yong was elated. The enhancement of genetic abilities proved to be exceptionally formidable. The chasm between humans and mermaids was indeed vast. Who could fathom the union of human and fish? A union that could even yield the fruits of love? Yet, Lu Yong had accomplished it, showcasing the dreadfulness of genetic enhancement. This revelation further solidified Lu Yong's burgeoning hypothesis. If mermaids could be so, then surely female zombies could too. Lu Yong then redirected his attention to the newly acquired ability. He examined its description. Ability name, like fish in water. Ability level, level 1. Ability effect. The host can breathe freely underwater, allowing them to truly thrive in aquatic environments. This ability was precisely what Lu Yong required at that moment. Anyone wishing to explore the treasures of the Mermaid Empire would likely need to immerse themselves repeatedly. However, utilizing an ice submarine was taxing on spiritual energy, as it necessitated the need for air. This meant that one must harness spiritual energy to counteract buoyancy. If the depth of the merfolk's palace proved too profound, Liu Yang feared that even an abundance of spiritual energy would not sustain him for long. Thus, possessing the ability like fish in water would render the ice submarine unnecessary, greatly aiding his treasure-seeking endeavors. At this juncture, Liu Yang turned to the exhausted mermaid princess floating on the surface and inquired, "What is your name?" "Esteemed sir." "I am Lorian, the mermaid princess," she replied. Liu Yang nodded and inquired, "Very well, Lorian, could you please inform me of the location of that map?" The mermaid princess Lorian responded, "Esteemed sir, delve into the recesses of your mind. With focus and imagination, you shall behold the map." Chapter 125. The thrill. Liu Yang nodded and proceeded to follow Luo Lian's instructions meticulously. As he concentrated and envisioned a map, a virtual representation indeed materialized within his mind. At last, the treasure map of the mermaid was complete. However, the intricacies of the map made it apparent that locating the treasure would not be an easy task. Liu Yang decided to return to the villa area first. Once he had settled the matters there, he would wholeheartedly dedicate himself to the pursuit of the treasure. After reviewing the gathered items, Liu Yang addressed the mermaid princess, Luo Lian, saying, "Very well, Luo Lian, it is time to return to my main base." "My lord, I move slowly without water," Luo Lian replied anxiously. As a mermaid, she could breathe on land using her lungs. Yet she could only traverse awkwardly using her tail, becoming fatigued after just a few hundred meters. How could she possibly endure a prolonged journey back to Liu Yang's base? She felt a pang of concern for inconveniencing her lord. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang chuckled reassuringly. "Do not worry. You may remain in the submarine." With that, he concentrated, and the submarine ascended into the sky. The mermaid princess gasped in astonishment as she observed her elevation. "Ah? How am I flying? Is this your doing?" "My lord, indeed, not only are we flying high, but we are also moving swiftly." Liu Yang commanded the submarine, propelling it at 4 times the speed of sound toward the villa area. In less than a minute, they had returned. The crystalline submarine came to a halt before Liu Yang's villa. Hearing the commotion, He Yushir and the others emerged. When they beheld Liu Yang at the villa entrance with a transparent, frozen submarine containing a mermaid, they were utterly astonished. Curiosity piqued. They gathered around to get a closer look at the enchanting creature. To facilitate their meeting, Liu Yang waved his hand, transforming the frozen submarine into a square swimming pool, allowing everyone to observe the mermaid up close. He Yushir's face lit up with delight. "My goodness, is this not the legendary mermaid? She is simply breathtaking. Her tail is so long, even longer than teacher Zhao Yuding's legs. While others boast beautiful legs, she possesses a magnificent tail." Zhao Lina inquired, "Liu Yang, what is the situation here? Were you not supposed to be catching fresh fish from the river to improve our meals? How did you manage to bring back a mermaid? Can mermaids be eaten?" Chen Dan chimed in. "Her upper half is human. How could we eat her? We might only consume her lower half. I can prepare a braised fish tail." The celebrity Su Xiao added, "I can assist you in scaling the fish." Zhou Kiki, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, and Wang Siki quickly chimed in, "I can help too." Hearing their words, the mermaid princess Lorian displayed a look of fear upon her face and hurriedly spoke. "Hello everyone. I am the mermaid princess Lorian. My flesh is not appetizing." He Yushir and the others were taken aback. They had initially assumed this mermaid was merely a creature captured by Liu Yang for amusement. To their astonishment, she turned out to be an intelligent being capable of speech. This revelation startled them all. Chen Dan was even more bewildered. Just moments ago, she had suggested using the mermaid's tail for braised dishes. Who could have known that she possessed intelligence akin to that of a human? Oh dear, how embarrassing. At that moment, Liu Yang interjected, "This is the mermaid princess Lorian. She will be joining our villa, not as a source of sustenance. Everyone should strive to coexist harmoniously." Upon hearing this, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. So Liu Yang, being a vigorous young man, continuously rescuing beautiful women in this post-apocalyptic world was understandable. However, had he now begun to seek companionship beyond mere human beauty, even extending his hand to other species? After all, the implication of joining Liu Yang's villa meant she had become one of his own. This mermaid has become one of Liu Yang's? How thrilling. The crowd regarded Liu Yang with peculiar glances, and he felt a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny. Initially, he believed the 30th kill would be one of the 3 extraordinary women, Wu Jingying and others, Who could have predicted such an unexpected turn of events? In his quest to catch a fish, he ended up capturing a mermaid, inadvertently engaging in a fierce battle with her. But he could hardly be blamed. Even Master Fahai could not resist, so how could an ordinary man like him? Lu Yang pondered for a moment. Wu Jingying and the other 3 extraordinary women were still lined up, awaiting his attention. In the neighboring villa, there were 30 beautiful young women brought back from the survivor base, all eagerly anticipating Lu Yang's favor. Alas, it was truly overwhelming. Such matters could not be shared with anyone, which was quite vexing. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yang retrieved a sturgeon from the dark space, stating, "This is the fish caught from the river. Chindan, you can take a look at it and decide how to prepare it." Upon seeing the sturgeon Lu Yang produced, Chindan's eyes lit up. What a magnificent, thick, and lengthy fish. It must be delicious. Sisters, lend a hand. Let us carry it into the kitchen and commence cooking. Oh yes, Sister Chindan. I want to help too. The group of young women, carrying the hefty fish, made their way into the kitchen. Lu Yang turned to the mermaid Princess Lorian and said, "There is a swimming pool on the 3rd floor of the villa. You can reside there. As for meals, I trust you can manage with cooked food?" Lu Yang recalled witnessing how mermaids hunted, while sturgeon might be part of their diet. How would they prepare it living in water? Thus, they must generally consume their food raw, correct? Unexpectedly, Princess Lorian, the mermaid, replied, "We are accustomed to it. We also eat cooked meals." Lu Yang expressed his astonishment. "How do you manage to cook food underwater?" The mermaid princess answered, "We possess a type of fuel that can burn in water. The explosive harpoons of the Blackfin tribe are crafted from this very substance." Lu Yang pondered. Fuel that burns underwater? How remarkable. It seems that when I have the opportunity, I must venture into the ocean once more to gather this fuel. A thoughtful expression crossed Lu Yang's face. He recalled witnessing the explosive harpoons of the Blackfin tribe, which indeed possessed considerable power. Had it not been for the eternal freeze, even a standard submarine would likely have succumbed to such an explosion. Moreover, the explosive harpoon's tip was not particularly large, merely the size of a hammer. Yet it exhibited such formidable explosive force. This indicated that the fuel's caloric content must be exceptionally high, likely akin to the explosives used in missiles. Such intense heat, if utilized for combustion, could potentially allow even a small amount to burn for an extended duration. The mermaid princess nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we have a fuel deposit in our waters. I shall take you there when the time comes." Chapter 126, Pregnant with a Mermaid? Upon hearing Lorian's words, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by the mermaid princess's understanding. It appeared that the soul chain was indeed powerful, once successfully cast. The other party would unconditionally obey and prioritize your interests above all else. "Now, please take me to the villa. After we finish our meal, you may swim in the pool on the 3rd floor, Lu Yang instructed Lorian. "Of course, master," Lorian replied enthusiastically. Leaping from the frozen pool and awkwardly maneuvering on her twin tails, reminiscent of the leading lady from Stephen Chow's mermaid film. Entering the villa's living room, the mermaid princess sat quietly at the dining table, while Lu Yang joined her, and the other women busied themselves in the kitchen, chatting amiably as they worked. He Yusha remarked, "Ladies, do you think Lu Yang has already been intimate with that mermaid princess? I am truly curious about what the mermaid princess looks like physically. Is it really possible for her to mate with a human?" Zhao Lina chimed in. "I find it perplexing. The mermaid princess has a tail for her lower half. So, where does she relieve herself, at the back or the front?" Qin Dan commented, "But she is a legendary creature. Who has ever seen one before?" The famous star Su Xiao added, "Could it be that the mermaid princess doesn't need to relieve herself at all? After all, she is a mythical being, and we cannot apply ordinary logic to her." Zhang Jingyu expressed her curiosity. "What intrigues me more is whether the mermaid princess can truly bear children with a human. There should be reproductive barriers between different species, right? For instance, cats and dogs cannot produce offspring together." Lina, as the scholar among us, please enlighten us. Wang Siki also inquired eagerly. Yes, I want to know too," the group urged. "Lina, quickly use your knowledge to explain this to us." Faced with their eager gazes, Zhao Lina reluctantly stated, "Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible. However, can we truly comprehend Lu Yang with conventional reasoning? Who knows what abilities that guy possesses? We have all been subject to his remarkable precision. Such feats are not achievable by ordinary individuals. Therefore, I believe the mermaid princess might already be pregnant." "Ah, that cannot be possible," He Yusher exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shindan added, I also find that implausible. Already pregnant? It's one thing for Lu Yang to hit the mark with humans, but with a fish as well. Zhao Lina responded, there is a possibility. After all, that fellow possesses several extraordinary abilities that remain unknown to us. I strongly suspect he has the incredible power to conceive. With a determined expression, Zhao Lina recalled nearly perishing on Lu Yang's bed. She was convinced that Lu Yang was unlike any man described in biology textbooks. In his essence, the laws of biology and physics seemed to vanish. Thus, he was undoubtedly a superhuman endowed with multiple extraordinary powers. The illustrious star Su Xiao remarked, if he is truly that formidable, can he still be considered human? Will it mean that any female, regardless of species, must steer clear of Lu Yang, lest they inadvertently find themselves with child? Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, He Yusher burst into laughter, exclaiming, I used to read that planets are the mothers of humanity. By your logic, wouldn't the planet itself be in peril before Lu Yang? Su Xiao mused, who knows? Perhaps Lu Yang could give birth to a second moon. The hilarity continued to flow, ha ha ha. You truly have an expansive imagination, Sister Su. While Lu Yang may seem immensely powerful to us in the grand scheme of the cosmos, he is but a mere pinprick. Ha ha. The very thought of Lu Yang and the planet together sends me into fits of laughter, while others struggle under burdens. Lu Yang is like an ant trying to pull an elephant. Ha ha. In the kitchen, laughter resonated, filling the space with an air of joy. Meanwhile, Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi appeared somewhat bewildered. Having recently joined this villa, they had yet to engage meaningfully with Lu Yang and did not fully grasp his extraordinary prowess. The ongoing conversation left them feeling lost, particularly with references that flew over their heads, such as Level 16 Rampage and Ham King. They exchanged glances. Recognizing a shared sense of urgency, it was clear they needed to engage more deeply with Lu Yang to integrate into this community. The jovial atmosphere in the kitchen reached even the dining area, where Lu Yang and the mermaid princess, Lorian, could hear the merriment. Lorian's expression turned to one of curiosity as she addressed Lu Yang. Lord Lu Yang, it seems the women in your villa are quite harmonious and happy. Of course, Lu Yang replied, a hint of pride on his face. They can live without worry in this villa, even amidst an apocalypse. Their lives are not so different from the peaceful times of yore. And with a handsome and powerful boyfriend like me, how could they not be joyful? If he were to learn that their laughter stemmed from discussions about him and the planet, he would surely give them a thumbs up, admiring their creativity. Soon, a variety of dishes began to emerge from the kitchen: braised fish chunks, spicy fish heads, steamed fish tails, sashimi, and freshly brewed fishbone soup, each exuding an enticing aroma. The mermaid princess Lorian was utterly astonished by the array of dishes, exclaiming, how delightful! It smells so delicious. Is human food truly this diverse and delectable? I had no idea a single fish could be prepared in so many ways. This is fantastic. Chen Dan chimed in, sister. If it's delicious, indulge a little more. What did you mermaids eat before? The mermaid princess, Lorian, shyly remarked, we used to consume cod as well, but we would merely boil it in hot water, and then eat it directly. There were no seasonings, no culinary techniques employed. In comparison to the dishes on the table, it pales significantly. It's scarcely distinguishable from swine fodder. Chen Dan responded with a smile, saying, if you enjoy it, then indulge yourself a bit more. In due time, I shall prepare even more delectable dishes for you. If you wish to learn, I can teach you how to cook. Then you'll be able to prepare delightful meals for yourself. Lorian, elated by this prospect, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, thank you, Sister Chen Dan. If you could teach me to cook, that would be simply wonderful. Chapter 127. Let us go for a swim. The group enjoyed a delightful meal at the dining table. At this moment, He Yusher had a spark of inspiration and proposed to everyone, having feasted well. Shall we head to the swimming pool on the 3rd floor for a refreshing swim to aid our digestion? It would also be a perfect opportunity to observe how mermaids swim. What do you all think? Upon hearing He Yusher's suggestion, Zhao Lina quickly grasped her intent and eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, that sounds splendid. I, too, wish to swim. Let us all go together. Lu Yang chimed in. Didn't you bring back a plethora of bikinis from the supermarket last time? Let us all change into them and find a suitable one for Lorian as well. The illustrious star Su Xiao concurred. I believe this proposal is quite delightful. I am also yearning for a swim. Furthermore, since we are all expecting, in a few months, our bellies will surely grow and our figures will alter. Wearing bikinis may not look appealing then, so we ought to seize this opportunity to don them. With a playful wink towards Hiyushir and Zhao Lina, she added, "Who wouldn't he be curious to see what a mermaid princess looks like? We simply must persuade Luoyan to change into a bikini." Zhang Jingyu remarked, "Sister Su Xiao makes a valid point. Let us wear our bikinis while our figures remain unchanged." Wang Siki excitedly urged, let us go. We should change right away. Everyone, let us hurry." Even Zhao Yuding chimed in. "Swimming with a mermaid is something to look forward to. Come on, let us change. Luoyan, you must join us." With that, the enthusiastic group eagerly pulled Luoyan and Lu Yong, heading upstairs. Observing the fervor of the women, Lu Yong felt compelled to acquiesce and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lu Yong's approval, Luoyan naturally had no objections, as she had come to regard Lu Yong as her master. Whatever Lu Yong requested, she would comply without hesitation, even if it meant facing perilous situations. Soon, everyone went to change. Lu Yong had collected a vast array of clothing from the supermarket, entrusting the women to sort through them. There were various styles to choose from. Presently, they were selecting bikinis, and before long, everyone found suitable outfits to wear and began to choose for the mermaid princess, Luoyan. Surrounded by her friends, they offered suggestions incessantly. Hiyushir approached Luoyan with a bikini in hand, stating, "Sister, this outfit is splendid. I believe it would suit you perfectly." Luoyan shyly protested, her cheeks flushed. "I could never wear this." Zhao Lina teased, "Oh, so you were shy? Not to worry. Let us try this one instead. It's opaque." There is no need for embarrassment. She handed Luoyan another swimsuit. Upon seeing it, Luoyan's face reddened even more, resembling a ripe fruit. "But I don't have feet, I simply cannot wear it. I have a tail, oh dear, how thoughtless of me," Zhao Lina acknowledged, nodding as she resumed her search for a more suitable choice. At that moment, the illustrious star Su Xiao approached the mermaid princess Luoyan and said, "Sister, do not heed their words. They are deliberately trying to distress you with those ostentatious garments. I possess a set that is the simplest and most unpretentious. You may wear it without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Luoyan felt an immense sense of relief, finally encountering a sensible older sister. "Oh, how delightful. I can finally relax," she exclaimed. "Su Xiao, where is the simple outfit you mentioned?" "It's right here with me," Su Xiao replied. Where? I don't see it." Luoyan inquired eagerly. With a mysterious smile, Su Xiao opened her palm and, with a wicked glint in her eye, declared, "Here, it is right in my hand." The onlookers gazed on in curiosity. Chapter 128. A true delight. Ultimately, Princess Luoyan, the mermaid, had no choice but to begin changing her attire. Hiyushir and the others widened their eyes in anticipation. Their curiosity about the distinct differences between a mermaid's physique and that of a human was palpable. Now that they finally had the chance to witness the mermaid disrobe, they were determined to scrutinize every detail. The girls encircled Princess Luoyan, resembling a group of medical interns observing a patient. Imagine, when you are in a hospital undergoing a procedure, being surrounded by a gaggle of female interns, how excruciatingly awkward that would be. At this moment, Princess Luoyan felt exceedingly embarrassed. However, surrounded by fellow young women, she decided to embrace the discomfort. After all, she had to change her clothes. Gritting her teeth, the mermaid princess resolutely shed her garments. Upon witnessing this scene, Hiyushir's companions gasped in astonishment. "Wow, her figure is remarkable." They were taken aback to find that the upper body of the mermaid princess bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, perhaps even surpassing it in allure. The proportions were simply exquisite, and her skin was flawless. Zhao Lina remarked, "It must be due to her life in the water. Her skin appears so supple and pristine. Not only men, but even I wish I could touch and feel it." Su Xiao stated, "Indeed, as a member of the merfolk, her skin seems as if it is made of water, so tender." Chundan added, "The key is her voluptuousness, with a tiny waist and not an ounce of excess flesh. Her figure is truly magnificent." Wang Siki exclaimed, "Look over there. So that's where the mermaid's features lie. At last, the mystery is unveiled, and our curiosity is satisfied." All the girls nodded in agreement. Indeed, this physique is nothing short of a masterpiece of nature. No wonder she is the mermaid princess. Soon, Princess Luoyan donned a simple swimsuit, and everyone joined her in the swimming pool. Lu Yong was also present. One could imagine that this was the sensation experienced by the elite offspring of wealthy families, reveling on a yacht surrounded by beautiful women. Was this the joy of the affluent? Such scenes were beyond the dreams of ordinary individuals. Lu Yong had once never dared to envision such moments, yet here they were, unfolding right beside him. In stark contrast, those privileged individuals from peaceful times had either succumbed to zombification or perished from starvation, truly a testament to the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. However, aside from the newcomers Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Shun Zi, the others were already with child. Liu Yang dared not engage in any indiscreet behavior with them. Floating atop the pool's surface were inflatable beds, where, after tiring from swimming, the group reclined, indulging in snacks and beverages, their laughter filling the air. Each visage radiated joy. Observing the scene of such ease and happiness, Liu Yang felt a profound sense of contentment. In the post-apocalyptic world, being able to return to the villa's swimming pool on a serene afternoon, to swim leisurely, engage in conversations with friends, and savor afternoon tea, is indeed a form of exquisite indulgence. Meanwhile, as Liu Yang revels in this blissful existence, his dispatched agents, Nakatani and two others from the small empire of Japan, have successfully located their headquarters. Ensnared by Liu Yang's soul chain, Nakatani and his companions were compelled to seek out the headquarters. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at their destination. The headquarters of the small empire of Japan comprises 5 members from the esteemed heavenly rankings. Upon seeing Nakatani and his team, the expressions on their faces betrayed a hint of disdain as they inquired, "Nakatani? What brings you back? Where is your captain, Momoko?" Nakatani, overwhelmed by sorrow, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and addressed one of the alluring women, "Sakura, Captain Momoko, she has perished in battle. While we were searching for Liu Yang, we inadvertently confronted him, leading to a fierce confrontation. Captain Momoko stayed back to cover our retreat, allowing us to escape and relay this message. Otherwise, none of us would have survived." Upon hearing Nakatani's words, the members of the heavenly rankings were instantly invigorated, particularly the female captain, Sakura, whose face lit up with excitement as she pressed, "You engaged the first of the heavenly rankings? How formidable was the opponent?" Their indifference towards Momoko's fate was palpable. Their arrival in the Divine Dragon Empire was not solely to fulfill the presidential mandate of the small empire of Japan, but also to challenge and spar with Liu Yang, the number 1 of the heavenly rankings. As fellow masters of the heavenly rankings, they yearned for a true contest with genuine prowess. Nakatani responded, "His strength is extraordinary. Collectively, we are no match for him." With a single strike, he eliminated Inoue, prompting us to scatter in our escape. Captain Momoko stayed behind to delay him, but she could only hold him off for a few minutes before she was slain. A sneer of contempt crossed Sakura's face. Momoko could only delay him for a few minutes? It seems this number 1 of the heavenly rankings is not so formidable after all. Quickly, tell me his whereabouts. It is time to accomplish our mission. Chapter 129. Troubles with Liu Yang? Another expert from the heavenly ranking remarked, "Indeed, we must act swiftly. It has come to our attention that individuals from the White Eagle Empire have infiltrated this place. We cannot allow them to seize the initiative." Nakata was taken aback and inquired, "The White Eagle Empire has also arrived?" Sakura responded, "Of course. When Lord Yamashita was at the pinnacle of the heavenly ranking, experts from the White Eagle Empire, the Barbarian Bear Empire, the Divine Dragon Empire, and even that insignificant Asan Empire had all sent their skilled individuals into our Little Sun Empire. Now that Liu Yang has ascended to the top of the heavenly ranking, it is only natural that he becomes the target of others' ambitions. In truth, during times of peace, countless spies have already been active among the major powers. Each nation is aware of this, yet it remains an unspoken truth. Every major power has been a competitor during peacetime. In the face of the apocalypse, such rivalries surely persist, albeit now augmented by a new competition among those with extraordinary abilities. In these dire times, those endowed with special powers represent the most formidable military force. No one knows how powerful a top-ranking individual could become if allowed to fully develop. The disparity between a genius and an ordinary person is least pronounced during infancy. After all, what can one accomplish at the age of 1, no matter how talented? Therefore, it is imperative to extinguish potential threats in their infancy. Otherwise, as time progresses and development occurs, the gap will only widen, rendering intervention impossible. Thus, they all conspired to eliminate their rivals in the cradle. For instance, when Yamashita held the top position in the heavenly ranking, he, too, was a target for numerous nations. Now, however, the focus has shifted to that fellow named Liu Yang. As Sakura spoke, she signaled to her subordinate, who then emerged from the adjacent room, carrying a figure and unceremoniously depositing them before Nakata. Upon seeing the individual, Nakata was astonished. The person had golden hair and blue eyes, unmistakably hailing from the White Eagle Empire, a young woman of striking beauty. Yet, her allure was limited to her visage alone, for her body was in a state of disrepair. Her limbs were severed, with only a network of tubes and wires dangling from her form. Moreover, her chest was exposed, revealing a gaping cavity devoid of organs, filled instead with machinery. "What is this?" Nakata gasped in disbelief. Sakura explained, "This is a mechanical augment from the White Eagle Empire. An ordinary individual subjected to mechanical enhancements can attain the prowess of a level 2 extraordinary being. If these mechanical augmentations had been deployed during peacetime, they would have had a monumental impact on warfare, potentially altering the tide of battle. To achieve such modifications within just a month of the apocalypse suggests they had likely conducted experiments during peacetime. It is probable that ethical considerations had previously prevented disclosure. But now, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, such concerns are cast aside, disregarded by international condemnation. The hidden cards of these great powers are indeed astonishing." Nakata, astonished, inquired, "Have you already encountered a squad from the White Eagle Empire and engaged in combat with them?" Sakura nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. These individuals hold such contempt for the Dragon Empire that they sent merely a low-ranking ability user to lead, accompanied by a few mechanized beings, transforming them into an exploration team of pitiful strength. It's truly laughable. Once we deal with Liu Yang, the top-ranked individual, we shall seek out the aircraft of the White Eagle Empire and effortlessly seize an F-35 for ourselves. Even in the apocalypse, high-tech fighter jets remain exceedingly rare treasures." Another ability user asked, "What about our own aircraft?" Sakura retorted, "Do you think no one else can pilot them? Are you foolish?" The individual, chastised by Sakura, sheepishly scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Ignoring him, Sakura turned to Nakata and asked, "Do you remember Liu Yang's location? I will begin signaling all search teams to converge. You shall lead us to encircle him." Yes, I remember." Nakata nodded vigorously, eagerly awaiting this directive. He planned to invite Taijun over and lead Sakura and the others into Liu Yang's ambush, where Liu Yang would be poised to eliminate them all. Sakura nodded, then addressed another individual. "Immediately send signals to the other 13 teams, instructing them to gather here before the end of tomorrow." Nakata, puzzled, inquired, 13 teams? Aren't there 19? Even excluding our own, there should still be 18 left. Sakura scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe that the ability users from the Dragon Empire are inept? Over the past few days, 5 teams have already been eliminated. Including your team, that makes 6. But it matters not. You search teams are merely fodder. A collection of low-ranking dregs meant to serve as cannon fodder. In just over half a month since the 19 search teams entered the Dragon Empire, 5 had already been lost, and the 6th had suffered significant casualties, with only 3 individuals managing to escape. They were essentially left in a state of near ruin. One cannot underestimate the formidable strength of the Dragon Empire's ability users. Given the search team's capabilities, any encounter with the Dragon Empire's regular forces would likely result in annihilation. Moreover, those eliminated teams had undoubtedly exposed much information about the Little Sun Empire. The situation would only grow more perilous, necessitating the swift elimination of Liu Yang and a hasty retreat to the Little Sun Empire. Sakura commanded, "Inform me of his location so we may devise a strategy. Tingyun, provide him with the map of this vicinity and let him indicate the position." "Yes, esteemed commander," Tingyun responded, retrieving a map and laying it before Nakata. After examining it, Nakata pointed to a location, stating, "It should be approximately here." Sakura traced a line on the map with a pen, estimating the distance before addressing the group. "It is over 60 kilometers, and the roads are completely congested, rendering vehicular travel impossible. If we proceed on foot, it will take an entire day. We shall set out in the morning, striving to arrive before sunset." After roughly formulating a plan, Sakura turned to Nakata and said, "Next, we must await the assembly of our team. There is nothing for you here. Please, take your leave and rest." Nakata had initially wished to hear more of their tactical strategy to better prepare Liu Yang, but to his surprise, he was met with a dismissal. Reluctantly, he nodded and replied, "Very well, esteemed commander." With that, they departed the room with evident reluctance. Chapter 130. Suspicions of a trap. Upon witnessing the Sakura team leader dismiss Nakata, Fujian wore an expression of confusion and directly inquired, "Why did you call him away, leader? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to keep him here and extract more information regarding Liu Yang, thereby enabling us to devise a more effective plan? After all, they have engaged with Liu Yang in battle. Although they may not have witnessed his true capabilities, at the very least, they have encountered his unique powers. Sakura smirked coldly. But I am the leader. I possess comprehensive knowledge of every team member's information. Nakata's prowess is indeed lacking. However, he harbors an exceptionally resolute heart. Oh, a resolute heart? A perplexed expression crossed Tingyun's face. What does dismissing him have to do with his resolution? Sakura continued. He possesses an unwavering devotion, a fervent admiration for Taozi that the entire team is aware of. How could I possibly remain oblivious? As a devoted admirer, do you truly believe that after Liu Yang has slain Taozi, he would return to us with information? Tingyun, still puzzled, remarked. But he was just crying pitifully a moment ago. Sakura shook her head. If I were slain by Liu Yang, what would you do? Without hesitation, Tingyun replied with indignation. I would seek vengeance upon him, tearing him limb from limb. Sakura chuckled softly. See? That settles it. An admirer. How could such a person possess any intellect? Tingyun, feeling embarrassed, conceded, You are right, Sakura. I have been foolish. Sakura shook her head. In this lifetime, I detest admirers. Do not engage in such behavior in the future. Understood? Tingyun stood upright, declaring, Your wisdom is profound, Sakura. I shall only admire in secret, striving to ensure you never feel the weight of such devotion. Sighing, Sakura shook her head once more, continuing, According to the nature of admirers, they would not return to inform us. Instead, they would recklessly confront Liu Yang, seeking revenge for their goddess. Tingyun scratched his head, conceding, You are indeed correct, Leader Sakura. He is also your devoted admirer. How could he not be aware of Nakata's thoughts? He merely fell into the trap of his own biases and failed to realize the truth. After hearing your words, I now understand that Nakata's behavior was indeed quite unusual, entirely contrary to that of a devoted admirer. Are admirers truly devoid of intellect? How could they possibly return with information? Thus, he is no longer a worthy admirer. He has brought shame upon our ranks. Another top-tier ability user inquired, Leader Sakura. If what you say is true, does that imply Nakata has defected to the enemy? Sakura shook her head once more. Defection may not be the case, but it is likely he has been coerced by the enemy, using Taozi as leverage to force his compliance. After all, it is conceivable that an admirer would betray the empire for the sake of a woman. What do you think, Tingyun? Tingyun nodded in agreement, proclaiming, Indeed, the esteemed General Commander is absolutely correct. The General Commander possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events, truly remarkable. Another top-tier expert from the heavenly rankings inquired with a hint of confusion, but that doesn't seem right. Even if Liu Yang could use Taozi to threaten Nakata and betray the empire, what about the other two individuals? Surely, they cannot also be devoted sycophants of Taozi? Tingyun, visibly displeased, retorted, Why do you question the esteemed General Commander Sakura? Do you truly believe that our General Commander has overlooked this matter? You are being utterly ridiculous. Before Tingyun could finish his sentence, Sakura interjected, Indeed, I may have been remiss in my considerations. Based on your assertion, there is a flaw. Even if Nakata is devoted to Taozi, the other two should not be. Liu Yang's attempt to intimidate may indeed falter. Tingyun suddenly found himself in an awkward predicament. The individual he had just rebuked looked at him with a bemused expression, akin to that of a jester. After a moment of contemplation, Sakura shook her head once more, stating, Enough of this indecision. However, one thing is certain. Nakata is undoubtedly problematic, and the information he has provided is likely flawed. It is possible he may lead us into a trap. Upon hearing Sakura's words, a look of concern crossed Tingyun's face as he inquired, What shall we do then? Should we not go, knowing it is a trap laid by the enemy? Do we truly wish to walk into it? Sakura responded, Opportunities such as this are rare. The possibility of simultaneously inciting rebellion among three powerful psychics from our minor empire can only be achieved by Liu Yang, the top figure of the heavenly rankings. Even I would find such a feat unattainable. Thus, this may very well be our closest chance to confront the number one on the rankings. We cannot afford to relinquish it. Tingyun expressed, But this is a trap. What if something happens to you, General Sakura? Sakura replied, Do not coddle me. I am the strongest among all present. Do I truly require your concern? Tingyun hastily responded, Yes. You are absolutely right, General Commander Sakura. I was indeed presumptuous. Sakura shook her head and continued, Next, we shall proceed to devise a plan, predicated on the assumption that he has indeed set a trap. This way, our chances of success will remain elevated. Moreover, we have 13 search squads at our disposal. which can serve as fodder to test the enemy's traps and even gauge their strength. With such numerical superiority, we need not fear defeat. She then stated, I will outline the operational plan, and everyone is welcome to contribute valuable suggestions. Subsequently, Sakura and her comrades began to formulate their strategy within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, Nakata and his two teammates were engaged in their own discussion. Nakata commenced, That wretched woman Sakura has managed to send us away. She may very well suspect us. How infuriating. Another responded, I share your sentiment. We must not fail in fulfilling Liu Yang's orders. The third person queried, Should we inform Lord Liu Yang? Liu Yang dispatched a level 3 zombie to accompany them, and now they find themselves hidden within a dilapidated building less than 2 kilometers away. Through the level 3 zombie, he is privy to all happenings in the vicinity. Nakata and his companions wish to convey a message to Liu Yang, which can simply be accomplished by conversing with the level 3 zombie. However, Nakata shook his head, remarking, As night falls, it is quite possible that Lord Liu Yang is currently indulging in tender moments with Captain Taozi. It would be best not to disturb him. Moreover, the information we have received is merely speculative and lacks certainty. Let us observe the situation further. Bound by the chains of his soul, Nakata's every thought revolves around Liu Yang, even though Taozi was once his goddess. Witnessing her alongside Liu Yang evokes no other feelings in him, only concern that Taozi's skills may not suffice to adequately attend to Liu Yang's needs. The other two, upon hearing Nakata's words, found a semblance of reason in them and nodded in agreement. Chapter 131. The Strong Use opened schemes the following day. At the break of dawn, Liu Yang received news from Nakata regarding the third-level zombies. Nakata relayed all the information to Liu Yang, including the fact that Captain Sakura had summoned other teams and might already harbor suspicions about them. Upon hearing this news, Liu Yang exhibited a look of surprise. He muttered to himself, just from a single conversation, they have begun to suspect Nakata and his team, truly worthy of their position in the top ranks of ability users. They seem to possess some acumen. Furthermore, according to Nakata, their captain is named Sakura, a woman ranked among the top 10 ability users. How intriguing. I find myself rather eager for them to swiftly gather their forces and come to attack me, falling right into my trap. As for her suspicions regarding Nakata and his team, it is of little consequence. Only those lacking in power resort to cunning schemes, while truly formidable individuals can rely solely on open strategies. Even if they are aware of the deception, they will still have no choice but to come. And should they choose not to come, I already know their whereabouts and can seek them out myself. In any case, the initiative is firmly in my grasp. They are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. When the time comes, I shall eliminate them all at once, seizing control over their counter-invasion back to the little Japanese empire, testing whether I can directly manipulate them to assassinate the ruler of the little Japanese empire. If it succeeds, the rewards would be immense. With these thoughts, a joyful expression appeared on Liu Yang's face. Soon, he would capture a few more experts from the little Japanese empire to expand his influence. Perhaps he would even acquire powerful abilities. It was simply delightful. For now, Liu Yang chose not to dwell on these matters. They would need considerable time to gather all their teams, given that they were scattered across various locations. Once they were united, he would ensnare them all at once. Today, however, his immediate task was to select one among Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi to aid in his expansion. Yet, he was uncertain whom to choose. Stretching his waist, Liu Yang got out of bed to freshen up. Princess Lorien, the mermaid, had fully integrated into the group after the pool party, despite not being human. Nevertheless, He Yushi, Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, and the others showed her no signs of exclusion. Initially, they had merely played a little trick on her with a band-aid. Liu Yang had rather enjoyed that moment. Once he finished washing up, Liu Yang made his way downstairs, where Princess Lorien had also arrived. Although she resided on the 3rd floor, where the swimming pool was, she preferred to join everyone downstairs to play. Early in the morning, she was already in the kitchen learning to cook alongside Shindan. Clearly, the mermaid princess had a keen interest in culinary arts, particularly in preparing fish. It seems that ordinary fish from the ocean are indeed the primary sustenance of the merfolk. As soon as they spotted Liu Yang descending the stairs, radiant smiles illuminated the faces of each one of them. He Yushi approached him directly, grasping his hand with a cheerful exclamation, "Oh my! Our male deity has finally awakened. Last night was rather unexpected, wasn't he it? You brought back 3 sisters, yet you haven't lavished any attention upon us, leaving our minds to wander." She subtly gestured towards Wu Jingying and the others. Wu Jingying and her companions were taken aback by He Yushi's brazen remarks about attentions and affections. They felt a wave of shyness wash over them, their cheeks flushing as they cast their eyes downward, unable to meet Lu Yang's gaze. In truth, He Yushi had articulated the very thoughts that lingered in their minds. Initially, upon being brought back by Lu Yang, they anticipated an encounter that would be a culmination of their desires. Yet, to their dismay, Lu Yang had scarcely acknowledged them, not even exchanging more than a few words. When it came time to retire for the evening, there were no insinuations made, nor even a mention of them. This left them feeling rather helpless. They had deliberately chosen to wear particularly alluring bikinis at the pool party, hoping to showcase their figures and ignite a spark of desire within Lu Yang. However, to their dismay, it had been utterly ineffective. Lu Yang seemed more captivated by the enchanting mermaid, Lorian. Reluctantly, they had to admit that they felt overshadowed, even by a mere fish. This led the trio of beauties to question their own allure. Observing the three women's bashful and awkward expressions, Lu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment himself as he assured them, "Tonight, for certain, tonight." The reason he had not invited Wu Jingying and the others into his room the previous night was simply that he had already indulged in a rendezvous with the mermaid princess during the day, not wishing to squander such opportunities. After all, the act of indulgence is measured by days, not by occurrences. Furthermore, a man must practice moderation and embrace a gradual approach. Once a day suffices. Who could desire more? Otherwise, one might find themselves lacking vitality before reaching middle age. Meanwhile, Wu Jingying and her companions, upon hearing Lu Yang's words, were filled with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. From their recent interactions with He Yushi and the others, they had gleaned that Lu Yang was not one to indulge in multiple partners at once. Thus, it was clear that only one of them would ascend to Lu Yang's room that night. As Wu Jingying surveyed the determined expressions on the faces of the other two, she subtly communicated her intent. "I am the queen of this domain, surely. You wouldn't dare to contest me?" Lin Wan-er responded with a defiant gaze. "I was the first to encounter Lu Yang. Do not think you can challenge me." Shenzi gazed at the other two individuals, her eyes reflecting a spirit of defiance. Although it was evident that their prowess surpassed hers, she harbored no fears regarding their figures or appearances. She was resolute in her desire to ascend the stairs first. Lu Yang, oblivious to the subtle rivalry unfolding before him, sat at the dining table, savoring a delectable breakfast. Opposite him, the mermaid princess, Lorian, displayed a face brimming with hope as she watched Lu Yang relish his meal, her own expression radiating delight. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Lord Lu Yang, how is it? Is it delicious?" "This is my first attempt at making breakfast." Lu Yang nodded, responding, "Indeed, it is quite splendid. It seems that you possess a remarkable talent for cooking, Lorian." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the mermaid princess's hair, prompting a look of sweet obedience to grace Lorian's face. Chapter 132. The ability users approached the villa district just after Lu Yang finished his breakfast. A group of unexpected visitors arrived outside the villa district. However, instead of forcibly breaking in, they addressed the zombie guard at the entrance with an air of superiority, demanding, "Open the door. This is a survivor's base, isn't it? We are here for a routine inspection. Open up." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yang furrowed his brow. Who dares to be so audacious? To come to my villa district and speak in such a manner? Yet, judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be ability users, and likely formidable ones at that. It was no wonder they exuded such arrogance. Lu Yang observed that there were 4 individuals in total, one of whom was a woman. The woman seemed fit to enter the villa district, while the 3 men would make decent enforcers at bases 1 or 2. Thus, Lu Yang began to strategize. Confronted with 4 unknown ability users, he was determined not to falter, so he activated his predictive ability. The prediction commenced. Lu Yang stepped outside, and upon his emergence, the expressions of the visitors turned serious, their initial arrogance somewhat subdued as they recognized Lu Yang's strength. Although he appeared youthful, with a flowing black cloak billowing behind him, he exuded an air of confidence that bordered on flamboyance. Did he consider himself a hero of the apocalypse, flaunting a cloak for effect? Nevertheless, despite their arrogance, the evident power of their leader prompted her to address Lu Yang directly. "Hey, are you the person in charge of this base? We are official ability users from the Dragon Empire's Hidden Dragon Unit. Here are our credentials. We require entry to your base to assess conditions and ensure that survivors are not being mistreated. We ask for your cooperation." As official ability users of the Dragon Empire's Hidden Dragon unit, each member possessed formidable strength and an inherent pride. Thus, upon encountering Liu Yang, they did not bother with pleasantries, instead adopting a commanding tone. Liu Yang shook his head and replied, "The Dragon Empire's official ability user unit, the Hidden Dragon unit? I have never heard of such a force. When the apocalypse erupted and everyone struggled to survive amidst catastrophe, where were you? Why did you not come to provide aid? Now that the survivor base has developed, you choose this moment to conduct inspections? Surely, you do not intend to reap the rewards of others' hard work? Moreover, this villa district is my private domain, and I refuse you entry." Liu Yang had never heard of the so-called official ability user unit of the Dragon Empire. Furthermore, during the total collapse of society, he had seen no official forces step forward to maintain order. Now they sought to inspect his base? In this apocalyptic world, Liu Yang would certainly not acquiesce. "Oh, do you mean to say that you are unwilling to cooperate with our Qianlong division? Have you considered the consequences?" A burly man squinted his eyes, his gaze revealing a fierce glint, his tone laced with intimidation. He had anticipated that this display would instill fear in Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang's expression swiftly turned icy, his voice dropping several degrees as he retorted, "Have you contemplated the repercussions of provoking me?" The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere seemed to plummet in temperature. The once menacing expression on the burly man's face faltered as he intended to intimidate Liu Yang. Yet, it appeared that his utterance had struck a nerve, evoking a sense of trepidation within him, as if a chill had run down his spine. Although the burly man was unaware of Liu Yang's true strength, the latter's confidence and commanding presence were evidently not traits possessed by ordinary individuals. The scene fell into an abrupt silence. After several seconds, the attractive woman leading the group forced a smile, shattering the stillness. "This handsome gentleman, please do not misunderstand us. We do not intend to threaten you. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, our Qianlong division has actually engaged in numerous efforts to assist survivors. The reason we wish to inspect your base is merely out of concern for the potential abuse of survivors. We have encountered many bases where individuals were treated like livestock, subjected to horrific fates, far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Of course, I am not referring to you, nor is this aimed at you. If your base is indeed free from such circumstances, you would have no reason to fear an inspection, would you? Furthermore, if your strength is sufficient, we might even extend an invitation for you to join our Qianlong division and become one of us." The absence of legal constraints following the apocalypse has undoubtedly magnified the darker facets of human nature. Some individuals, who were already malevolent during peacetime, have become even more sinister after the outbreak, especially those fortunate enough to acquire supernatural abilities, only to become agents of cruelty. The survivors confined within their bases live in a veritable hell on earth. Women are routinely subjected to abuse and assault, while men are relegated to mere laborers, or worse, become fodder. One of their Qianlong teams has already rescued several survivor bases. When confronted with tyrannical leaders, they apprehend such individuals and assign personnel to manage the base directly. Liu Yang's base is the most formidable they have encountered, with 50-meter-tall frozen walls, as solid as iron, a feat unattainable by ordinary hands. This alone speaks volumes about the strength of the base's leader, suggesting that his supernatural ability may very well be ice manipulation. The construction of such a massive wall, even if completed in a month, would still require an immense daily effort, underscoring the formidable prowess of the individual who crafted it. Thus, they accorded Liu Yang the respect he deserved, even extending an olive branch by offering him the monumental opportunity to join the Qianlong division, seeking to engage with him on amicable terms. However, for an ordinary supernatural being, joining the potential corps may seem like an extraordinary advantage, yet for Liu Yang, it is met with derision. Why would he abandon his status as a formidable mountain king? What compels him to join this so-called dragon of potential? What benefits could this dubious organization possibly offer him? Liu Yang, armed with a system, is destined to become the strongest in the world. Why would he need to affiliate with the dragon of potential? Thus, a cold smile crept across his face as he addressed the woman before him. "I find you quite beautiful, your figure is appealing, and you possess a rather ample posterior, which seems exceptionally suited for childbearing. If I were to assess your skills and find them satisfactory, I might consider making an exception and allowing you to join my survivor base as my woman." Chapter 133, Subduing 5 Superhumans. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 3 male superhumans contorted with rage. They pointed at Liu Yang and began to berate him. You arrogant brat. How dare you speak to our captain in such a manner? Do you truly believe that our Qianlong team is easy to provoke? Are you aware of the strength of our Qianlong team? In the Divine Dragon Empire, we are the most formidable organization of superhumans. Being given the chance to join us is a privilege, and yet you dare to insult our captain? You are courting death. Another burly man added. You are truly asking for it. Within our Qianlong team, the powerful abound. Do not think that just because you possess some strength, you are invincible. In such a small place, perhaps you are impressive, and the surrounding superhumans are no match for you. However, once you ascend to an official organization, you become but a mere pawn. I hope you understand that beyond man, there are greater men, and beyond the heavens, there are higher heavens. Today, we shall teach you a lesson, demonstrating the disparity between individuals. The three men exchanged glances and charged towards Lu Yang. Yet, with merely a glance from Lu Yang, a chilling hum resonated. Three sharp ice needles hovered ominously before the foreheads of the three men. They felt the bone-chilling cold against their skin, causing them to halt abruptly. Their bodies trembling, goosebumps rising in alarm. Phew, that was close. Had we not stopped in time, we would have collided with that ice needle. Given its sharpness, it would surely have pierced our skulls. As elite superhumans within the Qianlong team, they were all ranked experts, with the leading female superhuman even among the top 100. They believed they could sweep through all survivor bases. Little did they expect to encounter such a formidable opponent in Lu Yang. With just a mere glance, they had been subdued. They recognized that if Lu Yang so desired, a mere thought would send that ice needle piercing through their heads. In that instant, the female captain displayed a look of astonishment, which quickly morphed into an awkward smile as she addressed Lu Yang. Handsome, let us not allow tempers to flare. We can resolve this through conversation. Why resort to violence? We are all citizens of the Divine Dragon Empire, and there is no need for hostility. You may not yet realize, but superhumans from other nations are covertly stirring within the Divine Dragon Empire. Our Qianlong team has already eliminated 2 squads of superhumans from the small Japanese empire, so we should stand united against external threats. But just moments ago, you asserted that I was inviting death, did you not? Lu Yang advanced towards the 2 men, and then, slap. He delivered a resounding blow to the burly man's face, saying, "Come now, teach me a lesson, will you?" The man gritted his teeth, ultimately managing a contrite smile as he replied, "Brother, I was just joking." Lu Yang cast his gaze upon another man and delivered a resounding slap. Slap. You claimed you would demonstrate the disparity between us, correct? Pray tell, just how vast is this chasm? The unfortunate fellow, his face swelling from the blow, could only ingratiate himself. The difference is like heaven and earth, my brother. You are the heavens, and we are but the earth. Lu Yang then approached a third man and struck again. Slap. My brother, let us converse amicably, the man implored, his face adorned with a forced smile. Observing the compliance of these 3 individuals, Lu Yang chose not to press them further and turned his attention to a woman nearby. He reached out, delicately pinching her smooth chin, captivated by her alluring crimson lips. Just as he was about to speak, he was startled to discover a diminutive dagger pressed firmly against his throat. The blade seemed to materialize from thin air, hovering in the air like a glacial shard. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yang even entertained the notion that she possessed the ability to manipulate metal. However, the atmosphere soon filled with a voice, "Release your filthy hands, or else I shall slit your throat in the next instant." It was the voice of a young woman, and Lu Yang could sense her breath, fragrant and close. Realization struck him. Could she possess the ability of invisibility? The dagger, suspended in midair, was indeed clutched within her grasp. Lu Yang had not anticipated the presence of an invisible adversary in his midst, and it was evident she had undergone specialized training, exuding not a whisper of energy. It appeared that the official organization of the Dragon Empire indeed wielded considerable power. Her skills were truly lethal for assassination. Yet, a cold smirk escaped Lu Yang's lips. "You may certainly try." He then boldly pinched the captain's delicate face between his fingers, as one might a child's, contorting her features in a display of dominance. How infuriating! Her voice dripped with indignation, and she pressed the dagger forcefully, aiming to draw blood as a threat. However, to her astonishment, clang. The moment the dagger met Lu Yang's skin, it emitted a sound akin to metal striking metal. His neck remained unscathed. Not a drop of blood was shed, nor even a faint mark. How can this be? Are you forged of iron? So unyielding. The air resonated with her incredulity. Suddenly, a chilling frost crept along the ground, rapidly ascending. In an instant, a transparent ice sculpture of a humanoid form materialized before Lu Yang. The ice enveloped her. Yet she remained invisible, appearing as a hollow ice figure. Lu Yang finally discerned her general outline, standing approximately 165 meters tall, completely unclad. It was evident that while her body could become invisible, her clothing could not, hence, she could not adorn herself. Her waist was slender, her bosom impressively ample, and her features exquisitely refined, most astonishingly accentuated by an extraordinary waist-to-hip ratio. She is undoubtedly a remarkable woman capable of bearing children. Moreover, judging by her voice, she seems to be no more than 20, a stunningly ethereal maiden. A look of keen interest spread across Lu Yang's face as he remarked, "An ethereal woman, how intriguing. However, you have completely unveiled yourself now." The other party, filled with indignation, retorted, "How infuriating. Why are you so resilient? My blade cannot harm you. This defies logic." Lu Yang chuckled softly and replied, "I possess even more formidable means. You shall experience them in due course." "I refuse. You despicable fiend. I am utterly powerless. Release me. Let me go, you perverse wretch." The frozen ethereal maiden was left entirely immobile. Lu Yang's faint laughter echoed as he said, "Heh, you five dare to invade my stronghold and still have the audacity to label me a pervert or a villain. Your very lives lie in my hands now. Plead for mercy, and perhaps I shall consider granting you freedom." The female captain inquired, What is the situation inside the base?" The transparent maiden replied, "It's filled with women, dozens of them, each one a paragon of beauty, and not a single man in sight. This man is truly a pervert." The female captain displayed a look of astonishment and asked further, "He has imprisoned these beautiful maidens, tormenting them and treating them as slaves?" The transparent maiden, Lin Shueher, clarified, "Not at all. Those women are laughing and chatting merrily inside. They seem to be enjoying themselves quite a bit." This the female captain, Tong Bingjie, was momentarily at a loss for words. Listening to their exchange, Lu Yang realized that this transparent maiden had stealthily slipped inside while he opened the door. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation. Indeed, proceeding with a preliminary enactment had proven to be the right choice. Chapter 134. The Beautiful Woman's Dilemma. At this moment, all five of the supernatural beings had been subdued by Lu Yang. The female captain, leading the group, wore an awkward smile on her face. "I truly did not anticipate that this handsome gentleman possessed such formidable strength. With your capabilities, there is no need for you to resort to the cruelty of tormenting survivors. After all, ordinary zombies are no match for you. You need not worry about gathering sustenance. Thus you will never find yourself lacking in provisions. Nor would you resort to preying upon the weak. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. Now, I would like to extend a heartfelt invitation to you. As the captain of the Qianlong team, join us in our ranks. With your prowess, you could easily ascend to the position of a brigade leader. Managing hundreds of supernatural beings, you would be highly valued within the Dragon Empire, rewarded generously, and could eventually command the most powerful organization of supernatural beings, the Qianlong organization, which would serve as your formidable backing, earning you the respect of all who encounter you. The position of brigade leader in the Qianlong team is one to be revered. It is essential to understand that only those with exceptional abilities can enter the Qianlong team, each possessing a ranking on the stone tablet. The minimum requirement for entry is to be within the top 1,000 of the yellow list, and that is merely for outer members. Only those ranked on the Earth list can be deemed core members. The team led by Tong Bingjie consists solely of these core members. To become a team leader, one must rank favorably on the Earth list. To aspire to the position of a deputy captain, one must be within the top 100 of the Earth list. Only those within the top 1,000 of the Heaven list are eligible to contend for the position of brigade leader. This implies that at this moment, the female captain Tong Bingjie has tacitly regarded Lu Yang as a Heaven list expert. Initially, Tong Bingjie believed she had a compelling bargaining chip in luring Lu Yang with the allure of the brigade leader position, a condition that few could resist. However, she was taken aback when Lu Yang calmly responded, "Brigade leader? Is that truly impressive? Are there not several leaders above your brigade leader?" Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Tong Bingjie became animated, convinced that she had swayed him, and quickly replied, "There are only the commander and the chief, which means you stand beneath two individuals, yet above countless others." Lu Yang chuckled and remarked, "So the brigade leader is not as formidable as I presumed. How little do you think of me to utter such words? Even if you offered me the position of commander, I would find it beneath me. Do not speak of such trivialities as brigade leader." Tong Bingjia's previously joyful expression froze in place. This fellow certainly had an audacious attitude. He dared to dismiss the position of brigade leader, even the commander's role. A burly man standing nearby interjected, "Brother, you seem unaware of the might of our Qianlong team, do you not? Within the Dragon Empire, our Qianlong team is the preeminent force among supernatural beings. Are you oblivious to the immense power we wield that you would dare to utter such insults? No matter how strong you are. Do you truly believe your abilities could withstand an entire official organization of supernatural beings? Moreover, the entire Dragon Empire is currently tumultuous, with numerous foreign supernatural beings having invaded. Even if the walls of your base are towering and formidable, they are unlikely to withstand the might of powerful individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. When the time comes, you will find yourself isolated and helpless. I suggest you consider your options carefully and not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Furthermore, each of us possesses military-grade satellite communication devices, and our location has already been relayed back to headquarters, thereby exposing your base. Should you choose to eliminate us, our organization will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly." With a smile, Liu Yang interjected, "There is no need for excessive discourse. I am unfamiliar with your organization and have no intention of seeking support. However, I could extend an invitation for you to join my base. I have 3 facilities for individuals with extraordinary abilities, and I can assign each of you a management role, which is certainly more advantageous than serving as mere foot soldiers in your organization. Moreover, I shall be your ally. Who would dare to disrespect you with my backing? As for the 2 ladies, they may remain by my side. What a delightful arrangement that would be." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Tong Bingjia was momentarily speechless. Her mouth agape. She had not anticipated that her olive branch would be met with such a counteroffer from Liu Yang, who proposed that the men manage a base while the women enjoyed his company. This proposition was undeniably enticing to ordinary individuals with extraordinary abilities. However, members of the organization would undoubtedly look down upon the prospect of managing a common base. Additionally, once one joins the organization, betrayal or withdrawal is unthinkable. Once a member, always a member. Perhaps you still harbor reservations, Liu Yang remarked, but since we have no pressing matters at hand, allow me to show you my villa. With that, he effortlessly manipulated their movement, lifting them off the ground and floating toward the villa. While he could have bound them with soul chains, he recognized that they were part of a formidable organization, one he had not previously encountered but understood to be quite powerful based on their demeanor. Keeping these 5 individuals in his vicinity could provoke unwanted trouble from their organization, and Liu Yang was not keen on attracting more adversaries. He was also in the midst of a strategic evaluation and wished to observe their reactions upon entering the base. The astonished expressions on the faces of the 5 individuals floating in midair spoke volumes. This individual was undeniably powerful. As fellow possessors of extraordinary abilities, they could surmise that Liu Yang's ability to levitate them stemmed from his mastery over freezing powers, manipulating ice to control their bodies. However, to control 5 adults, each weighing over 100 pounds, required an extraordinary level of mental fortitude. While their organization had individuals capable of controlling others, most could only manage small objects, and doing so demanded considerable mental energy, allowing for only brief control. Where others wielded a spoonful of mental power, Liu Yang commanded an ocean of it. On Tong Bingjia's face, a resolute expression emerged. This individual possessed remarkable strength. If he could indeed be persuaded to join the Qianlong organization, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the group. I must devise a way to convince him. Shortly after, Liu Yang, accompanied by several others, floated into the villa area. As they entered, the group soon realized the stark contrast between the villa district and other survivor bases. Upon Liu Yang's return, he Yushir and the others, intrigued by the sight of 5 frozen figures levitating in the air, quickly gathered around him. They eagerly exclaimed, "Liu Yang, where on earth did you acquire these ice blocks? And what is that transparent figure?" Zhao Lina remarked, "That transparent one resembles a beautiful woman. Where did you find this exquisite mannequin?" Chapter 135. A year of revelry. He Yushir pointed at the transparent ice sculpture and exclaimed, "Liu Yang, you truly have a remarkable talent for play. Have you begun crafting molds from ice? How wonderfully bizarre. I can only imagine the wicked things you might do with this sculpture." "Oh, such thrilling thoughts," Su Xiao remarked. "It appears to be a stunning beauty. Where did you procure this mold? Who is the original?" As Su Xiao spoke, curious glances were cast by the others. Yet, the mold itself emitted an irate voice. You are the ones who are molds. I am a person, a real person. I am merely invisible. How infuriating. What? An invisible person? My goodness. Such extraordinary abilities exist? Imagine if a lecher possessed such power. Wouldn't every beautiful woman in the world be laid bare before him? How terrifying. Lu Yang, where did you find these peculiar individuals? However, beside them, Tong Bingjie, having absorbed the words of these enchanting women, grasped the crux of the matter. She was utterly astonished and eventually queried Lu Yang. Lu Yang, do they call you Lu Yang? You cannot possibly be the Lu Yang who tops the celestial rankings. Can you? The transparent young lady, Lin Shui Air, also regained her composure. Indeed, you are called Lu Yang? It cannot truly be you, can it? A burly man expressed his shock and then fervently exclaimed, the top of the celestial rankings? We have actually crossed paths with the foremost genius. By heavens! The mark upon my face carries tremendous significance. Another large man added, to have encountered the top genius, even death would be worth it. This mission has been utterly exhilarating. Yet another robust fellow chimed in. I cannot believe I dared to insult him earlier. I am truly a fool. This is the illustrious Lu Yang, who brings glory to our nation by trampling upon the Little Sun Empire. The commander has declared that no matter the cost, he must be located and recruited into the dragon. That we have found him. Ha ha. I shall be promoted to captain. I shall be promoted to captain. Ha ha ha. The man was exuberant, his expression more jubilant than if he had just received news of a healthy son. The entire dragon had mobilized, splitting into small teams to execute missions across the Divine Dragon Empire. Their primary objective was not merely to inspect the surviving bases, but to discover Lu Yang before the Eagle organization did. Rescuing those who had been treated harshly was merely a secondary concern. Now that Lu Yang had indeed been discovered by their team, upon their return to the organization, they could anticipate promotions and prosperity. How could they possibly contain their excitement? Moreover, they had even engaged Lu Yang in combat, albeit in a one-sided manner. Upon returning to the dragon, this experience would surely be a tale worth recounting for years to come. When he grows old and approaches death, he will still boast to his descendants. I once sparred with the top genius. Watching their exuberance, Lu Yang found himself utterly perplexed. He inquired, what's the matter? I am Lu Yang. Is there anything strange about that? Shouldn't someone as formidable as I be the first on the celestial rankings? Tong Bingjie, her face brimming with excitement, replied, absolutely. It is entirely warranted. Lu Yang, I extend my sincerest apologies for our earlier rudeness. Please, join our Qianlong organization. Whatever conditions you desire, feel free to state them. Our commander has declared that no matter the cost, we must locate you and integrate you into our ranks. It would be a grave loss for someone of your extraordinary talent not to join us. Lu Yang responded without hesitation. I must decline. Tong Bingjie urged, do not be so hasty in your refusal. You may propose any conditions you wish. We are open to negotiation. My friend, our entire organization holds you in the highest esteem. The higher-ups have specifically requested your inclusion. Once you join us, whatever you desire will be granted. Behind our Qianlong organization stands the Yi family, a clan of martial artists, whose influence is beyond our comprehension. Should you choose to join, you would undoubtedly gain significant favor within both our organization and the Yi family. Lu Yang shook his head, stating, I do not seek anyone's favor. Rather, I could be a benefit to you. How about this? Join my base, and my initial terms remain unchanged. Furthermore, you now recognize that I am the first on the celestial rankings. Aligning with me ensures a future of limitless potential. Listening to Lu Yang's words, Tong Bingjie came to understand that a genius like Lu Yang would not settle for subservience. Thus, appeals for favor would not entice him. However, she remained optimistic. Once they had located Lu Yang, subsequent negotiations would be feasible. Tong Bingjie explained, the ancient lineage of martial artist families differs fundamentally from us, the supernatural beings. If we were to draw a comparison, we are akin to commoners who unexpectedly win a lottery of 5 million, suddenly becoming wealthy, devoid of any foundation. In contrast, they are elite families possessing assets worth trillions, with a depth and legacy we can scarcely fathom. Indeed, you are a genius among supernatural beings. But when compared to martial artist families, you may find it challenging to compete. When you have the time, I invite you to visit the headquarters of our Qianlong organization, where you can meet those influential figures. You will come to understand that we do not coerce you into joining. Additionally, if someone from the Flying Eagle organization approaches you, disregard them entirely. That organization lacks prospects and cannot be compared to us. Curious, Lu Yang asked. The Flying Eagle Organization? Tong Bingjie responded. It is another supernatural organization within the Divine Dragon Empire, albeit lacking the strength of our Qianlong. They too are searching for you, hoping for your allegiance. It is perfectly fine if you do not join us right away. We can discuss conditions gradually, but do not join them first. If you decide to align with an organization, let it be the Qianlong organization that takes precedence. Having been the first to locate Lu Yang, Tong Bingjie was determined not to let the Flying Eagle organization intercept her opportunity. Lu Yang remarked, regardless of the organization, I could never join. However, I shall ask you once more, will you join my base? The two burly men exchanged glances, sensing a flicker of intrigue in each other's eyes, yet ultimately shook their heads and replied to Lu Yang, although our entire organization holds you in great esteem, once a member of the Qianlong unit. Always a member of the Qianlong unit. We cannot simply abandon our organization. Very well, Lu Yang waved his hand, and the ice encasing them melted away in an instant. You three gentlemen may leave. As for the two ladies, you may remain and become my companions. What do you think? Lu Yang gazed at Tong Bingjie in the ethereal Lanxuer as he spoke. Chapter 136. The decision to stay. Both female ability users were formidable members of the Qianlong unit, the backbone of this elite squad. Upon hearing Lu Yang's proposal, they felt a fleeting stir of interest. However, they quickly suppressed this momentary temptation. After all, they were the elite of the Qianlong organization. How could they possibly betray their organization for a mere man? Tong Bingjie continued to persuade. Lu Yang, we recognize your strength and acknowledge you as a prodigious talent, hence your pride. Nevertheless, we are in the midst of an apocalypse, a world rife with threats. We do not wish to see such a genius like you perish here. Joining our Qianlong organization is the safest and the most expedient way for you to grow stronger. You must understand that ability users from various nations have already infiltrated our territory. We have eliminated 2 infiltration squads from the minor empire of Japan, and they possess formidable power. Their objective here is solely to eliminate you. If they discover your whereabouts, they will not extend the same courtesy we have. They will stop at nothing to eradicate you. Even if you are strong, you cannot stand alone. It would be prudent to join us. Initially, they intended to instill a sense of urgency in Lu Yang by mentioning the foreign ability user's invasion, hoping he would feel compelled to join the Qianlong organization. However, to their astonishment, Lu Yang did not exhibit any signs of concern. Instead, he called out, Peach, come here for a moment. Peach, hearing the call from the crowd, promptly approached Lu Yang, addressing him in her somewhat awkward Chinese. Master, what is your command? Her voice was gentle, and her submissive demeanor resembled that of a devoted maid. Upon hearing her accent, Tong Bingjie and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Was this not an ability user from the minor empire of Japan? Had Lu Yang truly managed to conquer her? It seemed impossible. The citizens of the minor empire had been indoctrinated by imperialism. They would never betray their empire. After their encounters with the ability users from that empire, they found it impossible to capture any of them. When cornered, those from the minor empire would rather die than be taken prisoner. They were a group of fanatics. Yet here was one of these zealots, now docilely addressing Lu Yang as master. This was utterly surreal. Such a scenario was something even Lu Cixin would hesitate to pen. Observing the shock on their faces, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction and remarked, Is this what you refer to as the invading ability users from the minor empire? Aside from presenting me with a beautiful woman capable of bearing children, what other threat do they pose? I would welcome more of such lovely, fair-skinned, voluptuous foreign ability users to come my way. Well, I have no words left, Tong Bingjie conceded. She had initially intended to use the presence of foreign ability users as a means to instill a sense of urgency in Lu Yang. But it appeared she had overestimated the situation. The foreign supernatural beings are regarded as gifts sent from afar, devoid of any sense of crisis. They revel in the situation, eagerly wishing for more. Lu Yang, feeling a tinge of boredom, waved his hand dismissively and declared, All right, since we are all citizens of the Dragon Empire, I shall extend a courtesy to you on behalf of the official Qianlong organization. Given your reluctance to join my faction, you may leave, but do not trouble me again. Otherwise, I assure you, my demeanor will not be as accommodating next time. He paused momentarily, his tone chilling as he continued, Next time, I shall treat you as invaders. And my methods towards invaders are exceedingly severe. Tong Bingjie and her companions discerned the profound threat embedded in Lu Yang's words. They understood that he was not merely speaking for effect. Should they dare to intrude again, they might indeed find themselves eliminated. Lu Yang refrained from forcibly employing the soul chain on them, as he wished to avoid unnecessary complications at this juncture. Moreover, he had yet to expand the powers of the 3 supernatural beings under Wu Jingying, and there were still 30 exquisite young women from Base 1 awaiting his attention in the nearby villa. News had also arrived from Nakata that the supernatural forces of the Little Sun Empire would soon assemble. Even if each squad from the Little Sun Empire consisted of merely 1 female supernatural being, there were still a significant number of them poised for capture. In essence, Lu Yang was not lacking in women or supernatural women at this moment. There was no need to take risks against the official supernatural organization of the Dragon Empire. He had issued a warning this time. Should they dare to return, he would not hold back. Since they had chosen to refuse a friendly invitation and instead provoke him, he would not concern himself with their affiliation to the Dragon Empire. However, upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Tong Bingjia's eyes sparkled with revelation as she turned to her comrades and announced, "I have decided to remain and join Lu Yang's base. You all may return to the organization." What? The other members of her elite team were taken aback, mouths agape in disbelief. She was the captain, a key figure nurtured by the Qianlong organization, an elite among elites. How could she so readily choose to ally with Lu Yang? Even if he was the top of the heavenly rankings, a prodigious youth who had trampled the Little Sun Empire, he was still just a young man. How could he possibly compare to an entire organization? Or was it that Captain Tong had been captivated by his charm? Was this man truly so magnetic? Seeing Tong Bingjia's resolve to stay, Lin Shuer chimed in, "If Tong Jia is staying, then I too shall remain." Once again, the 3 burly men were left dumbfounded. Lin Shuer too? What on earth was this man's allure? How could he so effortlessly enchant 2 young women to the extent that they would forsake their allegiance to the Qianlong organization? Tong Bingjia paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the 2 burly men. Instead, she addressed them directly. "You may return to the organization and inform the captain that we have willingly chosen to stay, and that we were not coerced by Lu Yang. Furthermore, we shall persist in our efforts to persuade Lu Yang to join Qianlong. Should Lu Yang present any conditions for his acceptance, I will reach out to you." Upon hearing Tong Bingjia's words, the 3 men suddenly came to a realization. Truly, Captain Tong exemplified the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. To draw Lu Yang into Qianlong, she was even prepared to leverage her allure. This was indeed a strategy of seduction aimed at Lu Yang. The men immediately adopted expressions of solemn respect. They cast admiring glances at Tong Bingjia and, with determined resolve, replied, "Understood, Captain Tong. We shall certainly convey your message to the captain." Chapter 137. You two, coming upon seeing the 2 women remaining, Lu Yang comprehended their intentions. They merely sought to persuade him further. However, as a formidable individual, how could his mindset be so easily swayed? The art of seduction? The strategy of a grand harem? Instead, he would employ a counter-harem approach. "With my prowess, I shall thoroughly conquer these 2. Lu Yang addressed the pair. "You both have chosen to stay. Do you understand what that signifies?" Tong Bing nodded and replied, "I understand. It means becoming your woman." Although she was a squad leader within the, possessing experiences that many lacked, she had never sought a boyfriend before. After all, she was merely a 20-year-old girl. To utter such words, claiming to be Lu Yang's woman, filled her with profound shyness. "And you?" Lu Yang inquired of the transparent girl. In the air, a somewhat proud voice responded, I know. I'll do whatever Tong Jie does." "Excellent. Since you both grasp the situation, there is no need for further elaboration." Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. He had never engaged with a transparent individual before. This girl's body was invisible, yet her belongings were not. Her miniature dagger was likely concealed within her body, allowing her to approach enemies silently. If held in hand, the weapon would float in midair, visible to foes. One could only wonder where she hid it. Engaging in a spar with a transparent woman was indeed a fascinating prospect. Thus, with that, Lu Yang concluded this simulation and returned to reality. The 4 members of the stood at the villa's entrance as Lu Yang strode over. He opened the door, and they addressed him. "We are official ability practitioners from the Qianlong Empire, here to conduct a routine inspection of your base. Please cooperate." Lu Yang reached out with a large hand, grasping the air before him. Instantly, he caught something soft. A girl's scream echoed through the air, filled with shock and embarrassment. The other 4 practitioners widened their eyes in astonishment. They were utterly shocked. Lin Shuer possessed the ability of invisibility and had undergone professional training. ensuring she emitted not a single sound, not even a whisper, even if they were aware of her presence. Once she adopted that stealthy state, even her teammates could not perceive her existence. How had this young man sensed her? They never anticipated that the transparent Lin Shui, just as she prepared to stealthily infiltrate the base while they opened the door, would be caught so directly. As they readied to retaliate against Lu Yang, he waved his hand. Crack, crack, crack. Ice swiftly spread over their bodies, freezing them all in place. At the forefront, Tong Bingjie once again displayed a look of astonishment. How could it be that, upon just one encounter, everyone was subdued? The disparity in strength was truly immense. Could it be that the opponent was an extraordinary being from the heavenly rankings? She turned to Lu Yang and said, "Young brother, we are from the official organization of extraordinary beings, the Qianlong organization. Are you certain you wish to oppose us?" Lu Yang replied, "I am Lu Yang, the foremost individual of the heavenly rankings. I shall not join your organization, so let us not waste time. To be direct, the two women may remain as my companions, while the three men may leave." What? The five individuals gaped in disbelief, their faces painted with shock, frozen in place like statues. This fellow is the number one of the heavenly rankings, Lu Yang? How did he know we intended to recruit him into the Qianlong organization? Has he always been aware that we were searching for him? No, that cannot be. The reason he knows of our intentions could merely be that he has been approached by others before. Perhaps the Eagle organization. It is possible that the Eagle organization found him before us, only to be rejected. A sense of urgency surged within them. If Lu Yang were to join the Eagle organization, it would be a significant loss for us in the Qianlong organization. Tong Bingjie declared, "Very well. I am willing to remain as your companion. You may return to report to the organization that we are here voluntarily and that we shall endeavor to persuade Lu Yang to join Qianlong." Lin Shui added, "Since Sister Tong is willing to stay, so am I." The three male extraordinary beings understood Tong Bingjie's intentions and cast her admiring glances, nodding in acknowledgement as they departed. Lu Yang thus successfully brought back two female extraordinary beings from the Qianlong organization to the villa. Inside the villa, he Yusher's associates, upon seeing Lu Yang return with two stunning beauties, exhibited expressions of curiosity and flocked towards him. Lu Yang provided a brief introduction and subsequently invited Tong Bingjie and Lin Shui into his room. Witnessing this scene, he Yusher's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is happening? He is inviting both of them into his room. Is he about to engage in a game of cards? Su Xiao commented, "I wonder. Lu Yang has never acted this way before." Zhao Lina added, "Let us hurry and eavesdrop to see if we hear anything unusual." Thus, the women rushed upstairs, gathering at Lu Yang's door. Inside the room, Lu Yang addressed Tong Bingjie and Lin Shui, stating, "Since you have decided to remain at my base as my companions, I shall pose some inquiries, and I hope you can respond truthfully." Tong Bingjie nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, our Qianlong organization is sincerely committed. Both Shui and I are willing to entrust our bodies to you. Do you not grasp our sincerity? Ask away. Whatever I know, I shall disclose." Tong Bingjie recalled the commander's earlier words. At any cost, Lu Yang must be drawn into the Qianlong organization. Coercion, enticement, or even seduction, whatever means necessary will suffice. Therefore, if revealing certain intelligence about the Qianlong organization could alter Lu Yang's perception and potentially lead him to join, it would be entirely justifiable. Lu Yang expressed his thoughts. "Tell me about the martial arts families. As for the ability users, I am already the best. There is nothing more I need to know about them. What intrigues me now is the martial artists. What advantages do they possess compared to the ability users?"